All right, what's up, everybody? I am on my way to the yard. This is my Monday. Wednesday being my Monday, so I'm just getting my week started. But yeah, I wanted to pop in here real quick and touch base with my people. I'm really loving the new StreamYard format. Loving the idea that I can actually post something direct from on my cell phone from the StreamYard, and then when I get in my truck, I can always turn this thing off and just have my avatar up. So I'm loving that. But at any rate, let me just jump right up into it, because I know ain't that many people up this time of day with me. So a lot of you all are just gonna have to catch me on the replay. So as I drive down this road, I want to talk about a lot of the Black women in our community and our desperation and how we are dealing with the man shortage. And I'm going to talk about the man shortage a lot on this channel. I'm going to bang on that a lot. And the reason being is because I look out and I see how the young women are interacting with each other. I see how we're interacting with men in our community. And I see how it is being detrimental to how we as a people are forming as a unit. Good morning, Nadia. I see you're up early too. And see, here's the thing. A lot of us, we don't realize that men, they can smell your desperation from like a mile away. And I don't care how fly you think you are. I don't care how beautiful a woman you think you are. Your sexuality ain't got nothing to do with your desperation. I've seen some pretty beautiful, desperate fools out here. And see, when I say desperate, I'm talking about how you react to somebody mistreating you. I've seen beautiful women get mistreated all the time. And their reaction to the mistreatment is to take their anger and frustration out on other people. Like, say, for instance, a good example is when a guy cheats on you. A lot of these women, instead of taking issue with the guy who is cheating, they'll turn around and they'll take their frustration, anger, and vitriol out on the other woman who ain't really got nothing to do with your relationship. This other person don't have no allegiance to your relationship. She did not make any type of pledge to be in a monogamous relationship with you. That's your guy. But a lot of these women are so afraid of losing their men that they will not take that anger and frustration out on their man. They probably will a little bit, but the majority of their anger and frustration, they're going to take out on the other woman. And see, to me, that is a desperado move. That's desperation. Now, I hear a lot of women talking about, there's not a whole lot of good men out here. So if you find a good one, hold on to them and all that type of stuff. And I'm all for, putting your all into a relationship, because my idea of holding on to a man is me being the best woman that I can be. But now, if he don't appreciate me being the best woman that I can be, I'm not going to fall into no desperation mode and just be out here doing any old thing just to hold on to a man. Good morning, Incremature. You said it's late, and it's more late. It's early for me. I'm right on time, Incremature. But yeah, and I hear a lot of Black women talking like this. I hear a whole lot of Black women talking like this. If you get a good man, hold on to him. Okay, well, what about him holding on to you? Because see, you sell yourselves short all the time. You're always talking about you got a good man. But what about you being a good woman? Shouldn't he want to hold on to you being a good woman? So that means that if you're a good woman, you do all the things that men like for you to do. You're exuding all this femininity. You're faithful. You see to all his needs. You have his babies. You're a good woman. So if you're a good woman, shouldn't he look at you as being a prize too? Oh, and Cremature said that's cool. My whole thing is, and what I'm trying to say to you ladies is, don't just sit up here, because these guys, the reason they're running around here now, some of them saying that they are the prize, is because you all are sitting up here treating them like they are the prize. You're treating them like they the last man on earth. And this is when your desperation start, working against you. And that's all it is. Men know when you're acting desperate. Okay? Now you can sit up here and talk about, you ain't gonna let no other woman have your man and all this type of stuff. But to me, if the man is acting up, if the man is going out here and he ain't paying your feelings no never mind, he out here cheating and carrying on, acting like he don't give a damn about you. That's not somebody I would personally want to fight for. See, a lot of us, we sit up here talking about what we gonna fight for, what we gonna hold on to, and you ain't really paying attention to what you're fighting for. Now, I can see if this man was innocent, he ain't did nothing wrong to you. There's just some harlot out there that's trying to come in between you and him, and he did all he can to keep that heifer up off of him. Now, that's something worth fighting for. Because now I'm looking at this outside woman like, okay, me and you finna have a problem because my man done explicitly told you in no uncertain terms that he is not interested, and you keep trying to come in between us. Now that's when me and the other woman would have a problem. But if your man is participating in fuckery and then turning around, putting you in competition with this other lady, and you feel like you got to do what you got to do to hold on to a man, that's desperation. That's desperation all day long. And see, a lot of y'all don't know the difference. The more and more I talk to some of you and I communicate with some of you, I begin to realize that a lot of y'all don't know the difference. Y'all don't even know what a good man is. Y'all think that just because he got a ding-a-ling or a little big black juicy you know what between his legs and he can make your toes curl and all this type of stuff, you think that's a good man. What he doing in the bedroom make him a good man. And that's what y'all really be fighting over. If we really want to be honest about the whole thing, y'all fighting over that BJC. And see, if you sit up here and you only relegate a good man down to sex, what he doing for you in the bedroom, what he stands for, he's a symbol. Because also you guys symbolize these men as well. These men become a symbol of your worth. Now you're sitting up here, you're telling yourself that you done made it as a woman because you done got some man to put a ring on your finger. This man has become a symbol of your worth. You can go around and you can tell other people, well, I know I'm somebody, I know I'm worthy or something because I got a man. But now, in 2020 and beyond, I think that we should not measure a woman by simply her having a man. Because all of us at one point or time have had a man. It's not hard to get a man out here. I'm just going to let you know. It's not hard. As a matter of fact, that same man that you bragging about is probably a man to about 2 or 3 other women. And you got 2 or 3 other women laying claim to your man saying they got a man too. So in 2020 and beyond, we're going to have to stop dropping this I got a man boast. We boasting about our man, our man, our man, my husband, my husband, my husband. In 2020, I'm not even going to be looking at the fact that a female got a man. I'm going to look at what type of man you get. Because the same way that other men, you know, look at other men, women, and they know whether or not they woman is about anything. If she got a reputation for being a neighborhood hoe, then they will tell that man that his woman ain't shit. Real quick. They will tell that man that his woman ain't shit. But us, black women, we can have a piece of shit ass man, and we will tell ourselves that we got something. And other women will think you got something too and be jealous, even though we know that man ain't shit. Even though we know he the biggest hoe in the neighborhood, even though we know he got kids all up and down the block. Just the mere fact that he got a penis between his legs and he said that we in a relationship, we feel like we got something. That's how desperate we have become now. And when we act like this, don't think that they're not paying attention. Don't think that these men are not out here paying attention to how we move in the situation. Because how we move in the situation dictates how they treat us. Now we sit up here and we want to complain how these men ain't shit, how they do us any kind of way, talk to us any kind of way, they cheat on us, they don't protect us, they're not here for the children. You know, we got a whole laundry list of complaints about the manhood of our men. But I'm telling you, the men ain't shit because we got a lot of females out here that ain't shit. And when you are ain't shit female, you will sit up here knowing that you laying up with a subpar ass Negro, and you will not say or do anything about it. You will stay in that situation because you are just concerned with having a title. And see, this is the type of thing that I want to bang on. And this is the type of thing that I talk to my daughters about. Because men know. They know. Men have a radar, just like we have intuition. Men have a radar for detecting women with low self-esteem, women who are desperate, women who will do anything just to say they got somebody. They have a radar for this type of thing. And when you're giving off that desperate vibe, yeah, they're gonna make a beeline for you because you the low-hanging fruit. You the one that's easy to get. You're that starter chick that Cluster was talking about. You're the starter chick. And if you want to know how come in every situation you feel like you've been this good woman, you feel like you held the Negro down, you helped him when he didn't have anything, when you let him lay on your couch and everything else and eat out your food and shared your food stamps and everything else with him, you know, on and on and on. How you helped this Negro before he didn't have anything. You were there. And you want to know how come they always up and leave your ass. Because they know that you are desperate and you will do anything to have a man. They know this. And I'm going to tell you, desperation is not sexy. It's not sexy to any man. So you all sitting up here thinking that, yeah, you know, I'm going to do this and whatever, I'm going to be this down-ass chick. They not really appreciating none of that. I'm going to just be honest with you. They not going to appreciate it. I'm over here at the yard now. I'm going to switch over to the no camera mode as I get myself together to go into my truck. I got here to the yard relatively quickly today. Let's see here. Turn my cam off. And I'm going to hook up my earphones real quick. Hold on a sec, y'all. Because I know once I step out of this car, y'all going to hear nothing but open air. And I know how that sounds. Don't sound too good. So I got a noise canceling headset. And plug this in. And y'all let me know if you all can hear me. I believe that I can be heard because I see my little bubble lighting up here. And Cremature says, as a man, I don't believe the sister should be fighting over a man who betrays you. Exactly, and Cremature. And this is a man saying this, y'all. Even a man is saying that he don't necessarily subscribe to women fighting over men that don't appreciate them. And in Cremature, I'm pretty sure that it's a total turnoff when you run up on a woman that will do any and everything just to have a man. I'm quite sure it's a turnoff when you see women that exude desperation like this. Okay, let me go ahead and turn my phone around here. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to get my bearings here. Okay, good. I'm glad y'all can hear me. And now there's a slight lag on my end, so I might not be able to see the comments in real time. But I am reading the comments. And let me get up out of here. Hold on. Right. And Cremature says absolutely. Right. So, you know, what I'm saying is the absolute truth. Now, what I have noticed is when I carry myself in such a way that I know my worth, it don't have anything to do with you being knocked down, drag out gorgeous. Of course, you know, everybody wants somebody that's attractive. So I'm not saying be unattractive. But the most attractive thing in this world to anybody is confidence. And if you ain't got no confidence, that's gonna show through. That's gonna show through. And that woman that has that lack of confidence, that woman that has that desperation reeking off of her, that man is not gonna respect you. If he see that you willing to do anything or whatever for his black ass, and he see you doing it even to your own detriment, even to the detriment of your children and your family, that man ain't gonna honor you. He not gonna look at you as being an honorable woman. Let's just be honest. As a matter of fact, he gonna see you as being a throwaway, because don't nobody like somebody that exude desperation and that losing attitude. And you look like a straight up loser when you running around here acting like this. Now the other women, the ones that have confidence, the ones that don't seem to have to work that hard to maintain the man or maintain the relationship, those are the ones that they run after. I'm gonna just be honest. Those are the ones that they tend to want to impress. But you sitting up here, even after he done cheated on you, you got his dinner, you dressed up in your nightie and your negligee, even after he done slept with your cousin or your sister, he gonna be scratching his head wondering what the hell is wrong with you. Because nobody in their right mind would put up with that nonsense. And certainly, if it was you that had done it to him, he definitely wouldn't be putting up with you. So a lot of times, you know, we sit up here and we wanna fight over these men, and we wanna tell other sisters that
You not gonna let go of your man over no cheating. I agree that cheating is not necessarily a reason to break up with a man, especially a marriage. But I'm tell you one thing, serial cheating. Now, when you got a man that's constantly doing the same thing over and over again, he apologized and he keep on apologizing. But here's the thing, he keep doing the same shit over and over again. Do you really, really think that nigga sorry? Do you really, really think he give a fuck about hurting your feelings? And I'm gonna tell you right now, the answer to that question is absolutely not. If you find somebody doing something to you over and over again, and he apologizing over and over again, and you got the nerve to sit up there and tell yourself and tell the other woman, well, he just sleeping with you, but he coming home to me. What exactly do you got coming home to you if your man is out slinging penis all over the neighborhood? What exactly do you have coming home to you? You sitting up here talking about something. Yeah, well, he paid my bills. Really? So because a man pay your bills, you just gonna take any type of treatment. See, this is the reason why these men go out here and do these things, because of women like you. It's women like you why these men are not ever going to change. Why should they change? Do you know how easy it is to pay bills? If you have ever been a single person and had to pay bills by yourself, it's easy for you to pay your own bills. If he was a man and he was living by himself, I'm quite sure that he paid his own bills before you came along. Paying some damn bills, that's an adult activity. Every adult should be able to pay some motherfucking bills. Just because somebody paying some goddamn bills don't mean that you should sit up and take abuse. You should have enough dignity and respect about yourself that you would say, rather than sit up here and take a whole bunch of abuse for years and years and years just to hold on to a title and prove to the next bitch that I ain't going nowhere and she ain't nothing, I would rather pay my own bills than put up with some shit like that. But you actually got females around here, and I'm just gonna be honest. I'm a sound like one of these manosphere Negroes. Y'all just lazy. Y'all just don't want to fucking pay your bills. If you will sit up here and take abuse just so you can get out of paying some goddamn bills, what does that say about you? You lazy ass bitch. I'm just gonna be honest. There is no amount of mistreatment in this world that will make me sit up here and say that I will sit up here and take a man doing me wrong, cheating on me, lying to me, you know, um, tearing the family apart, because I know the children are not stupid. They see when things are wrong in the household. There's no amount of him paying the fucking bills that's gonna make me put up with some shit like that. I can pay my own damn bills. I'm quite sure every female should have been paying her own damn bills and knowing how to take care of herself before she met this man. Now, if you wasn't doing that on a basic level for yourself, you're a bum ass bitch. I'm just gonna be honest. And there's a lot of bummy ass bitches out here. The females that I noticed that say he paying the bills and he taking care of me, them is the bum ass bitches. Them the ones that don't motherfucking want to work and probably ain't never took care of their damn self. I'ma just be honest. And a lot of this get the bag stuff, there's a lot of bomb ass bitches hiding behind this get the bag stuff. Okay? And that's the other thing that we don't really speak on. We don't really talk about it. This whole get the bag thing. There's a lot of bomb ass females. There's a lot of bummy ass females that just don't want to fucking work. that's hiding behind this get the bag thing. Now, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong if you want to be a stay-at-home mother and wife, but as an adult, when we all get to be a certain age, we all should have experience at least paying our own bills for at least 1 year out of our life, so that we could prove at least to ourselves that we can take care of ourselves if need be. But there's a lot of bum ass females that just, that's their worst nightmare. Waking up one day and having to freaking take care of their damn self. There's a lot of bum ass females like that. Just like there's a lot of bum ass men, there's a lot of bum ass females out here. Let me go ahead and log in, get my little day started with my little pre-trip. Yes, I'm keeping this trailer. Yep. Yeah, I got 15. Yeah, so, I know that there's probably going to be a lot of black women that don't agree with me, and I'm not here to say stuff just so people can agree with me, because you know what? Sometimes you're going to have to hear things that hurt your little feelings. But black women, we've been coddling each other for too long. There's a lot of unspoken things that go on in the sisterhood amongst the sistren that don't get spoken on. Now we'll real quick talk about these bum ass Negroes, but we don't never talk about what a bum ass female look like. Do we even know what the definition of a bum ass female is? Okay, a bum ass female is that woman that you would not even want to be with your son. How about that? That's that female you wouldn't even wish on your own child. Now, I talked about my son before, many years back when I first started coming on YouTube. And black women told me apart because I said that I would not wish for my son to be with a bum ass female. As if I'm supposed to be out here rallying for my son to be with a bum ass bitch. And so they took that and tried to remix it to say that I think my son is better than everybody else's son, which is utter bullshit. Because the only thing that I was getting at was that just like you do not want your daughters to be with no bum ass Negro, you should not want your son to be with no bum ass female. I mean, that right there is not rocket science. So you think of the type of female you would not want your son running up on, and that's the type of female you shouldn't be your damn self. A lot of times we want things from these men that we cannot be our damn selves. We put a lot on these men that we're not producing our damn selves. And Cremature says, I've seen many guys living off sisters while on welfare, though. Some cats even take their woman to their mama's house to live. I don't get that. I don't either. But see, that's what I'm saying. That's that poverty, bomb ass nigga, bomb ass female mentality. And if you a female that would actually go with and live with a man in his mama basement, you're a bomb ass female. There's no way that I could get comfortable in another woman's house. I don't care if that is his mom. I couldn't be comfortable in her house, knowing that at any given moment in time, either one of them can put me the fuck out. But see, these are the kinds of conversations that we don't really have with one another. We don't have that real conversation. Because you're absolutely right, in Cremature. There are things like this going on every day. I've seen this myself with a few people. These bum ass females get with these bum ass dudes and they be living the bummy life. And then these females, this is what I was talking about on my other panel when I was on there with Love, Wisdom, Neon Eyes, and Mela. When I was talking to them about men at the base level, there are men at the base level that's living in a mama's basement that actually got two and three females fighting over them. This bummy ass nigga done moved in his girlfriend, and he probably talking to a girl down the street, and there's probably another girl at the Taco Bell that want to holler at him too. And this is at the base level. That's how bad this man shortage is, and all these females are desperate. Every single last one of them. Instead of everybody at this level in their life just focusing on getting their shit together and not even shacking up or doing anything as far as a relationship, you really need to be just focusing on getting yourself together and getting your money right. But these people want to have these bummy ass relationships for whatever reason, because they ain't never had a mama or a daddy to talk to them and tell them, listen, if you got to still be in my basement working at Taco Bell, a woman is the least of your worries. Or daughter, if you're working at Taco Bell and you're still living in my house, a man is the least of your worries. But we not having these conversations with our kids. So our kids are out here in the Taco Bell, still living at home with mom and dad, or still living in grandma and granddaddy's basement, and they trying to forge relationships in your shit. They in your shit trying to build a family. Because we ain't never told them nothing better. And these are the type of conversations that we need to be having, because common sense just ain't common. But it's not even about common sense. It's just that people don't like to talk about this sort of thing because it's not very pretty to mention. Don't nobody want to mention about stuff like that because some of us might have done that. Some of us might have participated in some dusty behavior. Or some of us don't want to admit that we know some dusty ass people that have done stuff like this. Let's just be honest. But I'm gonna keep it real, because I ain't gonna sit up here and act like I haven't grown up in the hood and I don't know people that have done stuff like this. Know plenty of people that done stuff like this, because majority of black people are poor. Okay, we got some struggle folks in our community, and everybody ain't wasn't born with a silver spoon in your mouth. As I know, there's a lot of people that'll come on here and lie in a minute and say that they don't have no struggle relatives or people that they know that haven't done stuff like this. It's amazing how when you get online, everybody was born with a silver spoon in their mouth, and they don't know nobody that's part of the struggle. But this conversation right here, this is what we don't have. We don't teach our children about economics. We don't teach our children about the benefits of dating and courting, and when it is appropriate to date and court seriously. We don't have this discussion. We don't tell our boys that first you're supposed to build yourself up before you go and grab a woman and start creating a family. We don't tell our daughters that a man is supposed to already have a place prepared for you before you open your legs up and give him babies. We don't tell our children this. And so part of the desperation that we see a lot of our women operating off of is out of ignorance. So I can't be too hard, because this is desperation that's been passed on from generation to generation. And also, ladies, I'm going to tell you this. If your daughters see you operating off of desperado mode, you're going to pass off a legacy of desperation to your daughters just by how you act. Especially if you're a single mother and your daughters grew up watching you dating. They grew up watching how you move and how you act around these men. They grew up watching you crying over these men and fighting over these men. Because I'm telling you, we in a generation now where a lot of our kids have actually seen their parents dating, and they've experienced how their mothers have acted with men. They saw how you was not holding the man accountable for his fuckery. They see it all. Our children are not stupid. And so that's the desperation also that you pass down as a legacy. Because by your example, you have taught your daughters that this is how they're supposed to act around men. I'm over here wiping my truck down and talking to you all at the same time. So I hope you guys don't mind if I'm a little distracted here. But I'm trying to get up out of this yard and disinfect my truck at the same time. Let me see what you're talking about in premature. You said, I've seen people so trifling they allowed the lights and gas to be cut off with little kids in the house and living by candlelight, but nobody want to get a job. They waited in GA, true story. Wow, that's crazy. But you're right. I've seen stuff like that too. I had. And that's that lazy trifling spirit. That's the reason why I said, a lot of this whole get the bag shit. If you are not also teaching women about doing things for themselves, self-improvement, and they themselves, being a woman that's worthy of the type of man that they want, then you ain't teaching nothing. Because what you're gonna do, you're gonna attract a whole bunch of bum ass females that didn't want to work anyway. And I'm telling you what's happening. They're gonna use this whole get the bag thing as an excuse. Well, my man, I want my man to take care of me. As other races of women, they man take care of them and blah blah blah. But in reality, a lot of females from other races have their own shit together too before they get married. They had their own little dreams and aspirations together too. Not saying that, some of them wasn't living at home with their mama and just looked up on the baller. That does happen and ain't nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it. But, I always tell my daughters, don't never put yourself in a situation with a man where you do not have the ability to take care of yourself on your own if need be. I would never tell any female to have just one particular way that she want to be taken care of. If your whole mission would get the bag is to be taken care of for the rest of your life, and you be dependent on this one person for the rest of your life, you put your life basically in this other person's hands. You a fool. You are a damn fool. Good morning, Viper Sniper. You on your way to work too, huh? I would never tell my daughters to put everything in the hands of a man. And I know that a lot of people ain't gonna like how that sounds, but I'm just telling you, none of us got crystal balls. None of us know when anything can go south. Because you can think something is good, and then a person will pull the switcheroo on you. I've seen people in 10-year relationships, and all of a sudden somebody fall out of love. Guess what? Somebody got to move. Somebody got to start learning how to take care of themselves. And I keep telling everybody, nothing in life is guaranteed. Not nothing. You're always supposed to have a plan B, C, D, E, F, and G. Because you get with a guy and you think that he's making a decent salary when he has 75,000 a year, right? You're only gonna get so much alimony off of that. You're only gonna get so much child support off of that. Your ass still gonna have to get a job to take care of you and your kids if that man decide that he don't want you no more. And that's the thing that a lot of these get the bag people ain't telling you. A lot of these get the bag folks ain't telling you that. You focusing on getting the bag, but what if the bag don't work out? Then what? Do they ever have a what if the bag don't work out talk with you? Nope, they not having that talk because that what if the bag don't work out talk don't sell. They don't make money off of what if it don't work. And then of course, if it don't work, they gonna blame you for not having for not being what you should be as a woman, which I feel is bullshit. Miss J said you in the wrong community if you're looking for someone with for a bag. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Ain't too many black men out here got that type of bag, that these women are looking for. And I think a lot of these relationship coaches are disingenuous for taking these people money and not telling them that they got them competing with just a small 20% of the black male population that actually got a bag to speak of. Now, if you want a bag, you will definitely have to date out and expand your options and compete with non-black women for a broader spectrum of men that actually got the bag. But we don't want to talk about none of that. Let's see here. Let me get my navigation going here. I go to the same place every day where they still want you to put the navigation on. I think they tracking us through this navigation. But whatever. I'll do it anyway. It's what they require. Let's see here. In my time reporting system is T-sheets. Clock in. I was here at 2:15. So I'm just gonna adjust my time. 15 minutes. Cool. Right, looks like I am ready to peel out here. Hold on. Sorry, guys, I'm sitting up here trying to get my life together here. Miss J said, yeah, they are definitely tracking me. I feel it. I be thinking that all the time, that they are tracking me. Let's see, is that other door locked? Yep, I don't want nobody jumping in my truck because I didn't lock the passenger side. I've seen that happen to drivers a lot. That's how they be getting hijacked. When you hear about these UPS drivers getting hijacked and people that jumped in their truck, is because they left their door unlocked 9 times out of 10. But how else would they be able to get inside your truck? Pulling on out of this here lot slowly. There we go. This lot is tight. Can't even hardly get out the parking space. All right, I'm out now. Now I can focus back on what I was talking about here. Yeah, I think it's a scam too, Miss J. Like I said, these women, I believe that they know what the the stats are. I know that they know that there's a small 20% of black men that actually have a bag to speak of, and some of them have actually gotten smart and started talking about black women expanding the options to get the bag. Like Crystal and Carrison have always spoke on expanding the options. She's the only one that I can say that's really legit because number one, she's living the lifestyle that she's preaching, and she's always maintained that there isn't enough black men, that for what we want. That if you really want, a man that's on your level, you're gonna probably end up having to expand your options and date out. So she's been the only person that has been, how can I say, legit, and she's always had the same message from day one. So I have to give Crystal and Harrison her props on that. She's the only legit one. The rest of them, that sit up here and talk about that whole get the bag thing, and then they only relegating you to black men. I can't really take them seriously because I'm a numbers person. And when I look at the numbers and I look at what they talking about, and I look at the number of women that want the bag and the man to take care of them and all that type of stuff, and if you talking about getting the bag and just staying within the black community, it's not possible. It's just not. And see, I'm not going to sit up here and gaslight and lie to nobody. And I know it's probably going to be a lot of people mad at me. They're going to be coming for me, tearing my looks down. Oh, she ain't even feminine. She a truck driver. She working in a non-feminine job. You know how they do when you start telling the truth on their ass. They start trying to tear you down after that. But all I got to say is don't hate me because I just told the truth. Because remember, I'm not the one out here lying, talking about every black woman can get the bag in the black community. As there's no such thing. You're gonna have to date out. The numbers just ain't here for the get the bag type Negroes. And that 20%, they not even really checking for black women. They'll get with a dirty foot Latino before they get with a black woman. They love those Hispanic women once they start getting into that get the bag money. And that's another thing too. Black men, they ain't really checking for white women like that. They really, 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 our biggest competition would be the Hispanic women. That's who they really, really desire. Because those Hispanic women, when they're young, they got the sister booties. They got the big butts, the titties, and the light skin and the long hair that they like. But boy, do they age fast. Now, when they're young, they look like they got the sister features in their bodies, but they age like white women. And that's the only thing a lot of these brothers don't like. And you talk about a race of women that's saucy. You talk about a race of women that got attitudes. Them Hispanic women take the cake. They are even more violent. They the ones, they will hit you faster than black women, actually. I saw this one Hispanic lady go ham on her husband. But as a group, as a race, they are pretty violent because the men are kind of violent too. Hey, what's up, Doug? Y'all know I'm telling the truth. I do not sit up here and gaslight and lie. I'm over here. I live around. I live around. They ghetto and violent, and then they like to, kind of go in between their the black side and the white side. They real good about doing that, and they think they much better than you. And what I'm seeing now is a lot of Hispanic people aligning themselves with white supremacy and trying to carve out their little niche as far as becoming empowered as a group. Now they practice group economics to the hilt. Miss J said Latinas age worse than whites. They first kid and the looks go down and don't come back. Exactly. And to be honest with you, I said this before. For women, what really starts the aging process really, really fast is pregnancy. And see, a lot of people don't believe me when I say this. Now, black women, we can have two, three, four babies. It'll take maybe about 3 or 4 kids before our bodies start seeing a little collateral damage. But you're right, the Latina women, the first baby, that's it. Butt done got flat, titties done fell. They look like a refrigerator. But for us, actually our first kid might actually improve us. Our titties might get plumper, our hips may get wider, we might get a little booty, but our stuff is still, firm. We're still sitting up. Second baby don't do too much damage, but about that third or fourth baby, that's when we start really, seeing the damage. Uh, who is this? Pretty Black says, y'all remember Lorena Bobbitt cut off his you know what. Yep, yep. Like I said, those Hispanic women, they be having tempers. I mean, I live around them, and then like the ones that's mixed, the black Hispanics or the black Mexicans, or I don't know what they are. Don't get me to lying about what race he is and stuff like that, because then I have Cynthia G make a whole little podcast talking about how ignorant I sound, calling the Hispanics Mexican and calling them a race, and I'm not doing that. I'm not calling them a race. I don't have no other way to describe Hispanic people, but to say Hispanic. That's my way of just letting you know I'm talking about that group. Not saying that Hispanic or Mexican is a race. I know that's not a race, but that's my way of saying what the group is. I know that there are black Hispanics and white Hispanics, black Mexicans and white Mexicans, but we get into semantics too much when we got people overcorrecting all the time because they want to be smart. But at any rate, yeah, they are. They are pretty violent people. That's all I got to say. I got a couple of them before I move into my house, and I'm almost finished moving all the way into my house. Got a few more things that I got to get, and I'll be glad to get the hell out from around these folks. But them white Hispanics that live upstairs from me, I will not miss them at all. Because all they do is fight and argue all the time. I mean, the police get called up there. I would say if I had to count every other month, the police is up there. Oh yeah, and they men are just outright funny looking. But I ain't gonna lie though. Now, when the men are young, it's just the same thing with the men when the men are young. Hispanic men, white Hispanic men, they be having some nice ass bodies. I'm talking about when they young, they be all chiseled up and everything, and they got the little tattoos and stuff. And I don't even really like tattoos, but I saw one the other day. He was jogging, girl, whoo, baby, that young man was built, okay. But I don't know what happens to them. Like when they get middle age, they get the gut, they butt get flat, and they just start looking like Super Mario. Just a big old round Mexican man. That's what they all turn into these round, shapeless people. Pretty Black says Faith is telling the truth. I have some Mexican neighbors and she fights like a crazy woman every day, all day. I don't get no peace. Yes. And they kids, I'm telling you, do not live underneath a Mexican family. I don't know what it is, but them kids got heavy feet. They be stomping. Like they don't just walk through the house. They stomp through the house. Heavy footed people. So you never want to live above their ass. And they don't know the concept of telling their kids to go somewhere and sit the fuck down. But yeah, I will not be missing that at all. Pretty Black said that's that beer they drink. I believe you. Miss J said because they fat as fuck. Okay, look, we over here bashing the Mexicans. I feel all racist and everything, but they are though. I ain't gonna lie. They them some big ass motherfuckers. I mean, and all they do all day is eat them damn burritos. What do you call them? Fajitas. Them the most fajita eating motherfuckers I ever seen in my life with them refried beans. They love them fajitas and that refried bean stuff. And I know one thing, I like actual beef in my tacos, but that the beef that they be putting in their tacos, they be putting that big ass chunky ass beef in their tacos. And I know that that's the original, Mexican taco or whatever, but I can't deal with it. I got to have real ground beef in my tacos, not that big ass chunky ass beef. I got to sit up there and chew hard, trying to eat my daggone burrito. I'm chewing a big ass chunk of meat, you know. It's taking up my whole lunch break because I got to chew this big ass piece of meat. They love putting that big ass meat in they burritos and they fajitas. I don't know what the hell that is. They don't ground they shit up. I don't like that shit. Doug said they look like the Tasmanian devil with big backs, both men and women. You're right about that. I don't know what it is about them big ass backs, but they be looking like Quasimodo. Some of them get big enough. They had that big ass hump that grow on their back. I believe the Hunchback of Notre Dame was actually a Hispanic person. I think they got that character off a Hispanic person. Personally, Pretty Black. Yeah, them Puerto Ricans do be fine. Like I said, when I first started driving trucks, I was training with this young guy, and he was from Puerto Rico. Whoo, girl, he was built. I'm talking about his chest. I mean, he had a big old broad chest, and I'm not talking about no bird chest. I'm talking about a nice chiseled chest. I'm talking about some them arms, muscles. Woo! But I know in just a few short years, all of that is gonna go to shit. All of that is gonna go to shit. I'm gonna run into the same fine 20-year-old Mexican. It's been about what, 8 years? Yeah, that's about right now. He'll probably be like 30 something. Yeah, he'll probably be fat and out of shape. So yeah, you can't even look at the men, being young and fine because they only got a good 10-year shelf life before they go to shit. But at any rate, y'all done derailed me off my topic because I can talk about all the fine men that I have seen over my trucking career, and I have seen some fine men. I've been all over this thing. But ain't nothing finer than a black man. I ain't gonna. I kid you not. Black don't crack. Our men stay fine for a long time, the same way as our women do. Same way as our women do. And see, this is what I don't understand about us as a group. We got the best genetics. We got the best genetics out here, hands down. But yet, black men with they big headed, dumb, stupid selves, they want to sit up here and they want to dilute the black gene with the white Hispanic, because they ain't never know people of color. They gonna get with the whitest thing that's on the other side and call it black, like Tyrese. Tyrese got with that white Hispanic woman talking about some his black queen. and she had to bust him out and tell everybody, "No, I'm not black." Lying ass. I don't know why they want to dilute the black gene with their subpar genetics. I don't know why they want to do it. And then it got the nerve to call what they make with them black. Got the nerve to call it black. It's a delusion of what we currently have. Because I know some mixed people that don't age well too. What's her name? Oh, she aged terribly. That mixed chick, that Creole looking chick that was on Different World. She played Whitley Gilbert. What's her name? She aged horribly. Some of these mixed people don't age well at all, especially them half and halves. Yeah, they want them light skinned kids with good hair. This son of a bitch. How the hell you jumping in front of me? I'm a whole truck and you gonna jump in front of me and put on your brakes. You know I should have just ran him off the road. I would have been just perfectly fine. Oh, Jasmine Guy. Yeah, that's who it was. Oh yeah, Lisa Bonet did age bad. I forgot about her. Yeah, it's a lot of these mixed chicks and mixed men that's aging bad. Cause it's what's that other that black actor? He's a guy. I forget his name, but he ain't looking too good no more either. Yeah, a lot of these half and half people, they don't age well at all. I'm gonna think of his name in a minute. Yeah, yeah, I seen her. I saw her. Pretty black. She did age terrible. But also, I kind of think that the drugs had a lot to do with it too. If we talking about Lisa Bonet, because I do recall that she was on drugs. But yeah, ladies, we got to really, really watch ourselves and how we are conducting ourselves around each other, around our children. Because if we sit up here and we exude this level of desperation, and these men do pick up on it, these men pick up on the desperation real quick. They know what it is. They know the women that will take a lot of shit, and they know the women that ain't gonna take their shit. As a matter of fact, if you're a woman that don't take a whole lot of shit, I'm gonna tell you, you'll probably find yourself alone more times than anything because guys know, yeah, she ain't gonna put up with me for too long. They already know, and they gonna go with that know nothing ass female that they can keep getting over on because they know that she gonna be the one that's gonna deal with his lying, cheating, having other women, and all of that. It have happened to me. I've had a guy come and tell me, he was like, you know what? I know that you ain't gonna be the type that's gonna deal with me. He came out and told me that shit. And when he told me what program that he be on with his women, I said, yeah, you are absolutely right. Because I'm definitely not with that program. If you want your life, you will not fuck with me like that. Because I'll be the one going to jail for having shot your ass. Fucking with me. Oh yeah, they go to the lowest bidder. Then I never forget one time I went out on a date with a guy. We went to this all you can eat seafood buffet, and he wanted to go to the hotel on the first night. And so he was trying to, work his little talk in or whatever. And I'm real good at catching bullshit when I hear it. Like when I hear the bullshit, I can just hear the tone of your voice. And even with the tone of your voice, I know where you're going with your bullshit. And I have a bad habit of when I hear some shit, everything that I'm thinking flashes across my face. And I gave him a look, and he was like, "Damn." He was like, "Nah, you ain't that type, is you?" And he just looked at me, and he knew I wasn't that type. They know who to pull this shit with. They know who to pull their shit with. You can be fine as hell, but if you ain't got no standards about yourself, and you the type of female that's gonna be down for whatever, that's how they gonna treat you. You're gonna be a down for whatever type chick. They not gonna appreciate you being fine for them every day, keeping your nails done for them every day. They not gonna appreciate any of the shit that you're doing because you a doormat. You don't pretty much just you might as well just lay yourself across the floor every time they cross a threshold and let them walk on you. And then you wonder when you see this same man how they interact with other people, especially other women. Have you ever witnessed a man be one way with you, or even if you just witness a man with another woman? Because see, they ain't gonna do that shit to me because it don't fly with me. But I have seen my girlfriends with their guys, and their guys would disrespect them, talk to them any old kind of way, just be like just foot in the ass all the time. But then when I come around, they got a whole different demeanor with me because they know not to pull that shit with me. You not gonna talk to me like you talk to her. And I'm not even a woman, but they know this about me. They know they gonna get that work. Have you ever just peeped that? These guys be knowing who they can pull that shit with. Miss J said, I'm not about that timeshare penis relationship or polygamy. Polygamy. I love it. Miss J said, I'm not about that timeshare penis relationship or polygamy lifestyle. I got to use that. Miss J, I am still in that. Polygamy. Right. Exactly. Want to practice polygamous lifestyle. Ain't nobody got time for that. And then I got to help you, by the way, support polygamy. I gotta help you because all of us gotta work because you ain't got the bag. You can't take care of all of us and all our kids. So I gotta help you be polygamous. I like that. Let me see what y'all talking about here. Pretty Black said, all true. These men can smell the desperation a mile away, will use you and abuse you if you let them. Absolutely. Absolutely. And and here's the thing. These men will sit up here and they will try to demonize you for having standards. And we've already, seen this online. But they will demonize you. They will try to bring you down a peg. They will tell you that you ain't nobody. You ain't bringing nothing to the table. You ain't this. You ain't that. Because they want you to lower that branch. And once you get to lowering the standards and conditioning yourself to put up with some stuff that you ain't comfortable with. This is how women be getting talked into doing threesomes, by the way. By the way, this is how a lot of females get talked into doing threesomes. The desperation. This is where you got a lot of females running around here talking about they bisexual. The desperation. Knowing good and daggone well they not bisexual. only a few of them might legitimately be, but the rest of y'all bisexual. You're like bisexual, I'm just here, cause this nigga like this shit. I'm bisexual. You ain't bi nothing. You ain't bisexual. Pretty Black said, Faith, I have seen women work, pay all the bills, and dude does nothing. He will get a new woman, work, and take care of her kids with no problem. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They don't appreciate you. When you work in desperado mode, that man is sitting back and he's using you as a startup woman because he sees the desperation in you. He see that you don't have no type of dignity about yourself and how you carry yourself and what it is that you're willing to take. And nobody likes a loser. That's the same thing I tell my kids. I tell them all the time, nobody likes a loser. When you walk around with this loser mentality, this desperation to the mentality, that's a loser mentality. Nobody likes a loser. Everybody loves a winner. And winners don't put up with that type of shit. When you got a winning mindset, do you think you sitting up here telling yourself as a winner that you're sharing your penis? Yeah, that sounds like a winner to me. I'm going to share my penis with other women and then fight. Fight the other women, not him. Because, it's not his fault they want his penis. I'm going to fight the females because I can't make him mad. Because that's the last penis on earth. Does that sound like a winning mentality? Sounds like a loser to me. Sounds like a loser that's trying to hold on to a trophy that's not theirs. But yet, here we are in 2020. We got proud side chicks. In 2020, we actually got females walking around here talking about they would rather be a side chick to a man that got money than a main chick to the broke dude. And in theory, that makes a lot of sense when you think about it. If you're going to do something stupid like that, it should be with something. The guy should make it worth your while. He should have money. But at the same time, where's your dignity? So you basically saying that you would just rather take second dibs. You would rather be second choice. You don't want to be the queen. And then even if he did crown you and put the ring on your finger and everything else, if you're a queen, then how come he ain't treating you like one? Because no king will step out on his queen to be with a peasant. But yet here we are accepting this type of behavior. And we'll sit up here and say, well, I got the ring and he paid the bills and well, I'll just overlook some things because that's what men do. Men gonna cheat. Ain't nobody faithful. This is what we sit up here and tell ourselves. And we got females that'll go onto their platforms, and God bless them, they will run this rhetoric to other black women, and we just don't understand that we create the environment that we hate by doing stuff like this, by giving each other these messages instead of saying, hey, sister, we are in a hostile environment where we are tearing and clawing each other's eyes out over these no nothing, no good ass men that ain't treating us right. How about we get some dignity about ourselves and we don't take no shit off nobody? And I do mean nobody. So even if we decide that we don't even want to date within the culture, We not gonna take no shit outside the culture either. We not gonna take no shit outside the race either. We're gonna expand these options, and we're gonna start holding men in general accountable for the way that they treat us. And once we start as a group elevating ourselves like this, as we if we start as a group of women putting all men on notice that we are not bottom shelf females, then these men will have no choice but to treat us as such. They will have no choice but to treat us as top shelf females if we conduct ourselves as top shelf females. Let's see here. Miss J say, Faith, what's worse than cheating is how they have to humiliate the wife, bringing diseases and side babies in the relationship. Other cultures cheat, but do it more discreetly. Exactly. But here's the thing. If I ever have to know that you cheated, that means that your ass ain't got no business cheating at all. I don't care if you cheated and you didn't bring the side baby. The mere fact that it got back to me tells me that you don't need to be doing this shit. Cause see, here's the type of female I am. Not well, the type of woman that I am. The mere fact that you cheated is a level of disrespect, and that's a trust level that you ain't never, ever, 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 ever gonna get back. That you would have to do a hell of a lot to regain my trust after you do it one time. One time. And I'm telling you, the one time may actually make me leave your ass. If I stay, I must really, really give a fuck about you. And that's a big if. Big if. Now, you ain't got to have no kids or none of that. You ain't even got to bring me no disease. Just the mere fact that I know you out there putting me at risk. I'm gone. And that's the level we all got to get on, but we scared. We scared to get on that level. We sit up here and say we give men outs all the time. We give men a whole lot of outs. Well, cheating, there's no reason to throw away a marriage and a relationship. And I'm telling you, that's the weakness in us. Because we'll start sitting up here rationalizing some shit, thinking about a pension. We thinking about properties and all this other type of stuff. And you're gonna still get his pension and his properties, by the way, if you leave his ass. So that's just a fucking excuse. You just want that nigga. And you don't care if he cheating on you or not. You just want to be able to say you got somebody. And I'm telling you, if we create an environment where females with no nothing ass niggas don't get no type of clout, we will finally stop it. But if right now the environment is we looking up to females that got these no nothing ass Negroes. That's the environment that we're in now. We actually got women that are envious of women that are in relationships with these no nothing ass men. And we know they ain't shit. But we're still envious of their relationship. And so therefore the desperation will continue because we breed this in our culture. And what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to tell you that we need to reset the clock and change the way that we think and do things. We got to stop praising women simply for getting married. Now we have to start praising women for the type of men that they marry. If you marry a known scoundrel, I'm not gonna give you no props for it. Sister, I'm not giving you no props for marrying a known scoundrel. Let's see. Pretty Black says these men go from women to women in the same neighborhood, and they allow it because it's a man shortage. Exactly. But now I'm saying we need to reset this clock. Now, instead of us holding women in high esteem just because they managed to get a ring, I managed to get a ring. I managed to get engaged again. Okay, I can probably get married again if I want to. I got another Negro that's begging. It's not hard. It really ain't. You can be a halfway decent woman and and get asked to be married. All you have to do is just not be out here doing all the stuff that they see these random chicks out here doing, and they will see you as marriage material. It really ain't hard. So this whole get the bag thing and get the ring and all this type of stuff, it is really not difficult. Just stop being a hoe. Stop smoking cigarettes. Get in the gym. Act like a halfway decent human being. You'll get proposed to. Cause these niggas ain't they're not used to seeing stuff like that. They not. That's it in a nutshell. I just saved y'all $300. It really ain't hard. Ms. J said, Faith, a lot of women like the drama and dysfunction. I agree. We need to stop giving them attention and support. I dropped my bestie because all she wanted to do was cry about it, but take no advice. Exactly. Exactly. They want to. I had one girlfriend tell me that she did not want any solutions for her poor relationship and what she was going through, the abuse that she was going through. She said she just wanted to vent and get things off her chest. And I told her, I said, when you come to me and you dump all your emotional baggage off on me, I said that's an energy that stays with me after you're done dumping your emotional shit. I said I am not your emotional baggage dumpster. I said either we gonna get together and do something about it, but you're not gonna keep coming to me with the same stuff over and over again, and you don't intend to change. I said, I'm only going to listen to this for so long. And everybody in my family told me I was wrong. Yeah, I got the smackdown. I got the pushback because I said I didn't want to hear the shit no more. And I meant it. I turned around. I doubled down on it because everybody in my family is on my Facebook. And all my friends and everybody that I went to school with. I doubled down on that shit. I said, listen, I don't give a damn. I put a post. I said, I don't give a damn if y'all was married for 10 years. If your marriage was 10 years of hell and you kept calling me and complaining about that motherfucker, don't invite me to your 10-year wedding anniversary. I'm not going, bitch. And I meant it. And they was mad at me. They was mad at me, but I'm not celebrating no 10 years of bullshit. 10 years of him cheating on you, kicking your ass. He done caused you to have 3 miscarriages. This nigga caused her to have 3 miscarriages. And I'm going to celebrate 10 years of what again? Not me. I'm not going. I got food at home. Pretty Black says, Faith telling the truth. This morning we see sisters on divorce court who married no good men and they know he's not good for them, holding on, being desperate for years. Exactly. Exactly. And see, the thing about it is, I'm not the type of person that's crass. Now, she asks me how come I don't listen to her anymore when she talks to me about their relationship. And I told her, and then she went and ran back and told everybody that I was not being supportive. And so I was even more infuriated by the fact that she want to run back and make it seem like I'm the one doing something wrong. Nah, that's that Negro that you with. Don't try to make me the bad guy because I'm tired of both of y'all. I'm tired of hearing about both of y'all. I don't want to hear about that shit no more. And I'm telling you, it's an emotional strain, especially like the people that I allow in my inner circle. If you're in my inner circle, I give a fuck about you. I really do. That's how much I am. I give a fuck. And it was hurtful to me watching her get walked all over like she was nothing. And then the person that I suspect that he's cheating on her with, and I suspect that she know too, because it's a member of her own family. He treat that woman like gold. Now he trampling on, walking all over you, treating you like you nothing, but he not leaving you. And this is the other thing. I don't understand men that do this, by the way. This has always been a mystery to me. Can y'all explain why do these men they get with these women that they abuse, they trample on, they act like they don't love these women, but they stay with these women. They stay with them, it seems like just to abuse them. Or they'll leave and come back and keep doing the same thing over and over again. I just don't. See, stuff like this is what Faith don't understand. I've never understood the dynamics of relationships like that, and I'm quite sure somebody is a psychiatrist out here, and they can tell me why that is. Yes, at Fix Me, I am an empath. I do. I feel deeply for other people's situation, and that emotional stuff, it's draining. It's very draining. That's the reason why I had to learn to protect myself a long time ago, because people will emotionally drain you if you are an empath, because you feel what everybody's going through very deeply. And I tell people all the time, I can't do it no more. I used to do it. I'm an emotional wreck. Like right now, I got high blood pressure because of years and years of me dealing with other people emotional shit. Like when they was going through it, I was going through it too. I'd be balled up in the bed crying and depressed over somebody else's shit. And I had to stop that. I had to protect myself, because these people, they will come and dump their emotional bullshit on you, and they'll do it for years and years and years, and they do not want to take no type of advice. They don't want to have no type of solution for their problem. They just want to come and dump their emotional stuff on. And I'm all for listening and being a friend and being there, for moral support, emotional support. But I can't call myself a true friend if I'm just going to keep listening to you hitting the wall over and over again, and not tell you that maybe you should stop running into the wall. Because, sister, you're hurting yourself. You keep hitting the same wall, and sister, you're getting bruised. You're hurting yourself. You're killing yourself. If you keep running into this wall, you're going to die. I would not be a friend if I didn't point that out. And I don't know about the rest of you, but I don't enjoy watching train wrecks. I don't enjoy watching stuff like that, especially if the person that I love and care about is on that train. I don't like watching train wrecks. At Bixby says, I stopped talking to my best friend because it was hurting me hearing how bad he treated my friend. He told her that if she stays with him, I have to leave. Wow. Wow. And see, and that's what a lot of abusers do. They try to alienate the person from the people that care about them the most because they know that these people are going to counsel them to leave them. So they tell the person that they can no longer be friends with these people. And they start dictating to the person who they can be friends with and who they can't be friends with. And usually they surround them by a lot of weak people that's not going to tell them anything better to do with themselves. Pretty Black says, I mean, look at Ayana Fix My Life. She's making money from the black woman's misery. Too many women in pain, like it's normal. Exactly. But here's the thing, we create the environments that we find ourselves in. Like I said earlier, if black women finally got a code of conduct where we say, you know what, sister, you are off code. If we pull each other's coattail and let each other know when we are off code, we would have a better environment because you got to teach people how to treat you. And as a whole, as a group, black women have basically put out the bat signal. We done pretty much let men know that we down for man sharing. Even though we sit up here and emphatically say, oh no, not me, I wouldn't do it. But then in the same breath, we'll say stuff like, well, if he cheat, that's not a reason to break up a marriage or relationship and we got kids. We'll start explaining away the reason why we man sharing. That's what you're doing. You're making excuses for why you're doing the very thing that you said that you didn't want to do. And we got to start calling each other out from that. Now, when I hear women saying dumbass shit like that, sister, you off code. You off code. Well, the children got to have a daddy. Who said they won't have a daddy? It's just that you will not have that no good ass nigga in your life tearing you down. Because that's not a good environment for you or your children. See, all these excuses that we come up with to put up with bullshit just to say that we got a man. We are the reason why our environment sucks. And then we got the proud side chicks running around here. They see married men and they get giddy with delight at tearing up a family. You don't love your sister. You're selfish. You sit up here and actually get pregnant by a man who is married with children. And you think you did something big. You think that you done showed the other woman that, oh, you all of that. Her man wants you. This is the backwards thinking that we got going on in our community. Backwards thinking. Oh, I could have your man if I want to. Type bitches. I can't stand them type of bitches. If I wanted your man, I could have him. Or I took your man because I opened my legs and he slept with me. Type bitches. I wiggle my ass in front of your man's face and got his attention for 2 seconds type bitches. I showed some cleavage and your man was all up in my chest and trying to get my number type bitches. Yo, this is what we got going around in the community. I got 10 seconds of attention type females. 10 seconds of male attention from your man. And now I feel good about myself. I done accomplished something type females. Pretty Black says, yes, Faith, they tell you I took him because you didn't do your job type mess. I see it. Yes. And the thing about it is, some of these men ain't nothing to take. Some of these men are always on the borderline of fucking somebody else. There's some thirsty ass men out here. Can I just be honest? The average black man is thirsty. Just go on OnlyFans and look at them. Go on Instagram. You ain't even got to go on OnlyFans. Go on Instagram. Let's just be honest. The grave majority of them are thirsty. So if you think that you did something by getting a thirsty ass Negro to look at you, you need to really go somewhere and reevaluate your life. I'm middle aged and these thirsty ass Negroes be looking at me. It's not hard. It really ain't hard. You ain't accomplished shit because a thirsty ass Negro looked at you. Because a thirsty ass Negro fucked you. You ain't accomplished anything. What have you accomplished? When a woman has a good man that they are both building a solid, strong black family, that is when you have accomplished something. And these are the types of relationships that we should give reverence to. Now, you got a lot of black men that'll sit up here and they try to justify their cheating by saying that the people back in the olden days didn't just break up for cheating. Grandma knew about grandpa's side women's and all that type of stuff. And because grandma was desperate and held on to grandpa, you should be the same way too. Just keep the party going. And I told you a long time ago, faith is here to stop the party. Faith is here to end that particular party. I want to go to a different party. I want to go to a party where the people actually dress up and act dignified. I'm tired of going to the twerking parties where the people are all rowdy and anything goes. So faith is here to stop the party because I'm tired of that party. Pretty Black said, Faith girl, you doing the most with this message. Thirsty men all over the place. It's an epidemic on social media now in real life. Exactly. Oh yeah. And here's the thing. Our desperation trumps their desperation. Now, isn't that something? When your desperation can actually be worse than their desperation. Because see, they're desperate for sex. It is just clear that the average black man is ruled by his penis. It's clear. But it's even worse that even with these men being ruled by their penis, they are still walking all over us and treating us like doormats, even though they're desperate. Our desperation trumps theirs. Because even though they will probably do anything for sex, we would do even more just to keep them. Once they bust the nuts, they done with you. And you know they done with you. So now what you're doing is you're going to do anything to keep them after they done bust that nut. Because even you know that your little funky ass cooch wasn't enough to keep them around. But here's the thing. How about maybe he ain't worth keeping around? How come we don't never tell ourselves, is this guy really worth it? Because sometimes we grabbing hold to something and we going all out our way for a no nothing ass Negro. That's really a throwaway. This is a throwaway dude. His life is guided by his penis. He is not worried about securing a family. He is not worried about taking care of a wife. He's not worried about any of these things. These are things that we need to identify early on. Early on, you know what this guy is about, but you're going to try to make him into what you want him to be. Because you ready to settle down. You ready to have a title. And these guys will hand out false titles in a minute. They will give you a false title just so you can shut up. I submit to you today. These men will give you a false title just so you can shut up. Because when they come through to get that cooch, they don't want to hear you running your mouth about no relationship or none of that. So they will give you a false title just so you can shut up. And it'll pacify you. And you're running around with this false sense of, I got a man, but you really ain't got nothing. He just shut you up. Or he done bought you a bubblegum ring. He done bought you a ring that he got out the Cracker Jack box just so you can shut up. See, I mean it when I said I'm here to stop the party. Because you guys need to hear this. You need to hear this. When I say that these men play so many games, this is what I'm talking about. But they can't play the game without you, sis. So when you're out here talking about the games these men play, what about the games that you play with yourself? Yes. Pretty Black says, build a nigga is what I see. Engaged for 20 years, no marriage, a bubblegum ring to keep you quiet. Exactly. Miss J says, my mom fasted and prayed to God to marry my dad. When she told me this nonsense, I was livid. She threw away her life and birthed children into chaos and bullshit. I'm still kind of mad, to be honest. And I know exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. These women will sit up here and say God sent them their husband. And then when you really, really get to looking at that relationship, God sent them a man that cheat on them, don't pay no bills, have all these outside children. God must not like you if he gave you that bullshit. Me and God gonna have to have a conversation. God, I asked for a man, a good man, and you sent me this. What's up? And I bet you God would say, I did not send that to you. Satan did. See, a lot of these women be sitting up here talking about some God sent them a man, and they took the first thing that happened along. But actually, Satan sends men too. But y'all don't want to, talk about how Satan will send you a man. This man will be sent straight from hell. And y'all will swear up and down that this is your God-given husband that cheating on you, kicking your ass, and having all these outside children. Sounds like Satan sent him, hon. Says Satan, that God didn't send you that. Okay, God would not send you no mess like that. But we'll sit up here and we'll try to tie a bow around shit and call it chocolate. We'll dress some shit up in a minute just so we can look good to our friends. And this is the type of culture that we're going to have to start calling each other out on. It's going to take the sisters to start changing their mindsets and looking differently at our relationships. And the sisters, when you see a sister in a relationship with a good man, be happy for her with her man. Don't sit up there and say that you want her man. It's okay for you to say, I want a man like that someday. But you should not be saying you want her man. Faith, I heard a black pastor on the radio saying black women need to get any man, do what he say. What? And be happy you got a man. The church leads us wrong. Absolutely. Absolutely. At Bixby says they give you the shut up ring just before Thanksgiving so that you will be pacified because all the major holidays between November and March he will spend with his wife. Exactly. Exactly. Miss J says these pastors are nothing more than pimps. Yes. And they are men too. Yeah, I don't know how many pastors done get um children outside of their marriage running around the church. You got Sister Connie Fuse running around the church with children that look just like the pastor. You got Sister I'm a Hellraiser running all the young women out the church because she don't want the pastor looking at nobody but her. Oh yeah, they all in the church. And you got deacon laying hands on everybody in the church too. The church is a big sex pool. And to me, there aren't a lot of men in the church today because the pimps of the church do not want real men in there. If there were ever to be real men in the church, they would kick Pastor ass. Pastor clocking lots of dollars and deacon laid hands on would get their ass kicked by real men. Therefore, they run all the real men out the church. If you in the church and you a sister in the church, the reason you single is probably because of pastor. Pastor done ran all your men off because he can't have all your money if you got a man telling you not to give all your money to pastor. Because your man gonna tell you if he love you. He gonna tell you the truth. Oh, good morning. Who is this? Nubian narcissist. Good morning. Yeah, so I'm just like I said, I'm just here trying to have this conversation. Cookie, oh my God. Hey, what's up, Cookie? What's up, Cookie? I'm so glad to see you down here. Now, Cookie is another one that sits here and she is raw and she tells it like it is too, y'all. Cookie will tell you in a hot second that these men are about and what game they be on and how we as women allow them to run this game on us. And I missed her panel the other night. I missed that panel too. I missed it. But Cookie is another one that's gonna give it to you in raw, no chaser. She's worse than I am. She's worse than me. I'm actually nice to y'all. I'm actually nice, and I'm not gonna call you out your name too much. I might say bitch here, hold there every now and then. But Cookie, she really gonna hurt your feelings. She really gonna hurt your feelings and tell you about yourself. What happened? Cookie, what happened? How you lose your channels? Hold on a second. Let me throw this link down here. Hold on. I ain't been on there in a minute. Hold on a second. Let me copy this to my clipboard. Girl, the StreamYard allows you to stream off your cell phone. So now you can host streams from your cell phone. I'm loving this. I done bumped myself off there for a second. I was trying to get this link up there. The only thing I don't like about it is it's hard to post the link. It's not like you posting the link from your computer. Let me see if I can get this link up here. There we go. Cookie, grab the link, Cookie. I can't believe they took your channels down. What the fuck? That's crazy. Now that's that bullshit. And see, that's the other thing too that's off code. You know, people going around flagging each other's channels because they don't like what you got to say. And that's the shit that happened to me a while back too. They flag your channels or they start stealing your subs or they tell people not to listen to your program anymore. You know, that's that bullshit. You know, and that, like I said, we really need to get on code with one another as sisters. Cause that flagging shit, that's what's not up right there. I can't get down with that flagging shit. To me, that's that pussy ass bullshit. Doug says, "Good morning, General Cooking." All right, hold on. I see Cookie down here. Add her to the stream real quick. What's up, sis?
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Hey, chat. What happened is like when I first signed up for when I first created my YouTube channel, when I created the second channel, I think I combined the channels together. So the one and the only Cookie Monster channel, which started out as Cluster Be Free Me, when I created the second channel, I linked those channels together. So even though the Cookie Monster channel, the second one, my backup channel is still there, I had to email Google to basically it's under review because that was connected to the main channel. Now, the video that was flagged the video that I did about Claudivia, because what happened was she made some disparaging comments. It's almost like after we had that stream the other day, um, there's not a doubt in my mind, Faith, that the reason why my channel is gone is because of jealousy and envy of Black women that the very, you know, when I thought about it last night, there were a couple of things that were brought to my attention. And I think that, that we wanted to talk about the topic of colorism, and we definitely are going to. But I think that there are a lot of women that have an issue with me being what what they refer to as the stereotypical dark skinned woman, loud, verbally aggressive, aggressive period. Um, you know, I guess, the just the stereotypical things that they would say about us as Black women. And what I came to discern is that a lot of these women are envious of, despite that stereotypical label, despite the stereotypical labels, a lot of the men in these spaces that these women are interested in, that I myself am not interested in, don't have any interest in being intimate with. I don't have any intimate relationships with any men on this platform because, quite frankly, I consider it mixing business with pleasure. Okay. I didn't come here to date. Okay. I came here to help other Black women with regardless of their skin tone, so that they avoid the pitfalls in relationships, in marriages, and possibly avoid the pain and suffering that I've experienced in my own life, finding out things through trial and error, going through that whole starter chick phase, dealing with colorism for 47 years on this planet. Okay, there's a reason why I look at things from the perspective that I look at things, the way I handle um, things, the way that I handle them. I don't participate in the colorism because I know that they use that. And I believe, it's the men that perpetuate it, so that it works to their advantage. If they can keep us divided, that gives them some measure of power because they can use that to play us against each other. It's the same way they do women of different races. So when I deal with these men, okay, and a lot of the more popular content creators, I think a lot of these women are attracted to these men. They have romantic interest in them. That doesn't matter whether they're married or whether they're in relationships. I don't think a lot of them care. And I think that they have a serious problem with the fact that, despite me being that stereotypical Black woman, mad Black woman, as they try to paint me, that the men that a lot of these women are attracted to, that they want, that they have a great deal of that they show me love and that they have respect for me. But a lot of them don't understand what I that at one time I had to really like go to war on this platform with these men to in some of the more bigger popular content creators in order to earn that respect. It's not something that was just handed to me or I just showed up and they just, respect me. You know, I pay dues,
And
and
that's exactly what I was just saying. That a lot of these men, they know which women that they can pull that bullshit on.
mhm,
And if you show that you are the type of woman that have standards and you're not just gonna lay down and take any your thing, then they are gonna give you respect. And I say that all the time. Nobody likes a loser. If you had the loser mentality that you're gonna allow these men to walk all over you, you just down for whatever, you're gonna do whatever, then that's how they're gonna treat you. Like whatever.
mhm.
And
And I don't think
you
they
haven't
get
allowed them to do that to you.
exactly. And I don't think that they get that that's why they do find me. That's why they do come into my space. That's why they do show me love because they know I'm not a pick me. They know I'm not somebody that's going to sacrifice everything for for their approval. And even though they don't, the other thing that they respect is that I allow them to have their opinion. I don't go over into their spaces disrespecting them, pushing off my ideology and my beliefs onto them. I don't go over there bothering them or disrespecting them. I stay in my own lane. That too they also respect, that I don't come into their spaces and try to dictate to them what they should be talking about, how they should feel, I don't dictate to them what their experience has been or what their perception should be. It is what it is. I respect that, and I respect our differences. So it's kind of like we have to coexist. And they also know I'm not a fan of censorship because we have to coexist in this same space. So the way that I avoid getting into confrontations with these dudes is to stay in my own lane. Now, if they come over into my space and they're not respectful, then they pretty much have a good idea of what's going to happen. But they know that I show them the same respect. The respect that they show me is reciprocated. That they know that I'm only going to disrespect them if they disrespect me or come into my space and be abusive to my mods or my subscribers. So there's that respect factor, but it wasn't always there. We had to like have a lot of wars and a lot of beefs on this platform in this sector for it to get to that point. So it's not something as if I just showed up and then all of a sudden, they show me love and they show me respect. No, I paid dues in this sector. I've been dragged for filth by everything you can think of, from my marriage to the fact that I have 7 children, to the fact that I've been to prison, to the fact that I'm dark skinned. I've been dragged by it all.
But the thing
So
about it is, even though they tried to drag you, you did not
mhm,
allow anybody to define you. And you did
correct,
not hold your head down and carry yourself as if you were ashamed of your life. And
correct.
this is what a lot of women on these platforms allow these men to do to them. They allow them to shame them. And
Hmm.
really and truly, that's not a winning mentality at all.
It's not. And the other thing I noted that when me and you were on the panel, and that's another thing that brought about jealousy and envy, because I'm not a one trick pony. And most of the content creators that come into my space they're very original, they're very creative. They're an amazing group of women. So the fact that we can do something other than beefing or ragging and roasting and dragging, and that we could actually have the conversation, and that I had a platform um, where the women could have that conversation. All of these things brought about jealousy and enmity. And there's no doubt that that played a factor into it. So, I had if and I got so much encouragement yesterday from other content creators, from my moderators, from subscribers that emailed me, that hit me up in Hangouts. And they were like, don't worry about it. We will start over new, and it'll be like you never lost something. You will build yourself back. And it was that from the different people, both men and women, that I talked to, because at some point it makes you question, why am I even doing this? Because this was done by the very same women that I used that platform to defend, the very women that I came to this platform in order to help or avoid them experiencing through trial and error the same pain and suffering that I had in my lifetime, to avoid those pitfalls. And I have a large following of millennials that follow me. So I have a responsibility, that to protect them, or I feel um, obligated to protect them or to keep them under my wing, because I know how many predatory individuals there are that are on this platform. I'm not new. I'm not a rookie in this sector. So I know who the predators are. Okay. And if they're preying on subscribers and other content creators, I have an obligation to expose or to call out those type of things, and not just, if someone is a detriment, or if there's an archetype of woman that's detrimental, they're not there for sisterhood. They're not there because they have a genuine interest in building anything. They're there because they have an interest in destroying. There's no reason why we should not have a network of Black women, something that's exclusive to us, okay, where we let in who we choose to let in, whether it's other women or whether it's other men. There's no reason why you should have that many articulate, beautiful, talented, charismatic, okay, intelligent, creative, artistic women in a space, and they not be turning this, using this social media platform in the same way non-Black women do, to create multiple streams of income. There's no reason why they all shouldn't have, whether it's a blog, whether it's a website, whether it's them selling their promoting their business, whether it's them promoting their podcast or a fucking YouTube channel. There's no reason why you should have that many women in the space and that not be going on. We haven't solidified a network. And the problem, so you have to eliminate problematic women from out of that circle, because they are there to destroy. They're not there to build anything, and they make it difficult for you to build anything. So yes, that needs to be called out. If it's an individual that's participant, that's why it was necessary for me to own what role I played in creating that toxic environment. Okay, that's why it was important for me to own who it was I doxed, whether or not I had been involved in doxing, and how bad it got, whose family was put at risk, whose government identity was floating around. It was necessary for me to own my role in that. If there was ever going to be a change in the dynamic, you had to start with a clean slate. So I was prepared for the smear campaigns. I was prepared for the slander. I was prepared for the dragging and the roast. I was prepared for all of it, but it wasn't going to stop me. Because again, I had a group of women that are probably 10 to 15 years my junior that I had a responsibility to. Because, and that's the way I felt about it. And I said, if I had it to do all over again, I wouldn't do anything different but expose them sooner. So I have no regrets about calling anybody that I called out, because it needed to stop. It had to stop. So
Absolutely. It should stop. And and I can't believe. Do you know who flagged your channels, Cookie?
I believe it was Claudiva, because I believe it was Claudiva, but she had to have help to do it. And I believe that Nyla participated in doing it with her. I know for a fact the other flags that I got on my channel were Nyla and China White. Now, the thing with Claudiva, and the reason why I did what I did to Claudiva, and basically I didn't dox her, she doxed herself. What Claudiva did, mind you, as I was roasting her, she got so bent out of shape because Suge was on my panel, okay, and because he was in my space. This is what this bitch did over a fucking man that I've never met in real life. I've never had any type of intimate uh association with this man ever. We don't have that type of relationship. She's so obsessed and so pressed over this man.
That's that
Okay.
desperation. That's that desperation.
Mhm. She started spreading the narrative and going to her platform, making statements like I was sucking his dick. Okay. And so I started dragging her. And I never used her photograph. I never doxed her in any way. I actually used other photographs in lieu of her photographs as I was dragging and roasting. When she I don't think she had ever seen me on camera before, but when I shared with my audience a snippet of my old videos of when I used to come on camera, a video actually I had did earlier in the year, okay? Um, she was so hell bent because, mind you, she had painted this narrative that I was ugly, that I was unattractive, that nobody wanted me, that I was probably fat. That's the reason why I talk from behind a black screen. And when I actually showed myself, she was so hard pressed to find some sort of flaw in me to make herself feel better, to make, to prove to everybody that she looked better. She actually typed, the only way she got this, and I'm going to tell you how I know that she did that, because when when I got doxxed over a year ago, but when I started doing the research to find out how to prevent doxing, one of the things that it was suggested to do was to type in your legal name into the Google search engine and to see what came up. That's something that I did. And at that time, it was supposed to be an anti-doxing campaign that me and Nyla says were participating in. Okay, or that we were supposed to be. Mind you, I didn't know that they had a history of doxing people and that that's something that they did before they even came to this platform. Okay, that was exposed by other people that they knew on Facebook before they came to the YouTube platform. Okay, so I wasn't aware of any of that. So I thought that we were actually, I had been doxxed before. So I thought that, and they had been doxxed. So I thought that this was going to be, or I came into it um, under the impression that we were supposed to be carrying out this anti doxing campaign. Okay. So we were doing the research. I was trying to help her with what I had learned to prevent doxing, to prevent people from being able to find your identity, find your relatives, and to put them in harm's way by putting that information out here on this platform simply because they didn't like something you were saying on YouTube or doing on YouTube or because you were opinionated. So that is how I know exactly where she got that photo from. That is a photo that comes up when you type in my government name. So therefore, she went off. She was so desperate to find some dirt on me or to find something about me that was unflattering that she could use to bring to this platform to humiliate me because she couldn't handle me dragging her and roasting her. She went and got a photo, and when one of my mods sent me the screenshot of the photo she took, I knew how she obtained that photo. At that point, all bets were off. Okay. And I told her before I even seen that photo, because I didn't know she had even showed a photograph of me. I said, you better hope to God that that fucking photo came from this platform. If not, as far as I'm concerned, that means that you took it off of YouTube. There's no reason for you to be typing my name in a Google search engine. I've never done it to you. I've had her legal name for quite some time. I've had Claudiva's legal government name since February, since she gave it to me, because she was being threatened allegedly with doxing. So she gave me her legal name and told me to look out for it. I never gave her legal name to anybody, and that includes Nyla. Okay. So I purposely stayed out of that situation with her and Uncle Suge. I stayed out of that situation between her and Okra Sinfree and her ex-friend Renee. And I told all of them, I'm not going to get involved in it. I've had my enough issues. I was trying to take my platform in a different direction. And once I had called out Nyla and Taz, I didn't want any parts of any beef at the time. I wanted to focus on my content. So I told them I was not going to get involved. The irony is, Uncle Suge actually respected that and did not pull me into that. And likewise, Okra and Renee did. Claudiva did not. She did. She had a problem with the fact that all of a sudden, this man that you spent that you had given $3,000 and flew halfway across the country during a fucking global pandemic to fuck. Now, because you have a problem with him, I'm supposed to have a problem with him too. Nyla and Taz are responsible for putting that narrative out there that there was something sexual going on between me and him. They went over there to her channel purposely with the specific intent of planting that fucking seed.
Now, how would they know what your relationship is with Suge?
Well, they lied. They lied about it. As I was exposing them, that is a part of what their response was. That the reason why I had made a truce with him is because we were fucking. Or
Wow.
because basically they painted this narrative that I was so lonely because my husband had abandoned me for a white woman, that the best that I could do was to was to get involved with Suge on an intimate level. That was the narrative that they painted from their platform. And they
But
went
they
over
but they
there.
had no proof of this.
They had no proof of that.
Wow.
And the reason why they wouldn't have any proof of that, because nothing like that ever happened. That's not true.
Now, see, this is how we have other women destroying other women on this platform via
Thank
the
you. Thank you.
jealousy
I'm
train.
sorry, Faith. I see Doug
Mhm.
down there. Thank you, Doug.
Oh,
Thank you.
Doug, thank you for the
Yeah.
$5.
Thank you, Doug. Shout
Yeah,
out to
I
Pretty
was gonna
Magic. I see her in the chat too. I can't.
I
Let
was
me
gonna
try to see if
mention
I see
that.
anybody else. But I shout out to the chat, everybody in the chat, in the mod squad. Hey, everybody. I'm sorry. I just wanted to acknowledge. I can see his comment there. You know. So, and that's
But
Pretty
I
Black
was I
Magic.
was
She's
gonna
very
say
supportive as well.
that this is the narcissism that you talk about, and also this is
Hmm.
the vitriol that black women have towards each other, and this is all over men. Every
Yes.
time there's this hatred and vitriol, there's a man somewhere in the midst.
Hmm.
And
Hmm.
all of this lying and backstabbing and double crossing that we do to each other. This is what I talk about this is what it looks like, guys, by the way. When I say clawing and gnawing each other's eyes out over these men, this
Yep.
is what it looks like. And this
And
is what I'm endeavoring to stop, and this is what Cookie is endeavoring to change as well. But
yep.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And no, but I no, I was saying that um well, the channel is going now, but that where you and I were on, the chat was listen, they were elated that me and you were actually on a panel talking, taking on topics together. So they were excited about that. So the hate watchers were also watching that as well. They were watching the love, they were watching the support, they were watching people come into the chat, dropping down from the clouds to actually partake in, if not the panel, the conversation. They were coming into the chat. The chat was very interactive. They witnessed that too. So again, they think I have some romantic interest in a lot of these men that they have these affinities for. What they don't understand is that the way that they see these men is not the way that I see these men. Some of the more popular content creators on this platform that a lot of these women are attracted to, I don't see them through the same eyes that the women do. Simply because I don't call out everything that I see doesn't mean that I don't see it. I
Right.
actually see a lot of these men as the same personality disorder as what I came to this platform to teach Black women about. So I don't see a lot of these men in the way that they see them. They see them as prospective mates, as prospective husbands, as prospective intimate partners or fuck buddies. I don't see them in that capacity. And the way that I'm able to deal with them or coexist in a space with them is because I have boundaries in place when it comes to them. So they see them in that sexual way. They're attracted to them. So they assume that I see them in the same way. I can acknowledge that a man is handsome. I can acknowledge that a man is sexy, charismatic, that he's probably a good fuck, and then keep on going about my business. It doesn't mean that
Exactly.
I'm going to be looking for the first opportunity to jump in the sack with the dude, because I don't see these dudes how they see them. So that's another misconception. So because they're interested in them in that way, because they want them in that way, they assume that I see what they see when I look at these men, and nothing can be further from the truth. I see a lot of them as I accept people. I deal with people as they are. I allow people to be people, and I treat them accordingly. So um, because I see a lot of, and just because they, even when it comes to certain archetypes of men, um, I see them as like, I still see them as my brother, but I know how to deal with them in a way that allows me to remain safe. A lot of them are womanizers. Okay.
Yes.
That's, if they're nothing else, they're womanizers, and some of them are quite abusive. They're verbally abusive, they're financially abusive, they're sexually exploitative, and they're financially exploitative. Okay. And that goes for a lot of them, especially when you talk about dudes that are in the manosphere. I don't
But
have any.
how are they allowed to do all of this stuff?
Well, they're allowed to do that because in part the women enable them to do it. And because they believe that there's a reason why you have a culture of pick-me's being created. There's love wisdom. Good morning. There's a reason why you have that pick-me archetype. Okay. And for some reason, despite the way that the men treat them, um, they somehow believe that the things that these men say that are vitriolic, that are toxic, that they're not talking to them, that they're not talking about them. So they don't mind agreeing with things that are to their detriment publicly, believing that that somehow gives them some superiority or gives them some level up on that hierarchy. But no, you're actually one argument or one disagreement from them saying the same thing to you. See, because they don't disagree with them. That's the reason why they're even allowed to coexist in this space, to be in this space, or to have wrenches on their channels, or to have an opportunity to come onto their panel, because they co-sign their hatred and their vitriol for women, and these women enable them to do that. They know that they would never be able to get a woman like you or myself to be able to do that, or a woman like Love Wisdom. because we're far too opinionated, and we see things and call things, we call a spade a spade. So when you have women like Black Magic, when you have well, Pretty Black Magic, when you have women like Pretty Black Magic, when you have women like Love Wisdom, when you have women like myself and you, and other women that are able to see through these type of manipulations, they would never basically give us, I think it's like, it's almost like a privilege system, or put it this way, a reward system, right? With the pick me being at the top of that hierarchy. So they're able to use these women to say, look at her. She doesn't get our approval because she does X, Y, and Z. If you want to know how to get a man, well, then you have to listen to us because we're men. And we're going to tell you what a man wants and what a man needs, even if that means forsaking or ignoring or neglecting your own needs, even if that means acting not in your own best interest, but to your own detriment. This is what you have to do. And a lot of these things, there's Mia, good morning. A lot of these women believe that bullshit. But nonetheless, why is there a single pick me anywhere? If what these men were telling these women were the truth, and that it was the only thing that they had to do in order to get and keep a man, why the fuck are these bitches single? Why don't they have,
Exactly.
why aren't they married? Why aren't they kept women where there's a man providing, protecting, and problem solving for them? That's all
Exactly.
the proof that you ever need, that it's a bunch of bullshit. What they want to do is basically customize a Black woman that is going to, it's almost like building a Barbie doll, a Black Barbie doll, to their specifications. She's going to do everything that he says. Everything is going to be, he's customizing a woman. That they created the pick me culture. And what pick me's are made to order women. It's like when you go to a restaurant, or if you've ever stayed at the embassy, their breakfast is cooked to order. Okay, where you have the buffet of everything, but then you have the option to have your meal cooked to order right there on the spot. That's what the pick me is synonymous with. But nonetheless,
Absolutely.
they still have the same problems that the opinionated women or the feminazis have. They still have those same issues. So if these things were true, why aren't they married? Why are they still having baby daddy issues? Why are they still being pumped and dumped? Why are they not? You understand what I'm saying, Faith?
Exactly, because the goalpost keeps getting moved. And like I said, they are designing it this way. Like I said, it's all about being quiet. Like I just talked earlier about that shut up ring. A lot of men will sit up here and give these women false titles
Hmm.
just to shut them up.
Yes.
And
Yep.
it works. It works. Oh yeah, you're my wife.
Hmm.
You my baby mama. You my girlfriend. All these titles. They're real quick to hand out a title to shut you up.
Yeah.
And then you're gonna sit down and you're gonna be satisfied with just the title, but you're putting in all the work
Hmm.
and taking all the abuse.
Hmm. And taking all the risk too. Taking all the risk too, because if you're in a relationship and the amount of energy that you're putting out in that relationship, or the amount of love, or the amount of investment is not reciprocated, you in fact are the one that is taking all of the risk in the relationship, not
Yes,
him. That's also the reason why, that's also how men are able to use you as a starter chick, because he is not invested in it as you are. You're the one taking all the risk. You're the one doing all of this investment. Not only are you emotionally invested in it, but you're financially invested in it. This is your soulmate, but he's not doing soulmate things. He's not reciprocating being a soulmate. It's you that's making all the sacrifices. It's you that's doing all the struggle.
Absolutely. And here's the thing, like even with that situation that went down with you, Clydiva, and Suge,
Hmm.
even, you're not even thinking about Suge like that. You
No.
said numerous times on your panel, this is not, somebody, this is your friend. This is not somebody you're
Yes.
romantically involved with.
Hmm.
But Suge gives you respect, he
Yes.
gives you reverence, and
Hmm.
he treats you like you are a lady that the way that you should be treated.
Yes.
Now, I don't know anything about Suge and Clyde Diva's relationship, but I
Hmm.
do know that I saw Suge on more than one occasion say that he was never attracted to her like that.
Yeah. Hmm.
On more than one occasion, he described
Hmm.
her as being a two. This does not sound like a man that respects this woman.
And there was uncle, I want to say it may have been a few months ago, it was about a month or so ago, where where he had sent me a text message and said that after everything that we've been through, that he didn't harbor any resentment, and that he hoped that I didn't either, that there was no resentment between us, but after everything we had been through, been to button heads together and warring together, that the irony is that he actually saw me as a friend. And I said, I said ditto. That I agree with that, that I saw him in the same way. There was nothing sexual, nothing perverted, or anything else like that. So for her to take that, to for her to um go to her platform and to disrespect me in that manner when I had not disrespected her.
But
um
see that she's hurting though. See, it don't have anything to do with you. It has everything to do with the fact that you are getting a level of respect that she had never gotten.
mhm,
And you didn't even have to sleep with the man.
mhm, mhm,
That's all it boils down to. When a lot of these women are angry at the other women, it's because these men are giving these women some type of attention or some type of level of respect that they're not giving them.
mhm,
And that's what they're really angry about.
mhm.
So
But
unfortunately,
the way
we're
I
going to have that dynamic, and as long as we have women like this with the desperation mindset, that you're going to be angry at this woman because this man does not want you.
mhm, mhm. And the thing about it is, we're platonic friends, and it's like, for the way I see it as, um you know she's still, as a grown woman, she's going to be held responsible for her actions. And I was infuriated. I can't even tell you how livid I was when I was sent that picture, and I realized that the only way she could have gotten that picture was to type my full legal name into the Google search engine. Not Cluster B Free Me, not the Cookie Monster, not the one and only Cookie Monster TV. She had to literally type in my legal name into the Google search engine in order to obtain that picture. That's just a fact. To know that she did that when I have spent the last 2 months being slandered in a vicious smear campaign because I exposed people who were conspiring with me to dox other YouTubers, and to know that I was coming clean about everything I did, and basically making a vow to not engage in that type of behavior anymore, because it did put people's lives at risk. It did put people's families at risk. It did put people's livelihood at risk. To know that I've spent the last uh, couple of months since April the 1st battling in wars on this platform with people that have platforms that are 5 times the size of mine's, against the people that I was exposing as having engaged in that. For you to turn around, For her to turn around and go off of this platform to look for information on me that she could weaponize, literally, Faith, I was livid. If I would have been anywhere near her, I would have physically hurt her very badly, because I saw that as her, looking. What are you looking up? I've never looked up her information, and I was so infuriated by that. And then she came right back to her platform and basically told all her subs, "I'm unbothered. I'm untouchable." As if she had done nothing wrong. So yes, what I did at that point, I didn't show, I didn't dox her. I didn't show any of her family members. I didn't show any of the information that I found. But I did go back and get her information and send it to her and let her know, no, I'm sorry, you're not untouchable. Because if you were looking up my information, I don't know what else you were looking into. I do know that Nyla has the names of my mother. Now, mind you, Nyla was privy to this information because she was privy to this information because when we were first carrying out this anti-doxing campaign, and I actually found the thumbnail to that fucking live stream, because that bitch has the audacity to still have that video, that live stream, on her fucking channel. I saw it yesterday and I took the screenshot where me and her were doing a live stream on community standards that were about anti-doxing. So during that time, because I saw her and believed that she truly was a victim, right? I showed her what I found when I typed. This is how I know for a fact that's where Claudiva got that photograph from. Because when I typed my legal name into the search engine, whatever came up, me and Nyla exchanged that information. Along with the information that was exchanged was the name of my mother, the name of my siblings, and the names of my children. So she was privy to that. So if you're over there plotting and scheming and conspiring with Nyla, right, to paint false narratives, and you're going to Google to search up my name, I already have all of Nyla's information and her relatives' information. But if Clydiva is doing that, yes, that's a cause for concern, because I don't know what else you're looking for. I don't know what else she's looking for. And
And
that
that's a boundary crosser. That she's done more than cross the line when doing that too, because
mm-hmm,
she's putting you in a position where you have to wonder what else is going on.
right. So what I did was look up her information and send it. I didn't put it out here. I didn't show it to anybody else. I sent it to her. And what she did was go to her platform and she showed everybody the information that I found.
So she doxed herself.
Yes. And the video where I was calling that out, mind you, and she also, when I spoke on my sister during that live stream that we did with me, Topaz, JV Dessalines, aka Femininity Overload, she spoke negatively about a murder victim and basically said, "Yeah, I spoke on your sister. I don't give a fuck." Okay, well, then that ups the ante a bit, because now you're going to get a side of me that you've never seen before, that you've never had to reckon with. So when I spoke on her mother that is deceased, well, of course that's a problem. She can go to her platform and speak on a murder victim in my family. She can speak on my kin, but I can't speak on hers. So therefore, that's the video that was flagged. The other flags came from Nyla. There were already two strikes on my channel. I didn't have, unbeknownst to a lot of people, prior to that, prior to exposing them, I didn't have any strikes on my channel at all, and including from Uncle Suge, because they didn't believe even all of those videos that I did about Suge and all those live streams. Do you realize he didn't flag a single one of them?
Hmm.
Not one.
Now,
So
if anybody is out here and you guys are still supporting black women like Nyla, Clydiva, who else do we have on the list here?
it was Nyla, Cladiva, China White also did a lot of flagging, but she was also behind the scenes participating in doxing. She was
Okay,
also
so we
behind the
got
scenes doing it too.
Nyla, Clydiva, China White.
Hmm.
If you are supporting women like this, and like I said, this is the definition of breaking the woman code,
Hmm.
because we definitely should not be sitting up here going at each other's. I mean, they're coming for your neck when they're
Hmm.
coming at your family like this.
Hmm.
This is what I'm talking about. And once
Hmm.
again, there's penis involved.
Yes. Penis that, listen, they're doing this over penis that I haven't even had. And again, I didn't just make these type of allegations about this is what we were doing. I told everybody this is what we were behind the scenes conspiring to do. So if and here is the reason. Again, Suge was doxxed. I doxed Suge, right? And I got Suge's information from Nyla. At that time, I saw Nyla, I believe Nyla and Taz were victims of Suge. I wasn't aware at that time that they were actually retaliating against him the whole time. And not only that, that doxing had very much been a part of what they had been engaging in even before they came to this platform. They were doing it on Facebook. I'm not a scammer. I don't take people's money under false pretenses. So, um, in my opinion, if you have a subscriber and you borrow money from them, I'm not going to ask one of my subscribers or one of my moderators or even another content creator to loan me $8,000. What in the fuck? I'm not going to do that. And then to see with my own two eyeballs a written contract where you were asking for that type of money, for what reason? I'm ask Listen, here's the thing. They're trying to make, and then they make it out, oh, they're judging her because she had cosmetic surgery. I told Nyla early on, is there any, well, I asked her if there was any truth, because I said, if it is, I don't care. We can work that into content. I am not anti-surgery. So I would never judge another woman solely on that reason. But she lied about it to me for months. She lied about things. And then I was ambushed because she lied about it. And I was put in a situation where either I had two options, either to come out and continue. People trust me. Despite me being crazy, there are people that trust me. There are people that respect me. There are people that believe me when I say things because they know for the most part I'm not a pathological liar. I'm petty and I'm extra, and I can be very evil and, and vicious with my tongue, but they know I'm not a scammer. They know I don't support scammers. Okay. So if I say something, there are people and women and men that take my word for things when I say it. So no, I can't use my platform and my voice and my credibility to co-sign something that I know fucking well that you're doing or that you're engaging in. I showed people text messages. I showed people the entire hangout during the time that Fantastic was calling them out for having a pending lawsuit. This bitch was lying to me even during that live stream. And I'm asking her, are you being sued? And she's telling me no. I said, Fantastic just said you have a pending lawsuit. Yes, we're suing Cass. That type of gaslighting, I asked this broad over and over again. She flat out told me she had not had cosmetic surgery. I said, well, do you owe a landlord in Mexico any money? Nope. I'll be damned. I see an email from the landlord and text messages between the Cass Life and the Mexican landlord where the man had not received his money. So now you're putting me in a position where either I have to have some blind loyalty and act like I don't see. And then the other thing that she was doing is just randomly sending me people's information. Girl, guess who's guess send like when she docs David Johnson, sent me his photograph and said, guess who? And clearly I could see his name on it. And pictures of him and his baby and his family members. Okay. When she doxed Obsidian, she just basically sent a text message, but what she could never show is me soliciting that information from her because I wasn't. Just like when she was beefing with Rude and she tried to pull me into it, and I stayed out of it intentionally, right? And she sends me a message. It's time for Rude to be doxxed. And then for her, when I call her out on it, to basically tell her subscribers that I was angry because I tried to basically what she did in the beginning was run to Patreon and lie to her subscribers and tell her subscribers that she had no knowledge that I was in contact with Bayou Bunny or JV Dessalines and the Cast Life when the bitch I showed receipts where I was trying to mediate between all of them on this bitch's behalf. It was
Wow.
because of the gaslighting that I said, I cannot trust what this broad is saying. I have to record this conversation because I've caught her in so many fucking lies, it was ridiculous. So, to protect myself, yes, I recorded conversations between me and her. And had I not done that, where would the proof be that she said any of these things? If she didn't say it in the hangouts or she didn't say it in a back, how would I have proof of what she said or what they told me with them coming
You,
to their platform lying the way that they did?
you did right.
So I wanted to publicly distance myself from them and to clear the slate, to let the other content creators know what was going on, who had been doxxed, whose information. I hadn't shared anybody's information, but who I didn't know who else she might have shared information with. To let people know which doxings I was responsible for. But I told people she doxed more people than I did. And they didn't believe it until they actually saw it. And she didn't have any there was a pattern to her doxing. Seemingly it was random, but no, it wasn't. She was doxing and wanted doxed any YouTuber or content creator that had threatened to expose her or was exposing her. So that was her motive. That was her ulterior motive. Anybody that was going to call them out, anybody that had found out what they were doing, or calling them out on certain things, they were going to you, and they thought I was going to do it. Oh no, ma'am. Because at some point I realized what she was doing. So I tried to, without exposing them. Let's be clear about that. I thought that there was a way I could bow out gracefully without exposing them. The problem is because because basically they were using me as some sort of enforcer to keep their enemies and their ops off their asses. So yes, it was 100% necessary for me to come out and say, listen, have at them. They're guilty of the majority of the things that you have been exposing them about or calling them out on. They are guilty of it. So yes, people needed to know I am no longer associated or affiliated, nor do I want anything to do with either of them anymore.
You
So
know,
they
and this
tear down
really all sounds like, it sounds almost like a game. Like you had to get jumped out the game. They won't let you
yes,
go.
right,
That's
Faith.
crazy.
Right, and you know, usually, and listen, that once you in, you know, there is no getting out, and that's kind of like what that's what like what I felt, but it's like fuck it, you know what I mean? It's like sometimes you just gotta say, sometimes you just gotta say fuck them. I'm going to roll with it if it means my freedom. That's why I joked about the fact that I felt like a fucking slave that was enslaved in a plantation. Like, you know, the risk, you know, they're going to come for your head, you know, they're going to smear campaign you, but it's like, fuck it. I'm going to go for broke. And
Well,
that's why I said I
you
don't
did
have
the
no
right
regrets
thing.
about
You definitely did the right thing. Especially, you know, if you got people in the midst that snakes like that, you definitely don't want to be around that. And like I
it.
said,
No.
anybody still supporting these people, you know, you really need to examine yourselves and what it is that you stand for.
And then the
You
other
know,
thing was the majority of the
the
women that,
unity and the sisterhood when we're running around here fighting each other over peanuts. And
yeah,
this is what this originally boils down to,
hmm,
by the way.
yeah. Even in Nala's case, it's about penis because she's doing all of this to protect her penis. Not only to protect her penis, but to protect the livelihood that her and her penis are dependent on. See, it's not just as simple with them. With them, they literally depend on YouTube to feed them, to put shelter over their heads, to put food in their stomachs. So it's a whole different ball game. They have a lot more in that. I can say, listen, this is what I'm not financially dependent on YouTube, even though I get generous donations, you know. um and I'm going to bless your cash app this morning too. I seen your cash app in the chat when I first pulled it up, but you know, even though that's the case, i'm not I'm not dependent on this like that. They are. Faith, you're buffering. Can y'all still hear Faith? Raining, can you still hear me clearly? Or is it just Faith that's buffering? Let me send her a
Stream, you know,
message. Hold on, let me send her a message in the back and let her know she's working a little bit.
hey, Cookie,
Yup, I can hear you now.
can you?
Yup,
Yeah,
I was
yeah. I
about to say.
said I'm going through a bad area because you know I'm hosting this from my cell phone.
Okay, okay. You know,
So if
but
I
I got
fall off, you know, can you keep it
all right.
going for me until I get to a good
Absolutely,
area?
absolutely, absolutely. So it it's necessary that you do have to get the bad apples out. You do have to weed out the women that are detrimental to building sisterhood, and women that are penis over everything. That's just where they stand. If it's penis over everything, they will think nothing to make you the sacrifice in order to protect that penis. Okay, I don't fight over men. Okay, those days probably those. It's not that, and let me be clear. It's not that I haven't ever been that type of woman. I have been, and that's why I can give women counsel on why that's problematic. Because at the end of the day, a woman, no matter how sexy, no matter how beautiful, she can't do anything without a man. A man has to consent She needs his permission to have an affair, to have a sexual encounter outside of his relationship or outside of his marriage. And I have a serious problem with women that attempt to hold other women accountable. And it's not that they shouldn't be held accountable for their actions, but I've seen all too often where the women are held accountable and the men that participate in these type of behaviors are given a pass. The woman is demonized. She's a whore. She's a harlot. She's a Jezebel. Well, what about his responsibility? And I'm saying that as a woman that has had marriages in because of infidelity. What about his responsibility? Could a woman fuck my husband without his permission? So, therefore, she is not the cause of the problem. He is. He is. So, at the end of the day, the same way she got him, if she got him while because he abandoned his wife or cheated on his wife, well, ultimately that's going to be her fate. And that's going to be the fate of that relationship as well. But I'm not going to address her unless she addresses me. My issue is going to be I'm going to address my husband about what he's done, about what he's participated in. As far as partner friendship, but fuck her. You are the one that I was married that I'm married to. You are the one that made the commitment to me. You are the one that's supposedly in the exclusive relationship with me. Fuck her. She's quite frankly, she's irrelevant to me. She couldn't do anything to you or do anything with you without your permission and without your consent. So I've gone through that phase. I'm 47 years old. I've gone through that phase in my life where I demonized the other woman, or where I fell for that, or oh, she's the Jezebel. She's the one that's trying to break up our relationship, and she's mad and she's jealous and she's envious because she wants me. You know, I've already been there and did that. So no, bro, you're the one that has the problem. So that's the way. Um, and that's just how I see it. And again, that's because I've had, though I've had I've had that experience, so no, no ma'am. um he had some questions to answer. There's some going to be some accountability on his part. So I don't fight over men, and I don't really um intentionally associate myself with women that are of that mindset. I laugh and joke and talk about, um, fighting and stuff like that over women. And people have heard my ex say, that I chased away all his girlfriends. Yes, because when I was younger, I was a hellion. I've always been a hellraiser. So yes, I did it in my youth. Um, However, I learned some valuable lessons from those experiences too. And I see things differently as I'm going into the crone phase of my life, that no, I'm not going to be fighting over any peen. If I have a relationship standard that there's going to be some fidelity, if for whatever reason he violates that, then I'm chucking up the deuces, because I don't see you as irreplaceable. And I am of the mindset that, and I don't judge people that take back a cheater, but I am of the mindset that if he did it once, it's likely that he's going to do it again. It's the same thing with
Exactly.
domestic violence. If he hits you once, the first opportunity that you leave, please don't blame yourself. Please don't justify it. Please don't downplay it. And please don't minimize it, because in all likelihood, he's going to do it again, and then exploit your loyalty and your empathy and your compassion. Play on that for you to excuse that type of behavior. Okay. Um, so no, I would rather, that's why I said I was going to get me uh, that cat sound effect, because I would rather spend the rest of my life until the day that I close my eyes for the last time. I would rather spend my time or spend the rest of my life um being single, having the love of my grandchildren and of my children and of my closest friends and family that truly and genuinely care about me than to waste my time and energy in a relationship with someone who gives me nothing but takes everything. I'm not going to spend my life like that. I've already been there and done that. So the value that I place on myself, I'm not going to allow someone to come into my life and to lowball me on that. You know,
Exactly. Exactly, because you know your worth. And knowing your worth does not mean that you just simply have a ring on your finger. The ring on
mhm,
your finger does not make you worthy. And see, and
yeah.
I think this is where a lot of women get it confused.
Faith, I had the ring. I listen, I've had the ring twice. And the ring don't mean a damn thing because all of these things happened while I was wearing a ring,
Yes,
you know? So, I mean, at the end of the day, honey, I listen, I am the living version of waiting to exhale. The living, walking, talking version of waiting to exhale. And believe me, I went through all of that with the listen, burning the cars, burning the clothes, listen, cutting off the hair. Listen, I did it. I did it. So that was and to come out of that after having invested so much, um, I don't want any woman, especially not a black woman, to ever have to experience what it's like having somebody use you for a starter chick. I am not with the Builder Brother Network. Absolutely not. That's not my
absolutely not.
symbol, and I'm not going to promote that for other black women. I think a lot of what goes on is that they purposely and intentionally want to tear down the black woman's self-esteem so that she feels that she doesn't have any other options. The only option that she has is to accept that type of abuse, to accept that he has a sense of entitlement to have additional women whenever he gets good and ready. And if you have a problem with that, well, then you're just the type of chick that'll always not have a man. If
Yes, and
you're not,
I've
yeah.
actually seen men make comments like that. Like
Mhm,
I have a community tab, and I talk about the man shortage, and I've had men go there. When you guys get a chance, check it out. And I have it posted in my community tab. Guys are actually in my community tab saying that we should get used to the fact that we might have to share,
mhm, right. Yep.
and that does nothing but benefit them. There's
Yep.
no benefit to us in that scenario. I don't see no
Yep.
happiness for black women in that scenario.
Mhm. And they don't listen. They don't care about no happiness in there for the black woman in that scenario because in that instance, it's not about our happiness. It's about them. It's about them. So I said, you have a lot of women that are willing to sacrifice anything and everything um, for the sake of black love. But black love starts with you. You can't be team black love if you don't love if you're not a part of that love. A part of that black
Exactly.
love, you have to be included in that, or you have to include yourself in that aspect of black love.
And you
But
can be
the black
loyal
love
to
that you
your
give
race.
should be reciprocated.
You can be loyal to your race without being a doormat. Because I think that black women think that race
Yes.
loyalty means being loyal to black men. But race loyalty also means being loyal to black women. I mean, I wonder when are we going to put ourselves
Mm-hmm.
in the equation of race loyalty?
Mm-hmm. 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 Absolutely.
Somebody wants to know how we
Absolutely.
can help you rebuild your channel.
Just they can subscribe and hit the notification bell. And I'm going to right now. I'm just basically I didn't even know that the second channel was affected until I actually went to change the settings on my last live stream. And then when I saw brand account, I said, okay, well, for the channel where I only had like the 726 subs, I said that was 9 times out of 10 that I believe, well, that was actually connected to the main channel, unfortunately. So they can, for the time being, they can subscribe to my 2 channels that I use just for roasting, or the channels that I don't really care about getting flagged, when I want to show my natural, when I want to put on my nigga suit and show my natural black behind. Those are the channels that I go to. But I'm actually going to the channel that I came into the chat under. That's my channel. That's my channel about the narcissism. At this point, and that was, I actually was emailing another sister earlier. I don't want to say her name because, you know, I was talking with another sister, and it's interesting that Love Wisdom came into the chat because she was one of the sisters that I wanted to. There are, here's the thing, and any other that it's a good idea. Here's why. Not only do you have um the pick me's and the hate watchers and stuff like that, but you also have predatory men that are listening to these things. And what happens when you talk about certain things publicly is that you give them the upper hand. Um, so they know, it's almost like you're giving them information that they don't have. And based on the fact that, again, I've never to my sister. And when I open bare my soul, me freedom, about it. Goal for going off of this platform and getting my, I think that there's certain topics that we need a space, whether it's a hangouts where we can have a conversation about certain topics, or to brainstorm what we will talk about publicly and what we will talk about privately. I don't think that it's to our advantage to put everything out there. I think there are certain things that we need to be knowledgeable about that men don't need to know that we're knowledgeable about. Because I think what happens is they exploit that information to their own advantage. I'm not certain if she's in an area where she can, hey Viper Sniper. I'm not certain if she's in an area where she can see, but that put it this, ladies, that's a concern for me. That certain information that I may give the sister and that may be able to help them, that we have, because what we early on, what was happening is, suddenly people who never did content on narcissism, they want to point out me being a narcissist or having a personality disorder, kind of like making a mockery of what I do on this platform, because I've lived through it. It didn't just start in my marriage. I was groomed for a narcissist by my family of origin. So I came to the knowledge that I came to as a result of going through the recovery process. Okay. Um, so that's a concern for me, that could be manipulated, or that should a sister get on a panel and share what her experience is with colorism, and that's whether she's a light-skinned sister, because we do have reverse colorism. But it's important for the sisters to understand that they're going to be defensiveness on both ends, in part because the light-skinned women that are not colorist can't help that the men use that, as long as they're not wielding what I believe that there is light skin privilege, and I understand it, but I understand it's not the women that put that in place, it's the men. They
Right.
do it, they perpetuate it. So even if she is benefiting from light skin privilege, I don't want sisters to hold the other sister accountable because it's the niggas that's doing it, or creating that. Platinum is notorious for that, for basically intentionally saying things um derogatory about dark skinned women. And because he has, that is his fetish, that is his preference. I don't care if that's what or that's what they call it. I think personally, and this is nothing offensive to the light skinned sisters. I believe that they believe that is almost, it's almost his way of having a the status quo of him having a white woman without him jumping the fence. I believe they see it as a status symbol. It's almost like they're saying, "Look, mama, I made it." And that wouldn't be that sister's fault. That's what's going on in that nigga's mind. So I don't hold my sister accountable for what this nigga believes in his mind. It seems crazy, but this is the reason why it's so important for us to have the conversation and to be able to look at it from a different perspective. She can't help what skin tone she turned out after she came out of her mama's womb. If you got
Exactly.
some loathing Negro that feel that skin tone is something that makes him, listen, he don't feel good. He's using her beauty and her skin tone to make him feel like he's something. She's the one that's something. He's the one that has it in his mind that he ain't nothing on nobody.
And wait,
He
hold on.
validate
Love wisdom is down there. She's agreeing with you. I'm sorry to
him.
cut you off, but she said, right, Auntie. They made the light skinned black woman the white woman of the community.
Yes.
Facts.
hmm That's a way for them to do that safely without jumping the fence. And what happens is you have dark skinned women that see that, and now the light skinned woman is the enemy. No, it's that nigga that's perpetuating that colorism. Why do you think I'm harder on the niggas that are colorists than I don't look at, now if it's a woman. See, what happens is they all they have to do is see light. You got some sisters that all they got to do is see light skin, and oh, she's a colorist. Oh, she no, no, that is her complexion. She can't control what complexion she came out of her mama's womb. That's something she was born with. She didn't get to control who her parents were. So that's not something that we should be wielding as a weapon over her head. But I think you have those little defense mechanisms that come into play. But if you look deeper into what's actually happening, and you look at it from, people always say, well, how don't you see what they saying? Yeah, I see what the niggas are doing. But it's called triangulation. In layman's terms, is playing both ends against. I'm sorry, y'all. It's playing both ends. In layman's terms, it's playing both ends against the middle.
Right.
If I got the dark skinned women over here, and I got the light skinned women over here, and I hold the dark skinned women up, what's going to happen with the dark skinned women? What's going to happen? They're going to start competing. Start feeling the need to show, I'm just as good as that woman that you're holding up. But do they only do that with light skin and dark skin? If you think about it, sisters, all complexions, do you know how else they do that?
Well,
They
they
do
do it,
that
and they
with
do
black
it
women and
interracially too.
not
They
black.
pit the black woman against the white woman, and the
Right.
black woman against the Hispanic woman. You know, they're
Exactly.
starting to do it interculturally,
Exactly.
interracially. Now the
Yeah.
black woman is not as good as the African black woman. I'm
Yes.
seeing this now.
We got to do. We got to. That's why it's important to delve into the topic of the narcissism, because triangulation, narcissists are infamous for that. They're infamous for it. That's almost par for the course when you're dealing with a narcissist. You can go to the YouTube search engine right now and type in the word triangulation and bop, 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 bop. Do it when you get the free time. Don't leave the stream now, but make a note, make a mental note. When you leave the stream, type in triangulation. And the next time we come together and have a similar conversation, you'll see that's all associated with narcissism, because narcissists are notorious for doing that. That is what puts them in a position of power, because they're able. That's nothing more than a divide and conquer strategy. If you really want to get to, get to the layman's terms of it, playing both ends against the middle, divide and conquer, with them, with the person or the group that's doing it being the ones that have all the power, because they're controlling, you know, listen, they do it with the pick-me's. If you're of the if you're of the, like, of the put it this way, um if you're like the cluster bees of the world, and then you have the pick-me's, what do seemingly do the pick-me's get? Well, they get the approval. They get the brothers coming into this space and, hey sis, and they get the cash apps, the super chats, the kind greetings. But why is that happening? Are they truly respecting them for the women that they are, or are they allowed only in the space because they agree with everything that these niggas say? They won't call them out. No matter, they can sit there and listen, no matter how disrespectful, no matter how verbally abusive, no matter how emotionally abusive. They can sit there and listen to conversations with the men talking about pumping and dumping the women, beating up their baby mamas. If a bitch got out of line, she need to be slapped or punched in her mouth. They can sit there and listen to all of it and won't call them out on shit. Whereas me, I think they hear the song Drop Down and Get Your Eagle On Girl when they walk into a space. When I walk into those type of spaces and I hear that type of shit, Drop Down and Get Your Evil On Girl. That's the theme song that plays in my mind. So we not the
I
same.
gotta use that
They
one.
want some drop down and get your eagle on. I'm on some drop down and get my evil on. Cause ain't no damn way I'm gonna hear certain shit and act like I don't hear it and act like I don't see it. So
Exactly.
there's a difference. But they use that. Look at her. You don't want to be like her. She look at the evil black woman, the mad black woman. See, that's why she alone. That's why her husband left her. And if you don't do everything we say, you're gonna be just like her. That's why I told y'all I'm gonna get that cat sound effect. See, they don't bother me when they say that. But what happens to other women that want a soulmate, that want to get married, right? When they hear that, that's designed to instill fear in them, because it's nothing. And the other thing is, they're being shamed because they want to do what's natural. We're supposed to have a mate. For in the Garden of Eden, the Lord said it's not good for the man to continue by himself. So if it's not good for him to be by himself, why would it be good for a woman to be by herself? So it's very natural for us to want a mate, or to want somebody that we share our life with. But in this day and time, we do have to vet very heavily. We do have to use caution. So, what happens when they issue those type of threats to women? Think about the much younger sister. Or when I think about that, I think about the sister in that maybe 10 to 15 years my junior. When they hear
Oh, but
something,
hold on. But they're saying that the young women should date older men.
oh, no, 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 no. Let him take his gummy worm someplace else. Let him take his gummy worm someplace else, and listen. Let Mildred have fun. Don't nobody want that gummy worm but Mildred. Don't nobody don't nobody want to sit there and put a kickstand up under your gummy worm but Gert. Gert, Mildred, Hazel, all of them. No. You go give that dick, you go give that 50-year-old dick to Gert. Go give that dick to Hazel.
Cookie.
No, ma'am. Mm-mm. Ain't nobody worried about that dry tied nigga but Gert. Mm-mm. You gonna mess around with an old nigga, you gonna have some old bitch named Hazel blowing up your phone looking for her husband. No, ma'am. Mm-mm. Get you.
I love Wisdom said that's Gladys' job.
Yeah. Right, wisdom. And get you. Again, it's not. I don't. I'm not that, because what happens is you realize that they're settled. They're a lot more settled, and you might be wanting to have fun. You might want to travel. You might want to do things that are exciting. Now, if it's an older man that has that type of vitality, that does all those things that you find exciting, you're in the prime of your life. You should be enjoying it before you get to the point to where you settle down. If you find somebody and he happens to be older and he wants to do all those things, that's amazing. But you don't go, if you find somebody in the prime of your youth, that robs you of your youth because they done lost theirs. See, that's what you got to look out for. His youth is gone. So you
Yes.
don't let somebody rob you out of yours or deprive you of yours
And see,
because his.
that's my story. That is my story.
Mm-hmm.
Because I did it. I dated the older man, thinking that I was getting the bag, you know. But I
Mm-hmm.
tell people all the time, all money ain't good money, and
Yes.
compatibility is extremely important. And you don't find
Very
out
important.
until you're with a person that you're not compatible with. And that age does
Mm-hmm.
make a difference, a huge
Mm-hmm.
difference.
Yep. 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 I see these young niggas. I see them all the time in Philadelphia. Old, not young niggas, old ass niggas running around, jeans and baseball. Nigga, you ain't listen. Willie Lee, nigga running around. Listen, nigga named Charlie.
Yep.
Nigga named Charlie, Chucky, Earl, all them niggas running around, baseball caps, young jeans, trying to keep up with these young niggas. They want to stay young. They want to wear
But
all
here's
the
the
fashion.
thing, but when you're a young woman, these older guys will kind of fool you because they old but they not old. Like when they 45, 50ish, you know how our men age. Our men age well. So they still
Right.
look good. So they will kind of fool you
Mm-hmm.
when you're younger, and you'll be thinking, oh yeah, that they keeping up with me. They gonna be like this forever. 7 years later, you still young, and he hella old.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
What they say, nigga got cornrows
Because
with a
his
receding
hemorrhoids
hairline.
acting up. Right back, Magic. Listen, he can't fuck you. You in the prime of your life. You in the sexual prime of your life. You want to fucking, he can't get that gummy worm up because his hemorrhoids acting up. Or the motherfucker got arthritis in his ankles, his back is hurting, all of this type of stuff like this, his blood pressure high, he experiencing erectile dysfunction. Mm-mm. No, and then a lot of times with a lot of those older men, they are controlling, and I think that there's a part of them that wants to treat their woman as if she were their daughter, where you're supposed to listen to him as the authoritarian. um I just see it. I don't necessarily like it. I don't like to see younger women with older men. I think they need to be
No,
dating women that are in their same age bracket because I personally, um, I just think that I would love to see the millennials with other millennials at the age when they should be having babies together and building families and getting married. I don't believe that, me myself, I don't like younger men. So I'm not interested in that. It's not to say that I won't ever get into the cougarism thing. But I would love to see millennials with other millennials and building of families and having healthy, happy families. Um, so no, I don't. It's just that's just a personal bias of mine. It's not a judgment, but it's a personal bias. I think that she's in the prime because I don't know. I don't like to see that.
Exactly. And this comment right here,
Because
with Gia
if
girl.
she spends the prime of her life in that relationship,
Uh-oh.
she put it up there again. Okay, she said older men. She said older men. I used to believe when they came onto me, I was special, but nope, it was just my youth that they loved, inexperience and naivete that was special to them, and I concur 100%. That's the reason why I don't like it. Good morning, JV. That's the reason why I don't like it. I think it's predatory. And to me, I'm old school in the sense that it just comes off creepy. It just comes off as creepy. It's not that it's anything wrong with them being, as long as it's a full grown adult. There's nothing wrong with them being attracted to younger women. You have beautiful women born every day. There's always going to be, at some age, and I think that's the other problem that you have with a lot of these old chicks. You ain't accepted the fact that your ass ain't you ain't in I'm almost 50 years old. You think I'm gonna be out here trying to compete with a goddamn 20-year-old, a 21-year-old, a 25-year-old, a 30-year-old for a dusty nigga's attention? I don't give a damn if the nigga ain't dusty. I'm not gonna be out here competing with somebody half my age over a goddamn man. I'm just
Thank
not gonna
you.
do it.
Thank you. I'm too tired for
Willie
that.
D,
I'm tired.
oh
I'm
girl,
too tired for that. I ain't got time.
I'm going. So it's like, no, and I'm old, and although I have parts of me that are a bit feminaziest, I have parts of me that are quite traditionalist. I don't pursue men. I don't approach men and come on to men. If a man is interested in me, in order for me to know that this is a man that can actually, deal with me, he has to have the courage to approach me or know how to do that. If he, I'm not interested in making the first move. No, no, ma'am. And I've never done that. Well, I'm not gonna say I've never done that, but relationship situations that resulted in marriage, no, I didn't chase anybody. I'm not
And
going to
to
be
me, I don't feel desirable in a
right.
situation where I'm the one that's doing the pursuing.
But that's what you see though trending though, Faith. You see the women as the aggressors while they're sitting back as if they're a lion on a damn pride with all of the lionesses in heat trying to get to that one lion, and they're taking advantage of it. No, that they're supposed to be the one to pursue you. That's the other misconception. I am not in agreement with women approaching men, expressing interest. If he's interested, he's going to approach you and express his interest and ask you how he can get to know you better because he is interested. If not, I'm going to assume that he's not interested. I'm not going to be the one to make the first move. That's just I don't agree with that. I don't think that that's a good idea for women to do that. I think that's horrible advice. But I've heard men say that before. Well, we don't like to always be well, that lets me know that there's some part of him, there's some level of cowardice in him that's afraid of rejection. So he's not
And I
even willing
and
to
I
take
know
that
that
chance.
we already touched on this one time, Cookie, but I have to
Mhm.
ask your opinion on this. What do you say to the women that say, you know what, cheating is a part of what men do. All men cheat.
Hmm. Well, if that's not a woman that's agreeable to that, all of those men would be in the category of the niggas that will be left. I don't believe if that's something that you have a boundary for, I don't believe it's something that you should tolerate. That's why it's important for you not to put everything. You have to hold something for yourself. Black women have a notorious history of investing everything and anything and making this my everything. What about your life? You're supposed to have a separate life. I don't care if you're married or not. You are supposed to have your own friends. You are supposed to have your own social activities, your own passions, your own things, your own streams of income that you have your life with that person. You're combining your life with that person, but you still have other things going on. So therefore, nigga, if you get up and if you want some bullshit and break one of my deal breakers. If a deal breaker comes into place, that's just it. You can get the fuck on. I don't see you as irreplaceable. Don't get a lot of black women. Um, they believe that they are so replaceable. You forget that this
Yes.
nigga is also replaceable. You can't have him thinking that you're replaceable, but he's not. So therefore, you give everything you got. What do you have for yourself? When
Well,
you
see, here's
that's
the
why
thing.
women are being
We
let
got upset. We got upset when that law student said that he's the prize. But we do treat these men like they are the prize. Hell, they could have a
Mhm,
job at Taco Bell, let alone going to law school, and we still treat them like they're the prize.
mhm. Yep. Yeah. That's why I said I wish it bring back the days when ugly niggas knew they was ugly because even ugly niggas is running around this
Hmm.
motherfucker thinking they the prize.
Oh
Bring
yeah.
back the time when the ugly nigga knew he was an ugly nigga. And he was happy and appreciative of any attention that he gets. Now, if there's such a desperation that's been created in the sisters, they even got the ugly niggas feeling like they the shit. They even
Oh
got the
yeah.
dusty niggas feeling like they, no man. Mm-mm, absolutely
Oh
not.
yeah. Cause
Yeah.
we sit up
So
here, we tell each other, oh, it don't matter about his looks, but then that same ugly nigga will tell you you too ugly for him.
a laundry list. Listen, he got a laundry list of a laundry list of prerequisites. Here it is. Charlie, Earl, Willie Lee, and all them other niggas sitting up there with his belly hanging over his ding ding, but he want him a chick that's in perfect shape. How do you
Mm.
you got
Girl,
fat niggas telling you they don't want it, that they don't want most BBWs are not necessarily attracted to other BBW big dudes, but you got dudes that are not. You can't have those type of requirements, and you don't even meet that standard yourself. They want a woman that's college educated, nigga. Do you have a college education? You want a woman that's making this type of money, motherfucker? Are you making that type of money? You want a woman that's coming from this type of background. Are you cut from that type of cloth? Are you cut from that type of stock? How the hell do you come into a situation demanding some shit for a prerequisite you don't even meet yourself? You
thank
want
you.
her to have it because you
Thank
ain't
you.
fucking
And that's what I was saying early this morning when I first started driving. A lot of this whole get the bag stuff that a lot of these women are pushing,
got
a
it.
lot of these bum ass chicks are going to grab hold to this get the bag thing as an excuse to continue on with their bumminess.
Hmm.
And these are females I wouldn't wish on my son, nobody else's son, because
Hmm.
that's all they. This is an excuse. Oh, yeah, if I'm getting the bag. I want a man to take care of me, but she ain't never paid her own bill a day in her life. She ain't even paid her own phone bill.
Right. You get your own bag first. You get your bag, and then your bag remains your bag, even if you have a man. So that way, you
Exactly.
don't settling for a man that ain't got you. If you got you get your own bag, get your own, create your own. That's why I encourage the sisters to start using these social media platforms to build you a brand, to start your business, to do things that you're passionate about, to have you multiple streams of income, even if you have a 9 to 5 job. Do it in addition to you having a 9 to 5 job. Um, and when you have your own bag, you're not gonna don't settle for a nigga that ain't got his own bag.
And
Your
when you have your own bag, if that Negro steps out of character and he's being abusive, you can always fall back on your own bag.
absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Um, and make sure that it's not somebody that's getting with you just because you have secured the bag. You secured
Exactly.
the bag, and he's trying to manipulate. A lot of these guys will try to manipulate you. That I'm not with their builder brother workshop bullshit. Period. He already needs to have already built and established something for himself. Otherwise, what can he give you? And if for and see the only caveat with that is that when you think about millennials or those that are in the age where they want to start having families and stuff like that, it's and that's what's so disgusting about this environment that's been created. That is what's supposed to happen. That's You're actually supposed to be building with each other. But because we have been fucked over so many different times, in that situation, helping somebody, building somebody, we can no longer afford to do that. So, yes, in 2020, he needs to have some shit established if he's going to get some honey. Okay? He needs to have something. If he doesn't, wearing your heart on your sleeve or doing things based off of emotion will get you in a very bad situation. It's almost a recipe for you being used and taken advantage of. Or you
Exactly.
that's almost a recipe for a starter chick.
Oh
That's
yeah.
the recipe for it. Doing things based off of emotion. And because cause I love him, and I want to help him, and yeah. hmm so did I. Okay? So did I.
And Q
Don't be a sucker
Savage,
for a hard luck story. I was a sucker for a hard luck story. Okay? The motherfucker didn't have nothing, didn't know nothing. Okay? And for a great deal of that marriage, even before the marriage, being the primary breadwinner, even though he did work, his income did not exceed mine. So a lot of times it was on me to pay the bills. Okay? Um and when I felt it was my duty and my obligation, um and I didn't here's the thing. The first time I helped him get a position, when I met my husband, he was actually working at different agencies throughout Philadelphia. And I said, "Well, listen, you don't want," but he was a very hard worker. And I said, "Well, you don't want to work and then you paying somebody else. All they're doing is giving you a job reference, basically. What happens when your body breaks down and you get older and you don't have any medical benefits? You can't take a day off. You take a day off and then they're literally punishing you by not selecting you to work at that particular warehouse for the next several days because you had to take a day off for whatever reason. So what I did, because for the most part, um I type 105 words a minute without error. So as far as anything clerical, I've been doing that for so many years, I can do it with my eyes closed. So I wrote the resumes, I wrote the cover letters, and he was able to get positions in places where he normally would have never had an opportunity. And he started feeling himself after that. And that should have been the red flag for, actually it was, because when he was let go from that job because he had lied on the application about his criminal history. Okay. When he was let go from that position for a very long time, I allowed him to get low paying jobs because when I tried to help him, I saw that mask slip then because that financial, even though it wasn't a lot, it still didn't surpass what my income was. It was enough for me to see that side of him start to surface, where he gets that, independent, where he gets that, bitch, I don't need you, attitude about himself. Okay.
Yes.
I saw that then. And when he lost that job, I said, listen, I'm never going to fucking help him get another position again. And as time went on, watching him work at minimum wage jobs, I started to feel bad. And I said, well, it's my obligation, you know, as a wife to help him. So I wrote resumes. I lied on resumes about his work history based on what I knew he was passionate about. He didn't have any experience. The men in the men in my family that work legitimately, that work legitimate jobs, that are not criminals. They're chefs by trade. So I knew that my husband had a passion for cooking, but he had never cooked commercially. He had never cooked professionally. My brother has been an executive chef for 20 years. And he works at a college in upper Pennsylvania. So I had him to show my husband how to him and my husband were also friends. So my brother was actually eager to help him. He showed my husband what he needed to know. I wrote the resumes and falsified the information on the resume and the cover letter, and he got the position. We were separated within a year after that.
Mm, mm.
And the catch 22 to that is that I helped him get a position that somebody that was probably actually qualified for that position. And this is how karma works. Okay. I helped him get a position for a job that somebody else who did actually have the credentials, that was actually qualified for the position, didn't get. But
Wow.
nonetheless, after he got that position, he pulled that stunt. Um, and we were separated within a year.
And see, he was always planning his exit, probably.
Yeah, yeah. hmm hmm One of the things that my brother told me was that the motherfucker was in survival mode. Because of course, when he and a lot of times they talk about that, um that when they talk about my drug arrest from a couple of years ago, the thing that they never bring up is that my husband was in the house as well. Okay. At that time, was I dealing drugs? Yes. Okay. um but here's the thing. And I've never, it wasn't like, I was, basically what I was doing was I was selling weight. Okay. But I never handled the transactions. The men in my family did. And my husband was one of the men that handled the transactions. So he was just as legally culpable as I was for the drug dealing. And that wasn't why the police came to the house. The police came to the house because my son and my daughter were arguing and fighting. And when they went to separate, the Chester police basically pulled the door open, walked into, and I still have the original report. They basically pulled the screen door, walked, which is a part of the reason why the case got thrown out. They didn't come there for a drug search or because they had a search warrant. They obtained that after the fact. They came there um, they got a report because of a disturbance. My son and my daughter were arguing, and one of the neighbors called the police. And when they pulled up, they could hear them arguing in the house. The police officer pulled the door open and walked into the house. And when he saw my son and daughter arguing, he went to walk my daughter back towards the kitchen. And because I was basically, I had in the growth of cannabis, you have what you call cloning. I had some clones in the kitchen. That was the house where we had that. It was a anyway. That's what they saw. And once he saw the weed plants, it was pretty much a wrap. At that point, they
Wow.
weren't even interested in but my husband was there at the time. Okay. At that point, they weren't even interested in having the conversation about why they were actually called out to the house because they knew at that point there were drugs being cultivated in the house. So what they did was walk me, my son, and my daughter into and my son, my daughter, and my husband into the living room. My grandson's father, the reason why he didn't get arrested because he was on the outside of the house when the cops pulled up. My son was on parole. They took him out of the house immediately. As far as me, because I would not give them my name, I would not tell them whether or not I lived there in the house. I didn't give them any information. I didn't give them anything. I didn't say anything. When they asked my husband, did he live there? He told them no, that he had come there to pick up the grandchild. Had they searched him, they would have found his fucking driver's license with that fucking address on it. So they allowed my husband to leave. And because they didn't have any, they asked my husband, did he have any? He showed them his debit card with his name on it. They ran his name. He didn't have any warrants or anything like that. So they allowed him to go. Me and my son were the ones that went to jail.
Oh.
Okay. Now, I pled guilty to the other charges were thrown out because despite everything that they had removed from the house, they destroyed the plants without a judge's order. So that the whole case was thrown out. The reason why I pled guilty to the possession of the drug paraphernalia is because in order for me to get out of that, I could have fought that. But that would have required for me to say, listen, this utility bill that you have here in my name, I wasn't the only person that was getting mail at that address. I would have had to throw other people under the bus or basically rat them out in order to get out of that little, basically, which was the equivalent of a misdemeanor charge. And because Delaware County in Philadelphia or Pennsylvania is I had a very, very conservative judge. And had I not pled guilty to that, I would have spent a year in jail simply for possessing drug paraphernalia, which would have been the scales, the lights, and everything that they took out of the house that was associated with the growth of the cannabis. So I pled guilty to that to avoid anybody else dealing with that. What they don't get is that during that time, that is when my husband took money from me, and that is what he wined and dined his Becky with.
Mm.
That's what led her to believe that he had more than what he had financially. And within a matter of months after him doing that, okay, he was calling me the first time he had a financial crisis. I think when the reality hit her that he didn't have the money basically he robbed me. And he robbed me of money that I was supposed to pay my attorney with during the time that I was going to trial fighting that fucking case. That's when he abandoned his family for the Becky and got away scot free as if he had done nothing when he was very much a part of everything that was going on. I just didn't throw him under the bus. He actually also had a history of selling drugs. So, I just find it interesting when they tell that story that they leave so many pertinent parts out about it when they know exactly what happened. But
And
because it's
and
something
let and let me
out
let me just
there,
make this clear because I don't want anybody to misunderstand why you did what you did, even though you did explain it clearly.
mhm.
But you were not pleading guilty to protect him.
Wait a minute, say that again, Faith.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
No, I can hear you. Say it again.
Oh, okay. I was saying just to be clear, you were
Mhm.
not pleading guilty to protect him.
Well, I did it to protect him and to protect my other family members.
Okay, but did you know at the time that he was, having these dealings with this other woman?
No.
Okay, all right.
Well, no. Listen, Faith. He did that. Listen, I got locked. I think that was November of 2016. I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, this was November of 2016. By February of 2018, he had ran off with the Becky and robbed us of robbed me of thousands and thousands of dollars. And he knew that I was at that time. I was actually fighting that case.
Okay, so he did all these things while you were already behind bars.
Well, I bonded out, but I was still fighting the case, from basically fighting the case from the streets. I had made bond,
Okay.
and he basically, um I think well, basically he just met. I think they met via he told me he met her through his mother's job. I don't know if I believe that. I believe he met her on the internet, because what happened was I found an account that he had an account on Tagged. And when I got into the when I got into here's the other thing, and it wasn't the first time. That's why I said, when they know the they don't really want that story out there like that. Okay. When I logged into I found his account, and he had an account on several dating sites. And I there were numbers in there, for he was exchanging numbers and communicating with women in this application called Tagged, which is a dating site. And I called the women and asked them if they had ever met him. He was basically telling these women that he was single. He was telling these women that some of the women he was trying to some of the women he actually had hooked up with, some of the women he was trying to hook up with, telling them he was going to take them to expensive hotels. And at the end of the day, I was making payments to stop his car from being repossessed. Because a part of what I was dealing with, even before we separated, was the fact that we would get into an argument, he would take his entire paycheck, go trick it off, and then come back home and not have anything, and might be ducking from the fucking repo man. I would make the payment on his car and pay the insurance and all of that other shit like that. Because even with him having a better job, his income still didn't surpass mine. So the onus would be on me to make the payment for the car, and come to find out he's driving women around in the car that I'm paying the fucking note on. That I'm paying the not paying that's paying the note, but stop. Well, basically, I had to pay the note in order to stop them from repossessing it. If he didn't make the payment, there were times that he made the payment and times that he didn't make the payment. But what I found out from some of the women is that he was driving them in the car that I was making the payments, that I had stopped from being repossessed. So I believe that that's how they met. And I
Mm-hmm.
want to say, a few days after Valentine's Day 2017, my case was still pending. Like, I was still going to trial for that. Like, through the preliminary, they have the preliminary hearing, and then they determine at the preliminary hearing if there's enough evidence to hold it over for trial. And there's usually months and months in between that before you actually have a trial. Okay. By the time I got to my trial, it's like, listen, at that point, me and him were already separated. I would have to implicate other people if I were to try to fight that. They had already thrown at the trial, they had already thrown the majority of the charges out. Had I fought that other charge, it would have required me to throw other people under the bus, and that includes him. I didn't do that. I pled guilty to it. I got a year of probation for it, and that was that. But when it's said and done, this person that I had carried throughout in and out, listen, he lacked so much support that when I moved to Charlotte from Philadelphia, he was actually on parole when I met him. Now, the three times that he went back to prison, he didn't go back to prison because he reoffended. He went back to prison because he repeatedly left the state of Pennsylvania because he had no support here, and he had no support in Philadelphia. So he left. Sorry, he had no support in Philadelphia. So he would violate his parole and come with me and the kids to North Carolina. And also because he probably thought that I was going to end up hooking up with somebody else if he wasn't there. So every time he went back to prison, I was the only person that was there for him. I was paying $11 for collect calls from prison from Pennsylvania to North Carolina when he had family that was in that put the money on his books. I'm the one that made sure that each of the three times that he went there, as a result of them catching him, and he would get out, he would go to go. They would give him, catch him in North Carolina. He would go back to prison, and as soon as he would get out, when he would start missing me and the kids, he would just leave the state. So that is ultimately how I ended up moving one time. I ended up moving from North Carolina back to back to Philadelphia so that so the last time that he violated parole, I said, listen, we can't keep doing this. I'll come there and I'll be, we'll be, your support system will be there. We'll get you through that time that you have left over at the halfway house. I'll help you, get on your feet, help you with the job, and me and the kids will be there to support you. That's the reason why he got through that stint, because I picked up my entire life that I had established in North Carolina and came back to Pennsylvania to be a support to him. That's before he got the job. The better job. Okay.
Mm.
So, and they talk a lot about, again, when they talk about, me being a criminal and me being, who do they think, you know, and I explained the other day, my cousin, a black male, was the first one to give me drugs to sell. Okay. It was a male relative of mine that introduced me to growing cannabis in the first place. And now it wasn't his fault. Let's be clear. It was my decision to do it. When I went to prison, that was the result of me being greedy for money, not being satisfied with the things that I had, and me wanting more things financially, or materialistic things. And it took for me to go to prison to realize that that wasn't what mattered. Okay. And that was a lesson that I learned the hard way. Right. But
Now there's a question down in the chat by Mia D wants to know why Cookie after all that he did to you or what he did to you.
after everything that he did, um, like what, like you mean, like as far as why didn't I throw him under the bus or implicate him in something?
Now I'm guessing that's what she means.
Um, you know what, Mia? For a long time even after he had done that to me, he yo-yoed with me emotionally. The I'm coming back, I want to work on my marriage, psych, he did that for quite some time. Whenever I guess she would kick him out or whatever, he would come back and talk about how he wanted to work on his marriage and this, that, and all the other, until she would yank the dog's chain. Why keep helping? A part of it is because that's him. That's who I am. Um, the other part of it is because I kept holding on to that hope that something was going to change. That, oh, now that now that the white bitch kicked him out the first time he had a financial crisis, the first time, something happened and he didn't have the money that she thought he had when she originally hooked up with him, that he had robbed his family for. Now he'll see how good of a wife he has, how much his wife really loves him. And that led to him, instead of
Mm-hmm.
him appreciating that, what he did was continue to take advantage of that whenever it suited him. Whenever she kicked him out, and I did. I did.
And that ties right into Slayer Jim's comment.
Mhm. I've never
That
stepped outside of my marriage. I've had, let me be clear, I've had flings post separation, after it became evident to me that he wasn't going to come back, that he was playing games with my emotions and my mind, um, to keep me binded to him, trauma bonded to him, and it made me vulnerable. And I was seeking to have that void filled because I felt so invalidated. So the discernment that I normally would have used, I didn't. And what type of dude do you think was attracted to me after that? That's why I said I'm accustomed to, when it comes to men in business, them using that desperation that they know exists in some black women against me. They will try to sell themselves to you almost like a prostitute to be able to access your business associations. Okay, I don't have to be specific for you guys to figure that out. For your financial resources, basically
yes,
for your connections, he's trying to align himself with you, just like a female gold digger. They're positioning themselves as female gold diggers to exploit what they can. It's like they when I went through that with my husband, there was an individual that, that was privy to everything that happened, and, oh, he ain't shit, he didn't deserve you, you a smart woman, you a good woman, you a loyal woman, this, that, and all the other. And at the end of the day, he didn't want to do anything different. He just wanted him listen, he wanted to be the nigga that was getting over. He wanted to be the kept nigga. He wanted to be the kept nigga that replaced my husband. He didn't have any intention on doing anything different.
mm-hmm.
So I had to, I cut him off expeditiously once because I didn't really want him or like him like that anyway. It was just something, to be honest with you, it was something to pacify me. To pacify me.
Because your self esteem had taken a hit from being in
Oh
that
yes.
failed marriage. Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I can relate to that, and any woman that has been in that situation can relate to that. We've all been anybody that says that they have never played the fool before, you're
Mm-hmm.
lying, because
Yep.
we have all played the fool one time in our lives before, found ourselves doing some stupid stuff over some peanuts.
Mm-hmm.
Now the ones that say that they haven't, they probably still in their 20s.
Mm-hmm.
And I all I have to say to you is just keep living.
Yep. And so, that little cycle right there had to repeat itself. And it repeated itself several times before I got it that no, this is a game that he's playing. And he's not going to stop playing the game. He's going to play the game as long as I allow him to play the game. I have to stop him from playing the game. I have to be the one to stop. I have to be the one to cut off communication with him, if it's not about something that's business related. or something that has to do with some, some insurance or some medical. If it doesn't have anything to do with that, we shouldn't even be communicating with each other, quite
So
frankly.
you mean to tell me that you actually had to get some dignity about yourself
Absolutely.
and cut him off?
Absolutely. And that was, as I was going through that is when I first created a YouTube channel, because I was actually sharing with the other women what my experience had been. That's actually the reason why I hid those videos, because there were people that were going through those videos and getting things that I had said about myself, that I had told about myself, and about, I never disclosed. There's only one person on this platform that I ever disclosed to, prior to it becoming public, that my husband had left, abandoned his family for a white woman, and that was Black Woman Sphere. And that is why I exposed her, because you have other Black women that trust you, and you're out here exposing their business. And what she did was, she told that to Nyla. Nyla in turn told it to other people. And when I got on, she invited me onto her panel. Who's going to check me, boo? She invited me onto that segment of her show. And when I got into it with Q the General, he threw that in my face. That is
Mm.
how it got out there that my husband had had the affair with the white woman. Because Nyla, I told Black Woman Sphere, right? Because she's supposed to be all team Black woman, she's here for Black women's empowerment. Well, I told, that was the only bitch that knew that. Nobody else knew that. Not only did she tell people, members in the Viper Pit, she also told Nyla. Nyla, like I said, Nyla in turn told other people in her camp. And when I got on the panel and I started dragging me and Q got into it, he threw that up in my face. But I never knew that Nyla was the one who told the people in her camp that. JV Dessalines being one of them, until shortly before April the 1st. Because when I told her the story personally later on, she acted as if that was the first time that she had ever heard it. And she acted like she empathized with me, as if it was the first time she ever heard it. When Taz got up there and threw out there that my husband had left for that Becky, Nyla knew the whole time that for the most part of that marriage and of that relationship, I had been the one supporting my husband. So
So basically, these women allowed these men to blindside you.
yes, yep,
Wow.
and fed them my information. Hey Neon, hey Soup Bone. Welcome to everybody else that's in the chat. Slayer Jim, Q Savage. You still got Pretty Black Magic hanging with you, hanging with us. We appreciate you. Yeah, they basically fed these dudes personal things about myself and about my marriage. Nyla knew the whole time that my husband, during the time that I was fighting the case for the drug case, that he basically robbed me of what money I was supposed to use to pay my attorney to fight the case. And that's what he ran off with his Becky with. He was basically, if I was to describe my husband based on what we call here, even though he's not physically dirty, he was a dusty. To keep it a buck with you, he was what we would consider a dusty. He was coming out of a halfway house. When I met the nigga, he was in a halfway house. Okay.
Now, Cookie, this man must have been pretty damn fine.
Well,
Please tell me he was
this
fine.
this is the thing. I fell in love with that potential because I thought he had the potential to be all these amazing things.
And I just want to say real quick, good morning, Joe W. Good morning to Soup Bone.
And
Good
of course
morning to
the dick was
Topaz.
good too. It was good. We had amazing sex. The dick was good, right? Shut up, Soup Bone. That heinous comment, Soup Bone, that heinous comment will be stricken from the record. Mm. So yeah, we had good sexual chemistry, and you know that he helped around. Basically, he was in the capacity of a kitchen bitch, if you want me to be perfectly honest with you. He cooked, he cleaned, right? He took care of the children, and I was the breadwinner. That's how that went.
But now I want to ask you another question too, because getting
Mhm.
back to these women allowing these men to backstab you, because that's one thing that I do always talk about on this channel, that women have to beware of certain types of women. I tell young women all the time to watch some of these older women because they will set you up and give you bad advice, and
Yeah.
they want to do nothing and to see nothing other than for you to fail. They're not really giving you advice for you to succeed.
Hmm.
What type of women would you advise the younger generation of women to look out for, so that they can know what type of backstabbing women, what these backstabbing women look like?
I think that, first of all, I think that they have to trust their intuition, because a lot of times their instincts may tell them not to trust a person. And if I were to look and reflect on what I experienced on this particular platform, it was something intuitively that was telling me not to trust certain women. But I felt that what I kept giving them the benefit of the doubt and saying, well, I didn't want to judge them too harshly based on the things that other people had said about them, and based on whether or not I thought they were a pick me, or whether or not I thought they were male identified. I wanted to give them the benefit of the doubt. I was ignoring everything that everything that I knew that I shouldn't ignore. I was ignoring, because I was trying to basically not judge them in the way that other women had judged them.
Well, see,
Um,
now that's what I'm trying to get at. Now, what are the
mhm.
things? What were the signs that you overlooked?
Them talking about other women's business, or
Yes,
telling me things about other women that I had no business knowing. Um,
yes,
Very personal things about women that they had been entrusted with the information, and that information was talked about very mockingly. It was
yes.
almost like they had taken their business and they were laughing. They pretended that they actually empathized with them, but behind their backs they were laughing at what their struggles were. Um,
And that's always a red flag.
mhm,
Once again, there are red flags for when you're dating men, but there are also red flags of when you're dealing with women and you're befriending other women. And all of these that Cookie are bringing up, these are red flags to look out for in dealing with friendships with other women, because your friendships with other women can ruin your life as well.
mhm.
But continue. I'm sorry.
And the other thing that I saw was, and I talked about it the other night, they can't walk into a room of women and find beauty in their sisters. They're walking into the room looking to find some way to place themselves above every woman that's in the room. So therefore
Yes.
they have to start pointing out some flaws. Look at the way she talks, look at the way she wears her hair, look at the way she dresses, look at where she comes from. Looking for ways to critique other women. They never have anything to say. They could see a woman can be put together from head to toe, and they will find that one flaw, and
Oh
and
yeah.
and, and talk about it. Or you're uncomfortable because it may be a woman, and this is something that I've experienced time and time again on this platform, where you're cool with a woman, you don't have any problem with her, but this chick is hitting you up in the back chat, taking shots at the chick, talking shit about her. And it puts you get that feeling in your gut where it makes you feel uncomfortable, because it's like you're put in an awkward position because you don't even know how to respond to what they've just said. So it
Yes.
makes you feel uncomfortable. and almost an obligation to say something, because it's like, okay, but what the fuck do I do with this? What am what am I supposed to do with it? In that particular situation, it would be best for you not to say anything, right? Um, and to take that as face value, that that's not the only person that she's doing that to. If she did that to this person and she laughs and talks in their face, behind the scenes she's doing the same fucking thing to you.
And see, that's the empath that was trying to warn you,
Yeah. Yep.
because you felt it
Mm-hmm.
even before they even said anything. You felt it,
Yeah.
but you ignored all the signs. And
So,
these are the same signs that, because not everybody's an empath.
mm-hmm.
Okay, so these are the same signs that I want the sisters to look out for, because
Mm-hmm.
sisters, your other sisters will do you dirty, and usually these women, they have the same mo, the same
Mm-hmm.
mo. They're always nitpicking.
Yep.
They're always putting another woman down. They can, like Cluster said, can't see the beauty in their other sisters.
Mm-hmm.
She can be put together from head to toe, but they're gonna find the one thing that's wrong with her.
Yep. And then talk about her, and then you'll see them come right out here on YouTube and laugh with those same people. So, bitch,
And
if
and
I
and
have
I
you
and I
doing
would
that
and
to
I would
her, what the
say, and
fuck
I'm
you doing it to me?
sorry to
The
interrupt you, sorry to
opportunity.
interrupt you, but I
Mm-hmm.
would say, even if, and these are content creators, if you
Yes.
see a female content creator that is constantly putting down other women, saying that
Mm-hmm.
other women are ugly, talking about other women's looks,
Mm-hmm.
gossiping all the time about other women,
Mm-hmm.
laughing at situations that aren't funny that other women find themselves in,
Mm-hmm.
these women are not your friends,
Mm-hmm.
and you should not be taking any advice from them.
They can't empathize with anything. They can't empathize with a woman making a mistake and falling for a man that didn't love and care about her. But let a man get up here. Let a
Yes,
cop get up here on a panel, and a penis that they can ride get up here on a panel and tell you the same story, and you'll have a chat room full of bitches empathizing with everything that he's saying. He can tell you that, take for instance, a woman uh telling a story about the fact that she cheated or that she stepped outside of a relationship, and a man stepping out of a relationship. That's another double standard, that men can cheat, but if women do it, a man is going to leave you because they aren't made to deal with cheating and infidelity the way. Well, what the fuck makes you think that a woman, if you can't stand it, what makes you think that a woman can deal with that? So, and
exactly.
the other thing is that, Mel, when you see women empathizing, they can empathize with the niggas, with their struggles, but let you have the same struggle, they can't empathize with you.
Oh no.
They can't feel into, they can't. All it takes, but if a man, if it has a penis that they can ride or suck on, anything that comes out of his mouth is okay. And that's why you will always see me handle that archetype of woman very harshly. I will
And
handle
and
her
and
just
then
like a
and
nigga.
then here's the other thing that you didn't mention.
Hmm.
Now there are women YouTubers on here. They have
Hmm.
made mistakes. They have
Hmm.
made poor choices. And here's the other thing: when you see these women and they don't own up to their own poor choices,
Nothing. They got perfect lives. They got perfect families. Everything is all together. When they bragging about this, it's nothing about being. It's not that you shouldn't be proud of your accomplishments. Your accomplishments is something that you are to be proud of. You don't have to basically dumb yourself down to make somebody else feel comfortable in your space. You don't dull your shine to make somebody else feel comfortable with the fucking way that you shining. Period. I don't care if it's a man or a woman. You don't have to
and
walk
see,
into a
and
space
that's
and
but
apologize for your fucking existence,
that's the
or put
problem.
down
That's
for
the
your
problem that I have. And see, I'm about to piss some people off real
work.
fast with this comment that I'm about to make right here. But
Hmm.
see, there was a certain female YouTuber that went through
Mhm.
her own trial and tribulation right on this platform with certain things about her life being exposed. But
Mhm.
rather than owning that situation and coming out and saying, you know what, I made some not so smart choices in my life and
Uh-huh.
using it as a teaching moment, this person decided to go ahead and cover it up. And that's the reason why I have my issues with this person right to this day. Because if it had been me or somebody else, they would have drugged me from toenail to hair follicle all through
Mhm.
this thing. But because
Mhm.
it's them, it's hush hush, and I'm not going to be accountable for my shit.
Mhm.
And like I said, there were other people that, mostly the men. I'm just gonna say because there was only one woman that actually came out and held that foot to the fire, and that was Michi. And I
Well, I'm
will
about to say,
always
oh,
respect.
the
I
men
will
held the foot
always
to the
respect
fire.
Michi. Hmm.
'Cause
I'm sorry.
and that
I'm
I'm about to say, and I know who Michi is, but I'm not. I'm just not familiar with what her particular response was to that situation. But I do know that the men, listen, the men had a field day with that.
yes.
It was roast going on all around here, But yeah, you know. So most
But here's my
definitely,
thing. I'm not the
and
type of person
even
that
the
I'm not going to
swerving.
take a person's misfortune because I know that I've made that
Mhm.
mistake and there are many, many, many other women that have made that mistake. And I'm not going to take that person's
Mhm.
misfortune and rub their face with it. But I would have loved to have seen that person come out and said, you know what? I'm going to tell my own story rather than let everybody else run around here and spin their own narrative on
Yeah,
it. Because the same way
because
that
they
you
will
came
tell your
out and you
story
told
for you.
your own story, the same way that you
Mhm.
came out and you were honest about what it was that you were going through, that's the same
Mhm.
thing that I would have expected. And I respected the hell out of this person. I really believe that this person is brilliant, to be honest with you. But that is
Mhm.
what did it
She
for
is.
me.
I think she is. I think that not only is she, I don't think that she's not only that very intelligent. I think she's beautiful. Despite the things that they call her, I think she's charismatic. I think that she's funny. All of those things.
Yes, but
And
the thing about it
I'm
is
very familiar with that
she's so
situation
hell
of
bent
probate.
on being perfect that she doesn't know that that imperfection is a part of life.
You don't
She did
have
not
to be
have to cover
perfect.
it up.
Yes. You don't have to be perfect. You're going to make mistakes, and it's going to be mistakes that you're going to make that you'll look back on and like, what the hell was I thinking, or what the fuck was I doing? You
And
know,
see, I didn't say anything. I waited because I said, you know what? If she stands up for herself and she says, you know what, fuck all y'all. Yeah, I'm imperfect. This is what happened. Blah 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 blah. And you know what? I'm dealing with it. I would have personally myself upheld her in anything that she said, and I would have dared anybody to step to her. I would have been the first one, but she
hmm
never did. And that's the issue that I have. That's the only issue that I have with this person.
well, women fall for that syndrome all the time. I call it looking for the black Leonidas. And in particular, I've seen that play out in particular with the pro blacks. It isn't that it's not that it's exclusive to pro blacks, but in particular, especially on this platform, I've seen that dynamic play out time and time again. Looking for the black Leonidas, they want a black man that has all the attributes and all the all the strength and courage and the testicular fortitude that Neil Leonidas had. They just want him to be black. And when um they find these social media saviors in these niggas, they never question, if this dude is so fantastic, why is he by himself? Why is he single? And with all of these women throwing themselves at his feet, why doesn't he have a wife? Why doesn't he have a woman? Okay. That's the first red flag. Um, the second red, but first and foremost, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have a woman or women. Okay. He's just not public that he's fucking a whole bunch of different women. or that he has a whole bunch of different women. Clearly you can see there's a whole bunch of women throwing pussy at him, okay, or that they're attracted to him, but they present themselves as this perfect catch. Um, as the perfect catch. And what happens is, if you don't keep your ego, and this is a part of the dynamic that played out with Claudiva, if you don't keep your ego in check, if you don't keep your arrogance in check, see, what they believe is that they are in fact special, and that the rules that apply to other women don't apply to them because they are special. So there's a part of them that makes them oblivious or blinds them to what it is that they're actually dealing with. They're ignoring the red flags that they're seeing, that this person isn't interested in a commitment. This person isn't going to be a one man type, a one woman type of man. And they ignore that. And why they ignore that is because they're special. So the rules that apply to other women don't apply to them. That's not going to happen to them. You hear Clydiva all the time say, I'm the star. And if you believe that in your mind, you think that you're special. And despite
Mm-hmm.
the man telling you that, he has other lady friends, despite you seeing other women in his life, seeing other women around him that he's in relationships with, whether that's exes that he's had intimate relationships with, still being friends, you ignore all of that. And somehow you're going to produce a different outcome. Well, the fact of the matter is you're not. It doesn't matter who you are or what you think you are. You're going to be humbled in that type of situation because he's showing you what he's about. Right then and there. The problem is we don't listen. We don't heed the warning. We don't heed the red
Yes.
signs. Or, because it's what we want, we take and rewrite that story. We see signs, and we interpret it. To me, like, a lot of times in my own marriage, I thought that, you always hear women say, well, he's always going to come back. Yeah, the motherfucker's going to come back because he ain't got no place else to go where he can get it as good as that. That could be the reason why he's coming back. He's not necessarily coming back because your pussy is that amazing. He's not actually coming back because I misinterpreted it to mean that because he continued to come back, no matter how many times he cheated and I took him back, that meant that he was coming back to me because he genuinely loved me. No, he was coming back to me because, first of all, he was already established, right? That he could use me, that he didn't have to actually be a man because he was financially dependent on me to pay the bills, right? And to clean up all of his messes and all of his spills like he was a child. And what that led to was, although I was not cheating, I didn't want to have sex with him as frequently because of the things that he was doing. Um, and once his infidelity became evident to me, I was turned off by that. So then you have the factor, in addition to the fact that you already have the marital problems there, you have the lack of sex going on, and he has a very high sex drive. So that led to a lot of him stepping outside of the relationship to get those sexual needs met. Okay, so again, when I look back at that situation in retrospect, um, being the breadwinner gave me a certain level of control, or what seemed like control, but it's not control. It's pseudo control. It's pseudo power. You're not really wielding any power. They're there because they're financially dependent on you, right? Until they're able to, once they're able to become self-sufficient and start depending on themselves, then that changes the dynamic. So you're not in control of anything, and they're not there because they genuinely love and care about you. They're there because it's almost like, you know how you find your comfortable spot in the wintertime, and it's in the winter, and you got to get up and go to the bathroom, and you don't really want to go because you
Oh,
don't
I
want
hate that.
to form a comfortable spot, because you know once you pull that comforter back and go to step on that floor, you know, like you may have a draft in the room, but you done
Oh yeah.
found a comfortable spot, and it's like, God damn. So you sit there and you think of, yeah, well, they done found their comfortable spot, or you got your favorite chair and it's nice and comfortable. It almost fits your body because you done had it for so long. Yeah,
Hmm.
kind of like that.
And so now, when you find yourself in a situation when you're dealing
Mhm,
with that type of man,
mhm,
because these guys are disingenuous, because, like you said, they'll make you think that they love you so
mhm,
much, and that's the reason why they keep coming back. But we
mhm.
don't look at the fact that they keep leaving.
Yes. Mhm, mhm. Yeah. And you think they'll listen. They'll even have you thinking that you're actually superior. You're actually better than these other women, because of these other women that they out here fucking on. If they were worth a damn, he wouldn't keep coming back to you. No, he's coming back to you because he's continuing to use you. He got some more, listen, he got some more using to do. So he knows he's almost molded you emotionally, right? So he knows what to tell you in order for him to make you think that he genuinely loves you and cares about you. He knows what to tell you. He knows what to tell you to have you demonize that other woman. And once you tolerate it
So,
with a man, once you tolerate something, it's on the menu. When you tolerate something one time, whether it's abuse, whether it's infidelity, it's on the menu. You know,
now,
so
what made you come to the place where you finally became self-actualized? I feel like you are a self-actualized woman now. I feel like you're very self-aware.
mhm,
You're more wiser for a lot of the things that you went through.
mhm. Well, first of all, it was a lot of pain, okay? And because I don't listen, and it's different when, like, if you're not self-medicating with alcohol or drug, and this is the reason why a lot of sisters do overindulge in do overindulge in everything from food to alcohol to drugs, because it numbs what they feel inside. Okay, so if you're not doing any of that, um, there were times when I was going through so much emotionally, I would forget to eat or drink anything for days. So I was literally
Yes.
starving myself without realizing that what I was doing, but it was the stress that I was under, and the pain and suffering that I was experiencing that I just forgot. I would forget to eat. I would forget to drink anything, even a glass of water. And then days would curve. I would days would pass by, and I would say, "Damn, I haven't eaten anything." And what would jolt my memory is the fact that I would have a headache, and it's like, "Damn, okay, well, I didn't eat nothing for 2 days. Well, let me go, get something to eat, or I guess I'll have a glass of water." You know, it's almost like they call it the night of what do they call that? The It's a term that Kalia LaRoche, from Pandora's Box, the I think they call it the night of the soul or something to that effect, where it's almost like you're going through a detox from some type of, just, have you ever seen heroin addicts? The irony is, she said that there have been heroin addicts that told her that to disconnect from these type of men, these type of toxic relationships or abusive, unhealthy relationships, you almost have to go through a withdrawal process like a heroin addict. So they call that the night of the soul, if I'm not mistaken. Um, yeah, they call it the night of the soul, where you almost go through uh withdrawals. Thank you, the dark night of the. Thank you, the Kayla. They call it the dark night of the soul, where you almost have to go through withdrawals, like where you're shaking and you're crying and you're, why did this happen to me, and oh, this, that, and all the other. But as you go through that, it's like a cleansing process. It's literally a detox of that individual, and you have to go no contact with this. But there were times when I didn't think I could do it. I was there, I was stalking on social media. I was, looking for things and things like that. And every time I would, these type of individuals move on with their life as if you never existed. So if you're stalking their social media, you're going to see things playing out. And a lot of times what will happen is you'll see them taking the person to the same place, same restaurants, doing the same thing, playing the same game. And if you're stalking and watching, um, you're already ruminating, repeating over in your mind, um, because betrayal is traumatizing, and that's something that's often undermined. When somebody fucks you over like that, it's traumatizing, right? Um, and it may take you some time to find yourself. So I didn't think I could do it. So I would start out with little tests and say, I'm not going to call, I'm not going to text, I'm not going to contact, I'm going to on Facebook. I'm not going to respond to any of his messages, including by third party, for 30 days. And I'm just going to focus on, uh, I'm only going to read content or research content on narcissism, um, and the discard, which is what which is what I technically experienced. In addition to everything, like there were things that happened. What I did my videos on when I first came to YouTube was different phases of that narcissistic relationship, from hoovering to the discard to devaluation to idolization, love bombing, the whole thing, wash, rinse, and repeat, gaslighting, triangulation. I experienced that throughout the whole relationship and throughout the whole marriage.
And
Okay.
here's the thing, that no matter what you do with a narcissist as well, and I've been in relationships with a narcissist. I just got out of one with a
Hmm.
rich one. Okay.
Hmm.
But no matter what you do, they're never satisfied.
No.
And they will continue to move the goalposts. So just when you've met one requirement that they have, it's just this one thing that they tell you that you do that you need to stop doing. Then you do it, and next thing you know, there's something else.
Hmm. That proverbial, listen, that's that proverbial carrot that's being done, that's being dangled in front of your face. That damn proverbial carrot, and holding on to it. If I have to question what kept me there, it was holding on to that hope that something was going to change. There has to be some part of this person still here that was there that I fell in love with during that love bombing phase. The hardest thing to wrap your brain around is that that is not who they were. Who they were at the end of the relationship, when that goddamn mask slips off, that is who and what they are and what they always were. In the beginning is who they became in order to get you, to entrap you, to trick you into believing that's what they were. No, that wasn't what they were. That wasn't who or what he was. Who and what he was is who he became at the end of the relationship. And I went through different phases. Oh, I wanted them dead. Oh, listen, I went through a whole bunch of different phases. I wanted them dead. I wanted them to come back. Um, uh, then I didn't want him no more. And I was going to be strong until the next time that he called, that is, right? I went through all of those different phases. And when I said, listen, this isn't going to stop, I have to stop it. and I have to stop doing this to myself because I was regressing in my progress, dibbling and dabbling. And oh, about the time when I would lose a couple of pounds, and I had been getting my workout on, getting my exercise, and I was all looking all good and looking all spiffy,
Here he
vibrant.
come.
Here he come, and I'm
Yeah.
falling again for the goddamn okey doke. And once that pattern repeated itself, and I realized that no, he doesn't have any intention to actually come back and work on his marriage. He's playing games in between. He's juggling sources of supply. If she's not giving him the level of narcissistic supply that he's used to getting, well, let me go on back to my wife because I know that, she's still waiting for me to come around. So I had to realize that was a process that until I stopped it, it was going to continue to repeat itself. And I started first gray rocking him. And then it got to the point to where he would be angered and infuriated that he couldn't call me and trigger me in that way, that he couldn't play with my emotions. But at the same time, I was learning how to deal with him because I was doing the research. At that point, there wasn't a doubt in my mind about what he was. And likewise, when I encounter certain archetypes of men on this platform, I know how to handle them because I know what they are at their nature. So I can coexist in a space with them and still have those safety measures and protect in place. That's why I said it's not good for us to discuss everything um like on because you have predators that listen as well.
Yes.
And what they do is they perfect their craft as we're sitting around in these sister circles, and they're sitting around, they have the option to listen in. They're sharpening their skills.
Oh, and shout out to
Sharpening their
Kenny
skills.
Conjo down there in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
But something you said earlier about self-medicating, because I had my issues as well when I was dealing with
Hmm.
my narcissistic relationship, but mine was different. You said that you would not eat, and I was
Hmm.
on the other end of the spectrum. I use food as
Yes.
a source of comfort because that
Hmm.
full feeling, it
Yep.
used to comfort me.
To fill that void.
Yes.
Or and a lot of women engage in, and just like what JV was saying, that's exactly what it was. They pop up once they realize you've read up your energy.
Yes.
But yes, and you have women that listen, women engage in shopping. There are women that shop excessively for the same reason, because they feel like I was an excessive shopper. I would shop and buy so much things. Sometimes I would buy things that I already had without realizing it. I was an excessive shopper because I felt that, if I buy this, it'll make me happy. I like this so much. If I buy this, it'll make me happy. If I wear this, it'll make me feel good. So
Hmm.
whatever, we have all different types of things of I guess coping mechanisms that we use to be able to avoid. I think what it and then the other thing is, a lot of times women go back because they don't want to experience that dark night of the soul. They don't want to go through the withdrawals. They want that man to fill that void, so they continue to go back, or they want another man to fill the void. That
Yes.
toxic individual left there, or that adulterer or habitual cheater or garden variety abuser left there. They want something to fill that void. So if it's not foods, promiscuous sex, drugs, this, that, and all the other, partying like a rock star, oh, I don't feel nothing, oh, I'm living my best life, this, that, and all the other, that too can be a coping mechanism. If they're not doing that, they want that man back to stop that hurt. Because keep in mind, when they leave that void there like that, when they come back, it's almost like that hurt and that pain, I don't have to feel that. But when you're discarded in that way, right, and you don't have any choice, that can also lead to you, well, if I just get in another relationship that'll stop this pain. I
Yes.
need something right now to stop this pain, to stop this hurt. Whereas with the dark night of the soul, you have to go through that pain and the shit hurts. It's probably one of the most difficult. Listen, I served 7 years in federal prison. What I went through after my marriage ended was harder than that to get through. Okay. I've never experienced anything that painful in my life. It hurts. So you look for ways to fill that damn void, even if it means going back to the motherfucker that's causing the pain and the suffering. As long as he's there for that time, it feels good. It feels better. I don't have to feel that. I don't
And
want to hurt
another
anyone.
thing that I want to point out too, because there's a one other way that women self-medicate that's very destructive, and
Mhm,
it could put you in jail. It could hurt other people, but that's when
mhm,
you are very destructive. You
mhm.
find a level of satisfaction when you're being destructive and destroying things. These are the women that will bust the windows out of a man's car. These are the women that will fight other women. These are the women that will ultimately go to jail for these stupid activities because they're looking to self medicate to fill that void. And I'm telling you, there's a
Mhm.
lot of women that fall into that category. And I would
Absolutely.
caution that you do not fall into that trap.
Mhm,
Because there's a lot of us out here that are very reactionary when our feelings get hurt because we don't know how to
mhm.
deal with the pain.
Yep. Yep.
And
So
I
like
never
I
thought
look
that I would
grind
be quoting
guys.
P. Diddy, but you remember that song by Danity Kane called Damaged?
No.
Oh my goodness. Danity Kane was out during that time when he had that little show with those with that little girl group, and Damage was one of the songs. But at the end of the song, P. Diddy came in talking, and he said, sometimes you have to experience the pain in order to experience the joy.
Yep. Mhm. Those are just facts. And we have that because this is the thing that I was going to do, and I was listening to a snippet of it because I was hearing I was going to do one of the first case studies I was going to do was on Mary J. Blige because although she is a celebrity and a superstar, um, her marriage was, it's almost like you think you meet that prince in shining armor. That's what I thought when I met my husband, right? That's usually the trap and the lure to get you in there. They're not your financial equal. My husband is not, and this is not to be nasty because uh, after now that I know what he is, I actually um and I've showed JV screenshots from communication with my husband. I ignore when as long as I ignore him because I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to trigger me or trying to get a reaction. I deal with him when I feel like dealing with him. Okay. I don't take him personally. I don't hate him. I don't harbor any resentment or anything like that for him. I did it one time. Okay. I don't now. I'm indifferent because I know who and what he is, and I know he's never going to change. you know um and it may be a day when I may be feeling a bit nostalgic, and I'll open up that door, but it doesn't take me long to snap out of it. And I'll niceties with them. Hey, hi, hey Wayne, how you doing? Okay, all right. How's the family? This, that, all that. A little small talk, and that's that. you know um but there was a time when I don't know, Faith, I think like it's scary for me that I think you get once when you get over it, it's easier to. It's not that, and don't get me, don't don't. For the purpose of clarity, we're not friends, okay? He's okay to deal with in the way how you have a neighbor that may have a vicious dog, and the dog may be nice at times, and you don't dislike animals, but not to get too close to the gate because the motherfucker will bite you the first chance he get. Yeah, that it's like kind of like that.
Yes.
you
And
know,
that's a
he's
great
like, yeah,
analogy
they're a
for it.
nice doggy, but no, I'm not getting too close to that gate. And I think what happened in the instance of Mary J. Blige, Kendu did what you call the long con. By the
Okay, what's that?
the long con, where they know because you are a powerful or strong or opinionated woman that they can't just walk in and get you for everything off the rip. So they kind of like have to work, basically work their way up to that. They won't be able to just walk up to you and say, "Hey, bitch, give me all your money. I want to be a cat.
Mm.
I need you to feed me, clothe me, put a roof over my head, help me level up, help me level up my life." They can't approach you like that. So what they do is they sit around and they cater to not only to your ego by telling you, you're amazing and all of this kind of stuff like that. You're the best woman that they ever had, not knowing that they've told that to 1,000 other women, the same thing in order to get what they wanted. And I've never met a woman like you. Oh, they're helping around the house. Oh, they're helping with your kids. Here's the thing. I had 7 kids before I got married the second time. So at that time, I was a divorced woman with 7 children.
Oh,
So
hold
I
on a
had,
second. So wait a minute. You were a woman with 7 kids, and you got a second marriage proposal. You know that's not possible. You know, according to these men, you hit the wall when you got divorced and you had those 7 kids. No other man was supposed to want you.
yeah, yeah, I've heard them say that. But right, JV, Hoover me forever. Um, and the irony is, when I logged into my Facebook account, I seen a weirdo I missed the video call from the weirdo, because the phone that I have my actual Facebook account on, I don't even I only connected that when I'm on Wi-Fi. So and I forgot my actual Facebook account, and I can't get into the email that I signed up with it. So that I use that phone, or those 2 phones, solely for logging on to Facebook. So when I go to turn the Wi-Fi on or turn the hotspot on, it was a missed call sometime in June from that weirdo, or missed video call. But um yeah, that's kind of like what the long con is. I can't just walk in and finesse you from the door. So I gotta work
Hmm.
my way up to finessing you. I gotta earn your trust. So I had 7 children at the time. So to have somebody helping me with my children, he was very involved, contrary to what type of husband he was or man he was. My children at that time, now they hate his guts, but at that time, worshiped the ground that he walked on. Um, all of them. It was the result of, there were things that happened in my marriage that my sons were never privy to. They were not aware of any type of blatant disrespect, or because of course, he wasn't going to be that way in front of my sons, or do that in front of them. And one of the reasons why, and my oldest son jumped on him and beat him up, because this to give you an example of the type of things that he would do. There was a time when, you remember when I told you I had moved all the way from North Carolina back to Philadelphia so that I could be there as a support for him. At that time, him and my son were working at the same job, and he had a cell phone. I was paying the bill for, and because I feel like it was his phone, I wasn't seeing anything in his behavior. He was making minimum wage. He was going out, getting his paycheck, bringing it home. He was bringing it. At the time, he was still in the halfway house. So I was getting his whole paycheck. He was bringing me his paycheck. He really didn't have time to do any sneaking or creeping. So I wasn't suspicious of anything. There was no reason for me to check his phone. Well, when he started his behavior, like he did many times in the past, right? Um, when I started looking into the phone records, I logged in I set up an account and I checked the phone records online. And when I found the phone records and called the women back, he had a harem You know, narcissists have harem. He had a harem of women that he was grooming. One of them
Mm.
was a 25-year-old woman, the same age as my son at the time that he whooped his ass. So my son
And let me
realized
ask you, what was the race of your husband, by the way? Was he black man, white man?
both of my husbands are black. Both my husbands are black. All my children are black. I've never
Okay,
dated
because
a
see,
white dude.
what you're saying is actually falling in line with what I've been talking about, the man shortage, the fact that they can have these harem of women.
Hmm.
But go ahead, continue.
Hmm. So when I found the phone records, one of the women that I talked to was actually the age of my oldest son at that time. And that infuriated my son because when we looked at the phone records, we could see that probably what happened was they were working at the job together. My son may have seen him on the phone and may have thought that he was talking to me. And
Mm.
when we looked at it and we realized that these were other women that he was talking to, in between the time that he was calling me, he would work a call in with me, hang up from this woman, call another woman, hang up from this woman, call another woman.
Mm.
Okay.
Mm.
And when my son realized that motherfucker, we working on the line in the meat factory together. And I'm thinking, you stepping off to call my mother and you calling another bitch on the phone that my mother's paying the bill for. And me, my mom, the move all the way back up here, my son beat him up. I basically had to stand him in between them. My son was
Wow.
infuriated by that because he's like, listen, I trust you to protect my mom and my sisters when I'm not around. This is not protecting my mom and my sisters, you know, and uh my daughters were there. They were very upset because my son was beating the shit out of him. I literally had to stand in between them. My son wasn't going to hit me, but he was fucking my husband up.
Wow.
What stopped them is that my daughters were getting upset. But that type of so to avoid those type of situations when certain things would happen, I wouldn't say anything. And what he did was exploit my loyalty. That because I'm not going to tell my sons what he's doing to try to keep the peace, he's going to manipulate that loyalty once he realized I wasn't going to say anything about certain things that he was doing. And giving, so I'm familiar with that, keeping up the appearance that everything is okay, that everything is fine, that, you know, Wayne is doing so much better, that he's helping more in this way. My son had a fucking problem with the fact that this motherfucker should be making, he should be motivated to make more money. He should be motivated for, you know, for the life, for our lifestyles to be elevated. You know what I mean?
But
So
now, do you think that he has some sort of what's the word I'm looking for? That he kind of resented you
of course
because
he
you
did.
were the breadwinner?
Of course he did. Listen, there will be times when in my gut, when I look back in retrospect, there will be times in my gut where, and it was confusing because I'm like, why am I getting the energy, even though nothing is wrong, nothing is happening, that this motherfucker literally, there's a, it was, I don't know if it was hate or whatever it was. It could have been resentment, but it was an eerie feeling that I would get from him at different times, or I would catch him looking at me in a certain way. And because I am an empath, right? He knew I was very sensitive in that way. He would change the facial expression on his face. But there were times um when I would feel his energy, it would shift the whole energy in the room. And
Mm-hmm.
it was just like second guessing yourself. That's why I'm very sensitive to gaslighting, or when somebody does that, or when I'm sensing something and a person is saying, "Oh, that's not happening. That's in your fucking head. You know, you're crazy.
Or you ask
You're
them
making it
what's
all up."
wrong. You
Yes.
ask them what's wrong, and they say nothing.
You know. Mhm.
What makes you ask me that question? Nothing's wrong.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's the gaslighting.
Mhm. Or doing something, he would do something and say something, And then when I would call him out on it or try to pin him down on it, trying to pin down a narcissist about something that they've done or said is like trying to, the equivalent of trying to trap a eel in a corner. They're going to find some way to slither through that. And they will do things and say things and then say, I never told you that. I never did. That
Yeah.
never happened.
Yes.
You know, you're confused about that. I didn't say that. I didn't
Oh,
do
selective amnesia.
that. Right. Right. And somebody pointed out in the chat that it was contempt that I sensed that he felt. Yep. Yep. That would be it. And then rewriting it. That no, you know, it's not because you also experience cognitive dissonance. And that's holding two conflicting thoughts at the same time. That's your brain's way of dealing. Okay, I'm sensing contempt from this person. But as long as that mask is in place, that allows me to engage in that mind fuckery and that denial that what I'm seeing and what I'm feeling isn't really what it is. No, that's too painful to accept. So it
Right.
has to be that it's me overreacting. It's my insecurity. It's me being, delusion. It's me. I'm the problem. Actually, it's not a problem with what he's doing. The problem is my reaction to what he's doing. The problem is me calling him out on what he's doing or trying to get him to acknowledge what he did and how damaging it is to a marriage. That's the problem. So therefore they engage in what they call the silent treatment, where often many of the times that he had the affairs, that was the way of punishing me. Narcissists do very passive aggressive things.
Yes.
So because he could get up, okay, if we got into an argument and he might not make it evident that he's angry, but what they do is they get you back in very nice, nasty, passive aggressive ways. So if I go out and I fuck somebody's brains out and I come back and act as if, I'm remorseful about the argument and you don't know what I just did, ha ha, I got you back without you knowing it.
Right.
So that makes they're gratified in that way. And then when I will find out and then go back and look at the dates that some of this stuff had happened, I didn't blame the women because that's not who I was married to. Even before we got married, when I would catch them cheating, I wasn't in a relationship with them. And I found that despite us believing that you can get the truth from the nigga, sometimes you have to talk to the other woman to get the truth. You're not going to get that if you attack her. However, you always have to remember that she may want them too. So you may not be able to you have to kind of like sort through what she's saying to find out what's truth and what's not truth. But you can't discredit something that a woman's saying because a man is going to play that to his advantage. Well, the bitch is only saying that because she still want me. You can't believe nothing that she say. Why would you even listen to that bitch? She wants to destroy our relationship. She wants to destroy our marriage. She's not going to tell you the truth. That's a manipulation because she may actually be telling you the truth. So you have to sort through that and figure out, you keep in mind that there may still be a part of her that still wants him, but it doesn't mean that she's lying about everything.
Mm, mm, mm.
So a lot of times the truth, I never got the truth from him. It would always be some snippet of the truth. 98.9% a lie. The rest of it was 98.9% of it was a fucking lie. And the other percentage was the truth.
But you know what's so funny though? Even though they lied to you, it's always the other woman that comes out of the woodwork that want to have this woman to woman talk, and then they be the ones that tell them.
Mhm.
I've had that happen before.
Because it's going to come a point in time when and a lot of times, listen, it may start out with her, it may start out with her thinking that, okay, listen, let me tell y'all something. My husband he was fucking three bitches on the same job, and he had them believing that they were not to say anything about them fucking because he was married. So they were thinking they're keeping his secret. They're not telling nobody about the relationship because of his wife. When in all actuality, he was fucking three women at the same job, in
Mm.
addition to having a wife. And he was able to get them to be silent, to be protective, because they don't want, listen, and they will because they don't want to lose him. They don't want
Mm-hmm.
him to cut them off. So they're going to do what he says for them to do. Because they may be in love with them. They may want them. We
But
ain't
now
got
those
with
are the
these.
women that are playing the game. But then you also have the women that try to eliminate the competition by
Yes.
spilling the beans.
Mm-hmm.
You also have that, and that's the messy one. That's the messy Jesse.
Yep. Yep.
Because I'm telling you, I don't care how he tell them not to tell. Everybody got to keep it hush hush. No
Mm-hmm.
woman wants to be buried in the back in the bushes.
Well, she's not going to
That's
stay back there indefinitely anyway. So
no.
that, I mean, she's not going to stay. She's not going to stay secret for long, because eventually, women, have a natural, a God-given way of bonding which is supposed to be with their mate. Okay, oxytocin, and
Mm.
men don't have that. So when you have sex with a man, in particular, if it's good sex, you're going to be bonded to that individual. Okay. So despite believing we're not made in the way that we can continuously have sex, the only women that can have sex with men without any emotion involved is usually women that are either numb to some type of, as a result of some type of trauma that they've experienced, where they're just numb to anything, or women that are using drugs that don't feel anything and the drugs medicate, or women that are a person. Now, a narcissistic woman, a sociopathic woman, or a psychopathic woman those are the only women that can have sex with men without developing any type of, of feelings for them, because they operate in the same way that the men do. So they don't have, they don't have any empathy um there. Okay, so it's either low to no empathy. So they're not bonding. It's you that's bonding with that personality disordered individual. They don't bond with other human beings the way that we do. They look like you, they look like us, but they're devoid of everything that makes us human, every emotion. And we might not believe that people exist amongst us that operate that way. But when you think about serial killers, how do you think they're able to do what they do? And then fool society into believing that they're reputable, upstanding citizens. But they have this double life. You have serial killers that have been married, and their wives were oblivious to what they were doing, but they were going out every night or every day and murdering women, murdering
Yes.
women, murdering women, men, raping small children, murdering children, and the women in their life are oblivious to that. That's because they wear a mask. Um,
And it's mighty funny, but it's mostly the men that are capable of taking on these double lives. I
yes,
don't see too many women that do that. But
well,
the men,
they
they
are,
can totally do it.
they do, because you have, when I used to have, when I first started my channel, there were men that were victims of women that were narcissists. I call them NSP. I use the acronym NSPs. So you do have women that are, and they operate in the same way. Those are the women that will get with a man. He has money, spend all of his money. Say, for instance, if he suffers some kind of illness or he doesn't have the money anymore, she can leave that relationship and go be with his best friend, and there won't be anything, or be with his child, his daddy, his neighbor. They don't care. They operate the same way that the men do. And I think I probably met more narcissistic women on social media than any place. I didn't know that women, there were women that do that, or that there were women that operated in that way, but they are.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
come in,
there are.
they're not limited to our race. Because if you go over to one of the narcissistic abuse communities, you'll see the faces of their victims. They're all different races, all different, both genders. It's not gender specific. It has nothing to do with gender. It has nothing to do with race. Abuse is something that crosses all social and economic uh, barriers. And here's the other thing that I have with the pro blacks and people that have that pro black mentality. If you're not going any place outside of your community, you don't know that you can go talk to a Becky and she will have the same, if not a more traumatizing life experience as you, or may be able to relate to you. Why? Because we're told that non-black people or white people are born with silver spoons in their mouth. They all come from families that love them, that care about them, that cherish them,
Mm-hmm.
that want them from the time that they're born, that their mothers and their fathers are loving and caring, and nothing can be further from the truth. Because I have worked with people that were not black, and were abuse survivors. I know that that's not true.
But no, I've been around white women,
Mhm,
and I can tell you, because I've been friends with them and everything, and they are mega narcissists. And what kind of broke me up from hanging around with them like that was when I got into an environment where it was not a mixed environment, where there was a mixture of white people, black people, different races. When it's a
mhm,
bunch of them together, you will really begin to see how they really feel about you.
mhm, mhm.
And I don't know what it is, but they become more emboldened when it's a whole
Well,
bunch of them.
I think those are. I think you do have white people that conceal their racism quite well until, like you said, until you get into that type of situation. But I think it also has to do with when I would in the difference between Philadelphia and Charlotte is that Charlotte is kind of like segregated according to money. Okay, and their poor whites grow up with poor black people. So um, even though they still, to an extent, enjoy that white privilege, there's a reason why they have the term white trash, and that is because their own people look down on them as well. So
Right.
the thing about white supremacy is that they won't hesitate to sacrifice their white trash um, for the elite to succeed. They don't have any issue with that. They make that distinction. See, at the end of the day, here's the thing: when you go into if a white person uh, does something, if say for instance, if old Billy Bob down in the trailer park rapes a woman, beats a woman, or hurts a woman, they're going to get rid of the problem. Okay.
Right.
If you kill somebody in their community, they don't want you among them. They're going to get you out from among them. They're going to pull them out and get them out from among them. Um, I think a lot of things are circumstantial. It depends on that individual. I think you have. I don't know. It's well, I do know,
Well,
but it's
I agree that you do have to go on an individual basis, but I'm talking about as a whole, because I do know that not all of them are like that. You do have some that are cool, but I've noticed that on a whole, this is what I've experienced. And then another thing too, as far as like having a relationships with white women and calling them your friend, what I've experienced is that these white women have used me, and this is when I was really young, because I used to always hang around different races of people when I was younger. I thought I was doing something flat, but these women were only hanging around me because I had different black men in my life. I was around a lot of black men. And
mhm,
so in order for them to gain access to the black men that I knew, they hung around me. They weren't really interested in being my friend. They
mhm.
were interested in the black penis that I could give them access to.
Yeah, I think you have women that but you also have white women that don't date black men. Okay. And if they're not interested in black men, I think in a sense we cut off our nose to spite our face, because I do think And that could be the part of me that's a bit of a feminazi, that I do think that you need to have friends in powerful places. And I believe that we cut off our nose to spite our face when it comes to doing things like business, and building. If we have a collective of men that aren't doing that, that are exploiting our vulnerabilities, I think that it's wise for us to have powerful allies to be able to help us to survive if necessary. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that you have to come in there and present yourself as the help. That's why it's important for you to know your value going in so that you're not exploited. You don't enter into any type of business agreement with anybody without making sure that your ass is going to be covered, or that they're not going to be the one getting the lion's share of the deal. But I do believe that you need powerful allies. And I believe that if they can use us, why can't you use them in that way? And it's not
But here's the thing though. I noticed that I would bring them around my people and
Mhm.
allow them into my circles, but the same was not being reciprocated with them and their men though. They were very guarded when it came to their men.
That's likely. But then that too would depend on that individual. Because you do, I mean, if they were, I would take that as a sign that, you're having access to my family, but I'm not having access to yours. I would take that as a sign. There's a reason why I would assume that there was a reason why they didn't want me to have access to their family, or want to bring me around their family, but they wanted to be around mine. So therefore, you're good enough for me to bring around my family, but I'm not good enough for you to bring around yours. Well, I mean, in that type of situation, I would just make a decision. Basically, it would probably be fuck them. You know what I mean? You
Exactly, and that's the
well,
conclusion
fuck
I
that
came to.
particular individual, but I don't think I would look at it as, that's why I say I let people be people and then treat them accordingly. So when I say, for instance, if I was to, when I meet white people, or when I if when and if I deal with white people, I don't assume this person is a racist. If they show me that they are a racist, then I believe them the first time they show it to me. What I don't allow them to do is to explain things away that are racist, that are
Right.
really racist to me. But I don't assume that they are a racist and that they hate me because I'm black. I don't assume that. However, I have been in the instance where you may have to check white women to let him know, sorry, I'm not the help. Okay, that's not my position. Okay, I'm not here to take care of your babies. I'm not here to clean your
But
house.
it's not even so much of them treating you like the help. It's them treating you like you're a pet, like you're that token black person that they're hanging out with, and that gives them this clout that they're cool, and they're just like you. Now it's okay if when they're bringing you around and you're being cool and you're showing them all your culture and you're giving them all the information and the insights about your culture and taking them around your people, but they don't reciprocate in return the same thing when it comes to you and their culture and taking you around their people and introducing you to their men. They don't do that. And Cookie,
Well,
I'm telling you, this has not just been one individual white woman that has done this to me. This has been numerous ones that have done this to me.
well, that's why we need to know the art. That's why we need to not limit ourselves in that way. As far as, listen, Becky ain't gotta introduce Becky. If Becky is fucking all our daddies and granddaddies and brothers and sons and cousins and uncles, that I don't need Becky's permission to fuck Billy. If I want something from Billy, I'm not going. I ain't got. I'm not going to ask Becky's permission. I'm going, listen, and that's a part of us strategizing. Because see, when the white woman wants something, here's the thing: when Becky wants something from us, Becky know how to go about getting it from us. We need to follow Becky in that sense, that when we want something from White Zaddy, we need to know how to go about getting it. If we got Becky ain't got no problem backdooring us, or get it, or going around us in order to get it. Why can't we do the same thing? Because we've been conditioned by our culture not to do it. That it's a form of betrayal for us to do it in order for us to get ahead. How do you think Becky gets ahead? Becky
That's true.
was her own damn man. Listen, Becky will sacrifice her man for Becky's survival. Why can't black women do the same thing? Listen, if I gotta go around Becky, her mama and her grandmama, in order to get what I want and need from White Zaddy, I'm gonna do it. And I care what Becky got to say about it or what the black community has to say about it because my survival is contingent upon it. So if I need a powerful ally and I don't have that in our own men, well, it's about survival of the fittest. That's just the way I think. I'm not saying that the sisters have to agree. You may have some sisters that don't agree with it. At the end
and
of the
I am Alice in Wonderland. No, they're not all like that, but majority of the ones that I have dealt with were like that. Now I have dealt with ones that wasn't like that, you know. And I actually, one lady that I was friends with did introduce me to some of the people in her family, and she wasn't like that. But the majority of the ones that I, you know, they were like that. I'm just gonna be honest with you. The
Mhm,
aggressions and the microaggressions, it was pretty bad when those women realized that some of their men wanted to holler at me. But it wasn't like that when they came into my camp. Wasn't nobody hating that hard. And I'm talking about, you ain't never seen hating when you see some white women hating on you around their men.
mhm,
That's a hell of a hate.
mhm. No, I think, but you will, but what about, I mean, even if, and I'm, mind you, I'm not even necessarily talking about if you don't have, if you're not interested in white men, you ain't got to force yourself to be interested in white men. You ain't, listen, you ain't got to force yourself to, you don't have to be intimate or sexual with white men to benefit from things that white men have or what they, listen, you to benefit from their finances or from their business opportunities or no, you don't have to be intimate with a white man if that's not your stilo. I don't like white men in that way, in a sexual way. But when it comes to money, when it comes to things like power and building, listen, if you're not able to do that, we don't practice group anything. We don't practice group economics. You got men that are talking about they're waiting for us to start starving, waiting for your babies to starve
Oh
so
yeah.
that
Oh,
they can get
definitely.
to you sexually. So that way they can have you how they want you sexually. They're waiting for you to starve. They're waiting for you to be homeless. They're waiting for you to struggle so that they can, be able to have their way with you the way they always wanted to sexually. That's not somebody I'm interested in building. I'm not interested in building anything with a man that has that type of mindset. So if, okay, say for instance, if you can you go to, let me ask you this, ladies. Is there a brother, if you wanted to start a business, even a small business, say you wanted to start a candle and soap making business, like making a candle where you're selling wax tarts and homemade soap. If you wanted to start a business, is there a brother that you can go to get the money to start that business with the promise that you'll pay them back? You're signing a promissory note. You're not getting these things for free. So you're not, he's not giving you anything. He's loaning you something to start your business. How can you think of 10 brothers that you would be able to go to?
No.
The first
I honestly, I couldn't. I'm telling you, I couldn't. But we're real
I'm
quick.
talking
Shout out
about
to
my own family.
femininity. Let me shout out the super chat.
Okay.
Femininity overload for the 9.99 super chat, and Kenny Conjo. Shout out to him for the cash app. Thank you, brother. Thank you, sister. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Sue Bone said that comment does not reflect the thoughts of black. Go back in them bushes, Sue Bone. No, I'm kidding. Um, but it's I think that when it comes to that type of thing, you got to ask yourself if you're serious about building something for yourself? Or are you going to sit around on the internet for the next 5 years and beg the brothers to protect you, beg the brothers to build with you, beg the brothers to have families with you, beg the brothers to love you, beg the brothers to see your value, beg the brothers to appreciate you? Or are you going to work on you and build something for you and let the brother that wants you, that's worthy of you, find you or approach you with and express his interest, and his interest isn't in getting to access to your finances? That's the way I see it. I see if the sisters don't start unifying and building something, not only for themselves, but a network of other women that are building, that are powerful, right? That have powerful allies. Don't make the mistake of believing that you don't need powerful allies, because you do. If the community that you're in is not giving that to you, how long are you willing to sit around and waste your beauty bucks waiting, online begging, having 8-hour live streams about whether or not the Black woman should have been protected when a non-Black man was beating on her, or whether a Black man was beating on her? What did she do wrong? Or you can sit around if you want to for the next 5 years waiting for Negroes that have that mindset to come put on their super Negro cape and come to your rescue. It's not happening. And as my mentor told me, no one is coming to save you. You're going to have to save yourself. The problem is you have Black women sitting around waiting for the Black Leonidas, sitting around, right, waiting for that social media savior to come gallivanting in on his white horse in his shiny armor. No, these niggas are running around here with Jordans and aluminum foil on. They're not coming to rescue anything. They want, as a matter of fact, they want you to come rescue them. Have we not seen there's a whole army of women running around rescuing the brothers, as opposed to, listen, are they defending the sisters? That's not happening. It's the sisters that are out here windmilling for them, while they get to sit back like the king, like a lion on the pride, and
Facts.
having lionesses going out hunting for them and then bringing them back the meal. Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
But
I
Cluster Sister, can I
cannot.
ask you to do me a favor, because I am totally blind and I can't read and drive at the same time. But could you
Okay.
please shout out that super chat for me?
Yep. Let me go up and see. Oh, yep. Okay. Hold on. Let me see. All right. Okay, it says women self empowerment all 2020. No more starter chicks. Stand 10 toes down on your own self love, from JB Dessalines.
Thank you,
And
JB.
yep, let me see. I think I may have missed Kenny's. I'm gonna go further up in the chat and see if I get it. But no, I can't, for some reason I can't see Kenny's. It might be too far up in the chat, but I can see JV's. Yeah. But Kenny was saying it's been an excellent discussion, but I have a client coming, so I will catch the rest on the playback. You all have a wonderful day. Faith Cluster, ladies and gents. Bye. Peace, Kenny. Doug, you said this is not Sparta. Yeah. I look at it like, I think that I think the brothers that want the best for us, I think they are able to see what a lot of the men are doing. They're able to see it, but I think they have that guide code in place where they won't call out certain things. Certainly, if a man is being predatory, emotionally or financially exploitative, certainly they can discern that. Even if they're trying to exploit women sexually, they're able to discern that. But they have that bro code in place where they won't call out another brother on that.
Yes.
So it's up to us to use our discernment to act in our own best interest. And I don't think that we need permission from the Black community, from other Black women, or from Black men in order to be able to do that. I think that too has been a part that too um, doesn't work in our best interest. I think that comes back to bite us in the ass with a vengeance. I think far too many of us spend the best years of our lives investing in somebody else's potential. Well, what about your potential? What about you living up to your potential? Your potential is being undermined while you're culturally conditioned to help somebody else reach their potential. What about yours? You're culturally conditioned to meet somebody else's needs emotionally or to compromise financially. Well, what about your emotions? Don't they matter? What about your needs? You're being conditioned. Women are being conditioned in this new era, okay, to kind of like, sacrifice everything in order to and you're supposed to sacrifice everything just to be able to say, woohoo, I's married now. I got something. No, you ain't got shit. As a matter of fact, you got a piece of shit. You ain't even got nothing you should be bragging about.
That's true. Oh, and shout out to Elise for the very generous cash app. Thank you, sister. I appreciate you.
Hey, I didn't see her. Yeah. Hey, but I mean, listen, it's like I can't uh I can't advise women to do that. And it may be okay, it may be biased based on my life experience, but I see it happening to far too many women. I think they're undervaluing their self. They put too much value on everybody else but themselves. They don't recognize their own gifts. Black women don't are not recognizing their gifts, their talents, their creativity, their originality, right? Their resilience. But they recognize that in the black man just fine. They recognize that in everybody else but themselves. Even when even when it comes to other black women, you can't you have to know your value going in, because if you don't, you have some black women that are just as predatory as the men, and they
Yes.
will take advantage of that. If they can use you, they will. So yes, you have to know your value. You, in order to negotiate, you better know your value. I don't care who you're dealing with, right? So likewise, when you're dealing with other races, right? It doesn't mean that what are you not going to do business? If you have a listen, if you have a business and you have a white person that's spending $1,500, are you not going to do business with them because of the fact that they're white? If a Hispanic woman comes into your business or desires to do business with you, are you not going to do business with her because she's Hispanic? The same thing goes with Ling Ling. No, I need Ling Ling's dollars. Listen, and Ling Ling, go back and get Mr. Wu. I need Ling Ling's dollars. I need Mr. Wu's dollars. Okay. I need Guadalupe's dollars and I need Pedro's dollars as well. I need Becky's dollars and I need Becky's daddy's dollars. So in 2020, ladies, I told you we are colorists too, and the color is green. Okay. It's time for us to start building and stop investing so much in building other people up, having hope, holding on to hope. Sisters out here in the YouTube streets, Negroes is basically telling you you ain't worth nothing, you ain't about nothing, you ain't been nothing, you ain't never gonna be nothing. And the sisters are out here, keep hope alive. Black love lives. Keep hope alive. Black love lives. Yes,
Yep.
it does. And it starts with you. You got to get some black love about yourself.
Exactly.
Share that with anybody. You got to get black love for yourself. That starts with you. That's black
And
love.
that's exactly what I've been saying. That race loyalty component is not just simply race loyalty. Black women are only race loyal when it comes to black men, but we are
Yep.
not race loyal when it comes to ourselves.
Yep. Yeah, but black. Hold on. This thing done popped up. Yes, black. Pretty black magic. Keep hope alive. Black love lives. Listen, that's what I hear when they go out there. When I look out there at the I wonder, are you out here protesting for racial justice, for or are you out here preaching for? Did you see? that Twitter. Did you ever check out that channel, that Jazzy G? Did you ever watch that live stream, Faith, and see the shit that these niggas was posting on Facebook? I mean, not on Twitter. The
No,
shit
what
that
were
they
they
were saying
posting?
about black women. Oh my goodness. They were, it was the Black Lives Matter, and they were talking about black women being out there. Duh, we don't know you. What the fuck we look like protecting you? Well, stop protecting us then. And that was a live stream that was done on Jazzy G's channel, where she talked about, and she was one of the women that was basically protesting for these guys. And to see them saying this type of shit. It on some, basically they was on some shit like, bitch, I don't know you. Fuck what I be
Wow.
coming to your rescue for. But I tell you this, let you be in a white neighborhood or a Hispanic neighborhood and you fuck with one of their women. They don't give a damn if they know you or not. They don't care if they've never seen you before in their life. If I go downtown in Center City, black woman or not, certain areas that I go in, if I start screaming or somebody starts attacking me, you can rest assured there are going to be people, not just black people. Now, the blacks might stand there and watch. I can assure you,
Right.
Becky's daddy gonna be, hey, dude, like, what the? Listen, I've seen it. I've seen it. It's the fact that it's a damn woman. And one of the things that she talked about in that live stream was, she said when she worked at this dive bar, she asked the guy that was like it, they was one of Hell's Angels. When she worked at this Hell's Angels dive bar, she asked him, what is your problem with black people? And she said that he said to her, well, it's not really the women, it's the men. And even an animal knows to protect its young, its women and children. It's young. It's the females and the women and the children. And she said she was flabbergasted by that. And of course, she said the men never liked when she told that story. But that is what a racist from Hell's Angels told her about what their issue is. That it's not
Now you
really
know
the
what,
women,
you
it's
kind of
the
made
men.
me think about another story too that
Hmm.
Crystalline Harrison told. This was maybe about I want to say a year ago. She told this story, but she
Okay.
was talking about this white teacher. He was a
Okay.
high school teacher, and he had this black girl in his classroom, and this was like a mixed school. So you had black students with the white students,
Hmm.
and this girl was brilliant. You know, he was watching her because he wanted to see if she would interact with the other kids in the classroom and make friends. And
Hmm.
so he said one particular day they had free time, and so he noticed that one of the boys, a white boy, he had scooted his desk up close to the black girl, and they were, laughing and, looking at some stuff online on his phone. And so he started laughing to himself because he said, okay, well, she's starting to make friends. Then out of nowhere, because he said he wasn't really paying attention to what was going on after that, he heard one of the black boys say, what are you talking to her for? She's just a black girl. She's nothing. And she needs to know that she's nothing.
Wait a minute. Say that again. Wait a minute, Faith. I'm confused. Say it again.
Okay,
I'm sorry. Repeat it again.
now I'm regurgitating the story that Crystalline told, but she was saying
Okay.
that the black boy said to
Hmm.
the white boy, what are you talking to her for? Referring to the black girl. She's nothing, and she needs to know that she's nothing. And
I
so
don't
the
know if
white
I
boy,
believe somebody that young saying something like that. I mean, I don't like to discount people's experience, but I don't know um if a child would have that. First of all, I would have to question how old they were to say something like that. Um,
now according to the story, these are high schoolers. So these are kids that are in high school.
Well, and listen, if they was over there in the manosphere talking to them red pill niggas, they might have said something like that. I don't know. But I mean, I don't know.
But the reason
Listen,
why,
I do
that
think.
story kind of stuck out to me and it kind of reminded me of what you were talking about was the sheer fact that the white boy stood up for the girl and he was saying, hey, that's being weird. You're weird. Why would you say something like that?
Mhm.
And the black boys was trying to tell him that, she's a black girl. They need to know their place. And so this teacher, come to find out, after he had kept the girl at the class, he sent the boys that were bullying her to the principal's office. But after talking to the girl, he found out that she had been being bullied by these boys. And
Well, I
so
do
he went to
believe
the
that they bully. I do believe that they would bully teenage black girls. I do believe that, and I believe that they're learning that shit from their daddies. They learning it from their daddies. They learning it from. They ain't learning it from their daddies. They learning it from the niggas in the neighborhood. They learning it from their uncles. They learning it from their granddaddies. They learning it from their stepdaddies. They're watching their stepdaddies and their uncles and the niggas in the neighborhood. They're watching what they're treat. They're watching how women are being treated on social media.
exactly.
They're
And see,
learning it
before
from
anybody
okay.
sit up here, because I see Soup Bones saying, "Don't believe the pink pill." But see, the thing about it is, I would think that it was unbelievable too. But you got black girls being jumped on by gangs of black boys, a bunch of black boys. You got them being thrown in dumpsters. You got them being hit over the head with skateboards. You got all manners of abuse happening to black girls. So I don't think that this is too far off the mark.
Show thyself self-approved said, and I'm gonna read this comment before I'm gonna take a bathroom break and then go grab me a cup of coffee, Faith, but I'll be right back. She said, she or he said, yes, a child would. Did you see the video of the black girl who got jumped by a group of teenage black boys in New York? It happened earlier this year. No, I didn't.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to. The black girl
Okay.
that got dumped by that group of boys. That's exactly what I'm referring to.
Does somebody have does somebody have the story? Can somebody email me the story or send me the story? No, I do recall hearing something about that. I don't watch that type of stuff because I get triggered by that kind of stuff. So I normally don't watch that kind of stuff
But
because
before you
not
go,
only
but
do I
here's
get
here's the
triggered
cup
by
here's the
watching
cups of
that.
that situation though. Here's the cups of that story.
Mhm.
So he goes and he talks to the principal, who is a white woman, and this white woman principal says to him, "Well, we can't intervene because that's their culture."
That's interesting.
If Yeah. So a black girl, an American black girl, is being bullied in school by black boys. And this white female principal is telling this teacher that he shouldn't intervene because that's their culture. And she's telling him, well, if he does intervene, it would be completely up to him. But then he could be the one that would be viewed as racist.
Yeah, well, I understand that aspect of it too. But here's the thing. They see, and here's the thing. A lot of times, and this is how black men shoot themselves in the foot. For some reason, they think the things that they do and say on social media that white supremacy is not watching. Well, they are, and they're learning as well. So, and this is the reason why that lack of respect is increasing because they're watching you. They don't mind if you do it on a platform. Oh, they'll give you a platform to do it. They want to see you perform, just like you did, with the nigga fighting games. They love to see it. You'll have it. Oh, listen, you will have white people come into these spaces, and they come right in amongst the blacks to watch you, to watch the messiness. And then when they're ready to be dignified, they'll go back over to their own culture. And or they can come out from behind that avatar and then live, whether it's a privileged life or give the appearance of an upstanding citizen, so that they're watching, they observe, they hear the things that they're saying about their own women, And again, when you go back to that comment that Jazzy said that Hell's Angel told her about the why what their issue is with black people, um, they see they can hear and see the things that they're doing and saying about their women. You have wait a minute, let me get this right. Your women have to beg you for protection. That's a topic of discussion. I can guarantee you with white supremacy it's not. I can guarantee you with any other culture except for the black culture, it's not. Go over there fucking around with Becky and you're going to get your issue. Go over there fucking around with Guadalupe. Go over there fucking around with Ling Ling and see what's going to happen to your black ass.
Oh no, they're not going to tolerate their women being disrespected like that.
Absolutely not. So what do you think they think about a what do you think they think about men that allow that to happen? That justify their women being abused by non-black men. It makes them, just like it does a lot of the women, lose respect for them. And then they justify it. She shouldn't have said that. Well, she could have handled it this way. They hold panels for hours. Oh, they just make me sick. They make my entire ass hurt. That's like one of those things where, listen, that theme song comes into my mind, drop down out the clouds and get your evil on, girl. That song plays in my mind when I hear certain conversations. That's why I know I'm trying to hang upside down like a bat in certain spaces and ear hustle. Listen, y'all, every time I do, I get triggered. I see something that makes me just want to drop down out the clouds and just start going ham in the chat, attacking everything, clicking on links, getting on the panel, attacking and dragging niggas on the panel. And then what they be saying, oh, that's what Cluster always does. She always attacks and comes for people. Listen, I don't watch certain things and I try not to listen to certain things because that just brings the absolute worst out of me. So it's best for me not to see those things. I don't need to see those things um to it'll be something nice to be a case study, but I get when I see physical violence towards women, it triggers me in a very, very bad way. A very bad way. You know,
Yes, absolutely.
um,
But I'm getting ready to shut down the stream because I am in California now. I don't,
okay,
yeah, y'all don't talk me through my whole trip. I've been on here 5.5 hours, y'all.
right. Well, that's the good thing. It was an excellent conversation. Of course, we never get. Sometimes when you go back and listen to the stream, you're like, "Damn, I meant to," because you have so many thoughts coming into your mind at the same time. So it's like, "Damn, I meant to say this, or I should have said this, or I should have said that." So that's why I said we can't get it all out in one conversation. It has to be multiple conversations, or it could be where you know you have the audience, or we have a question and answer, or have a topic of discussion, and we can do a question and an answer, answer and question. You have the chat, ask a question to the panelists, and someone on the some we do that anyway, but I'm talking about having live streams specifically where we use something as a case study. We could brainstorm before that live stream in anticipation of some of the questions, and then we have a panel full of sisters that can answer the questions because
Now that would be good.
I mean,
That would be great.
because in some things I'm not going to have all the answers. Y'all know in some instances my dysfunction may hop out at any time. Where I take on my listen with my alter with
She
Cookie.
she gonna get her evil on y'all.
Listen, when my alter ego will take over, I get triggered by something, and my alter ego will step in, honey. Cookie will step out to protect, but you know, but there's just certain topics that's other sisters may be more knowledgeable or more experienced in than I am. So it's good for us to have a panel where we have a range of differences with different temperaments and different life experience that can chime in on that. where we just have the audience ask questions and we answer.
I think that's a great idea, because
Mhm.
I especially with you, I think you have like one of the bigger audiences of all of us.
Yeah, I still got my audience. I ain't got nowhere to, and I ain't got nowhere to talk to my audience. I gotta listen. I gotta build another house, y'all.
Well, you know what, Cookie? Drop your channel down here in the chat, and everybody spread the word where Cookie's new channel is, because we're gonna
Okay,
build her channel back up bigger and stronger than ever.
okay, yep. That's all right. That's good. Let me give. I don't even have the links to. Let me see if I can grab the links. I don't know if I can even drop the links. Let me see something, Faith. I might not even be able to drop the get the links. I'm gonna try to see if I can grab the links to the channels because I actually had to log out. It wouldn't even let me log in because again, my backup channel, the Cookie Monster, was connected to my main channel. So I, although the channel is still there, I'm not able to log into that. I only have my Messy MILF and Mother Goose Thou Art Loose channels, and those are the channels where I was doing my cutting up. But for right now, they're going to be where I'm going. And then I have my Nubian Narcissist Nemesis channel. Let me look it up real fast. Give me 1 second.
Yes, that's
So, is
right,
there
Pretty
any
Black Magic.
questions that
Please
any of
spread the
the
word to support Cookie. And any of you
is
that
there
have
any other
platforms,
questions that gotta
spread the
ask?
word on your platforms too. I'm
I
sorry.
appreciate that. No, as now I was asking, is there any like final questions or anything final questions that you wanted to ask before we close out? Or
You know what? I don't have any final questions, but if you want to close out with final thoughts to the sisters about, the subject about, especially about the desperation in our community, because
Mhm.
that's the thing that I think is really, really eating us up as sisters. We're at each other's throat, we're clawing each other's eyes out, we're going around sabotaging each other, and this is the thing that I think it is. It's desperation. We're sitting up here in a desperate state of mind 24/7 in our dealings with one another. And I just feel as if, we as black women, we do need to get a handle on it, and we need to identify when we're in desperation mode. And we also need to identify, like Cookie said, these narcissists and these women that don't have our best interests at heart. So we need to also be able to identify who we get our advice to and beware of who we listen to and get our advice from.
Mhm. Mhm. And again, I think, when you see just when it's said and done, you have to trust your instincts. You have to trust your instincts. If there's something instinctually that tells you that something is off about this person, I think that you have to trust that. If something tells you that something about that is not quite right, um, I think you have to trust that. I think the problem is that when we don't trust that is when we run into when we don't trust that, that's when we start that's when we have problems. Um, I think I would say, Faith, when I look back in hindsight, that's where I made a crucial mistake a lot of times. Not trusting my own damn instincts, or giving people the benefit of the doubt when giving people the benefit of the doubt when seeing this, giving people the benefit of the doubt, and you're seeing every damn sign that some you're seeing the red flag, ignoring, put it this way, I'm sorry, ignoring red flags. I think that's what, and like you said, and why do we ignore those red flags? We ignore those red flags due to our desperation. Due to our desperation, we ignore them being desperate. And as far as oh, excuse me, hold on, sorry about that. I'm trying to post the link. We ignore the red flags due to our desperation, and I try to be careful with that word because Desperation is something. To it's not abnormal to want to be in a relationship. There's nothing wrong or nothing to be shamed about because you want to be loved. You want to be accepted. You want to be approved. Everybody does. Everybody does. But you can't do it at your own expense. If you do, you're going to pay the price. It shouldn't be you seeking love, approval, and acceptance at any cost. Because ultimately, because of the fact that we are murdered by our intimate partners and spouses 3 times the rate of any other woman in this country, I think that we do have to take that into consideration, because what's happening is you do have sisters that are doing anything and everything just to be able to say that they have somebody. And then you have a collective of men that's benefiting from that, that's shaming them because they have to resort to that. The ball is in there, they're holding the keys. If you want a man, this is just what you have to set. This is what you have to tolerate. You have to tolerate infidelity. You have to kiss his ass and keep the perfect body even after you have his children. If you don't look like a supermodel, oh well, you should be discarded like trash, and he gets free reign to start again. And even if you have his babies, oh well, you shouldn't ask for child support. You should just take whatever he decides to give you and get the fuck on and watch him go off and
Exactly.
live his life happily ever after. If what happens when your body changes when you have his children? Does that mean you're supposed to be called a bunch of fat bitches and told how unworthy that you are? If you have, I just, it's the messages, it's the rhetoric that the the garbage that is being inculcated into the black woman's mind on a regular basis. Do you realize that we have a whole sector of YouTube that's dedicated to nothing but doing that? And they call it men's advocacy. It's but in some instances, not in every instance, in some instances, some of the rhetoric, what it's advocating is abuse. It's advocating for you to for you to be verbally abused. It's advocating for you to be emotionally abused. It's advocating for you to be financially and sexually exploited. It's advocating for you to be spiritually abused. That's what it's advocating. That's not men's advocacy. Men have rights just like women do. It's a difference between you advocating for men's rights and you advocating for abuse. That's what you're advocating. That's what a lot of those dudes are advocating. You get the opportunity to abuse black women as you see fit, to treat them as you see fit. If you want to sit online all day long and talk about black women that are bald head bitches that don't have any edges because they give all of the money. Well, here's the other thing. A lot of those dudes that complain about women having expensive weaves, they're complaining about it because they can't afford it. That's first and foremost. They're
Yeah,
complaining
that's
because
true.
they can't afford it. Or they're envisioning, for some reason it's not letting me post a link. It's okay, Faith. Um, it's okay. Because for some reason it won't let me post the link. But what I'll do is, Faith, I'll email you and send it to you. And hold on, let me see something. I don't know how. We'll figure it out. But for
Yeah,
whatever reason,
email it to me, and then I'll see about posting it in my community tab, and then the next time I have a live, I can
okay,
post it up there. Because right now I can't do much on my cell phone.
okay. You know what? I'm gonna put it in the private chat. I'm gonna leave it back there in the private chat, and then
Okay.
yeah. So you'll have the link to the channel. But a lot of times, I don't know, Faith. I think that that's pretty much, and I think that's being used as a veil to kind of like it's being used as a veil to disguise what the real ulterior motive is, and that's to get you to give more, to do more, without them without them doing more. They want more for less. Y'all know how you get a you remember those of you that have older children when they change the amount of Pampers that they put in the bag, but the price was still the same. So that means that you get less for your money. Or you
Oh
remember when
yeah.
you used to get a full bag of chips, but now you get less chips. The chips are the same price. They not even as good as they were at one time, but they still want the same price for the chips. And each year, the cost of the chip goes up, but the bag don't get no damn bigger. They want everything for absolutely nothing. And that's just not the way that it works. That's not the way life in and of itself works. So a lot of these dudes are delusional and they have unrealistic expectations. It's not an unrealistic expectation to expect respect, love, and commitment to be reciprocated in a relationship. That's not an unreal expectation. It's the extra shit. Oh, she gotta look like a supermodel. Oh, she gotta have natural hair. Oh, she gotta be this complexion. Oh, she gotta own this. Oh, she got. Well, what nigga? What do you own? What do you have? What do you bring to the niggas running up on you asking what you bring to the table? Besides your what listen, y'all doing an awful lot of stuff for vagina that y'all claiming ain't valuable. Y'all creating whole sectors on social media platforms about the black woman's vagina for it to be not have no value, not have no meaning. You're doing an awful lot in order to maintain control over it, you know?
Oh, I was able to get it up there. I didn't think I was going to be able to do it.
Oh, thank you, Faith. I appreciate that. But
Yes,
yeah,
so guys, click the link and make sure that you support Cookie's channel. Make sure that you share her channel on your platforms and get the word out that she does have a channel back up, but we got to help her build it up, guys.
thank you guys. I appreciate it. So I'm, I'll be doing like little I'll be doing like, you know what? And I think the reason why I haven't built up my narcissism channel because my energy has been put so much into beefing and into fighting. Into listen, that's the reason why. That's a perfect example. I'll use myself as an example of how you can get so sidetracked, worrying about everything and every damn body else, that you take that what my mentor called that detour where it may be months, it may be years before you realize, hey, goddamn it, my goddamn destination was over here, motherfucker. I forgot to get off. You know what I mean? Let me off, and you hollering, let me off here. I missed my stop. No, your destination was over here. If my destination was over here, how the fuck did I get over here? That's that detour that my mentor was talking about.
Yep.
Now you
And
realize,
you're
hey,
talking about Brooklyn Blue now, right?
yes. You know, then you realize, hey, wait a minute. My destination was over here. How in the hell am I over here? Because that's where my energy was. That's where I was putting all of my energy. I wasn't even doing the type of content I came here to do consistently because I'm doing all this other shit. So it's like, damn, hold up, Miss was the a bitch done missed the stop. I done been dropping down and getting my evil on in so many spots. Listen, I done forgot the goddamn destination. So, again, when you look at it, you can look at it in a negative way, or you can look at it in the sense of, okay, this is the universe's way of leading me into the damn direction and doing what the fuck I came here to do. And never mind all the other extra shit. Now, should they happen to come over there fucking with me, once I start rebuilding, they already know what's going to happen. Ain't that much going to change. But to keep the focus on what the hell I came here to do, you know? And
Exactly.
building my tribe or and positioning myself so that those that are my tribe are with me. I had so many people like, listen, even my son was like, mom, don't worry about it. We already anticipated that might happen. Get it out the gravel. Don't even sweat that. And it was so many different people that was like, listen, I don't think you realize how loved you are sometimes until that happens. Because at some point, I think at some point yesterday, I'm like, listen, I don't even know what the fuck I'm even doing this for. But then I think about all of the like pretty little neon up there on the screen. I think about people like Toffee Tastic. These are very young women. And yes, you have all your solid support sisters. My sister Elise, JB Dessalines in the chat. You got pretty magic, pretty black magic. You have solid sisters that listen, they ready to rock and roll and get to the business to have the conversations. You got sisters like Love Wisdom, sisters like yourself. They've been here rocking with us for how many hours? You know?
Oh
Um
yeah, they've been here since, some of them been here for about 2 3 hours.
yeah. Listen, they were here before I got here. You
And you
know?
know what? And also
Bring you up.
Elise, JV, these are the women that donate frequently, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
These are the
Mm-hmm.
women that donate frequently, by the way.
Mm-hmm. So you gotta find the solid sisters that are actually doing some building, and
Hmm.
you gotta rock out. Listen, anything, and trim the fat as you go along. It's almost like you gotta have a way to expeditiously deal with problematic situations and keep it pushing. Don't stay stuck there too long. I done been on a goddamn year-long goddamn detour. So, that losing a channel, that was meant for me to get back on track.
Oh, Cookie, thank you for the cash app. I'm just,
Oh, you're welcome.
I am so late.
It's all right. You get back on that. That was meant for me to get back on track and get back on focus. It doesn't mean that I won't engage in an additional drag, because I do love that. So, or I want to say a special roast every now and then. So, but I don't want to get stuck there because it's very easy to, you know. And people enjoy you being stuck there. So
Oh
while
yeah.
you're stuck there, guess what they're off doing? They're off building. They're off building while you're stuck there, um, ruminating, traumatized, upset about a smear campaign that's never going to stop. You talk about pathological liars. Don't expect the truth from them because you're not going to get it. Once you've put everything out, listen. And at the end of the day, when it's said and done, I did I did what I intended to do, which is publicly distance myself away from individuals that I felt were holding me back with their bullshit, keeping me tied to their bullshit. And now it gives me an opportunity to make a clean start where I don't have to deal with that shit no more. And now um it's almost like being broken in a sense, pardon that language, but it's almost like being broken into an extent on this platform where you know how to move henceforth. You know what signs to look for. You know when you see something that ain't right, and you know how to move accordingly from that point forward. So that way you don't get caught up in that kind of situation anymore. You know, and that's the way that I think that would be it. You know, moving forward
Awesome.
and
Awesome.
focusing on actual actual content, because I've had sisters for months want to get into I do the true crime thing, you know well, basically the true crime will be based on case studies for us to have conversations about uh things that happen in this particular instance, and everybody chiming into what their take on was on the story. Like for me to give a small commentary about it, but for the sister and to also give their input on what they got from that situation. Having the whole starter chick, no starter chick series. I told you I
Mm.
am the living version of the damn waiting to exhale.
You
Absolutely not.
know, this kind of puts me in the mind of a YouTube version of Snapped.
Yes,
That's what that makes me think of.
that's the vibe. That is the vibe, sister.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's gonna be lit. That is going to be fire.
yeah. So it's like that, and if you don't push, you have to, when you're doing that the work is very, you always going to get pulled back to that. You know what I mean? You always going to have that pull there. No, you don't want to move forward. No, you don't need to move forward. No, you can, because it's comfortable there. It feels comfortable. But no, I ain't got to change shit. I ain't got to be better. I can just walk around and raise hell all day long, and that feels good. Yeah, it's liberating in a sense, you know. But it can also be heavy at times. So ultimately, it's balance. And I think I've been off balance, or I'm not balanced. So, um,
But you're getting back on track though. You took control. And
mhm,
that's the thing that a lot of women need to take away from your example. That you
mhm,
can take control, even though it seems like it's going out of your control. It seems like your life is spiraling out of your hands. You got different people that got their hand dipped into your Kool-Aid, stirring it the way they wanted to go. You can actually stop and take control of it yourself. And
mhm,
that's exactly what you did. And that's
mhm,
why I respect you, Cookie. I mean, I have a great. I met you ironically through Nyla. Remember
mhm.
that? I don't know if you remember that first day Nyla came into your chat. That was the first time I had
Yes.
been in your chat, and I
Mhm,
was like, "Wow, this woman is speaking the truth." And that was
mhm,
my first time ever being in your chat room.
mhm. I
And
remember.
I have a lot of
That was
respect
the
for you.
latter
Like I
part of
said,
last year. I think it was the latter part of, was it the latter? I think it was the latter part of last year.
yes. And then
Mhm,
that whole thing, like right after I just found your channel, then that whole thing took off with you, Tyler and Taz. Not
mhm,
Tyler, Nyla and Taz. And then that's
mhm.
when I was like, what the hell? Because I was on the fence for a minute because I was like, I don't know who to believe. But it's
Did you?
so funny because I have been rocking with Nyla and Taz for a long time, and I also have great respect for them. And not taking anything away from Nyla and Taz, by the way, because I don't think that they are idiots or buffoons by any stretch of the word. They did have very good content, but when it became exposed the type of people that they were, I had no idea. But you know what? Empathically, I always felt deep down inside that they were taking digs at people, though, and I just kind of ignored it because I liked the content. I liked what they were putting out.
Mhm, mhm.
But when you started, putting out different things, and I just really, because I sat back in the cuff after you had snapped on me that one time. I, I sat back in the cuff and I actually looked at the stuff that you was
Was
putting
I in the
out.
red zone, Faith? Well, because you know what? Sometimes I be like, God damn, wait a minute. I gotta go back and apologize to that person, because sometimes and that's why I say I'm learning, like to pick up on the trolls, and that the little detractors come into the chat room, to purposely create chaos under different accounts. So I'm learning to, like, listen, if I'm in a mood to argue with you, I'll just drag you for a little bit before I ultimately, zap you a bit and get you up out of there. But sometimes they can be distracting, and sometimes they can be very triggering. But I had to learn that that is their intent. They are
No,
there
I'm
for.
okay. My little feelings was hurt for a little while. I came to my channel, made a video about you and Nyla and everything. I took it
Did
down.
you?
I did. I was snapping on y'all. I want to beat both of y'all up. I was like, I'm gonna go into gooch mode. I'm gonna get cluster. I'm gonna get Nyla. I was mad.
You know what, Faith? I didn't know. I honestly did not know. I didn't see it. I did not know. I
No, but
don't know.
it's cool
You gotta
because
tell me about it. You gotta tell me.
I actually respect
You gotta
you though
tell me what
because
happened, because I don't
you put
remember.
the evidence out there where you actually was showing people, why we should believe you. Because I didn't know you from a can of
Okay,
paint. I knew Nyla first. Now, when
okay.
I went to Nyla and she knew exactly who I was, and when she snapped on me, that actually hurt more than when you did.
Hmm.
That actually hurt more because she knew me. And
What
then
was
on
the
top, and
topic?
then on,
What was we talking about? What was the topic? I remember you coming into. I
no,
remember.
that was when you were doing all the exposing. That was that day that you was exposing everybody and you was letting the victims come up and let's see, Mr. Fantastic was there and he was talking and
Oh,
everything.
okay.
Right.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So that's when that was. And so
And
I
I think,
went
you
back
know what I think
and
at that time, Faith, I think I probably was, there's no doubt in my mind, I was defensive. A part of it was probably the anticipation of the smear campaign that was going to happen, the gaslighting that was going to happen, and the just blatant lying. So I think that I was probably in defense mode, and I had so many different people from their camp coming over asking for more evidence, asking for more evidence, asking for more evidence. And they weren't asking because they really had any intent on um whatever I put out there. She dropped off for a minute, but it was whatever was put out there, it wasn't enough. They wanted to see more. Um, but my feeling was,
okay, I'm back. Hold on a second.
mhm,
I'm trying to get my cam off. There we go.
yeah, a part of it was so many different people questioning what my motivation was. My motivation was because I wanted to publicly distance myself away from them. I don't think as highly of them as you do. I, quite frankly, and when I look back at their content in retrospect, after having known their character, that changes my perspective about their content as well. Because you don't believe that shit that you're actually doing content on. You don't believe that. You don't believe it. So that's just my. I respect your perception of them, but that is my opinion of them. I
Well,
think
and that's just it. Like when you was talking about ignoring the warning signs, when it came to them, I did the same thing because I used to sit up there and I would listen to them and I
Mhm,
would notice how they would just take little, digs at people. And they've done it to me too.
mhm,
And so I would just push it to the back, like, okay, no, it can't be because they putting out this content, like they're really, really into, what they're talking about. And it was good content. What they were talking about was actually good content. But
mhm,
then when you came out and confirmed what I was already feeling, because I laid back after that first day, you were on for about, man, you were dragging them for days, girl. I mean, hell, you still dragging them now. But you
mhm,
were putting out those receipts. And so I went back to them trying to see, and I was hoping upon beyond hope that you were wrong. I was trying to see if they would do the same. Then they
mhm.
went with this whole Patreon thing, and I was done.
Right.
After
Mhm,
that, I was done.
mhm. So I apologize. At that, like I says, so people be thinking, oh, hey, listen, and at least Faith ain't harboring resentment. I listen. I got motherfuckers that be like, they in their feelings, motherfucker. I don't know you. I listen. I've known Faith before I knew Nyla Tez. Faith has consistently done this type of content. That's how I knew who Faith was. I knew who Faith was. Faith didn't know me. I knew who Faith was. Okay. I remember over a year ago, Faith did a video where she had a loaf of bread and she was sitting up there crumbling it at her table saying that this is what black men are fighting black women over. I knew who Faith was. Faith didn't know who I was. Okay.
And
So,
and man, that's going back further than a year, because
yeah,
that was a while back.
yeah.
That was way back when.
So, you know what I mean? I knew who Faith is. Some of these other motherfuckers, they in their feelings. Motherfucker, I don't remember what I be saying when I'm in that zone. They think I listen. If they bring it to my attention and I said it, or you play a sound bite, yeah, I remember saying it. But I don't listen. When I'm in the zone like that, I don't know. Uh I'm subject to say some shit and I don't remember everything because I think in that mode I'm in survival mode. If I'm in
And yeah, and
survival
that's
mode,
what I
I'm like,
gauged from you when I finally got a chance to peep your personality. I was like, oh yeah, she be in her zone. I ain't gonna even
okay.
trip.
Listen, somebody come back. I be saying, listen, sometimes I be watching from the clouds and I see people in the chat talking shit like, yeah, she did, motherfucker. Where did you come from? I never seen you a day in my life. And then they let me know when you said this and you said that. Listen, I don't be now. I know the people that I know. That's something different. But if I don't, if I'm in the zone like that, I'm literally in survival mode. It's like my I don't know whether it's the fucking PTSD kicked in, but whatever the fuck it is, at that point I got on fatigues. I'm masked up. Listen, rolling around hiding under shit, shooting motherfuckers if I can, taking a stab and a dig. Listen, I'm in stab, shanking, kicking the ass mode then.
Look, you
You
you was viping. I mean, she was viping. She was sniping everybody off. I was like, whoa, this chick, she. But you know what? I respect that though. Because you are who you are, and you're not afraid to show that to everybody. So
know?
ain't nobody's mad at you at all. I mean, hey, I got hit by a rubber bullet, but I'm
Yeah,
alive.
and a warrior too. So you know what? I didn't even, I didn't even, because you never, after that, the reason why I probably didn't remember it is because you didn't hold the grudge for that. But I do remember not seeing you in the chat after. I remember when I seen you come into the chat, but I remember not seeing you no more after that. But when we crossed paths again, it wasn't as if you were harboring any resentment. So
No,
it,
when we crossed paths again, I remember I apologized to you, and I told you I was wrong. And I told you, I said when I'm wrong, I don't mind admitting that I'm wrong.
I remember you said I had you wrong. I do remember
Yeah.
you saying that. But the other part, Faith, honestly, I don't remember. People be thinking I be remembering stuff. I'm like, listen, you got to play the sound like me because listen, that's why I said when I get, and that's not a good place for me to be because I'm not thinking clearly. I'm literally in survival mode. So it's like, when I get in that little, y'all know when y'all hear that little change in my voice, and that little Jezebel spirit come out. It's like, listen. I be looking, listen, sometimes I be laughing my ass off when I go back and listen to myself, like, what in the fuck was I even thinking? What the hell am I talking about? Like, it's like, but the roast do be good though. But I be like, damn,
But
I
speaking of which,
bit of a roast.
Raining Womb Man is on the panel with us, and she asked to come up here. What's going on? What's up, sister Raining Womb Man? What's up?
What's up, Raiden?
Good morning. How are y'all doing? This has been such a beautiful, beautiful discussion. Um, and thank you, Faith, for dropping the link. I remember, I'm into it this really quickly before I go into why I came up. I remember when you snapped on Faith because I was modding, and what it was is you were in your zone, Tiki. You were in your
Okay.
zone, and because it was new to your platform,
Yes.
she didn't understand how you were going to be dropping the receipts. Like she didn't know your process. And
Okay.
she was impatient because she wasn't getting anything on Nala, and Nala them was live at the same time talking one thing, and then she came to your chat. She was like going back and forth, like trying to get somebody to do something to help her with what she was hearing.
Okay.
And then she snapped on me because I was trying to tell her, I was like, be patient, Faith, the is gonna come. And she snapped on me in the chat room.
And I remember that because you know what? They went live the same time. Didn't they go live at the same time?
Yes, they
Okay.
did.
Okay. So
They
they was
did.
back
I
and
didn't
forth.
take it personal because I knew, and I wasn't upset anything because I knew where Faith was. Like I knew that she was just stuck in trying to understand this process.
Okay.
So I just wanted to say that, yeah, that's what it was.
Okay, I appreciate that because see, and like I said, I don't think Faith didn't know who I was, but I knew who she was because I've known her from, and like I said, her content has been consistent in these spaces. So she was unfamiliar with me, but I knew who she was.
Right.
So, yeah.
So the main reason I wanted to come up was because I want to ask you, Sid, quickly.
Mm-hmm.
What is it that we can do to help you to not get stuck? Because that has always been one of my concerns. Like, I really hate to see you get stuck, you
Well,
know.
I got my, Raina, you have my personal number, right? And a way to contact me directly. And Elise, uh, is it safe for me to say, Elise, Elise is somebody that, although we don't agree, we fall out at times. I have a great I have a great deal of love for her. And
Oh, Elise is a stand-up woman. She's cool as hell.
she messaged me yesterday or sent me an email. It may have even been before that. And Elise likes to have these damn silicoids. I feel like I'm reading a damn collegiate essay in a day, and I'm like, "You just get to the damn point. Nobody got time for all of that." But I listened to her. So last night, well, you're not yesterday afternoon, I went and I checked my email, and she went through her little, she had a little essay, and then the meat and the potatoes is in the bottom part. But what um she wanted to grab my attention, for me to focus, and she knows how I am when I'm not grounded, and to basically, Elise is somebody that's very, and so is Rainy, right? So is JV Dessalines, somebody that can see basically, they know my potential. And when Elise can talk to me, and and we argue all the time. Don't get that part confused. We argue all the time. We listen. We get to the point that where we be passive aggressive and catty, and the claws come out, and that back and forth. Yeah, we do all of that. But when it's said and done, that's my chick. Okay.
But you know
I'm
what?
not calling
Elise does
her
that
today,
though. Elise is the type of person that will encourage you. Just like
but
I bought my platform back, and I had thought about just saying, "Oh man, I'm not doing good on this platform. I'm gonna give it up." And right when I had that thought, here comes Elise in my inbox, reminding me of why I'm here.
because you took a
So
hiatus for quite some time.
I did, and I was gonna do it again. And then Elise came into my inbox, and she doesn't even know what those words of encouragement did for me because I was getting ready to hang it up again.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
had she not come into my inbox and said those words and just encourage me and tell me that I was needed and valuable, I'm finna start crying. That I'm needed and valued in this space,
Mm-hmm.
and
Mm-hmm.
you just don't know what that did for me.
Mm-hmm.
Because I really be thinking a lot of times that nobody's listening
Mm-hmm.
and
We
that
hear.
I don't have anything to share.
Yep.
And
But you definitely
I just
do.
want to say thank you, Eagleese, for doing that
Mm-hmm.
because you have no idea how much that helped me.
Yep. You do. And we listening. And you definitely listen. My chat went wild when me and you both got on the panel at the same time. They was like, wow, Faith and Clustered together. They were elated. The chat went crazy. And you definitely do. And I'm familiar with, even those that are newcomers, I'm familiar with Faith's content. And she took a hiatus for a while. And I remember when you came back, when I started seeing you go live again. But you definitely have so much. And the fact that we've been here all this time, and we have some of the most beautiful, strongest sisters in this sector, as well as brothers in the chat, showing support, showing love. Even those that came in that had to go and had other things to do. I think brother Kenny Conjo, he had to go to he had a client that he had to tend to. So that's a testament to that. But um that was in where you were, Faith, is where I was yesterday. Like, listen, do I really want to do this again? Like, do I really want to start this again? And I got so many um emails and back chats and so much encouragement It's like it was like you never even lost a damn channel because you got people saying, "Don't worry, you'll start another. You'll build up the next one, and it'll be even better. Don't sweat it. Don't give it no energy. We're gonna keep it pushing." And what Elise knows how to get my attention, and to draw my attention to certain things that I may miss or I may overlook because I'm not in all different types of spaces. But she knows how to get my attention, and she knows when I'm not grounded or when I'm not doing well. But put it this way, she knows when, just like Raining does, she knows when I'm not doing well emotionally. She knows when I'm going off the chain or when I'm in savage mode, right? Um, and with the two of
At least you and Rain and Womb
them,
Man need to squash this already.
oh, they
I'm
going back.
sorry.
Oh, yeah, but they know when I'm in that zone, and they usually just leave me to my own vices. They'll try to talk to me initially, and then if I'm not listening, they'll just usually leave me to my own vices. But it's almost like watching a person cannibalize watching me cannibalize myself. But they're both very vocal when they see me going off the ledge. And that shit, Elise had the audacity to put that in the damn header. Come down off the ledge or come back. What was it, Elise? Come off the ledge or
Good
come down
morning,
off
Sister
the ledge.
George.
Something like that in the damn header. So I'm like, okay. When I look in I'm reading the essay, and then there were certain things that made a lot of sense because she knows what my desire was for where I wanted to take my channel, what I wanted to get back to doing, what I wanted to focus my energy on. She's aware of everything that occurred, everything that I shared with you guys about my marriage this morning, about the demise of my marriage. Elise has been aware of. Okay, she's the person that was entrusted with that information. Okay, likewise, JV Dessalines. Okay, it was just a matter of me deciding when it was appropriate to share that with the sisters. But it was never a question of the fact that that story was going to be shared. And I appreciate the both of them respecting my confidentiality. Never anything that I've said to them have I ever heard again or heard anywhere out here on the YouTube streets. Okay, so they protected my privacy and my confidentiality, even though they knew these things. Okay, but that's what that's what after I got through the essay, that's what the meat and the potatoes of it was for me to focus and to rein it, no pun intended, rein everything in. Thank you, Slayer Jim.
Man, well, I want to say this to both of you ladies as well. You are two very intelligent, powerful, and feminine, strong sisters. I don't want to say strong women. I want to say you're two very strong, feminine women, right? And for you, sis, Cookie, what I want to say is I don't see your potential. I have long looked past your potential, sis. I see your greatness.
Yes.
I see, I already see the areas of air in the skies for you to soar. But it's not because I see your potential. I see that you've already been there in other ways and that there's just another area of those skies to soar in. So I see your greatness.
Thank you,
And
sis.
that
I
is one of
appreciate
the
that.
reasons why I really want to push you, to not get stuck. Because one thing is that it's one thing for us to address an issue with people, and it's something else to just get just stuck in the. Not we're not getting stuck in space. We're getting stuck in the mud, and then when you're off course, and you're totally off course, you're not only losing yourself, but unfortunately, you start to lose the community that is looking for you because they are now stuck in the cloud somewhere. They're stuck in a smog. They can't find you.
Mhm. Mhm.
And I
Mhm.
love and I love you that much. I love
Mhm.
I love you to not see you feel like you always have to continue to fight. Sis, you don't. You don't have to keep fighting. Some of these battles, some of these beefs, they're really and truly beneath your greatness.
Mhm.
I love you.
Right.
I'm gonna go.
I understand that. I appreciate that, Rainin, and I agree. And I think raining and the Rainin has been trying to I don't listen. I don't even remember when me and Rainin had that conversation, but trust me, it's been quite and Rainin has been rocking with me in spite of, but she's actually been trying to rein me in for quite some time. Um, and get me to focus. And I think I got stuck. You know, I got stuck. She was trying to prevent me from getting stuck.
Oh,
And
raining fell
actually,
off.
yeah, you
Oh,
know, um, but you know, like I say, and it wasn't that me and E hadn't been communicating because we have, but that particular email, uh, what she said in the email, thinking about things collectively, um, sleeping on it. That's the reason why I didn't go live yesterday. Okay. Um, giving myself an opportunity to sleep on it and deciding, I think there was a part of me that was probably hurt and I don't show my emotions. Okay. Because I think, and I was at that turning point yesterday because I'm like, okay, the very women that I came to this platform to help so that they never have to experience the pain and suffering that I had to experience and find things out through trial and error. If by any way I can help them, that is what I created the channel for. And to have women attack my channel for over men, because that's what it was about. It wasn't about anything that I said. They may have been butthurt about that, but to do that over men that I don't have any type of intimate relationship with, women that I actually protected at some point in time, for them to do that, or for the sake of protecting a penis, you know, or being that ride or die chick for my man. When at the end of the
right.
day, you are as a starter chick in waiting. Um, that kind of shook my resolve as to whether or not I even wanted to be bothered. Because at some point it's like, listen, if that's how they gonna get down, if it's gonna be niggas over everything, then you know what I mean, I'm good.
But you know what? You said it in one of your previous live streams that I was listening to, and you were saying that everybody not gonna be able to come. And I
Yeah,
say the same thing.
yeah.
You know, those are the ones that's gonna have to be left behind. You know,
Mhm,
eventually, you know, they gonna fall, bump their head one too many times, and maybe they get tired. But right now, we don't have time to focus on them because they're gonna
mhm,
hold back the rest of the class.
mhm, mhm. Yeah, because
And
we
we
was right on the
definitely
panel.
can't
I'm like,
can't
oh Lord,
sacrifice everybody
hey
else's learning for a
everybody.
couple of foods.
Listen, y'all, Faith had the receiving blankets. She had the infamil and the pacifiers and the diapers all ready to go. I said, listen, Faith, everybody ain't gonna make it. Because you know what happened? Listen, some of them, it's almost like, and this is just an analogy. You know how to get in and out of a burning building. You go back in that building. You on the outside of that building and you got a wet blanket and it's a ticking time bomb inside that building, a bomb about to go off in that building. and you put that wet blanket over your head to go in that building and get your sister, and she's in there hollering, let's wait for the brothers. The brothers are coming, and you telling her, listen, we got to get out of here. We don't have a lot of time. It's smoke, it's fire. We got to go. And she's telling you, wait for the brothers. I promise you the brothers are coming. Listen, you got a choice to make. Either you can stay in there with her in that burning building and get burnt to a crisp, probably blown into another universe, or either you can say, listen, I got to save my damn self. I got to put this blanket over myself. You can't let her pull your hand and she's holding you there. You're going to perish right there with her. And that, yeah, it's difficult. But
And you know what, Cluster? Actually, it took you, Crystal and Kerosene, and a few others to get me to see that, because I was that sister in the burning building, like, well, we gotta wait on the brothers, I can't
mm-hmm,
leave the brothers behind. And
mm-hmm,
Cluster hit me upside the head with that wet blanket, y'all,
mm-hmm.
and it hurt too.
Yeah, because when you sit back and you think, you like, damn, like what else? What other option do I have? Like I'm not attracted to non-black men, with the exception of I'm not gonna say I'm not attracted to Hispanic men, because I do think that they're nice looking men, but they are. There are nice looking white men too. That's just not my stilo. That's not my twist. But it's like, what do you do in the instance when you don't have any options? When the options that I feel like, listen, when I go on, if I was to go on a dating site, y'all, in all honesty, I would literally feel like I'm digging through a garbage can to try to find a brother out of that garbage can that's salvageable. To pick it up and say, look, I found one. I found something. Let me clean it off. Let me take it home, wash it up, clean it up, and then eat it. It's something that's going to be good for me. That's what I feel like the dating market is, as it relates to our culture in 2020. As if
Yes.
you had to go out there, open a goddamn garbage can, find something in there that didn't look too bad, take it home, wash it off, and try to fucking eat it. I can't do that. I can't do that. I refuse to do that. I'm done eating garbage. That's what my marriage was. I'm done eating garbage.
Ooh, bring on the truth.
Okay? So,
Uh-oh, Raining Woman back up here. What's going on, sis?
mhm.
So, okay, sisters, excuse me, I would like to go ahead, if it's okay with you, Faith, I would like to go ahead and address the comments being stated by Elise.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, sister.
And Elise, please feel free to come up on this panel. I think this is a pretty safe space for you to do so. I definitely feel very comfortable, and this is not going to be an attack. Is that fair, sisters?
That's
Mhm.
fair. I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link again. Hold on a second.
Mhm.
I'm on this here cell phone, and just want to do
You're
its own
doing
little thing.
amazing with this, by the way. While we wait, so
Soup
let
on,
me.
I'm gonna get you soup on. Soup on is down there messing around in the chat. I'm not talking about you, soup on. I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about all the brothers. You keep
So
peeking out
while
from the
we
bush.
wait,
Still got Doug
um,
down
Soup
there
Bone
rocking.
gonna mess around and get beat up in here. Okay, I just dropped the link again in the chat. So if Elise, if you would like to come up so that you can be on the panel too, and you can both address and talk to each other, that would be nice, sister, if you would do that.
so one of the things that I wanted to address that she said was something about You know, I never liked Raining Woman because I know she doesn't like me. She wanna dress me, things of this nature. Elise, Raining Woman, I have absolutely no issue with addressing you woman to woman, sister to sister. Okay, that ain't never ever been a Raining Woman problem. And it's not that I do not like you and have never liked you. You have ways that I disagree with that I think are deplorable. And I have always been bold to state that. I make no qualms about me not giving passes to any individual. I don't care, male, woman, white, black. I make no qualms that I do not issue out passes very easily to prevent people from being held accountable. That's not personal, baby. That is a human thing for me. I have a stand for humanity above all things else. A stand for humanity. And my stand for humanity comes with holding people responsible
Elise,
for
I
their
dropped the link in the
choices.
chat. You got to scroll up. It's up there in the chat because this cell phone and
Res-
stuff.
I'll be right back, ladies. I gotta
responsible.
take pardon me, I gotta take a bathroom break, lady. I'll be right back. I'm gonna mute up.
Okay,
Okay.
responsible for their decisions, and that includes myself. That completely, myself am not exempt for being held responsible and accountable. Those are the kind of people that I'll allow in my circle, online and offline. Okay, so it's not personal that Raining Woman don't like you. Raining Woman does not like some of your ways. I find some of your ways to have been problematic. I saw that you mentioned something about Raining Woman attacking you behind a man. Let's be very clear. Raining Woman, I am not invested, neither emotionally, not physically, not mentally, not spiritually, to any individual online that I will attack another person online just for the sake of attacking. Okay? That is a falsehood. Okay. What I did do was I addressed some of your behaviors in chat rooms and on these different channels behind rule damp rule, trying to get clarity. Because one thing else that I do not tolerate, I do not tolerate women claiming victim, abusing our victim card as women, because it makes, when women abuse our right to call victim, it blocks and it prevents true victimhood when women are authentically abused. There is a situation I think that you missed, I think that could have been handled differently, and that was my opinion. And I had every right to state it in public chat rooms and on public platforms because you made it public. You made it public. And that was my issue there. My other issue is you thinking I don't like you all the way back from a year ago because you're holding this grudge that this difference that you have had with Kendra D, and me being in the chat room in an instance when you were on a panel, once again having your behavior addressed around not just men but also women, that was exemplary of what they discuss as problematic in the manosphere. But that's, once again, that's not personal, and it didn't mean that I did not like or do not like you. It is ways that I was identifying.
Okay. So basically, you're saying you don't have a problem with Elise.
No, I do not.
Okay. Well, when Elise gets up here, we're gonna let her have her say because I really like and admire both of you sisters. Okay, I really believe that both of you have great wisdom and a lot to offer. Like I said, Elise helped me out a lot, with her words of wisdom when at a time when I felt like I was ready to give up. And then, Reigning Woman, you've been very supportive of my platform as well. So, I really hate to see two sisters that I really admire, not, seeing eye to eye and going after each other. So
Right.
when
Well, that's the thing. Like, I'm not going to go after aliens. I'm not going after aliens, which is why I came up here to address the things that she was saying. Because one thing I'm also not going to allow, I'm not going to allow other people nowhere to my awareness make as though I am attacking them or I have an issue with them or I'm beefing with them when that is not the case, or I'm afraid to avoid issues with them when all of that is very far from who I am. Period.
and that was well said. I don't know what the beef was between you two, as far as what you explained, but I feel like you sisters are gonna work it out. When Elise gets up here, we're gonna have her give her side of things, and then hopefully, we can do a cyber hug section afterward. That's what I'm going after. 'Cause this is the Faith Jones channel. I'm a Care Bear by heart. I'm the Care Bear with a big old heart on the chest.
All right, we got a carrot bear on the table. Cookie, you got anything you want to put on the table, Cookie? You want to put some cookies, some snacks on the table?
Yeah, put some cookies and some snacks on the table. Get us some mimosas. You know what I'm saying? That's what we all about over here. We about the love and just relaxing our minds. Being friends. Can't we all just get along? Who said that? Who quoted that?
Was it? I don't know who said that. But here's something else too, right? Here's something else too, right? Is that it is totally okay for people to not like you or not like something about you. Reigning woman, and I am not every person's cup of tea. You know that? I get it. Now I'm a whole lot of folks' cup of tea. Okay, I'm a whole lot of folks' cup of tea. But I'm not everybody's cup of tea. And
Right.
that's it.
Okay. So Elise said it's not letting her get on. Okay. Well, maybe next time. I was really hoping that we would be able to work something out today. Um, like I said, I don't know too much about what the beef was. Like I said, you both are both great, upstanding women. And I listened to both of you. I've heard you on many platforms. I listened to Elise on her platform, and you both, seem to be very well grounded. So I don't understand what the beef is, but like I said, maybe you guys will get a chance to talk it out and resolve your differences.
I'm back, ladies. I'm
Okay,
back.
so
hmm
as a question,
I was listening through my. I'm listening. I was listening through my speaker, so I could hear what was. I heard everything that was said, but I just want to let y'all know I was back.
Oh,
okay,
okay.
so I see that she typed, I'll address you in your lives, Rain Woman, on my next live on my channel. It is, let me tell you something I'm not interested in, darling. Okay, I'm not interested in no going back and forth. If you would like to have a dialogue on your channel, send me the link, and I will be more than glad to come over. Okay, more than glad. But what I'm not going to do, I'm not going to run to my platform and do a counterattack video and this and that. I know that I have things going on in my life that require a lot more and deserve a lot more of my attention and energy than that. And you're more than welcome to come to my platform as well. But I'm also not going to do this bone. Let the record show that I am saying right here. I'm also not going to do the bone carrying. I'm not interested in this. To me, is one of those things that I'm talking about. I'm not up for it. I'm not up for it. We can
I
even
think,
have a
you know what,
phone
y'all, if I
conversation.
can if I can say something, I think the confusion is that we all have to get along. We all have to like each other and get along. We can get along and coexist in a space. There are going to be women that don't like each other. We're not going to all like each other. I think that encourages fugaziness. When we don't like each other, we know that we don't like each other and we pretend that we like each other. I think that's a part of the problem. I think we can coexist with a respect factor in place and coexist in the same space without attacking each other, with the understanding that our personalities don't mesh. I'm not going to be everybody's cup of tea, and I understand that. So what I do is, when I sense intuitively that ain't nobody feeling me, listen, I keep my distance and stay in my lane. And as long as they don't start nothing, won't be nothing. So I think that that may be a part of the sister code that we put in effect, that there just going to be some of us that don't get along. We don't want some of our sisters not feeling welcome to come into the space because they feel like they got to like everybody in the space, or
Right,
blend perfectly with everybody's personality. That's how you get a lot of fake fugazi and phoniness. In my,
right,
all of us are not going to get along. All of us are not going to like each other. We ain't going to be everybody's cup of tea, but we can coexist in the space with each other respectfully. As long as
right.
we respect each other's boundaries and we don't, intentionally stomp on each other's toes, I
Yeah.
think everything will be fine.
Exactly. I completely agree. I was aware that Elise was in the space,
Hmm.
and I did not say anything to or about Elise. I am aware that I am in several spaces and Elise in that space. I do not say anything to or about her because I know that this is playing in the background, right? So I'm not going around trying to bring up her name or anything of the sort. So clearly, as far as I'm concerned, I don't have an issue with that. Okay, I just don't. But if something is going to be said about me from someone about how I feel, then and I have the time and the opportunity to address that, then that's just what I'm going to do. And I'm going to do it as respectfully as possible because I'm not here to be disrespectful, especially over no opinion. Like, please don't worry. Like, man and woman is not tripping over no online or no offline opinion. I am selected. I choose my damn self every single day, and others choose me as well. So
Yeah, well, and then also, I'm doing this stream on my cell phone. StreamYard has got it now where you can host from the cell phone, but I don't know if it allows you to do up to six like they let you do on the computer.
They may still be working. They may still. It may still. It's probably in the beta phase of it, so it's probably still some glitches that they have yet to work out. But what they do is, when you end the stream, you have the option of giving some input, because they'll ask you whether the stream was. You see, I mean, you can't keep saying whenever I refer to a live stream, that's a Freudian slip. I'm up here telling on myself. But the live, not the live screen, but the live stream. When you end the stream, it asks you how the stream went, and in that little box, it asks you if you want to, if you want to leave some feedback, and tell them about any complications that you had during the stream. That brings their attention to problems with the stream, or with the service.
well, I'll drop down and see if maybe she can come up if I drop down. Okay, I see you. You're getting my smoke, raining woman. It's the three of y'all. So, see, this is an issue that you are choosing to have, young lady. Excuse me, younger woman, because you're not young. You're a younger woman. So, this is an issue that you are choosing to have, younger woman. And I am going to allow you to have it. I'm gonna drop down. Thank you, Faith, and thank you, Sis Cookie.
You're welcome, Brandon.
You welcome, reigning woman. Okay. Yeah, I've been going for 6 hours. This is the longest stream I've ever done.
Is
Yes. Girl, you know I don't be having that stamina like you, Cookie.
it? Listen, I think a part of it, listen, they don't realize when I close down my stream, I'll be up here talking about I'll never get tired. As soon as I close down that stream, listen, I got to go somewhere and take a nap because I don't, listen, I done exhausted myself. And as an empath, when I get up the next day, I don't even have the energy that I want to have for my actual content because I done burned my damn self out on some bullshit or being
Yeah.
on some bullshit.
And especially when your emotions is involved in it and you get all intense with it. Because I'm like, sometimes I be listening to you and I'm like, wow, she is really intense with it. I remember you went for 4 hours straight roasting somebody.
All
I
right.
was like, wow, I can't see how she could do it because I knew something was like, because I was like, man, when I'm that intense, I get up in the morning, I'm no good. Not
Right.
even coffee can save me.
Mm-mm. And I gotta sleep and I sleep like the next day, like I done been drinking the night before, and that's because empath that's you're drained. And the thing with live streams is that for empaths, you're coming in contact with a lot of different energies. So you're going to have
Yes,
good energies, but you'll also have those vampiric energies that as you're live streaming, and for those that aren't empaths, it's going to sound a little creepy, but or a little weird or odd. But as you're live streaming, all of those different energies that come into that space have access to your energy, and that's a part of what's draining to you. Even when you aren't on a live stream, when you enter into a space, right? Your energy, that feeling that you feel in your gut, may draw you to a particular person's comments, right?
yes,
That's all intuitive. So okay, well, this is safe, this person is safe, this person is not. So I'm going to tiptoe around this particular individual because I already know what that is. That's what I mean when I say um being an empowered empath, because what happens with NSPs is they dysregulate empaths and they have you all over the place. So a lot of times when you see me in attack mode, I'm like fucking Carrie at the prom. You remember when they listen, when they spilled that damn pig's blood on her head and she was looking off to this direction and looking off to that direction. That's how I am when I'm in that zone like that. So when I
I know everybody getting burned. Every,
right, so it's like that's not a good place for me emotionally.
yeah,
And sisters like JB, sisters like that's why JB threw that little comment in there the other day where she said, make sure in between the roast that you do some actual content. That's why Elise did that little silicoid, that little essay, and then it's in the header. Come back from the ledge. I need you to get off of the ledge. That's what was in the damn header of the email. And then Raining will send me a message and say, what can I do to help? I always know that's always the cue for, basically them wanting me to take care of myself, to,
yes,
to rein it back in because they know when I'm out of control. And that it's just going to get worse if I continue to go at that pace. I'm only going to get worse as time goes along. So, yeah,
and you know what? Other empaths know other empaths,
yes. Hmm.
and I've been feeling that way about Elise. You know, she is something else. That woman is she is gold. I'm telling you.
Hmm. Hmm.
She is gold because she has a way of just knowing. Like I said, I don't even know if she knew. I have no idea if she knew that I was on the verge of being like, okay, that's it, hang it up.
Well, you can hear it in your tone. That's why, like, if I'm live, one of the things that I take note of, and I know sometimes that creeps people out, because if I see a new, I don't think they realize that I pay attention to everybody that comes in my chat. So I know who my regulars are. I know who my chicks are that stand 10 toes down. I know who my guys are that stand 10 toes down. So anytime an unfamiliar face or unfamiliar avatar or user account comes into my chat room, my attention automatically, I'm paying attention to what they're saying, to the energy that I'm picking up, to the username that they're using, because what I don't want to do is chase off somebody that found the space that they may have intuitively been guided to the space. So I don't want to chase them off, but at the same time, that's how I know. It's like sometimes a lot of these comments are other content creators or their mods and subs coming into chat rooms under different accounts. So I pay attention to that, because one thing I'm never going to tolerate is I'm never going to tolerate somebody coming into the space and disrespecting my mods. Or it, as far as them being disrespectful to me, that's one thing. I'll deal with them accordingly, but I'm never going to tolerate them coming into the space or making the women that feel that they need to know that when they come to my channel, it's a safe space for women. I'm not objective to the men coming into the space, but at the end of the day, it is a woman's space, and it's
Yes.
supposed to feel safe to women. If you have a space that's dedicated to women, it needs to feel safe for them. It's not safe if you have a bunch of NSPs running up and down your chat room, antagonizing the women that come into the space, your subscribers, antagonizing your mods, taking shots at you from the chat room while you're in the panel. No, I'm going to deal with you expeditiously. So that's something too that we have to be aware of, Faith. And then I pay attention to men that I see in multiple spaces. It's not that they don't go over into manosphere spaces, but if you go over into manosphere spaces and I see you whip out a pair of pom-poms and they're saying the most egregious thing about Black women that they could say, and I see you in that space concurring with what they're saying, then yes, I'm going to look at you differently. I'm going to
Well,
be
no,
side
that's
eyeing you when
never
I
that
see
is never me. As a matter of fact, I'm the one getting my behind beaten in space because I done said something.
you. Right. And they don't speak out or speak up on your defense or speaking. They don't go against the bro code. They don't go, a lot of times they don't go against the bro code. There's a difference in between not going against the bro code and sitting there with your pom-poms in hand. Yeah, you right, man. I know what you're talking about. Okay, well, motherfucker, how can you do you relate to every motherfucking thing? Because I just seen you over here in the space supporting the sisters. Now you over here with these niggas that's dragging us from everything from our goddamn edges to the paint on our toenails, and you can relate to everything this nigga saying too. So yeah, I'm gonna keep my eye on you, because in my opinion, you playing both sides of the fence.
Yep.
So Neon said, the snake charmer, I did an experiment. It's so true. I was able to pay more attention to the chat room. That day, no trolls came in. They count on us not paying attention to the chat. Absolutely.
Yes.
I've seen people come into my chat stalking some damn body else that's in another sector. Hey, Six Figure Days, coming to the chat, trolling and stalking somebody else that's in the chat. That, listen, they ain't there for nothing else. They don't have anything else to do with what's going on. They're not participating in the conversation. They're not actively participating in the chat room. The only thing they're in your chat room to do is to troll the people that are in your chat room. So as I'm watching, the only time I'm not watching the tech now, if I go off on a tangent, they might be able to get that off because I'm not paying attention to the chat. Listen, my own damn mind might be walking my brain done walk the damn goldfish down the street. So I'm not paying attention to the chat. But when I'm calm, when I'm grounded, I'm watching everybody that's coming into the chat. I know who my people are. Even when I'm ranting, I know who my people are. Like I can look up and see Aries, Neon, Soup Elise right underneath it. I'm paying attention to the chat. And Elise just commented again. But when I'm in a zone like that, I'm not watching the chat. So that's why it's important to have trustworthy mods that know how you rock and they understand what you want to get off in your chat, what you want, what type of individuals you want in your chat versus what type of individuals that you have to get up out your chat. Now, I had one of my mods emailed me the other day because she blocked two people, but I think one of the individuals that she blocked wasn't an accidental troll. But you want your minds to have integrity where if they make a mistake, they're not afraid to come and say, okay, this is what happened. I'll explain it away that it was an accident, or they believe that you were a troll when in fact you were not. But I do take note of I pay attention to the chat. I
Yeah,
pay
I remember that. I forget
Mhm.
who it was that got blocked, but yeah.
Yeah. And then the other thing is when you open up your space to the brothers, you have to make I feel, and you don't have to, but me myself, because I have predominantly a women audience, I always got my antennas up for Negroes that try to creep into your space and take control of the conversation, or kind of like figure they can mold you like they do the pick-me's. Absolutely not.
Right.
You and your little squad can get the fuck on, because it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, I think I had something like that happen to me. I think that was yesterday's. Somebody came in and they had changed their name and everything, and they were so smooth with it too. I
Yeah.
was like, "Whew, okay, this person's so nice and talking and carrying on." And it was one of the sisters down in the chat, busting
Mhm.
them out.
Mhm. Yeah, because they'll get up there, or either you'll recognize the voice. Listen, they'll change their voice, get behind a black screen, come up in your space. Nigga, if you don't get your ass on, and if I recognize your voice, it's over. Because I'm going to come out, once I recognize your voice and you a content creator, or I know which content creator you support, 9 times out of 10, I'm liable to follow you back over. I'm going to follow you home, back over there to your YouTube daddy.
Yeah, because
I
Neon was the one that did it. Neon Eyes was the one that saw it first. She caught it. And she came up on the panel and she was like, "Yeah, sister, this guy," and she read him down. And because I didn't know who he was, I wasn't familiar with him, I wasn't familiar with his content. But from what all the women, and I said to myself, I better believe them because they all can't be lying on this man. And who the hell is he for them to be lying on him?
Well, who was it?
I think it was Q something.
The general. Q the general.
Was it Q the General? Neon Eyes. Is Neon Eyes still down there?
Q is notorious for that.
Yeah, he was real smooth too.
Oh yeah, so you got to keep tight reins on. That's why I said you as the channel holder, you got to keep tight reins on it, because yeah, they'll try to slip one off in there, and the next thing you know, your chat is sitting there listening. It sounded like they repeating some. It sounded like manosphere rhetoric 101. And again, that's why they love the chat room concubines, the panel prostitutes, and the YouTube lot lizards, because they can come into their space and control it like that. All they use that for is for a hunting ground for women. I'm not saying that specifically about Q. I'm saying this is what some of these dudes do. They use they use them to lure women in, or they get access to their. You have to keep tight reins on it, because was a different Q. Okay, they use it to keep. You have to keep tight reins on it, because now Q, when Q comes to my panel, Q knows how I run my panels, and for the most part, he's respectful when he comes to my panel. So I do let him on the panel. But certain types of rhetoric that they have, they're not going to be able to get so much of that off, because I'm mindful of where these guys come from. And they always use the, well, I'm team black woman. I'm here for black, I support black love. I support, black women. But it sounds like it's wash, rinse, and repeat of some of the most toxic manosphere rhetoric mixed in with some of that black love. And it
Okay,
just does
yeah, Mr.
something to my
Research.
feeling. It
I'm
makes me
familiar. I'm
feel
familiar with that name, Mr. Research. It was Q, aka Mr. Research.
okay. Yeah, I've heard that. But when Q comes to my panel, Q can actually he can participate in the conversation without it getting toxic. When he comes to my panel, for the most part, he's respectful because he knows I'm not one of those he knows I'm not a pick me. So he's respectful when he comes to the panel.
Right, and that's how he came to my panel. He was very respectful. He wasn't, talking all out the side of his neck, and that's the reason why, I allowed him to stay up there, because any man that can come, and like I said, I'm not have no aversion to men coming to my channel as long as they come respectful.
Hmm.
Now, if you come with that
Right.
loud,
Hmm.
I'm a man and I'm gonna thump my chest and all this type of stuff. No, you're gonna have to get the hell up out of here with that. Now that
Listen,
wouldn't have
as soon
lasted
as I
not
hear
no
that
time.
phrase, Faith, as soon as I hear that phrase, like the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It's almost like my claws, my Eveline coffin claws come out as soon as I hear that phrase, because I don't know if I might have to pounce on this Negro neck or not, as soon as I hear certain phrases. So I think that's one of those trigger phrases. Well, as a man, because it's almost sounding like, bitch, you don't know shit because you's a woman. So let
Right.
me tell you how it's supposed to go as a man. If you want to get a man, I think even though that ain't the whole phrase that came out, that's what goes through my mind. So, for the most part, that's just something that just makes me cringe. Like my antennas, listen, as they talking, y'all, like a goddamn Martian, them antennas is going straight up in the air and pointing right this, and they go up to a certain point and then curve in his direction. Because the wrong thing, and it's like, listen, I'll be off to the races. So I gotta get better with my patience, right? And because for the most part, I only have patience with children and babies. I don't have a lot of patience for grown folks. But I got to get better with that. I'm working on that. You know.
And we're all a work in progress. Like I said, and me, I'm too trusting at times. I would say that's my Achilles heel. I'm very trusting, and
You
I'm
know
working
what?
on that
See,
myself.
you project a lot of times, and a lot of sisters do that. If you have good in you, why wouldn't you see? The only people that don't see good in other people is the people that ain't got no good in them. For the most part, if you're a good person, when you look at another person or another human being, whether it's a man or a woman, you don't look at them and find bad flaws. You see the good in them. But empaths have to be careful about that, because what you could actually be doing is projecting your goodness onto an individual that doesn't possess that attribute at all. And yes, in a perfect world, there will be good in everybody. Unfortunately, that costs sisters their life. There's not good in everybody. There are men out here that will literally destroy you. There are men out here that will kill you. There are men out here that will abuse you
Absolutely.
and hurt your children. So that part, we got to snap out of that cognitive dissonance as far as that's concerned. So a lot of times, because you have good in you, you automatically project that onto other people. No, there are people out here that don't have an ounce of good in them. None whatsoever. So,
And that is very true. That is very true, because as an empath, we'll sit up here and we'll look at a person and be like, okay, we know that they have some issues, but we're going to keep looking until we find that one good thing that we can hold on to. And I do that a lot. I have to say, I'm really, really bad with that. I got to stop.
mm-hmm.
But I'm a work in progress. Like I said,
Right, you
I
know,
gotta see people for who they are. And even though I do have the tendency to want to look beyond all the flaws, and there'd be a lot of flaws,
pull out
I
your
got
little
to.
nurse, pull out your little nursing kid, and all.
Yeah, yeah, got my
You
little
know that
nursing
little black
kid out.
mama spirit here. Let me give you some, that we have that that's why, that when old boy called me Mother Goose, that was fitting. Because I went through that Mother Goose. I do have those Mother Goosing tendencies where all let me fix you and let me make you better. That will get you played sometimes if you do that for the wrong individual. You pull out
Right.
your Mother Goose, you pulling out your diaper bag, your little nursing kid and all. Let me, y'all were talking about teddy bears earlier. You remember how you used to play nurse and doctor with your teddy bears and your stuffed animals, and you would take and go in the medicine cabinet and get the band-aids and wrap the little legs of the bears and the dolls up and wrap their head up in little tissue and all that kind of stuff and play doctor. Listen, these are full
Yeah,
grown.
I was gonna say, shoot, who using band-aids? Now you know you get your behind whooped if
Right,
you use the band-aids. You got that toilet tissue, and
right.
then
You
you probably got whooped for that too.
wrap them up and fix them, make them better. Oh, there he is. No more fixer uppers. All 2020. You
Yes.
it ain't nothing you can do with a fixer upper. The only fixer upper you should be working on is you. See,
And that's the thing. And
I'm the
see,
fixer upper I'm gonna be working on. I can't
and
do
see,
nothing.
my channel used to have a predominantly male base because I believe that those guys was feeding off that energy. And when I first came on here, a lot of guys came to my channel, even though I used to bang on them too. I used to
Mhm,
bang on them too. But a lot of guys, my when I looked at my demographics, and they was like 80% men, 10% women. I was losing the women, but gaining a lot of men, and I was wondering why.
mhm,
And that was the reason why, because I had that mammy and mommy, mammy, what am I gonna say,
mhm,
mammy energy going on, where I wanted to help the men see who they were,
mhm.
and in
And
helping the men, I was losing the sisters.
you know what? Also, too, Faith, our culture conditions us to do that. Y'all need to and be that whole y'all need to get the women together. Really, what a lot of them are saying is that y'all need to get the sisters to come around to seeing things our way.
Right.
They use that manosphere uses a lot of dog whistling. You see, and it's like what y'all need to do. What we need y'all. Listen, y'all good sisters that get us, that get the way things are supposed to be. What we need y'all to do is go over there and get the rebellious sisters and rein them in to seeing things our way like y'all.
Beat them into submission.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Because you know they want a submissive woman, but they don't. They too scared to deal with them themselves. They want you to beat them into submission.
Mm-hmm. Because they know if they come over there to my channel, they know what's going to happen to them. So yeah, they listen. They want the sisters to be the sacrificial lambs to go over there to try to rein in the savages or the wayward women because they know what's going to happen if they bring their ass up in that space talking that crazy shit. Period.
And I have a few men that's still rolling with me from when I first came on here, and
Mm-hmm.
they see the change in what I'm talking about, because Faith is not operating off of that. I'm going baby you, baby you, baby you. Now Faith is operating off of, okay, black women, we done had enough. It's time for us to let y'all fight your own battles, and we work on our own selves.
Mm-hmm.
So when I come out with this talk point, then I see my male subscriber base is gone completely down. I think now I'm at 70% female, and now I'm down to like maybe 28% male.
Mm-hmm.
And
But
it's mighty funny how that changes.
that's what you want because when you look at the collective, how many of them are doing right by their families and doing right by women? So that's reflective of the society. In my opinion, it is because you have that very small percentage. I don't see that it's the majority of them doing the good, doing right by women, not by their own women. I don't. I just don't see it. I see them. I see them exploiting that gap that's there between, the women having a man that, is financially self-sufficient, emotionally healthy, and not an abuser.
Right.
There's a very small demographic of men that's applicable to, of men that are even worthy of that, or that fall into that category. A
But
lot of
here's what I've woken up to, and it took me a while to wake up to it. But
Mhm.
when I started seeing the men talking about, oh, we're men of means and we're going to provide, and that sounded real good until I started actually seeing how these men were waiting for these women to fall on hard times so that they can exploit them and take advantage of them. Now, that's not providing. Exploiting somebody and taking advantage of them because they've fallen on a hard time and you feel as if you can benefit from their demise. That's
Well,
not taking care of
man, I
anybody.
mean, you talking about around these parts? We got listen,
Mm.
hold up. We got men of means around these parts.
Oh, yeah, that's what they claim. But you know that when they say men of means, they mean that $40. That's
But
that $40 holler.
here's the thing. If that, listen, here, and this is the reason why I call bullshit on that. Y'all know any men of means that's just, they're holding out for what? Have you ever asked yourself, if they got their shit so together, where is their spouse? Where's the family? Even if you don't have any children, I don't shame people for not having children. Even if you don't have any children, where is your other half at? I need to see the receipts for that. I don't buy into that. What are you holding out for? See, a lot of the sisters don't get that what they holding out for ain't a sister. That's the other part. That's the other caveat in that whole situation. Or
Oh
it
no,
ain't.
they're waiting on a catastrophic situation to befall us so that we can need them and be completely how can I say desperate, like the women that are desperate in those third world countries that see them as saviors when they come in there with a $40 holler. A $40 holler in a third world country is like $200-300 to them. So they want us to be like those women in the third world countries.
They want you to see them as the Black Leonidas. I think they want you to see. I think some of them want us to see them as the Black Leonidas, but the fact of the matter is, you're not. You're not.
They thought Trump was going to deliver some poontang to him when he got elected. They thought he was going to get rid of the Section 8, and that would deliver some desperate women to them.
So they basically praying and waiting on our downfall.
Right.
And we believe for some reason we're going to be saved by a group of men that are waiting for our demise so they can benefit from it. Absolutely not. That gives you, it wouldn't matter if he was a man of means or not. If I hear it come out of a man's mouth that you're waiting on my demise, or you're sitting around waiting for children and women to be starving so that you can prey upon them. I listen. Why would you even waste time with that? That's not even a man that's deserving of the time of day from you. Not from it. He might be somebody you can have a hop on a panel and have a conversation with, but that's about as
And
far as
and I'm
I would.
telling you,
Listen, he would
Cluster,
be.
that was
I wouldn't
Cluster,
take his.
that was my turning point though. When I started seeing a lot of the black men, because at first when the rhetoric was we want to, take care of our women, we want to become men of means, even if some of them weren't, they were talking about bettering themselves, and I was fooled for a while on that rhetoric. But then slowly but surely, the devil began to reveal itself, and these men started talking and talking and talking a little bit too much online, and their true intentions came out when Trump got elected 4 years ago. And
Mhm.
I'm gonna tell you, that was when my turning point came. Because, like I said, I was offline, just soaking it up. Like I said, I wasn't even on here posting. I was just supporting other people's channels. I was in the men's spaces, and because I was in the men's spaces, I was listening to what they were saying. And when I heard, yeah, when Trump gets elected, he's going to get rid of the Section 8 and they will need us.
But you know the thing, and that's interesting, that comment that Elise made. One of the reasons why the movie 300 is an excellent case study is because that shows you what manhood is. Do they understand? They always make reference to that movie, but there's a reason why I use that term, the Black Leonidas. Leonidas basically committed high treason in order to protect the women and children in his country. And he had 300, that's a true story. It's actually the battle at Thermopylae. And Leonidas defied the council. Basically, he committed high treason, which would have been a death penalty in those times, to go against the council, right? In order to protect the women and the children. So that's why I use that term. The women are looking for the Black Leonidas. That's why they did that, to protect their women and their children. And they went up against, at that time, what would have been one of the most powerful, it was the most powerful world power, which is Medo-Persian. So that's why I use that term. That's why Leonidas went up against the 300 Greeks. The actual battle was the battle at Thermopylae, and they went up against the Medo-Persians, which was a dual world power, far more powerful than them. But if they had to lose their lives, there were 300 men that were willing to do that. You know who a lot of the Black men represent? You remember just before they got ready to die. You remember the Greeks who went back and decided that they weren't going to fight anymore. That's what
Ah,
the majority of Black men are. The ones that say, now that we know that we're getting close to death, we're going to go back and, good luck, brother. Even though they were going to die, there was no question.
yes.
Black men are the cowards that left their other fellow countrymen on the battlefield and went back because they didn't want to die, to
Oh well,
protect.
they not even leaving men on the battlefield. They leaving women and children. Like I said the other day, black women are only put first when black men are putting us in the front of the battlefield.
Yeah,
That's the only time we being put first.
yeah. And they want you to get up here and lie about it. Sorry, not going to happen. I just refuse to do that. That's almost taking your sister by the hand and leading her into that burning building
Yes.
and saying, "Here, sis, you good, you good. Just what the brothers are coming." No, I refuse to do that. I refuse to do that, and I would never use my platform for that.
But I believe that all things happen for a reason, and I believe that a lot of black women, such as myself, are becoming more awakened to
Hmm.
what's going on. And this awakening is necessary. It's a necessary awakening.
It's listen, Faith. I get my whole life because you know what? It's a beautiful awakening. When I watch that live stream and I watch Jazzy G's reaction to the fact that, listen, we're out here fighting for these guys, and this is what they think of us. This is what they got to say. She was like, "Black men, how dare you do this at a time when we're out here getting tear gas, shot with rubber pellets to beat with billy clubs in order to protect, and this is what you do? Well, stop fighting for us then."
Oh yeah.
You know,
Like I said, they have been exposing themselves all this year. I would say for the last 4 years, they have really been coming out. Like they've been vocal before. But
mhm,
before it was kind of like, oh, we're only doing this because you all are like this. And if you guys would just do this, then this will be the result. But
mhm.
then when they really started revealing themselves, no matter what you do, you're nothing. That when I start hearing that,
Parent. Look at what Doug said. The Doug, that's right, Doug. The Arcadians. The Arcadians. Black men are the equivalent of the Arcadians.
Yes.
And that's sad. That's sad. Because if you don't protect your women and your children, and you have other cultures looking at you, arguing about whether or not you're going to protect your women and your children, how do you think they're going to look at you? How do you think they're going to look at you? Are they supposed to have respect? But you know what happens is it's black women's fault that the men are not respecting us. They out here, they ratchet, they got blue hair, they in the projects, they on food
Hmm.
stamps. That's the reason why the white man ain't respecting you, because you don't have no goddamn self-respect. You don't have no self-respect.
And you guys, now you all have your feelings about O'Shea and his platform, but you all have to listen to what O'Shea has been saying to the brothers as of recently, because he had been calling them out. And I'm talking about, he ain't been missing no words. He had been straight up telling them that they gay. You know, he ain't said that they were gay, but basically he just was calling them out, just telling them basically that they need to stop blaming black women for everything. At some point, you gonna have to turn around and look at yourself. And he's been on this message consistently now for a minute. So when you get a chance, go back to some of his live streams and hear what he's been telling the brothers. So there are some men out here that were previously on that black female fuckery, but they are definitely starting to look at their own brothers and say, okay, this shit is not looking right. Y'all got us out here looking bad. And he's one of the ones that's calling them out.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's one of their YouTube daddies. So maybe, maybe he'll respect maybe I remember O'Shea when he was doing when he first came on this platform with his little organ and shit, where he was parading out the little Beckys and shit and putting all the
Mm-hmm.
brothers on a date. I remember, like I said, all these Negroes YouTube daddies, I done seen all their YouTube daddies cut their teeth on this platform. So when I never get too excited when I see them, because sometimes they bandwagon high. One minute they'll be on this, and the next minute they be on some other bullshit. The next day they be on some "all you black bitches get out of my chat" type of shit. So I feed these niggas like, you know how you would take whatever that tool is that you use to handle a serpent from a distance. Like I handle these niggas like how a serpent. You know how to what you call it, the animal
Wait,
paper.
hold on a second. Did you see this comment with that soup boned and said right here?
Well, listen, that's not going to keep me guilted. In essence, first of all, it's not the woman's job to fight for her father, her son, her father, her brother, her uncle, or her grandpa. See, that's the man's job to fight for the woman, the child, his sister, his auntie, and his grandmother. It's not the black woman's job to be out there on the front line fighting for the black man while he sits behind the black woman's skirt and allows her to fight. It's not the black woman's job to fight for him. Why is the black man not out on the front lines? That's the problem right there. That comment, that statement right there. Indicative of cowardice. My sons, my uncles, my sons, my uncles, and my brothers don't expect me to be out on no front lines in the heaviest lines of battle fighting for them. Period. That's the problem right there. That's the problem, sisters. And as soon as sisters realize that, it's a wrap. That is the problem. Men don't expect women to fight for them. What they're doing, in essence, what that comment said is, black woman, you get down there on the heaviest lines of battle with your armor on and do what the fuck we supposed to be doing, because we too cowardly to fucking do it. That's what that says. That's the translation of it.
And see, Soup Bone, while you done set up here and threw out that little bullet and then hid over there in the bushes. You started this, Soup Bone. You bought it on yourself.
No, he
Don't you
good.
go hiding over there in them bushes, Soup Bone.
He good. He good. But I just don't, they know I'm not gonna bite my tongue when it comes to that kind of stuff. They can take whatever position they want, but I'm gonna provide the translation of it. So they can type whatever they want in the chat. Feel free to do it. But I'm going to give the sister in the translation of what it means.
And I like this comment. I can't even see. God dog it, this daggone blaring ass sun messing me up. I'm already blind. Can you see that comment, Cookie?
It says, why don't black men think about their mother, daughter, or sister when they're degrading black women?
Exactly. And that's the thing. Like, you're always asking black women to think of everybody but black women. And black women do have to raise black women too, the same way we have to raise black sons. We have to take care of our mothers too, the same way we have to take care of our fathers. But black men, who do they take care of?
Themselves. And half the time, there are some that do that do take care of themselves. And that there is a difference. Don't think I don't recognize the difference in the brothers that do that. And I commend them. That's why I show those brothers a great deal of respect. But there's certain things that, certain beliefs that I have that I'm very biased about. And I don't apologize for that bias. I'm not a man's advocate. They want women to advocate for men. No, you have a manosphere for that.
Exactly. And right now, we're faced with some men who call themselves cisdem, save yourself black men, that say that they see black women as a separate entity from them.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, they have separated themselves from their own women, some of them, not all.
That is until they need to use them for something. Until they need them to get on the front lines and get gas masks and shot, lose their eyeballs with rubber bullets to protect them and to protect their rights. Okay? So at the end of the day, they're separated from their women. Okay, well, go ahead on about your business. The problem is, the reason why a lot of these dudes don't show their faces, because they're again, those are the proverbial brothers that don't mind using a sister as don't mind coming to a sister with that starter chick package. Well, I'll use you until I can get the woman that I really want. I can guarantee you that a lot of those Negroes that are talking that are either incels, where they're not even they're involuntarily celibate because nobody wants them. Okay, if they're not involuntary incels, those are dudes that, like Love Wisdom pointed out so eloquently the other day, they're still living in the projects with the sister. They're still using the welfare, even if they are living. I don't give a damn if they was living in Hollywood Hills. They're living off of a woman. They ain't living with her.
Exactly.
She got her nursing kit out, healing his wounds, sitting there with him, cajoling him, rubbing his back, licking his wounds for him, giving him the biggest piece of chicken. Not only is she gonna give him the biggest piece of chicken, because if you don't give him the piece of chicken, then guess what? If he go out there and another woman give him a bigger piece of chicken, it's your fault. It's
Oh,
your
yeah,
fault. He's a fucking.
that's your fault. Because you know the man's supposed to have a bigger piece of chicken because he got a penis.
Mm-hmm.
Not because he actually went out
He ain't
and
brought no
killed the
chicken
chicken.
home.
He
He
didn't
ain't
bring
brought
the
no
chicken home.
chicken home. But he's supposed to have the biggest piece of chicken. He ain't bought no chicken. He ain't bought a can of chickpeas. right?
He ain't even bought the chicken broth that you cook the chicken in.
Let me stop. We ain't gonna turn this into a roast session because we could go we could go in, but no, it's not a roast session, but it's just again, sisters, be careful, be careful, pay attention to that male dog whistling that goes on, in particular with our men. White supremacy has a way of dog whistling to each other to say racist things that those in their race understand. They don't
Mm-hmm.
have to come out and make blatantly racist statements, but nonetheless, they understand what the other is communicating. They know how to get into formation.
And my son was used the other day in this dog whistling, and I just ignored it. I didn't say anything. But I posted a picture of my son the other day because I post pictures of my daughters all the time.
Hmm.
And one of the guys came in and said, "Oh, yeah, he's a handsome guy. I want for him to have a submissive wife, somebody who is not a disciplinary problem. You know, and like you said, the little dog whistle phrases."
Yeah,
And I said, this
we can
comment was
create
meant to
a list.
trigger.
That's what we need. A list of when you hear these words, when you hear these phrases, head for the hills. Head for the hills. We need a list. That when we hear that needs to be the title of the list. When you hear this bullshit here, period. We need a dog whistling list for the sisters. That when you hear certain phrases, your antennas should go right up.
And I believe that if we all got together, because there's enough of us over here on YouTube, we could put together and compile that list. We
Hmm.
could actually make a book and put it in the book. You know how they have these books that have like 10, 12 different authors?
Yeah.
Put about 10, 12 sisters on here. Sister, this is what you need to look out for. Let's just
Hmm.
write the book.
And that's the type of shit that we should be doing, Faith. Never mind these little bottom feeding vultures getting all of our energy, vamping us of the energy so that we don't have the energy to do productive things like that. And that's what Six Figures said. Look at Soup Bone down there high. Now, Soup Bone, you good. All right, we good. So you got 6 figure days, and that's what she said. That's a book. So folks make
Hmm.
fun of the South, but most of the girls are taught survival skills early. We make fire. I ain't catch the end part of it,
Oh,
but
okay.
he said my
Fire
great
with no lighters.
folks make. Sister survival is a must. Absolutely, Miss Clark Strong +3. Absolutely, absolutely. So that's the type of stuff that we should be doing. While we still, because listen, y'all, we don't know what they're gonna be taking away, right? We don't know that. We gotta get it while the opportunity is there and while the getting is good. What are we waiting for? What are we waiting for?
And that's the thing, Neon, you're right on the money. I think that we do, because I was saying something about this in my last live stream. I really believe that black women do need to have a state of a union address every so often
Hmm.
to address our state of the black female union and what
Hmm.
we're going through here,
Yep.
because we have a unique set of circumstances that do really only affect us and how we're moving and how we're thriving.
Just like Six Figure says, if y'all do a book, they will be mad. Listen, Faith, they'll be dragging all you said 12 people, they be dragging all 12 sisters for 365 days. Big mad.
Oh,
Big mad.
you know how back in the day they had the pictures on the billboards, wanted. That would be us.
Hmm. Dead, listen, dead or alive. Dead or alive. Peter Tosh got a song. Peter Tosh actually has a song, "Wanted Dead or Alive." The Peter Tosh from Bob Marley and the Wailers. Elise said, "I have the connections to the publishers," and Neon said
Oh,
that impact we can have is unimaginable. Hmm.
okay, all right, Elise. You know what? We should go ahead and make it happen. Everybody grab a chapter.
Mm-hmm. Get 12, what is it? We said 12 sisters, get 12 sisters, and each of us write a chapter. Those are the type of conversations that we should be having. And although we have conversations, because the other thing that you have to be careful about is sabotage. Or what I've seen happen on this platform is that when you publicly talk about something that's good, or talking about something and they can see what type of impact that they have, you have these individuals that are jealous and envious that will sabotage every effort. So some of your planning has to be done. And that I learned from my mentor. Some of your planning has to occur behind doors. You
Yes.
have to almost put it out there. When you're ready to put it out, it should already be done. Because if you don't underestimate these individuals stealing your ideas, stealing your intellectual property, and running off and getting credit for it.
Oh, I've had that happen several times. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now I know the other thing I was thinking about when I was thinking about how to have. I think if I'm not, I think JV knows how to do. She's familiar with that Zoom application, but I know that you can have Zoom meetings where like they can be kind of like webinars. Um, and somebody else told me that they have videos on YouTube for you to teach you how to use Zoom. Because I know
Mm.
I'm
So
training
you
y'all.
could do it outside of the social media.
Say it again.
So you could do it offline, outside of the social media, as far as like going live with it.
Yes,
Mm.
yes. You can have a private, like a private Zoom meeting. And the other thing is that let me see, it's skip my mind. Hold on, it'll come back to me. That thought will come back to me. Okay, now the other thing is I know that I know you can have up to 6 sisters. Say for instance, if you schedule a live stream. I don't know about on the cell phone, but you can send out personal links because it gives you the option to invite guests before you go live. So you can schedule a live stream, send out invites. As soon as everybody clicks on the link, y'all can have a conversation before you go live. So you can brainstorm in that way as well. Where all 6 of y'all, like say for instance, it could be 6 of us up here, and we can be having a conversation before we go live. It works like that too.
Okay. But
That's
that's
another
something that I
way
would be interested. I would be
to
interested
bring.
in doing that because, like I said, we black women we have a unique set of circumstances, and it's not even just dealing with black men, but it's also in dealing with ourselves. You
Mm-hmm.
know, we talk a lot about men because our focus. I'm just gonna say, as women, we always focus on the men. I don't know what it is. Well, I do know what it is. We're heterosexual women.
I'm about to
We
say,
like
yes,
we like
single
men.
women are going to talk about men. They going to be thick because somewhere again, and like I said, that's nothing to be ashamed of. It's perfectly normal to want to have a relationship with a man. There's nothing that's nothing for you to be ashamed of. Nothing at all. There's nothing wrong with that. Um, or want to share your life with somebody. It's nothing wrong with that.
But black women, we can't even really be honest with ourselves, even about our health. Like, our health, we are in danger of dying from childbirth more so than any other group of women in this country. And this is with all the advanced medicine that they have out here.
Mm-hmm.
And also we're the most, and I hate to sound like black men, but we are the most overweight. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
going to say obese because I don't believe that, but we are the most overweight, and we suffer the most from the diseases of high blood pressure, diabetes, and high cholesterol.
Mm-hmm.
So, these are things that we really need to be honest with each other, because I've had to tiptoe around this subject on numerous occasions
Do you
with
think
black
that
women.
sometimes and I think it's a matter of it being of sensitivity, because I think what I think about is that I know how many black women suffer from depression. And I
Yes.
know the type of shit that niggas do to women that can stress them out, that can cause them to overeat or cause them to try to find a comfort in damn food. And sometimes just being lonely can lead to you overeating. You're still doing something to try to fill that void. So I think if you approach the subject from from a perspective of sensitivity to why some of the sisterin are overweight, because see that's the other part that the niggas act like they don't know.
Yes.
She's sticking the donuts in her mouth because you're stressing her out and you're fucking all the women on her job. There's a possibility that that could be the reason, or because
That
you
part.
had a baby outside of the relationship, or because you're not meeting her emotional needs, and that's leaving a void there. So she's stuffing her face with food, So I mean, it could be that's now, mind you, that's not every case, but
But you're right. That there are cases that's like that though. Because like I said, I have stress weight. I suffer from that. I'm not gonna lie. Whenever I get stressed out, I'm straight in the refrigerator.
oh my God, did you hear what Love Wisdom said? Love Wisdom said, hold on. First Neon I said, yes, that is why I use the term weaponry. It covers different types of weapons besides rifles and handguns. Okay, I think she was talking about protection. Stop eating pork. Poke is pork. Stop eating pork. He's talking about stop eating pork. Um, so he said, so Faith said, right. I was diagnosed with hypothyroidism in 2018, and I got gastric sleeve surgery last month. Regardless of working out and healthy diet, the thyroid issues keep coming. Wow. And you know what, Faith? Love Wisdom, I had a complete thyroidectomy. So I don't have a thyroid at all. And when they removed my thyroid, they accidentally pulled out all four of my parathyroid glands. So
Oh,
I have a bite whereas with people that don't have a thyroid, if they don't have enough calcium, it could basically kill them, or it causes like a little. I know when my calcium is getting low because I'll start to experience like a semi paralysis in my hands, like in your extremities. You ever felt the pins and the needles? It'll feel like that in my extremities. So I have to go when that happens. I have to go into the hospital and get a calcium infusion, because for people without a thyroid, that can actually kill them. So um but that's the result of having the thyroid removed. It was a tumor, and then having them accidentally pull out my thyroid glands. So yeah, you know, we do have to take care of our health. And I don't care if you are 500 pounds, you can lose the weight. It doesn't
yes.
do you any good to sit around and listen to people talking about you like a dog, telling you this is the reason why. Well, this is the reason why nobody wants you. You're a fat bitch. You're undesirable. Nobody wants. I mean, yeah, we say those things to each other, being
But
catty
that's the
and
reason why I come at it as self improvement for
drag.
yourself and for your health, not just for a man. Because I don't
Mhm.
like to string a man along with a woman being healthy. I just think that we should want to be healthy because we want to live.
Yes, and we want to live, and we want to outlive the men. And
Yes, definitely want to outlive them.
I want to outlive the men, and hopefully it'll be a man that has an insurance policy so I can live well after he's gone. So I'm just kidding, y'all. I'm just being evil. I had to drop down and get my evil on one time. So no, I'm just kidding. But Yeah,
But yes, but that's part of it, stress. But a
mhm.
lot of it is that there are a lot of black women that want the extra weight because they feel like the men that they want are attracted to it, and they're afraid to lose it. They
They
think if
afraid
they
to
if
lose
they
it.
lose the weight, they're gonna lose their little hips and their little behind.
No, they like to keep. They want you to stay fat because that keeps you at a comfortable level for them. Because
Hmm.
at the end of the day, should you lose the weight, you're going to become more attractive. You're going to be. You got a super chat. You got a super chat there. So
Oh, okay.
should you lose the weight, they'll tell you, oh, I like you just the way you are. Well, how does that guarantee that should what if he leaves? What if he decides that he gonna get up and just walk up and leave? Then where does that leave you? You're back out here dating in a very competitive, right? Dating is competitive. So
Sis, I can't see these words. They too little.
this is from Six Figure Days. Six Figure says, excellent conversation, ladies. The book will help many women and young ladies keep us updated as of start dates. And she does the circulation of the heart, the circulation of the love.
Oh,
Thank you,
thank
Six Figure
you.
Days.
Thank you, six figures.
You know, so you say to cut off the pork and the beef. Sue Bone, are you a vegan? Or are you a vegan, Sue Bone? Hey, for some reason on the phone, Faith, I think it lets me touch. Like if you touch, am I able to touch different? Oh, okay. It might have just been a coincidence that I was going up and my fingers, because I have a touch. That's why I asked that, because I have a touch screen. Well, my laptop is also a touch screen. So I'm like, wait a minute, are we hitting the same comments at the time? So we must be seeing. Oh, you not a vegan? Hey, Paul. Okay, Paul is saying that historically, the Medes and the Persians, whom was led by the Persian king Cyrus the Great, defeated the third world power Babylon, right? Persia then became the fourth. Persia later was defeated by Greece. Thank you, Paul. Neon says shots of apple cider vinegar and lots of walking will help with weight loss. Weight loss is not related to diet alone. Stress will make you hold on to weight as well. Just stay active too. Yes, because
Yes.
it has an effect on how, what is it, cortisol. It has an effect on how you store the fat. A lot of sisters don't know that just walking, like I walk less when I'm here. When I'm down the south, they have different like different walking trails and stuff like that. So I would walk 2 hours a day. I mean, 2 miles a day, easy. Sometimes it would be up to four. As opposed to getting in the car and driving everywhere, you walk. Or I would deliberately go to the walking parks, and I felt more energy, you know, well, I had more energy. I was more focused. That was during the time when I was actually really like working on and I was also doing my YouTube videos about narcissism, because I was working through, what I mean, I was zone out. That's when I was really going through uh after that night of the dark soul, where you go through that, where you really detoxing from those toxic relationships and you trying to get your mind right. So I was a lot more focused and a lot more deliberate about my workout regimen and about my exercise regimen. So even sometimes I would take my grandbabies and my older grandsons, they would walk, and then I would have my and it's funny you sitting up there talking about pork. But anybody that's from the Viper Pit, remember, my grandson. I have a grandson named Porky. You know, um, I don't call him Porky because he fat. I call him Porky because when he was when he was first born, he caught pneumonia. And it was, I think at that time me and my husband was still together, and we were actually in Charlotte, and my daughter called me and said, Mom, and this is the scariest thing I ever, she said, Mom, the baby's is blue around the mouth. I said, call 911. So we had to rush from Charlotte back up to Philadelphia. And when we got there, he had pneumonia. Basically, he was having difficulty breathing. So when he recovered, he used to snorkel through his nose. And that's the reason why I called him Porky, because through his he would grunt through his nose. But he caught contracted pneumonia,
Oh.
so that's where that nickname came from. But a lot of people thought I called him Porky because he was fat. No, he was a fat baby though, but that wasn't the reason why I called him Porky. But yeah, he caught pneumonia. And I think he was, if I'm not mistaken, how old was he? He was like 2 weeks old. And she didn't know what to do, and as we stayed on the phone with her, and my oldest daughter was calling the ambulance, um I could tell, and it was making me even more nervous because I could tell by the way the ambulance was acting, or how they were reacting to it, that it was pretty bad.
Oh
So
wow.
fortunately, my daughter she didn't live that far away from the hospital, like literally a couple of minutes away from the hospital. So um yeah.
Now, how old was he?
He was under three. He had, I believe he was under 3 weeks old. Yeah. Yep.
Oh. Oh
Mm,
yeah.
yep. He had pneumonia.
Yeah, that's scary.
And it was from the formula, like the formula. Sometimes when they like, if they cough a certain way, he was a preemie. And if that's the other, he was premature. But sometimes when they cough a certain way, that 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 fluid, somehow the fluid got into his lungs from the formula, and he developed pneumonia. Hmm.
Oh.
Yeah. So but he's fine now. He's fine. Little shepherd, a little the shepherd for the little rockhead shepherd for the devil. So he's good. But for a long time he had that snorkel. And when he was little, I used to lay him on my chest. Even when he was asleep, when he got older, he just never got rid of the snorkel. He always had the snorkel when he was asleep. So yeah. But I'm sorry, y'all done turned the topic all the way into this ain't story time. But I just thought about that. Made me think about that when I kept seeing that word pork, 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 pork. It made me think about my grandbaby. But Terry said no pork or pork products for me. I think Faith dropped off. She might have lost her signal. But Neon Eye said it's great for your heart walking. Joe said no swine on my timeline and no pork on my fork. I hear you, bro. Right. Soup said that's one thing black folks need to stop eating. Yeah. Neon said I will not kiss a man in the mouth or any place else if he eats swine. And pork. I think pigs eat their own. A pig will eat their, well, chicken. Listen, so do chickens. Chickens that eat everything from doo-doo to jello. What about the chickens? Y'all eat that? Y'all eat chicken? Chickens is nasty too.
All right, I think I'm back.
Yeah. Now after they was talking about the pork, the pig is nasty. The pig is a filthy animal, but so is the chicken. Chickens
What? The
eat
chicken? Well, hold on a second. Now you're talking blasphemy.
eat
You
everything
can't
from
have
doo-doo
my
to
chicken now,
jello.
Cookie. Now we gonna fight about that chicken.
They said chicken. No, this is what. And listen, when I was down south, people that had farms, the chickens eat everything from doodle to jello. They'll eat anything. They'll eat their own dookie, everything. No, they do, Supone. They do.
Y'all just don't want folks to have nothing. Can't have nothing around some black folks.
Listen, you know what? But I think, listen, with all of those hormones and stuff, I have considered. Now, my youngest son, he's a vegan, like where he literally don't eat anything, any type of meat. He's a whole vegan. But I have thought about like trying a pescatarian diet where you just eat all seafood, where you don't eat any chicken or any beef or any pork. I thought about that. You know, just trying, like, to completely detox and just withdraw from the meat altogether. Only because I have a very sensitive stomach. Like, I literally cannot eat any and everything. I have a very sensitive stomach. If I eat the wrong type of
No,
thing,
no, no, Maya D, y'all can calm down. Don't tell me to calm down. You know that I love me some chicken. I'm
right,
sorry. I'm sorry if I look like the stereotypical black person, but
right,
I'm just gonna say it. I'll be over here shucking and jiving for me some chicken. Okay, when they
right,
opened up the Harold's Chicken out here in Phoenix, yes, I was the first one in line. Okay, I'm not even gonna lie.
right. Well, listen, ain't nothing wrong with ain't that. I like now I like chicken. I like chicken. I like seafood. I like all types of fish, and that's why I considered that pescatarian diet, because it's just all seafood. Like, and I thought about just doing all seafood and vegetables. And I think I love vegetables. Um, I could do that. You know, I could do that. I think I could do that better. I could do that better than I could a vegan diet. Like, my fear is I might try a vegan diet and then have a day where I get depressed or where I'm going through something and then I start eating all different types of meats and ruin it. So I think I could do a pescatarian diet where it's all seafood and vegetables. That I could do after I detox from all of the other, from all the other food, from all the beef and all the chicken and stuff like that. I think I could do that. I like seafood just that much. I love fish. I love all types of fish. Now,
Well,
is that
no, now
too
see the
long to
seafood.
say
I can actually do without the seafood.
you could do without it?
Give up.
Faith, you Borgin, sis. You Borgin, Faith, you Borgin.
Uh-oh. I'm probably in an area where I'm. Can y'all hear me
All
now?
right. Yep, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, probably. I'm rolling through one of these here low signal areas.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot believe y'all. I'm damn near halfway back to the border of Arizona. I done been on this thing throughout my whole dang on shift.
Yeah, I'm sitting up here
What we
looking
going
at
on?
I'm
Eight
sitting up here
hours?
looking at looking. And you know what thing is? Let me tell y'all something. You talk about divine intervention. Y'all didn't hear me Borgin not one time, did you? And listen, I am on the same Wi-Fi, y'all. I'm on the same Wi-Fi I go live on, and y'all have not heard me Borg one time. It was meant for this live stream to be. It meant
Yes.
for us not to have no interference. Because normally by this time I have not had to refresh. I ain't had to leave out and come back in. I ain't had to do none of that, and I'm on the same Wi-Fi or the same. I'm on the same on the same Wi-Fi. That's crazy. Mm-hmm.
You know what? But it's kind of funny that you said that because, and I'm streaming from my cell phone. I'm hosting a whole stream from my cell phone in my truck,
Mm-hmm.
driving down the road,
Yep.
in the mountains, in the desert.
Damn. So by now you're supposed to broke all the way up. It might be the cell phone thing might be better, Faith. It might be better for your now. if this is the first time that you're doing it, well, you
But
got unlimited data, but I want to, because that might be better for the data, because I believe that when you do it from your desk, from your laptop, it uses a lot of data. It pulls on a lot of it pulls on a lot. So if you're not connected by Ethernet, I think it'll cause a lot of boredom. I think that causes it. I don't know. It could be just the signal.
it could be. You might be right about that because the server might be a lot different with it being coming from cell towers. Because you
Mm-hmm.
know, cell towers, if you lose a signal, it's just going to ping to another tower.
Yeah.
So you might be right about that.
Mm-hmm. Right, love, wisdom. She said, "Look at God on Cookie, because we ain't broke up not one time. We ain't had not one problem with signals." So I said, it was definitely, because normally by now, because I was a little hesitant. I'm like, oh God, you know what I mean? Is this thing going is this thing going to start acting up again today? But it's like, no. My nephew has we got to wait for a service technician to come out. We tried to do the self install, it's not working. They have to have the serviceman come out. So they're supposed to be out here tomorrow. The earliest date we could get was July the 2nd, because we tried to do the self install, and that didn't work. They had to come out and check the wires. So it's like,
Oh
okay,
wow.
um, yeah, because
But
and we
now,
were
did they
on.
try to tell you to get that what you call an amplifier?
No, they basically, we tried to do the self install, and then we had the box and went through all of the process, and for some reason we still couldn't get the signal. So we were on, you know how you chat with the technician and they try to tell you what to do to troubleshoot. They tried to send a signal to the box and the box wouldn't receive the signal. So they had to like do all this stuff to reset the box, but it's a brand new box, so that shouldn't have been happening. So they said that they have to have you have to have a service technician come out and have them check the, I don't know whether it's to check the line, check the inside lines as well as check the lines outside. I don't know why that would be, but that's what we
But
got.
that's what my internet was doing out here. My internet was cutting in and cutting out, and they just told me that I just was getting a weak signal. So I had to they gave me an amplifier. But yeah, that's well, I don't know. What do I have? I think I have what you call
Did you have to
Xfinity.
pay for it? Because that's what that is. That's what service this is. Did you have to pay for an amplifier?
Yeah, I had to pay for an amplifier.
Well, I would think if you got the damn service, they better not come out here tomorrow talking that shit that you got to pay for no amplifier. Because
You
I
know,
feel like
because
if you
you know you
if you
ain't
get
gotta.
the service,
How can I say they'll add
if
it
you,
on like your box? It's an add-on. I think it ain't no more than I'm not paying no more than about $7 or $8 extra.
that's not bad. Because I was thinking, okay, well, why is it your fault? Why do you have to pay extra if you don't have a strong signal? That would be the
Their fault.
responsibility of the, you know what I mean, of the internet service provider, because they ask you what your zip code is before you even sign up for the service. So okay, but that's, I guess you do what you got to do to get your Wi-Fi. But yeah, so they'll be out here tomorrow between 11 and 2. So wait and see what happens. But yeah, I tried to do the self install yesterday. I tried to do it and my nephew tried to do it. My nephew tried to do it first, didn't work. I tried to do it, didn't work. And we was chatting for over an hour with different technicians. So no, they
But
had to come.
how old is your house?
It's real old. It's like a
Because
old
if it was built,
old
I think they said if your house was built before 1976 or 1972, I believe,
hmm
they use a certain type of lead in those walls. I forget what they call it, but
I'm pretty sure
that was the issue that was going on with me.
I'm pretty sure this house has been here longer than that. Been here. I'm quite sure this house was it's old. It's an old house.
Yeah, because they said a lot of those older structures, the material that they use to build it, they said it blocks the signal. That's the reason why I needed that amplifier.
Because I know I never had these well, most of the houses I lived in when I was down south was more modern. And the apartments I had was like ultra modern. So you didn't have those type of problems. So I can believe that. Because it's a part, my nephew was saying it's a part in the dining room that no matter what service, cell phone service you got, they lose signal when they go through when they outside talking and they come through the living room and walk into that part of the dining room, everybody's signal starts breaking up. So I,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that is. That could be the reason, but my nephew was saying that's the that happens no matter which service they is, whether it's AT&T, Sprint, it doesn't matter. It happens to all of their cell phones as they walk through it, when they walk through the dining room, that everybody loses signal and the call, well, not loses the signal, but the call starts breaking up.
And
So
then don't try to tell them that it's their fault that you don't get a signal, because if your house is that much older, they're gonna tell you, you gotta eat that because of your house. It's because of your house and not their service. That's what they'll tell you.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm. But it's worth it, because sometimes you listen, it makes me cringe when I listen to the playback and you hear that type of interference. It makes me cringe. So, it's worth it. But I was just figuring, I was just thinking, like, what in the hell would they have you pay extra for if you don't get a strong signal? I would think they would have to do with their service and them providing the service for that area. But that makes sense too. If the house is old and the paint is old and you're not getting a strong signal for that, or that's preventing the signal from coming through. But we had to do something because I can't take it. I can't take that buffering. It drives me nuts.
Yeah, because not only was it messing up with my cell phone and different things of that nature, my live streams, but my security system. Because everything, my security system and everything run off the internet.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do you
Because
have
right now they don't make nothing hardwired no more. I don't know what happened to that.
uh-uh. Can you see so you have the type of security system where you can where you can monitor your house on your phone?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's a part of their service, yeah. Mm-hmm. So Paul said, I live in New York and my internet provider is Optimum. It has been 100% reliable. Neon says, I keep hearing reviews. Comcast is trash, Neon. They are pure trash. And here they call it Comcast, but really it's Xfinity.
Yes.
So I call it Comcast because I'm old school. So even when I call it, because that's what it was before it became Xfinity. So when I refer to Comcast, that's actually who I'm talking about. But they're trash. But no, that's their name. Because when you go to right, when you go, that's what Miss Clarmstrong said. Miss Clarmstrong +3 said, I hate Comcast / Xfinity. Right. So when I go to Charlotte, they don't now they have a big old Xfinity center down there. Like your signal and everything is off the chain because they have a whole epicenter down here. But um they don't refer to it as, if you go down there and talk about Comcast, they won't know what the hell you're talking about. It's that the only service they have primarily is either if you have some version of Verizon or and I think they have that Fios or Xfinity. Those are the two, if I'm not mistaken, the two internet providers in Charlotte.
Yeah, Comcast and Xfinity, they're taking over everything.
Mm-hmm.
And there ain't too many other internet services out there, to be honest with you. So everywhere that I move to, that's all they offer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, Comcast is trash. I'd be glad when somebody else come out with something better.
Mm-hmm. So, oh yeah, me and Faith, you should take us on a virtual truck ride one day.
That would be the most boringest tour, because all I'm doing is driving between Phoenix and California, going through a desert. And if you seen one desert for like not even an hour, you get tired after 10 minutes. I swear I be in this truck going to sleep. This is all you looking at, desert and mountain.
It probably you don't do you meditate as you driving, Faith? Like do you do you let like allow your mind to like drift away? Like when now I love I love I don't necessarily like long car rides. Um but if I'm on it, I like the train. So if I'm going on a train ride, and I like the plane, but I like to travel in the wee hours of the I don't like to fly like during the daytime. I like to fly like when, I like to fly during the maybe like 2, 3, 4 o'clock. I like to fly during that time. And just it's almost like you meditate on different things, or you can, just zone out and just think about different stuff. Do you meditate?
I do. When I'm in the truck, by myself, I do. I end up like, kind of what they say, zoning out, but not. I can't zone out too much because I'm driving, and I
Hmm.
get to meditating and thinking about life, and I get to planning. Maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 years ahead what I want to do. I get a lot of thinking done in this truck.
Hmm. Well, that's what I was meaning. I know you can't go to sleep at the wheel, but do you think about a lot of different things? Like, does it like when you see different stuff? Like, cause see, I look at when I'm trying to get in, when I'm looking for inspiration, or trying to trap. Lord have mercy, I'm sitting up here with these Floridian slips, but I'm trying to tap into what I'm
Who
trying
you trying to trap now?
when I'm trying to tap into my creativity. I listen to music, and I love to create these slideshows with the ocean, the waves, different Caribbean islands, different tropical places, and to just sit there and look at the beauty. Or either I go to Pinterest and I flip through different quotes, I flip through different pictures, and I like to look at pretty things. Um,
Yeah, I do that.
yeah, so that's
I do.
almost.
There's a app that I have called Calm.
Hmm.
I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but they have like the most relaxing noises and sounds. Like you can have nature or rainfall or just little flutes.
No, you know what I do? Sometimes they have these 8-hour recordings on YouTube where you can listen to different sounds. And one of my favorites is the dolphins in the ocean. The only thing is I usually end up dreaming about and that's one of the little fun facts. One of the things I usually I'm terrified of big bodies of water like that. So I usually end up dreaming that I'm in a damn ocean somewhere if I listen to that. But that's actually one of my favorite sounds to listen to. I love the sounds of the water, of the streams, and the what is
Do
it?
you feel like you're in control of your life? Because that's one of my recurring dreams. And somebody told me that when you have a recurring dream that you are in a body of water and you feel like you're floundering around or drowning,
Hmm.
there's a part of you that don't feel like you're in control. And
Well,
so
I don't. I
yeah,
don't. And
because that I
I
used to have that
gotten
same
away from
dream.
that part because at one time my nightmares were so bad I had to take medication for it. Um, I had to take medication for
Once you start getting a hold on things and
mhm,
really feel secure within yourself, go back and listen to that same dolphin water, and your
mhm,
dream about the water is going to change. That's what happened to me when I started feeling more in control of my life. I was breathing underwater, and when I went back and I told my therapist about how my dream changed from me drowning to me actually breathing underwater and
mhm.
being able to see clearly and do things, he said you're in a good place in your life now where you feel that you're in control. So that's what that whole water dream is about. I just wanted to throw that in there.
Okay, because
Faith's
I
been
be
to some
wondering.
counseling.
I'm like, God damn! I fall asleep listening to the sounds of the dolphins making their noises and shit underwater, and the next thing you know, I'm dreaming that I'm drowning and I'm in the I'm trying to fight or trying to hide under different things in the damn ocean from sharks and shit like that. It's like, wait a minute, what the hell is going on? So I can't listen to that. So I don't take the medicine that I was taking to help me with the nightmares. But at one time they were that bad.
Yeah,
So
that's because there was probably a lot going on in your life at that time, and you felt
Mhm.
completely out of control, and that's the reason why you felt like you're drowning. Drowning is a symbol of being out of control.
Okay. And I can see that because I know that certain stressors, I don't know if the ladies in the chat have ever heard of like spiritual hoovering. But there would be times when I could literally, I would start dreaming, and or I would be, my husband might be trying to get in contact with me, and I would be like curving him, ignoring his phone calls and shit like that, and I would go to sleep and have the most god awful nightmares, like where I would literally wake up hollering out of my sleep, um, dreaming all types of shit, like that
Yeah,
stabbed me in my chest. And one night I woke up hollering and screaming, and my daughter, because it was like one of those dreams where you literally felt it, but of course, it's just a dream. And my daughter came in there, like where I was literally woke up out of my sleep. I think that's just how intense his anger was,
wow.
as he was trying to, because when they're hoovering, listen, they'll blow up your phone. Mind you, never mind, you might not have heard from this motherfucker for months, and they'll just pop up out of nowhere and just act as if nothing ever happened, and as if you're just supposed to be ready and available to them. And if I curve or ignore his phone calls, or I might pick up the phone to have a conversation with him, exchange niceties or whatever, and then just decide I don't even want to talk to this motherfucker. He back on the same shit. The bitch must have put him out or something like that, and he just calling to waste my goddamn time. So I won't answer his calls no more, and the motherfucker will just keep calling and keep calling and keep calling. And if for some reason I should fall asleep, that anger that you feel, they call it spiritual hoovering. It's so intense. I will fall asleep and have a nightmare.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? That sounds like something that happened to me a few times.
Mm-hmm.
So you're feeling that anger and that emotion before you go to
Yes.
sleep can cause you to have, you know what?
Yes.
Yep,
Mm-hmm.
yep, that has happened to me, and it's right before I have an argument with the person, and that person got me so upset. And if it happens right before I go to sleep, I always dream that something is happening to me, like some demon or something is attacking me, or I'm
Mm-hmm.
fighting somebody, and I always die in the dream. That's the other thing.
I had that type of dream. The only time I ever had that type of, I've had that type of dream about a male YouTuber before. And it was something that was going on to where that anger was that intense. And no,
Wow.
it wasn't Taz. But it was another
You know,
YouTuber.
I was just thinking about that.
No, it wasn't him. It was another YouTuber, and it wasn't Uncle Suge either. Okay, but it was another YouTuber that it was something going on, and there was some beefing going on, and that anger that I felt was so intense. It was almost, it's like they call it spiritual hoovering. Listen, Aries, I ain't dying in my dream. Cause my auntie told me if you die in your dream, it might, listen. You want to talk, I become a goddamn superhero in my dream, Aries. I'll be jumping off of buildings and all types of shit. Cause I always told me from the time I was little that if you die in your dream, that you die for real. And I just never took that chance. I ain't trying to get to see what that be like, Aries. So you're right. I will wake up either screaming, it literally screaming.
Right, like I said that I'm the one that dies in my dream, and it's not that I die, but it's just that I know I'm about to, and I just wake up.
Right, right. So no, Aries said I had a nightmare about a YouTuber. I'm not sure why. Right? They call that in the narcissistic abuse community, they call that spiritual hoovering, where that energy, because every energy never dies, right? It just transfers from one form to another. That's how you can actually take negative energy and turn it into something positive. That's why they tell you
But
you
you
have.
want to know something?
Mhm,
Since y'all talking about nightmares about YouTubers, there was
mhm,
a YouTuber that everybody said passed away. And I actually had a dream about that person. Like that person, came to me in a dream, showing me a cell phone and certain people, and this was right before they had that little live stream, by the way, was in the cell phone saying stuff to her. And I couldn't see the words because, when you in your dream, you can't really read words
right.
in your
Mhm,
dream. I
mhm.
couldn't see the words, but she was trying to show me.
Miss Aries, you dreamt that somebody he shot you. What? Listen, Miss Aries said she dreamt that somebody, another YouTuber, a nightmare about a YouTuber had shot her. And then Miss Clarmstrong plus said, look up sleep look up sleep paralysis, demons, and the angelic forces that conquer them. Because I do believe that when it comes to NSPs, that is an evil entity. I do believe that there's a level of evil involved.
Mm.
I do. And I do believe that empaths are now I have experienced sleep paralysis. Well, my auntie used to call it the witches riding your back.
Yeah, that's what my grandmother used to call it.
Mhm. Where you trying to wake up, you at some point you know that you're dreaming, but you're laying there and you can't wake up. But it's
Yes.
almost your eyes are actually closed, but you believe your eyes are open and you can't move. My aunt used to call that the witches riding your back. Hmm. Like for instance, if somebody comes around, if somebody comes, like if I'm in a space and I've learned to like guard my energy when I go out in different spaces. When I say, for instance, if I go to the supermarket or a person walks past me, that feeling I get in my gut, it tells me whether or not this person carries a good energy or whether they carry a negative energy. Now, contrary to popular belief, when I turn up like that, my energy is actually guarded. But NSPs trigger me in that way, that like send me, and that's why it's not good for empaths to be in spaces where you have a bunch of NSPs slithering around, because they're in there vamping off of your energy. That's what's happening.
This is true. I can't read this person's name,
That's Miss Clarmstrong plus three.
but she's absolutely right because I felt when that sleep paralysis stuff was coming on me, I used to feel so out of control. But then I began to learn that if I stop being afraid of the demon or whatever it is that's trying to antagonize me, because I believe that they try to antagonize you in your sleep so that they can kill you. And so what I learned to do is to not be afraid and be calm.
Hmm.
And I can actually change my dream and my scenery to something totally different.
And the other thing is like some people don't believe that and they have the right to not believe, but I feel like I believe demons are real. um I believe that they have the ability to possess based on the things that I've read, that they have the ability to possess both animate and inanimate things. Um, and again, my aunt was like a stickler for, oh, don't bring that in the house. It has demon, it can have demons in here, or this person done bought this evil. You know how old school people are. This person done bought these demons up in my house and that sort of thing. But I'm sensitive like that when, um, in in particular, if somebody comes in contact with my physical person, or if I'm out somewhere and I'm walking past somebody, or I'm in a space with somebody, you can feel that, you feel that energy. And then
Yes.
you have different types of empaths as well. Which you can go to, you can actually, so that you like understand um about empaths, you can actually go to the YouTube search engine and type in the different types of empaths. You can even type in ways to protect your energy as an empath. You know,
But
you can
there's certain
empath
sounds that
for
I can't really listen to either, Cookie. Like for you, what triggers you is the water. What triggers me is actually the wind.
the wind.
Yeah.
How so?
If I go to sleep listening to wind noises, in my dream the wind noises become whispers.
Whispers, actually? You mean like somebody whispering?
Yeah, like somebody whispering, telling me things. Yeah.
Mm. Now that's great. Listen, I would probably be up. Listen, I would have a whole coffee pot sitting right there. I would not go to sleep if I'm sitting up here thinking that somebody is whispering. Listen, I ain't going to sleep. And then I think a part of the reason why I have so many nightmares is because I've been to so many different funerals. I've been to a lot of funerals, and you there's a part of you that becomes indifferent to it, but uh I think some funerals bothered me more than others. Sometimes you see different people's faces, and then sometimes, I can see uh you know uh it bothers me, you know with my sister sometimes. um that is very triggering for me, because there's a part of me that had that survivor's guilt. So um when I have a nightmare about her, it I won't go to sleep for days. So sometimes, that you when you haven't been asleep like that, and you just up drinking coffee, you know, um it affects your ability to you don't be in your right mind, really. So it'd be a lot of different things. And I may
Yeah.
I'll watch something on YouTube and hear something, and then I'm like off to the races. But I haven't got adequate sleep. When I get adequate sleep, my mood is completely different. And what I've been doing, um, as of recent, is like kind of like forcing myself to go to sleep. Like, it's like, okay, no matter what's going on, this shit here that's going on, can it wait until tomorrow? Because what I find is when I sleep on it, I wake up with a different perspective. You know, but if I'm in that, sometimes certain dreams are more triggering than others. You know, but
Now, have you ever had dreams where
no, I ain't
down the
smoking
line
no weed
it
there.
actually have you ever had dreams where down the line it actually came true?
Yes, that's very common for empaths. I had those same type of dreams when my sons got shot. When my oldest son got shot 2 weeks before he got shot, I told my mom I knew that it was yes. And I remember, as a matter of fact, on one live stream, my oldest son pulled up as I was live streaming, and I asked him about that. And he said basically what I said. I told him 2 weeks before he got shot that I didn't know who he had around him, but that whoever it was he had behind, whoever it was he had around him, or whatever it was that he was doing, it was coming to me in my dreams. I always know when there's a negative energy around my children, you know, and that enhanced after what happened to my sister. It became, it was always there, but I didn't quite understand what it meant. I just thought I was
But
just
see,
suspicious.
are you able to control it though?
Are you able to control what?
You know what you see in your dreams. You know
No,
when they come to you. Are you able to control when they come?
no. And with my when I was telling y'all earlier about my surgery, with my youngest son, when he got shot, I had just had the surgery, and basically I got a cut across my throat from ear to ear when I had my thyroid removed. So I'm recovering from from having that surgery. So I was upstairs, but I remember in the days before, I kept sensing it. It's hard to describe, because I kept saying, "Why the hell am I sensing a police presence up here in this upstairs in my house, right?" Or sensing that the police were coming for some reason. It was like it's almost like some sort of premonition. And a couple of days after that, I remember this woman saying, "Ma'am," and I kept saying, mind you, at that time, I was on some heavy narcotic pain medication. I'm thinking I'm hallucinating, because this is when I lived at 5204 Brooktree Drive in Charlotte. So the way my bedroom was, I had a bathroom, I had a master bedroom, a master bathroom in the bedroom. And the way my kitchen was, the kitchen was always, that was a huge, it was a big house. So the kitchen is always in the back. So anyway, I couldn't hear anything that was going on downstairs, the way the house was made. And I kept hearing this, and I'm still, I'm on heavy narcotic medication, pain medication. And I'm hearing this woman say, "Ma'am," mind you, my son Bunchy came up the steps, got the cordless phone. I remember that, and went downstairs and never said that my son was downstairs shot in the kitchen. He came upstairs, got the cordless phone got the cordless phone, and went back downstairs. The next thing I know, I was sitting up, kind of like propped up a little bit in the bed, not always laying flat down. And I see this woman, this white woman, saying, "Ma'am, do you not know what's going on down here with," she said my son's name. And I said, "What?" I said, "What is it?" And she said, "You didn't know he got shot?" I don't know where I got the energy from to spring up. Child, when I got up and went to the top of the steps, it was fucking police from the front of the vestibule all the way back to the kitchen. I
Whoa,
didn't know how I did not hear that, Faith. And from the vestibule to the kitchen was nothing but Charlotte Mecklenburg police, right? When I went downstairs in the kitchen, because I had literally just had surgery. When I get down there to the kitchen, child, my son is on the floor. The ambulance, the medics got his pants cut open, all right, where he had been shot twice, and he got shot and he ran into the house. He didn't get shot in the house. And my son came upstairs, got the phone, and called the ambulance or called the police. They had fucking brown paper bags over his hands. And like, it was just like the only thing I didn't even have time to think. They kept asking me, Did my son have a gun? I said, I don't know. I don't know. They kept asking me, did he have a weapon? Did it? And then they asked me for permission to search the house. I said, I can't give you permission to search the house because I don't know what the fuck is going on. Listen, I wasn't that medicated. Wait a minute now. I ain't gonna let you, I can't let you say, like, listen, that,
Right.
I think that part, I sobered up real quick when they asked that question. So it's like I went to the hospital with, so I said no, and I don't know what's going on, and I have to talk to an attorney before I give you permission to search the house. Right now, I'm concerned about getting my son to the hospital. So they lift him up, put him in the ambulance. Their coach I called his dad, and I called their coach at Charlotte Mecklenburg, well, West Charlotte High School, and because he was still a teen when that happened. He wasn't an adult. He got that happened to him as a teenager.
But did he know who shot him?
Um, yeah, he did. Hmm.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so we sitting in, and we both sitting there in the hospital. I got my throat all bandaged up. I'm sitting there at the foot of his bed. He got I think what a 9 millimeter, two 9 millimeter bullets in him. Got his paper bag on his hands, and I'm just, the only thing I could think of to do was to just pray. You understand what I'm saying? That's why I said it don't matter. Listen, you know how to call on God when it's necessary. You can practice any type of spirituality, but something happened in your life. Ari
Oh
said,
yeah.
officer, something happened and your life is contingent upon it. You know your Lord and Savior then, or you praying for you praying for the health. You praying for not to lose one of your family members. You know how to call on God then. I don't care if you ain't been to a religious service in 25 years. Let some bullet hit your ass, or some metal hit you, or you being sick or diagnosed with some illness. You be calling out Lord, Jesus, Allah, Buddha, somebody. You get real spiritual then, you
Yeah,
know.
that's true. But I'm
So
with Aries. I'm an Aries queen. Says what was the bags for?
for evidence over their hands, like in case they say, for instance, if they fought with an assailant, or it's to preserve evidence. It's also to collect gunpowder to see whether or not they've shot a weapon. Yeah,
Oh wow.
because they do gunpowder tests on your hands. It's to save evidence. They do that with murder victims anyway, to preserve evidence, because they may have somebody's skin up underneath of their fingernails, or they may have fought with their assailant, so they may have DNA on their fingernails. So they'll put paper bags over their hands, and it's also to see. Um, in that particular instance, they suspected that he had fired a handgun recently, so that it was twofold, but for both reasons. And they did that while he was at the hospital. They do that gunpowder residue test, um, and just basically that's to preserve evidence. They had crime scene technicians come in there and do that while he was in the hospital.
So
But they
now
put
you said you have a murder mysteries channel.
yeah, because everybody wants me to do that. They like when I break down the snap stories and all of that stuff like that.
And
They
you're
like.
breaking it down because I had no idea about that paper bag. I mean, you with no hesitation broke it right down. I'm like,
Mhm.
whoa.
Yeah.
Hey,
And
don't y'all do
I got
nothing
a
to
lot of
Cookie now.
criminals
She
in
she
my
she
family.
know how to kill you and get away with murder. No, I'm
No,
just playing. I'm just playing, y'all.
now I do have a lot of criminals, and I do have a lot of criminals in my family. So it's certain things that I know from that, but I also know I've always been a true crime buff. I've always liked true, because it's intriguing the way they be solving cases and stuff like that. I like that kind of stuff. The gore, to some people it's gory, it's macabre, and but I like it. It's interesting. Listen, I think forensic science is just something that's just interesting. I'm like flabbergasted when I sit there and watch that you literally have people that can go to school. I think with forensic I also like forensic psychology as well. You know, they for medical examiners go to medical school to be a doctor for 7 years, and then they have to go to school for an additional 4 years to be a medical examiner. So, you know, they're really intelligent, really intelligent, and they have to be dedicated in order to go to school for that damn long. 7 years of medical school and then 4 years of going to school for forensics. I mean, goddamn. So
Yeah,
yeah, I
that
like to
is
watch
something.
Dr. G. Y'all don't watch Dr. G.
Who is that?
Dr. G, the medical examiner. She's actually the one who did the case study. And listen, y'all, on that Tubi TV app, they have Dr. G giving her commentary on what they couldn't disclose about that Casey Anthony case. That is another awesome case study because that broad basically got away with murder.
Mm.
Certain things couldn't be introduced into evidence. That so basically you got a baby murderer walking around. But she did it. I don't know how the jury didn't find it. I don't know. But she to me is she's a classic goddamn psychopath. Who when your child is missing, who goes out and gets tattoos on your ass and turns up in parties? What rock wouldn't you turn over to find out? Remember Manny the nanny? Remember she came up with the damn nanny story and all of this other shit. That Becky is a cold killer.
Oh, now if they could have her on Kanika Jenkins' case, because I'm really thinking that somebody murdered that girl intentionally.
Hmm.
There's no way she walked into that freezer.
Hmm. But was she? Let me ask this: was she drugged or something? Because if she,
Well,
did they
they
find
said that she was. They said that she had been drinking, and perhaps that there might have been some drugs involved.
is it possible that she went into the freezer like kind of like in a haze and just accidentally died? Is that possible? That she may have been under the influence of drugs and went into um the freezer.
Well,
Like
they had her walking
they
around
find in it.
down in the basement of that hotel. I was watching the videotapes of it. And I don't know, just like Neon Ass says, it can't send chills over my entire body. But now she says that they poisoned that girl and covered it up. But a
Hmm.
lot of people have a lot of conspiracy theories. But I saw the actual tapes, and she was walking around like a zombie, and she walked and stumbled over into the kitchen. But it's just so funny to me how everything else is on video except for when she rounded that one corner where she eventually was found killed. And the one camera that was actually facing the freezer that she allegedly opened herself and let herself in, that camera wasn't on. And then they talked about how that freezer, the way that it was made, nobody that was inebriated could actually get that freezer open unless they knew exactly what they were doing.
Hmm.
So, you got all these different variables here, people making speculations and different things of that nature. Now they said that there was a organ harvesting place not too far from the hotel where they would harvest people organs. Now the mere fact that she was in that refrigerator, they did claim that she had frozen to death. I'm not sure, but it makes me think that maybe somebody was saving her body so that she can get harvested.
Well, if she had her organs, if she that would depend to me if she had her organs, um, if she had her organs when if she had her organs when she went to the medical examiner's office, I don't know if I would buy into that theory. The other thing is that um when you have young women like that, I remember one time me and the neighbors across the street when we lived in North Philadelphia on Bonsall Street. I remember we were hanging out with these guys that were in the service, right? Drinking. We were drinking Old English in White Mountain coolers, but it was the orange White Mountain coolers. And we was drinking it at Penn's Landing. And one of the reasons why I'm terrified of large bodies of water is because I almost fell in the water. It was one sitting up on the fence, sitting up on the rail. Back then, I used to experiment with weed. So I had been smoking weed. I had been drinking Old English and drinking White Mountain Cooler, and I got dizzy. I was sitting up on the rail at Penn's Landing and almost fell into the water. Okay, and yeah, so it's not, and I still all these years later, I still remember that incident, but I don't remember anything up to that incident. So you can still be. I think I question. I think it's possible for you to be under the influence of something and then do things that you normally wouldn't do. It's possible that she could have opened the refrigerator and thought it was a door that she was now how she was walking around. She could have been out of it. She could have been hazed or like, where
And
I'm
then
trying to
here's the other
think.
thing that's not really making sense either, because she was seen on camera, maybe moments before she was also seen walking around in the haze, but she was with
Mhm.
her friends, and she seemed fine when she was with her friends. This is like minutes,
Well, shit, did
and
they put
so
something in her? Did they put something in her drink?
right, and see that's the question that everybody had, because one minute she's with her friends, and then
Hmm.
the next minute she's walking around in this haze, and then one of her friends had her cell phone. Now if you got a teenage daughter, they don't never want to go nowhere without their cell phone. I
Hmm.
can't even get my daughter away from her cell phone.
I told my daughter I told my daughters they like you like Spider-Man. Like zzz, that phone gotta be within a certain like me. I can sit here right. Y'all see, I have my cell phones on the other side of the room. Sometimes I turn my damn notifications off because I don't feel like answering the phone or don't feel like hearing the phone ring or whatever. And my phone will be them. They don't go no damn where without their phone is like Spider-Man with their web. That you spit out that phone is right there so they can
It's
pull it
right
back
there.
because they live on social media.
Exactly. So what teenager is going to be walking around? Now she way down in the basement without her cell phone. Ain't no teenager going to leave their cell phone nowhere with nobody and just go walking around.
If she was drugged, she might do it. If she had something in her system that like took her out of her, if she was drugged, yeah, she would leave her cell phone. She wouldn't be in her right mind to always keep it with her like how she knew that would be considered something abnormal. So, it might have been her friends that drugged her or put something in her drink that caused her to lose her faculties. So, I don't know. I don't know if I buy that. I think that I think it was an accident. I think it was an accident that it was, and then again, I haven't really, it was so much conspiracy of flowing around it. I didn't really follow the case like that. I would have to literally see certain stuff. But what I do recall is that I would see parts of her where she was walking and she would be fine. And then, like you said, you would see the footage of her stumbling. And then, you found out that she's found in a freezer. So I guess my question would be, was she strangled? Was she shot? Was she stabbed? Did she have any type of head trauma? If not, if she didn't have her organs taken, I would question whether or not her organs were harvested or something like that, or if that was the motivation for her being killed.
Well,
Honestly.
all I know is they have these things that are true. Now, the party that she was attending, I think
Mhm.
one of her friends knew some of the people that worked in the hotel.
Oh,
That's number one. So they did have a
yeah, listen,
connection to
most
that hotel.
hotels. Do you know a lot of hotels require you to be 25 years old to be able to you have to be 25 or older to rent certain hotel rooms. Well, I know you do in Charlotte. They don't play that shit. Because
Right.
the teenagers are coming there, get somebody to get them a room, and they'll tear that shit up. But no, I'm sorry. Go ahead, finish saying what you're saying, babe.
No, so the mere fact that you have a connection, an inside connection to the hotel, she ended up
Mhm.
dying in the hotel, and then you have all this footage of her previous, like minutes before her walking around looking all drugged and deranged, and the
Mhm.
fact that she's separated from her cell phone. Most teenagers don't want to be separated from their cell phone. I'm
Right.
looking at the friends. I'm looking at them friends like, you know, one of y'all know something.
Why
And
would
then
they? I don't understand. If she was drugged like that, why would they leave her?
right.
They not, you know. It's like, to me, I never understood. You remember that story? Now that's Kanika Jenkins, but you remember that Natalie, not Natalie Wood. What the hell is that girl's name that went to the damn Bahamas and she was drinking? She went there for a graduation party and she was drinking. Her school was graduating and her friends let her walk off and leave a damn Natalie Holloway. And I kept saying to
Okay.
myself, what kind of code do these women, girls have where they leave their friends in that type of situation? If you know your friend is inebriated, why would you leave? And so many times you see that where, oh, we were all at a bar and she left with a guy. You don't know who the guy is. You didn't. If she did decide
Right.
to leave with a guy, you ain't find out who the motherfucker was. Wait a minute, motherfucker. Like, hey, listen. Here's the thing, sisters. If you go out with your girlfriend, y'all supposed to come back home together. If she leave
But
that damn bar with some damn body, you damn get that motherfucker's license plate. Ask him for a picture of his ID. Can I see your ID, please?
but you know what, Cluster? That's an indicator of how far the sisterhood has fallen.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can remember back during me and your times, we about the same age.
Mm-hmm.
I remember back in the day, that was a thing. We looked out for each other. As somebody else in the chat said, if we came together, we leave together. That was the
Damn
code
straight.
many, many years ago. But
Mm-hmm.
these new age sisters, they do not
Yeah,
look out for
honey.
each other, no way, shape, form, or fashion. You're right about that.
You remember the girl? You remember, like, but Love Wisdom said, friends, how many of us have them? You remember, do you remember the girl that got up there and this was post after she had been um raped in a club and do you remember what I'm talking about, Faith? It was a black girl and she was in a club and they said that no, she wasn't raped, that she had fucked
Oh,
the dude on the dance floor.
yeah.
Because and her girlfriend, if you saw your girlfriend passed out and this nigga's up there, listen,
Love Wisdom said it happened in Atlanta.
right. And then they had her listen, her brother was the first one to come out and, oh, I know she makes this stuff up and she's damaged and this, that, and all the other. I'm like, I don't know, that just raised my antennas. Can anybody tell me what the outcome? JV. Can anybody tell me what the outcome of that was? Because I got disgusted when I seen her and the baby's father or whoever he was, old abusive nigga, that had her get up here and give this apology that it didn't happen, that she, yes, made her give this apology and kind of like slut shamed her and she had made up. I don't know. Based on what I seen, she looked like she was passed the fuck out or out of it to me.
Yeah, that's what it looked like to me too. But everybody was sitting up here wanting to say that she shouldn't have been there. She should have did this. She should have did that. But they never said nothing about that guy that snuck one in on her though.
Mhm. It's always the black woman's fault. And then they gonna go back and find where she was popping her pussy on the stage earlier that night. So therefore that gave him a right to stick his dick in her on the dance floor because she was popping her pussy. So goddamn, what if she don't have no drawers on?
Right.
That did not get, whether she popped her pussy on the stage and didn't have no drawers on or not, that didn't give him a right to stick his dick in her on the dance floor when she's half passed out. But they have created the type of environment on this platform where you can't speak the truth. Or otherwise they're gonna run you off somewhere. No, I mean, so
But what's so funny, and I hate to compare us with them. But
mm-hmm,
if there had been any other race of women, not even just a white woman, just any other race of what white woman, Mexican white woman, Hispanic white woman, period. If they had just been anybody but us, oh, you know they would have given them a million excuses. Oh,
mm-hmm,
they took advantage of her.
mm-hmm.
They took advantage of her. She was raped.
And let it have been a nigga. Let it
Mm,
have been a nigga that had did that to a Becky. Had that been a Becky that he did that to, it would have been a whole nother problem. It would have been hang them and hang them high. I
but
get
you
so
know,
tired.
over here in our race, our men don't protect us. They're not ready to go out and kill for us. They
Mm-mm.
gonna drag us in front of everybody, in front of the news, and tell us, say you're sorry, say you was a hoe, say
Right.
you was a slut.
Good for nothing, bitch. You ain't shit for a mother. You ain't shit for a woman. Yeah. JB said that goes back to what me and her were talking about when she said the women are demonized even when they victims. Just like
Yes,
you said. And then, they're going to get together and tribally, the community will get together, them and all their army of pygmies, and tribally shame you, you good for nothing slut. Don't you know better than to tell what goes on in this household? And you a demon if you point it out. They going to ostracize you and make you get, they're going to put that scarlet letter on you because you ain't supposed to tell the community business. Not out here in the street. And the first thing that, I had somebody in my comments, and I liked about to cuss him out real bad, but I said I ain't gonna say nothing to the nigga. He comes into my he comes into my comments and said, Cluster, don't don't promote don't promote this gender war. They they're out here killing us and our babies. So I knew it was a nigga, and I know the account is Alyssa the Cult. I said, let me tell you. I want to say, let me tell you something, nigga. Again, they promote that they want the listen. They want to pretend that we don't see the things we see, we don't hear the things we hear. Just use. I'm not promoting a gender war. I'm speaking the truth. I create content for Black women. If for their protection. And so in that sense, I am a little biased. I'm a damn woman, and I'm a Black woman at that.
oh yeah, they tell me the same thing. You promoting the gender war.
Hmm. So yeah, they don't want you to be biased. And listen, I'm biased. Period. And that's what they say. Oh, she's a feminist. So okay, well, if you give me that, there's certain aspects there's certain aspects of feminism I believe is a protection for us. We need that type of protection from predators. Otherwise, they would just be able to violate us any kind of way that they want to, anytime they got ready to, with no consequence. So there is a part of me that is very feminist. You know, I don't believe
Exactly.
women should just, take anything, and just rock out with it and be quiet about it, or shut up and not say anything. No, absolutely not. Mm-mm.
But you do realize, and this is what I be trying to tell people, black women, y'all sit up here and y'all talk about y'all couldn't live in no third world countries. You can't see how those women can take being treated like that by their men. But I'm going to submit to you today, our men treat us like we are women from a third world country right here in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
So if you go to a third world country or you go to Africa, I think you will find that you're not being treated no different.
Damn right. And you Neon said that it reminds me of how they doing. Um, Hold up, let me see something. First, the femininity overload said Faith right. He wouldn't have been guilty of rape because they would have focused on her lack of ability to consent. And
Yes.
Neon said it reminds me of how they're doing T.I.'s daughter. She's now speaking out about her childhood abuse and mental issues, and they're giving her all kind of backlash for, yeah, because she ain't supposed to tell on her daddy. She ain't supposed to tell the truth about her childhood because her daddy is a black man. And they
Mm-hmm.
already got all these stereotypes out here about the black man. So she's supposed to keep her pain and her suffering silent for the sake of the black man at what sacrifice?
And
Who
you know
who
what? I
who
think that Kendall
sacrificed?
St. Charles was the first one that I heard say that black men actually expect black women to protect their image while they tear down ours.
Yeah,
And that is
yeah.
so true. They want us to protect their image at all costs, even to our own detriment. But if they won't protect ours, they'll throw us out there. They make us look like the biggest hoes. So nobody else will want us.
Throw us under the bus. They throw us under the bus every damn day. They throw us under the bus every day. That's why I would listen, Faith. I refuse to do it. I've been around in this. I've been around. I've been on this platform since this platform's infancy. I'm a newbie when it comes to content. I've only been creating content for about 2 years, but I'm not a newbie when it comes to this sector. So I know who's who, and I can't. It's just certain things I can't justify. I can't make excuses for certain things. I'm not going to act like I don't see certain things, like I don't know certain things, like I haven't experienced certain things. And um that is 100% true. And you know that that was my mentor. So at the end of the day, um and that was a teachable moment for me. That's why I said, when it comes to other women, and one of the things that she would say was that women did not respect the opinion of other black women. And I think
Yes.
I got to a point, right, under her tutelage where I'm like, listen, bitch, we the same age. I ain't gotta listen to you. You don't know what you're talking about. You evil, you're old. And I went through that whole phase where, oh, it's not all black men.
Oh,
That's
I was
toxic.
the same way.
That's toxic to say that. And she
Mm-hmm.
old and she's bitter. But yes, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. And when I started dealing with black women and started seeing the shit that goes on, listen,
Same here.
that was a humbling moment. That was a humbling experience for me, because I hadn't taken into consideration what her perspective was, as she was the one that was dealing with black women. It was black women that were doing things like trying to infiltrate, go back and take black men the information to find out what they were talking about. Um, Even though she would heavily vet her events, nonetheless, she would still have women that will infiltrate into those spaces and then figure, I don't think there was a respect for her because she was a Black woman. So again, she was written off as the bitter crone that didn't know anything that was bitter. But everything that we see now unfolding, that's why she can sit back in the shadows and observe from a distance, because she foresaw all of this stuff happening based on what was happening even before Trump got elected. So that was a teachable moment for me. And it was also humbling for me when I had certain experiences on this platform. In particular, when I first got doxxed, that was Black women that did that.
Oh yeah, that's what happened with me when everything hit the fan. It was Black women dragging me, Black women making videos about me, Black women calling me ugly, and these were
Mhm.
the same women that I felt myself trying to help,
Right.
and I was
Mhm.
like, wow, really?
I went through that when I started, when I was getting them flags on my channel. I was like, you got to be fucking kidding me. And I thought about that, and it I was livid. I was saying the fucking audacity. And mind you, you again, you supposed to let people lie on you and slander you and not defend your damn self. Are you fucking kidding me? And then to stop you from defending yourself, the same chicks who you use that damn platform to defend and to protect their
Absolutely.
reputation.
Yeah, yes, I
And
love
yet,
wisdom. You can come up.
you
Hold on a
know,
second. Let me get love wisdom up here. Oh no, go ahead. I'm just gonna try to get love wisdom up here.
I'm saying, okay, so the same damn chicks that, hold on, sorry, the same chicks, and I was thinking like the same bitches that I risked my platform, that I did the dirt, because Custer's always the villain. So it's like, oh, all right. If I have to be the villain, I'll be the villain. If it means protecting my sister, yes, I'll be the villain. Okay. So, and then I'm getting, boom, notifications. Privacy complaint. We got a privacy complaint about this video. And I'm like, well, what the fuck is the privacy complaint? That's me defending myself against you, against your slander, to get the videos taken down without question. And then the strikes, my channel getting flagged. So last night, like I said, it was, I read the email from Elise, um, and Brandon had been talking to me for quite some time. It was like, man, do I even want to do this shit, man? And then I got so much love from the sisters and so much encouragement. It's like, this is what my passion is. This is what I came here to do. And losing those channels was meant for me to get back on my damn purpose and to remember what the fuck I came here for. But Love Wisdom is on the panel. What's up, sis?
Good
Hello, love
afternoon.
wisdom.
Good afternoon, my sisters and family. How
Afternoon.
y'all doing?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
I'm doing great.
Um,
So you
uh,
got, I'm sorry, you got somebody in the chat, Stefan Moultrie, talking about it's not all Black men. That's
oh,
nice.
see, here's the thing. Um, this we know it's not all black men. This is what I get very frustrated. 'Cause this is why I have a term called clean up black men, and they are the most dangerous, just like the clean up black woman. We know that it's not all black men. That's why most of the times we are very specific when we talk about black men that are anti-black communities, specifically anti-black women. Every time brothers come up and say, well, not all black men are like that, I'm going to assume you're a clean up black man, because you have to call out the destructive behavior of these men that's a danger to black people. So why are you saying, well, that it's not all black men? Stop cleaning up for your destructive brethren. The same way y'all tell us, stop stop taking up for destructive black women. Then stop taking up for destructive black men, because we are certainly not covering for bad black women. We call them out all the time. It's just not the way you want us to call them out. Okay? So it's not all black men. Stop saying that. We're not dumb. We know it's not all of y'all. Stop being the clean up black men for them raggedy niggas. Stop doing that. Because then what happens is you gonna be lumped into that category. Stop.
Exactly.
Now, Faith Cluster, this is one of the classics, because when we talk about sisterhood, there is the enemy within. Every sister not a sister. You know, and Cluster made an excellent point about some of these sisters going back and trading information.
Yes.
And I was watching a commentary this morning. I forgot the name of the young man, and it was called the Pygmies of the Manosphere, which the title was funny. Oh, it's called Exposing the Manosphere. And the title was funny. And although I don't like that term pick me or mammy, when you see how some of these women act, they are against other sisters to appease these men who at the end of the day won't pick them if they were standing in front of them.
Mm-hmm.
And
Absolutely.
that's
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 what I
very
said. Why
dangerous.
are they single? They
Right,
doing all that damn chat room concubining and panel prostituting and YouTube lot lizarding, and you still single, ma. You still go home and play with your coochie at the end of the day when you hop off of that panel. You ain't got nobody to share that bed with you. So you doing all of that for what reason?
right.
It's
And
mm-mm. I'm not in the, no, ma'am.
mm-mm.
I cannot.
And
It's like,
thank you, Stefan Moultrie, for the $2 super chat. Thank you.
mm-hmm,
It's not, at the end of the day, as I always say, you can love black men and not be a fool. You can't be blind to what you see and what you hear.
mm-hmm,
At first, when I first came into this space doing commentary, I was very naive,
yep,
very naive. And I tried to be as fair and balanced as possible still. However, you can't help but to hear and see what's being said. You
mm-hmm,
can't help to see the outcome of what's being said. And it's kind of like when you talk about it, well, that's not important. It is important, because part of being community minded is talking about these issues. These issues do affect black women. Black women are getting raped out here. Black women are getting killed out here. They're getting abused. They're getting disrespected by the men. You can't deny this. And this ain't something that's random. This is something that happens quite often.
mm-hmm,
Even Stevie Wonder can see this.
yeah,
You know what I mean? So you gotta have these types of conversations, because you gotta get black. I get it now. I understand it now. I understand why you had some black women pushing this thing about black women. Stop, 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 stop it. Stop it. Because your coddling behavior is enabling more destructive behavior. Because now, because of the coddling, look what's happening to us now. We
Right.
gotta pull
Yes.
teeth. We gotta pull teeth for the basics. And what my mother always told me when it comes to black women, she said, who's chasing black women? She said, think about it. Who's chasing black women? She said, people are chasing after white women. People are chasing after Asian women. But who is chasing after black women, as far as who sees her as important, and who sees her as viable and as valuable?
mm-hmm,
And that made me think that, the next time we're so quick to pull up the picket signs, you have to ask yourself, well, who's chasing black women?
mm-hmm,
Who's making sure that black women are valued and cared about?
mm-hmm,
Because of course
Yes.
we have brothers who do care and value black women, absolutely. However,
mm-hmm,
the anti-black woman crowd, their voices are the loudest right now, and they're gaining a lot of traction on and offline to a degree. So you have to ask yourself, who's chasing black women? Who is really looking at black women as valuable to where if something happened to us, we will get the level of urgency and support that our men get.
I don't even think black women are looking at black women as valuable. I don't even think
There
black
you
women
go.
are seeing the value in themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I think that they're being I think I think that they're being um browbeat um into accepting the fact that they have no value and that the men are dictating what their value is. I think
Mm,
that's part of the problem. They're allowing the men to dictate their value as opposed to them them assessing what their value is, and then having the confidence to not settle for anything less than that.
right.
And let me address Stefan's comment. He says,
He was
Faith, I told
playing.
you to stay out of the manosphere. I know he's playing, but I do have to address this because, see, it was in the manosphere that I was able to open my eyes and see what was actually going on. Because, like I was telling Cookie earlier, if I had not been hanging back, because, like I said, I had stopped doing my content and I had just started supporting everybody else. But
Hmm.
in doing that and me just sitting back and listening to other people talk, these men actually talked and talked and talked until they actually revealed themselves.
Hmm. Hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
sometimes it is good to lurk in those spaces
Yep.
and
Yeah.
listen.
Yeah.
Yep. Listen,
'Cause
I told y'all, when I do, my picture where I'm hanging upside down like a bat. That's how I be in them chat rooms with the red eyes, wings closed and all, just sitting there watching and listening and listen. Sometimes I got a curb. I be wanting to swoop down because I see some of the sisters in those spaces. And one day I went over there to O'Shea's chat and I seen an Obsidian and LAR was on the panel. And I mean, they was going in on the Obsidian was going in on the sisters, and
Oh yeah,
Aries was over
yeah.
here in that chat, and he started messing with her. I'm like, listen. Now, when he came for the other sisters, I didn't say nothing because to me they are of the pick me ilk. Because they sit over there and try to reason with them guys, and them guys be roasting them and dragging them, talking about their weight, calling them. He was calling chicks. Obsidian was calling uh, women things like wildebeest and shit like that, talking about just be you having a flat ass and all of this kind of stuff like that. So listen, I know the women that he was doing that saying that too. But when he started messing with Aries, listen, I said if O'Shea dropped that link, I'm coming up on that and tear Obsidian's ass up. I said, as soon as that motherfucker dropped that link, he got me fucked up. He fucking with my sister, but I'm like, damn, I ain't supposed to overhead up. But I said, that's why I try not sometimes, but I just happen to stumble upon. But it was good for me to see that because I'm like, listen, and mind you, some of these chicks go over there and they donate. They listen, they don't donate to the sisters, but they'll go over there and they'll donate to these men because they think that somehow um makes them special because they let you on a panel. No, they'll let you on a panel just to tear your ass out the frame. They'll let you on a panel just so you become content.
Yep.
They will drag your ass for filth.
I would say the donation money is a form of protection under the guise of them not being roasted. Um, the illusion of them
They
not being
take their
roasted.
money and still roast them.
Right, right. Because most of these men online, their top donators are black women. You
Hmm.
know, and these men, like I was telling you, Auntie, when I found out that most of these donations and most of these men's biggest supporters were women and the things that they said, I was like, oh, we got a lot of work to do because you can't complain about what you entertain. You can't complain about these men are so foul mouthed, but you are giving them money. So at the end of the day, what do you want? Do you want to be treated with respect or do you want to be treated like shit? Because
Right.
at first I was like, is this protection money that y'all donate into these men so these men won't roast you? But to
Yeah.
Auntie Cookie's point, they get roasted anyway.
Right.
And then we'll come back and take it out on the women because now the battery has been put in their back to go after other women who are not going to go for that bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And when I seen that, I was like, y'all have got to be kidding me. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, this is why people can't take us seriously because it's the double dutch effect. I don't like how you're talking to me. I don't like what you say about me, but I will be in your panels. I will be in your chat giving you super chat. I will cash app you. I will PayPal you. I'll be a Patreon. And I'm like, well, you're funding your own disrespect when you stop giving these niggas money. Cause you know one thing about black men ain't gonna get no other black man no money.
Damn right.
He ain't gonna give you no money. A black man gonna treat you like the fucking police before he give you a penny.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
So when you stop giving them money, what do they have?
Yep.
Because they're gonna get no other money from other brothers. So it's really the women that's keeping these men's channels afloat. And it just baffles me, especially with the things that come out of their mouth.
That's why, you know what? That's why I don't bridle my tongue. Because you'll have the same ones that'll sit there and you do you think I'm about to fucking bridle my tongue for these fucking niggas and I hear the type of shit that comes out of their fucking mouth? Are you That's never going to happen. Hell will freeze over
Right.
before that ever happens. I'm not going to do that because you'll have the same ones that tiptoe through the tulips. They want you to tiptoe through the tulips when it comes to the brothers' feelings. But to get up there and call themselves, bitch, you're not going to G-check me on shit. And they'll call you, well, the sisters, have to, bitch, are you serious? If you sit up here and you listen to the shit that come out of these fucking niggas' mouths, do you think you're going to check me on something? No, no, ma'am. Because they're saying the same. You don't go over there and check them, but you want to come over here and regulate what the sisters say. Or
Mm-hmm.
bitch, you don't plead niggas not on in my space. You can't come over here and plead their case. Carry your ass over there to the manosphere, and you can plead your case over there. You're not gonna come over here where we're having a conversation about the sisters and what's in our best interest and plead these niggas' cases. No, man. Mm-mm. You got to
Yeah,
Right.
nip
and
that right in the bud.
I remember I'm an Aries queen. O'Shea did say he does not even want money from women.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-mm. No, because you can't, I always tell it with sisters, you can't have it both ways. You know, you gotta pick it and you gotta stay in it. And be fearless about it. You
Mm-hmm.
understand? I can't, trying to get attention from these men online.
Mm-hmm.
That is utterly ridiculous to me because everybody got a persona online. Like I
Right.
said, I never met more rich 100K a year Ferrari driving bitch stealing men in all my life until I came on this space.
Phantom so big he can't even fit in the parking lot type of
I'm
niggas. Like
telling you,
what?
I'm telling you, Dick swinging like Tarzan. I ain't never met them type of men until I came in this space. I'm like, well, shoot. Wait a minute. Okay, this where all the good men at.
What?
I guess they here until they run their damn mouth. I was like, hold up. You having 8 to 13 hour live streams about women and you talk about you get pussy, that's impossible. Because if you a man of means, you wouldn't even be entertaining the internet like that. You be out there trying to get pussy and make your money. All but
Mm-hmm.
child they online, but all they online. It ain't nothing, it's about game and pussy. Game and pussy. That's all it's about. Game
They do
Okay,
this
y'all.
and
So
they
Stefan Moultrie, he threw down the $5 super chat. He said that that's his contribution so that we don't roast him.
okay. We
man.
got you. Covered.
Sometimes we ain't gonna bother you, brother. We ain't gonna bother you. But yeah,
Right.
it's amazing
And
when
they
you
do
come in
their
this
coochie
space.
every time a woman hop on a panel and they sitting there while she talking, beating their meat. Or what? No,
Mm-hmm.
that's about as close to some coochie as they get when a woman get on their panel. Don't nobody want them niggas. Did you see half of them?
I
And
really,
not only are a lot of them ugly as fuck. That's why I said they've even given, bring back the days when ugly niggas knew they was ugly and they needed to be extra nice. Ain't that what they say about the if a woman is ugly, she need to be nice,
Oh
or
yeah.
and
she
Pick
need
a
to
and
struggle.
humble
if
herself.
you a dark, if you a darky, bitch, you better shut up and be nice. Shut up and be nice. Well, I bring back the time when ugly niggas knew that they had to be extra nice in order to get a conversation out of you.
You
You got a
know,
bunch of ugly, broke ass niggas running around here being
Oh,
treated like
it's getting worse, Cookie. Cookie is getting
huh?
worse. Now we got the old men, the old niggas talking about they not paying for pussy.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's
Well,
that
motherfucker,
old,
you gonna pay somebody to sit there and pull on that gummy worm. You gonna
yeah,
pay somebody to pull on that damn gummy worm all night long. What
because
the
they
hell?
do.
But see, the thing about it is somebody gave them the impression that they can pull it off. And this is
Thank
what I'm
you.
Man,
saying. The desperation out here done got to ridiculous. We sitting up here gassing up ugly dudes and old Negroes. And I've actually heard women sit up here and say, "Oh yeah, I'll get with an old man. Oh yeah, it don't matter about no age and all this type of stuff." I've heard them say it.
yeah, because they want that nigga's money. Listen, when you think back to your faith, when you think back to your 20s, what type of sex did you want to have? Ain't nobody
Oh, I didn't want to have
listen,
no sex with no old dude.
right.
Mm-mm.
That's exactly.
You had to have
Exactly. So
stamina.
it's nothing that turns her on about you, but ain't nothing that turns on a younger woman about your old decrepit ass other than your first 2 month check
That's right.
or 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 your paycheck. That's what turns her on. She's giving you will fuck. Hold on. Give me a second.
Mhm.
Wait a minute. Can y'all hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
Can y'all hear me?
yes.
yeah, I can hear you.
Wait a minute. Let me refresh. Hold on.
Cookie
Gotta
right.
refresh and come back out. Give me 1 second.
Mhm. Cookie right. Oh,
Hold on.
back in the day, they was only concerned with that first. Them young girls only come around the
Can y'all
third.
hear me, Faith?
Yes,
Yeah, I can hear you.
Wait a minute. My sound went out. Wait a minute.
women only came around the first, the third, the fifth, and the 15th of the month because you had your social security check or your pension money. Okay, that's it. That is it.
Hello, can
Faith,
y'all hear me?
can you
Yes,
hear me now?
I
Okay,
can
we
hear
done
you.
Yeah,
switched
I can
sides.
hear you.
Right. I was about to say, get behind me, Satan. My sound done went out. But
Mhm.
listen, she might be, yeah, you might, they don't even want to keep it 100 about what's really going on and how it really goes down. If she destitute for money, she will fuck the shit out of his old ass to take his motherfucking money, but she really thinking about the nigga that she really want to be with.
Right,
A younger woman is not interested in no old ass man. She's not turned on, or she doesn't find him attractive. What she finds attractive is what he can provide. Now, if he can, but see, she's not going to be sexually attracted to him, not
right.
like how she would a younger man in her age range.
Hmm.
Yes, if you can buy her a motherfucking car, she's going to suck the shit out your dick and lick your balls. But that doesn't necessarily mean that she's turned on by you. She's
Right,
going to freak you because that allows her to get deeper into your pockets. That's all that's about, period. They don't want to accept that. They want to believe that they running around here in their late 40s and their 50s And because they able to pull somebody half their age, that means that she's interested. No, nigga, she's interested in your benefits. She's interested in your bank account. She want to drive your Benz. So that way
Right.
she can, and this is the reason why a lot of these niggas come to this platform in oh God, in red pill rage. Because they get played. You get played like that because you present yourself as a sucker. So you should get
Yeah.
because there's no reason why your old ass don't know no better.
Mm-hmm.
See,
Mm-hmm.
She ain't
see,
trying to fuck you
Stephon
hearing about
Moultrie, that $5 is not gonna
your
save you from this roast if you keep messing with us. Y'all see Stephon Moultrie comments down here.
Let me see what he said. Hold on.
He said that
Yeah,
cookie, I
listen, you
got
know
you
what
over
it is
here.
today? They want you. Listen, don't no woman in her 20s want to hear about you can't fuck for more than 5 minutes about your car accidents and your car accident in 1967. She don't give a fuck. Either you can get that motherfucker up or you can't. Period. She's only gonna want you to eat with so much pussy. She gonna want you to get your penis is gonna have to get hard as a brick. You're gonna have to do more than sit there and lick all night long. Ain't
Mm-hmm.
nobody trying to go through that. You
Yeah,
doing too
nobody got time for that.
right. That's the preamble for what she expect you to bring after that. You
In
know,
the words, in the
sitting there
words of
talking about
salt,
his back accident. You know,
in
he
the
was in a
word,
car accident in '74. Mm-mm. No,
in the word,
no, sir.
in the words of Salt and Pepper, push it and push it real good. All right, that's what you, that's what you
Right.
supposed to be doing. You know, we don't want, you know, like we said earlier, let Gladys, let Hattie Mae, that's for them to deal with. We know you young, you in your prime, you want a man that's the same shit.
Right. Don't nobody want that. I keep telling them, don't nobody want that dick with Hazel and
That's
Gert.
right. And just because they got Viagra and Cialis, that don't mean shit either. Because you gotta wait for that. No, no, no.
Mm-hmm.
That you know that no
The bitch
that's your
just be
white dick.
sitting there on social media.
Uh oh.
Oh, did she
Uh-oh.
fall off?
I think the reception.
Oh, the
They be
reception
sitting there
bad.
on
We
social
was going.
media setting up dates with the nigga that they really want to fuck while they waiting for that Viagra. I said, it should come back in. Wait a minute, hold up. Let me try to move it to a different spot. It should come back in. It's going in and out. Hold on. Let me try to refresh. Hold on.
Wait a minute. I'm the only one up here. Where everybody go? Okay, I guess I'll hold it down until Faith and Auntie Cluster get back going. But yeah, yeah, ladies, don't let these crazy ass dudes in this space get to y'all, please don't. Because it's nothing but smoke and mirrors. Nothing but smoke and mirrors. And you're right, Aries. That's why they hate young men, because young men, that's their competition. You know, a lot of these older men have ran through the wall in their 20s, and now they're in their late 40s and early 50s. Now they're trying to recapture their youth. And now you're competing with a whole nother generation of men that got the endurance and they got the stamina. And it's like at this point, at your age. Same thing with the women. Women be out here trying to compete with these young girls. I need you to be a grandma and sit down somewhere and stop trying to compete with these younger kids. You know? Uh-oh, somebody sent something in the back chat. Let me see. If I can even get inside the back chat. What's going on here? Oh, Faith, here you are.
Yeah, I'm back. I ran through a dead zone real quick. Hold on, let me let Cookie back in too. All right, there you go.
Can y'all
All right, you
hear?
back?
Can we? Yeah.
Yep, I can hear everybody.
Yep, I'm back. I can hear everybody now.
All right.
Oh, can y'all hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, Kevin Slayer Jim, Kevin Samuels is notorious. Listen, that's why he hate old bitches. He hates women in the chrome phase of their life because he know we gonna tell the truth about them old. Listen, ain't no nigga in no 50s laying nothing down. He ain't laying nothing down but the Geritol that he putting in his glass. He's not laying nothing down but that damn blood pressure medicine. Nothing. That's all he laying down is his blood pressure medicine and that damn insulin that he taking for them damn diabetes. That's
That's
all he
right.
laying down.
Nothing
Supone
more,
said,
nothing
what
less.
about experience? What you mean by experience, Supone? Hold up. Let me see something. Pretty Black Magic said, one old man told me, who you calling old? I said, mister, I'm a young tender. You way too old. Broke when it came. Move along, Fred. Move along, Fred Sanford.
That's
Damn right.
right.
Listen. Ain't nobody, let me tell you, Subon, what do you mean? What about experience, love wisdom? You mean experience? You can have experience in fucking Subon, but you got to be able to give a woman that experience.
Right.
Right.
Like you gotta have like you it's about endurance and stamina. Like you gotta be able to, match the woman's sexual energy. I ain't talking about after 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute, my back, my back. And no, 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 no. You was talking all that shit. Let's
Mm-hmm.
prove it.
Right.
Let's prove it.
Right. And especially if it's a man that you really feel, if it's a man that you really attracted to like that, and you really want to be with. And first of all, and the other thing is a lot of let me tell you the other secret to why a lot of these niggas she don't want to fuck you. She tired of your old ass. She want to give you a 5-minute shot of pussy before she go downstairs and turn that goddamn meatloaf. She don't want you.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, it's just something.
Mm-hmm.
But listen, when they're doing, I rarely see women that are truly happy in their marriages and in their relationships. I don't think that there's anything that a sister wouldn't do to make her man happy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, um, I don't.
Oh,
Soup
Soup
on
on
said
saying this
it
sound
right.
like a challenge.
Right. but it's like I really don't see um I just know I know a lot of like just like ain't shit women, I know a lot of good women.
Yes.
And I really don't see there's not a lot that they don't do for their man. That's why I'm not a fan of shaming women when men step outside of relationships. A lot of times you have this you have the demographic of women that are, oh, it's your fault, you not pleasing your man. Um no, he's creeping out. Some men cheat because they're greedy and they
Yes.
take for granted the woman that they have at home. So yes, they're going to treat um in some instances an outside woman better. Like they may be whining and dining an outside woman and neglecting and not taking their wife anywhere because they're taking their wife for granted or they're taking their woman at home for granted while they're
Right.
out, taking resources from the family to wine and dine a new woman because that's exciting.
Yes.
She don't know this nigga ain't shit. She don't have to deal with his bullshit all the time. So he's able to put on that mask and have whatever lies, he's telling her, she's gonna believe it. So yeah, she's gonna fuck him differently than his wife that know he ain't shit
Mm-hmm.
or might have got caught cheating the month before.
Right. And then I've had friends, they did everything. They done went to the pole dancing classes. Okay. They done brought the toys. You hear all stories of women of what they taught.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
don't forget the penis pump.
Right. Look,
Mm-hmm.
they done brought stuff in the bedroom. Okay. Learning new recipes, staying in shape, doing all the sexy for their man. And that man still went out there and got himself a bottom of the barrel woman.
Mm-hmm. That's
Okay.
usually the same type of bitch that he's telling you he despises.
Right. Right.
Yep.
So, for women, um,
But the only reason why they despise those women is because those women don't really, how can I say, feel them for real. They know in
right.
order to be around those women, they got to pay. And
Mm-hmm.
that's
Mm-hmm.
why they despise them.
Mm-hmm.
Just like they may despise you because you the one that's the breadwinner and have to take care of them. Now they despise the women that they really want for a different reason. Because the women that they really want really don't want them.
Right.
Yes. You
Right.
know something? When I would see, listen, and that took a toll on my self-esteem. When I would see or catch my husband cheating, and I would see the type of women that he was with. That's what I said. I don't believe these niggas. They'll sit up there and make all kind of fat women jokes.
Hmm.
And he was one that he didn't like. No nigga, you have a fetish for BBWs because I done caught you with one too many of them. And
Oh
mind
yeah.
you, they sometimes now the mothers of the mother of his daughter, she was attractive. I think that it made him comfortable for him to have an unattractive woman as a handsome man because I think it made him feel maybe they catered more to him. I'm not certain. But let me tell you something. Talking about a wildebeest. And my husband is not a short, he's not a tall dude. He's a short dude. I think he's like 5'7" or 5'8". I caught this motherfucker with a chick that was about six. Listen, I would have had to beat this broad with a baseball bat. She was 6'2" and had to be about 300 pounds and had a
Whoa.
voice like a man. Listen, she did security at a goddamn bikes club. And I'm sitting there trying to envision how was his little ass fucking on this broad. He literally had to climb up. Listen, and he got drunk he's like he's one of them drunks where when he get drunk he get loose lipped.
Uh-huh.
And he told me that the majority of what he what he had her doing was oral sex. I don't know if I believe, I don't believe nothing that he said. That was just his way of, as if say, she wasn't enough for me to fuck her, so I would just had her doing a bunch of oral sex. No, I don't believe that was the case. I believe that that was his way of paying me back. I
Okay,
just
so
don't.
I'm a Aries Queens. She says, why does she have to be bottom of the barrel? Because your man wants her.
Why does she got to be bottom of the barrel? Because your man want. Yeah, I mean, I think that's an emotional trigger or a defense mechanism that women resort to. But the fact of the matter is, she's not doing anything that he didn't give her permission to do. It wasn't the
Right,
woman's fault. He's the one that stepped outside of the relationship. He's the one that you made the commitment to. He's
Right.
if she doesn't owe you anything. And the fact of the matter is, a lot of times as bitches, there's just a side of us that's just selfish, that we don't give a fuck about other bitches or their feelings. If we're getting what we want out of the situation, because the thing about it was, when I was in my 20s, I was fucking reckless. Like, listen, and again, my first marriage, I felt that what happened in my first marriage was the karma for all the shit that I did before I got married. Because if I was getting what I want, this is how I can tell you what a younger woman wants from these old niggas. Nothing but your money. She's not turned on by your old ass. She wants your money. She wants you to spend your money. She wants you to take her out, buy food, this, that, and all the other. But 9 times out of 10, she got somebody that's laying pipe properly off to the side. As a matter of
mm-hmm,
fact, most younger women
Right.
have a rotation of different niggas that they that's just the fact of the matter. Your old ass is not special.
that's true.
But when I look back in retrospect, you know what I mean, and had niggas do this and how she don't do that, but the niggas still keep going back there. So something is keeping them there.
Right.
But we don't care. And when I was in that
But
phase,
see, he'll
I didn't
tell
know his
you
wife. I
anything.
don't give a fuck about. I didn't give a fuck about her. Say it again.
He'll
Hell
tell
yeah.
you anything.
Mm-hmm. You
So
know
when I
what?
heard those, when I would hear those stories from, I knew he was full of shit, because when I would talk to the women, I knew the things that he was basically grooming them, just lying his ass off. He just had a whole complete different fantasy that he could live with a woman that didn't know him or know anything about him. He told one bitch that he paid the rent at the house in Charlotte for a year. He would do shit like that to have these broads thinking that he had money. Well, if you're trying to trick her into believing that you got money, motherfucker, that means you know that you gotta pay the fucker. She not genuinely interested in you, because you
Right.
trying
Right.
to convince her you got something that you got while you driving the bitch around in the car that I'm paying for,
Mm-mm-mm.
that me and my kids is riding in. That's the type of shit. And then they want you, then you supposed to know that, have knowledge of that type of shit, and then still supposed to be elated to suck his dick, elated to elated to ride his dick. No, you're not. It's a turn off, because it's a violation. You don't know what the fuck this other broad, what she's out there doing. That puts
Right.
your damn life at risk for a
Hold
motherfucker to be
on a
going out
second.
fucking around, fucking your back.
Cluster. Look, got to read these comments. These comments are good. But Aries
Okay,
Queen says,
go ahead.
what about all the pain and manipulation and trauma that doesn't apply to her?
The
Is that what they're
pain,
saying? And I can't read. I can't see worth of
like
shit.
what you mean, Aries? What about all the pain and manipulation
Manipulation and
and
trauma.
trauma that doesn't apply to her? You mean the
Okay, yeah, I
side
read
chick?
that right.
The side chick Aries?
Because yes, if she's getting he's causing pain. Listen, it's more than one person getting hurt in that situation. Because if she start digging him, and and it's a motherfucker that's playing both ends against the middle, and he's toying with both of their affections, letting her know, well, I would leave, I want to leave, but she has terminal cancer. You know the type of lies that niggas just make up, just lying. Or I'm there for my kids. And then the side chick starts despising the wife because she feel like, bitch, if you sick terminally ill, you might as well just go on and die so I can get my prize. She believes, oh, she using the kids to keep him there. So therefore it causes trauma, manipulation, and hurt on every part.
because
But who is the culprit?
right,
Is
and
it the two women, or is it the nigga that's playing the games?
because this is how you also get those for my man type of women.
Mm-hmm.
There's a great show on TV1 called For My Man, and you will have these women that have been manipulated by these men to commit crimes, i.e., killing the girlfriend or the wife of these men because he done told her, you know, she won't let me see the kids, or she's stopping me from being with you and we belong together. And next thing you know, she got the gun at the wife's house shooting her in the head over the dude.
Listen,
Mm-hmm.
I seen a case study like that where a chick they were both like they were and it was in North Carolina, as a matter of fact. It was and Nadia just made a good point where she said that whatever that comment that was up there by Nadia, she said, listen, while that man out there cheating, thinking wifey is home, Jody might be creeping through the back door, and will take your woman. You know what Johnny Taylor said? Who's making love to your old lady while you was out making love? But
Mm-hmm.
that the talk what Love Wisdom said, this was a case where this dude, no, he was a police officer. She was a 911 dispatcher. She listen, excellent job. She went so far as to, but mind you, her and this dude was messing around. And they were going to the same, she moves coincidentally, but of course nothing was a coincidence, into the same neighborhood as old boy. They start going to the same church and everything. Mind you, they having this little fling until he shows up at church one day. Now, mind you, I'm gonna find that freaking case too. We
No,
gonna
that
break that case down.
you know what?
Mind you, old boy brings his fiance to church and introduces her as her fiance. She was, I think, in North Carolina. She was in college, right? At the top of her class, the fiance, studying to become a news broadcaster. This broad goes, she don't know nothing about this woman. Nothing. This broad goes to this woman's apartment, and she was a excellent shot from the bottom of the steps as the woman was going into her apartment. Pop, hit her right in the head. The woman tumbled down the steps. They initially thought that that's what killed her. But what happened is the security guard for the apartment caught her as she was exiting and asked her, did you hear that noise? That's how he knew he was able to do a facial identification and describe her vehicle for her being in the air. Do you know this crazy bitch tried to did she steal the cop's gun? Some kind of way, she tried to set up the police officer as being the one that shot the chick. The shot his fiance. She didn't know this woman from a can of paint. This woman had never seen her. They didn't know anything about their affair, didn't know anything about their relationship, their fling, or nothing.
I
And she is dead because of this nigga
messing around with a crazy bitch.
I remember that. I remember that case. That's the case of Shannon Crowley out of Greensboro, North Carolina. That's the case.
Okay.
The
We
the
need to
fe-
break the we need to rip that case apart, y'all, and
the
just have
girl.
a case study night where we find different cases and just rip them apart, or just send them, email each other the different cases, so
Mm-hmm.
that way we can put together a panel and then have commentary on it, because stuff like that is important,
Because
because
what
it's a
happened?
lot of red flags in there that
Right.
were missed.
Because
So yeah.
the guy that she was messing with, he was a police officer for Greensboro, and they came into the church. As the fiance, she shot her. She got the gun from her cousin. She got the gun from her cousin and tried to
Yeah.
set the guy up. And she
Okay.
went as far as to have her cousin pretend to be the guy on the
Yes.
phone. And when they played
Yes.
in court, they was like, that's not the voice of him. That's the
Right.
voice of your cousin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. She got
That
sent
was
she got sentenced to life for that.
mm-hmm. Whole life ruined, because listen, that was some dingaling to die for. She listen, that was some
Mhm.
dingaling. She was ready to spend the rest of her, that was some good dick. She was ready to spend the rest, but you killed the innocent. This woman was innocent. She didn't know you. She didn't know
Right.
anything about you. She didn't know of your existence. She knew nothing. And she feel it. Listen, the crazy thing is, she believed, if I get rid of her, then I'll have him. No, he didn't want you no way. He didn't see you in that way. They both were, in my opinion, attractive women. They both had things going on for them career wise. Both of them were career women. The other one, I think you a damn 911 dispatcher, so you making
Yep.
pretty decent money. And you go and kill a woman as if that was the goddamn last man on earth. He was not the last. Listen, we need to have a series called The Last Dingaling.
Mm.
Hashtag that before somebody kill it. We need to
Now
have a series
that'll be a
called The
cool
Last
ass series.
Dingaling.
Yes.
Let me make a note of that. Because somebody, we gotta start hashtagging our shit, y'all. Because they'll steal our shit and take it and run with it. We need to have a series, the Last Dingaling. Instead of Snapped. That's what the hell it need to be. The Last
Yep.
Dingaling.
The last dingaling. All right.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
and you know what, Auntie? You know what, Auntie? Besides Shannon Crawley, there's another similar story out there in Mississippi regarding the victim's name was Avis, and Avis was pregnant at the time of her death, and I forgot the
Yes.
name. I forgot the
Yes.
name of the
She
girl
killed her in the
that killed her.
garage.
Yes, because she was cheating on.
Yes.
She was cheating, and both of them worked at the same school. She was a teacher, and I think he was a
They were
gym teacher.
school teachers.
Yes. And
Yes.
she
He was the
killed,
coach.
yes.
Carla
She
Hughes.
killed
That's it.
Carla Hughes. There
Mm-hmm.
you go. Hmm. And
Yes.
you remember in the courtroom where Ava's husband went on the stand and said he didn't like her like that. It was just sex, and that girl broke down. So
Mm-hmm.
that's a very good case study, because what happens is, again, with manipulation, and now these women really think that we may have a chance in the wife or the fiance or the girlfriend is
Mm-hmm.
the obstacle. And then come to find out, the men will admit this was only for sex. I didn't look at her like that. I really love Avis.
Mm-hmm.
Mm,
Y'all,
mm.
that channel, Kenny, I'm sorry, Love Wisdom. Kenny, that channel may be gone because that channel was connected to my main channel. And I have to wait for an email back from Google. They said 3 to 5 days. That channel may be gone, even though it's still there. because that was connected to my main channel. And when I tried to log in, when I actually created that channel, I was using the email and the username of your favorite felon. And then I changed it to the Cookie Monster. But I connected it as a brand account to my main channel. So I can't log into that channel. It won't let me log into it. But my hold on, I'll type in the chat. This is my yeah, so that one is still up there, but it may actually go. I have to wait for I'm gonna type in the chat so that way that my Nubian Nemesis channel. But yeah, that one may go too. So I can see, like, if I was to try to log in now, I can see it up there. But when I try to log in and put in the information, no, it won't let me log in. So that one may be going as well. I just have to start build up another one. So yeah. But that was a good thing. So it was meant to
But
redirect my
thanks,
focus.
thanks, Kenny.
Thank you, Kenny. I appreciate that. But yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, Love Wisdom. Go ahead. Finish what you were talking about.
Those are two.
She was
Those are
talking
two
about her
great.
breaking down in the court when he said that it was only sex.
It was only
And can
sex.
you imagine she murdered a pregnant woman
Mm-hmm.
for a man that didn't listen. This motherfucker had went and got married again. But I remember that case. That dude, to move on that fast like that, did you ever fucking care? I
Right.
watched him on the stand. He had such indifference about losing Avis. It was mind blowing. So it's
And,
like those type of cases. I look at the women, but I
mm-hmm.
look at the men. I have videos, and somebody earlier in the chat early this morning. I forget who it was. Somebody was talking about I did commentary on the Betty Broderick case because she had been interviewed by Oprah Winfrey. And at this time, I was doing just only narcissism. That I got an overwhelming reply example of narcissistic abuse. Ultimately, she did kill her husband and his mistress, but that's a good case study because Betty Broderick was a starter kick and she lost her shit when everything that listen, she put this dude through medical and law school. And I did commentary on that. And that's another excellent case. If you talk about breaking down personality disorders and different types of manipulation and psychological abuse.
Mm-hmm.
And back then, there was no awareness. Like things weren't as open. There was a time when you didn't openly talk about things like this. Everything was hush hush. And that goes to show that doesn't just happen in our community.
Right.
One of the things that I have, one of the issues, okay, Slayer Jim did. One of the concerns that I had about talking one of the concerns I had about making it seem like all you have to do is lose weight, go out there, and even my mentor said that that wasn't the case. Look, go out there, lose weight, get you a white man, and then all your problems are solved. No, because abuse is something that crosses um socioeconomic barriers. So it occurs in all communities. So you don't want to lull the sisters, even though you want them to exercise their dating options, you don't want to lull them into a false sense of security that these things only happen in our community. I've seen when the sisters talk about interracial dating, well, white men are serial killers, but so are black men. You do have black men that are serial killers. Call Eugene Watts. Call Eugene Watts. He was an attractive dude, but the dude was a psychopath. You have other black dudes that are serial killers. And then you have the ones that don't make it. They don't make national news. They've had black serial killers right here in Philadelphia on the streets. So you don't want to lull the sisters to sleep in a false sense of security that all they have to do is, no, they need to know these things. So that way, no matter who they date, they are protected, or they know what red flags to look out, or so that they don't have a false security of, oh, this only happens in the black community. No, it doesn't. It happens in every community.
Because you remember
And
Carla Homolka and Paul Bernardo.
yeah, he was helping her rape teenage girl.
And Carla Homolka killed her own sister because Paul
And
Bernardo
murdering.
wanted her. Yeah, it's not just in the black community. I mean, it's everywhere.
For Christmas. Yep. She put that, and they thought that because she had been drinking, they got the sister drunk, right?
Yeah,
And because the sister had been drinking, they thought that the burns that came from the chlorophyll that they put over to muffle her screams, they thought that that was acid from her vomiting because she had been drinking.
right.
But that was a result of them putting the chlorophyll over her mouth to muffle her screams as he raped her sister. She was, how old was she? 14?
14.
Yeah. Those are beyond the killer. Yeah, those are the my prodigal General Tap calls them killer pygmies. Erie says, okay, Gia Girl says, my mom says she understood the Betty Broderick story, not that she agreed with the choices, but she understood it from a mental point of view. Yes, because they mentally tortured her.
Yeah,
So yes, ultimately they ended up being murder victims, but they kind of like drove her to insanity almost. And a part of that may have her been feeling that she was losing control, because mind you, she had put this dude through medical school, through law school, so he had power. I mean, that's just an awesome case study. That's a deep story right there. And hold on, Erie said, can we agree that some of us ladies aren't being manipulated? Some of us just want what we want, and it doesn't turn out how we want. Sometimes we just think we have the juice and we don't have we don't, right?
that's true. That's
That's
very
true.
true.
That is very true.
Very
Right.
true.
Of course. No,
I,
it's not off topic.
it's
Yeah.
it's a three ring circus, because you have women that are actually
Mm-hmm.
manipulated, and you actually have women who believe, like Ari said, they got the juice, and I'm gonna do whatever I
Mm-hmm.
can do to get that man, even if that means killing this woman. Because Carla Hughes had a son.
She did.
She had a
Mm-hmm.
son, and she risked all of that for a piece of dick.
Mm-hmm.
You
I
know.
told you, that's why I said that the dick over everything click.
Mm-hmm.
The
Yep.
dick over everything click. And like Pretty Black Magic said, don't forget the Grim Sleeper in LA. And you know
Yes.
what disgusted me about that whole series, about that whole story? Those guys that was around that dude, they saw this man taking pictures of women. They knew this dude was hurting women, because that was fucking some of them women up. And
Right.
did y'all watch the documentary?
Yes, because it came on
On
HBO.
they got it on Tubi. It's on Tubi. That's why I said Tubi TV is an awesome app. So if we, because I was thinking like, okay, well, how can we have like the case studies, and then have something where the sisters ain't got it, where they don't have to pay anything. So I say, okay, well, the Tubi TV app is free, and you can like pick a certain story or pick a certain documentary or something like that. Say, for instance, and you can do it on YouTube too. Find the case study. Excuse me for a second.
Yeah, Tubi has excellent they have excellent documentaries.
Right. So you can find the case study, and you can find the case on YouTube or whatever, and then we can do um like a breakdown and an assessment of it. But those dudes that were in that neighborhood that knew that man, and he had a wife. But mind you, him and his wife were separated. His wife moved out.
Mm-hmm.
So, as abusive as that dude is, I have to wonder, was he not abusive to his wife? This dude did all types of stuff, stuck bottles up women's vagina. He was a sadist. And some of these women lived to tell about it. A lot
Yes.
of them didn't. But a lot of those guys, this guy said that he allowed him, that basically he had him clean up what in all likelihood was probably a homicide crime scene where a woman had been in there, and I guess I was just flabbergasted. These men said that they knew that he was doing these things to some of these women. That's what I mean by normalizing that type of dysfunction, where you know that somebody is sexually assaulting somebody, or and that's okay. That story takes me. That story blows my mind.
Right. And there's also another documentary called Unseen about a serial killer in Cleveland, Ohio. And the house that he rented, he buried the bodies of the women in the backyard and in like the floorboards of the house. And the
What is the
women in
name of it
the
again?
Unseen, Unseen
Unseen.
on Tubi.
I'm gonna write that down.
He killed.
I be watching it on my phone, but I be watching it on my laptop too. Different different case studies. Like if I take a hiatus from YouTube or something like that, that's what I'll be doing, sitting there watching all the series, and just catching up on that. And I got Amazon Prime too, so I'll be watching stuff. Oh my God, that Hannibal series, y'all! Oh my God, that is off the chain. That was excellent. Hannibal, the
Yeah.
series,
Oh,
that
let
shit
me
was
write that
good.
down. That's on Netflix.
That's on Amazon Prime.
Okay, I will be seeing
I
that
think
tonight.
Amazon Prime is like $12.99 a month or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I get it because I'll be ordering a lot of stuff from. I do a lot of online shopping, but oh my God. And at that Prime, you get access to certain, you get access to movies and all of that kind of stuff. Like, oh my God. That Hannibal series is
Mm-hmm.
off the fucking chain. You know what else I used to like? JB said it's on Netflix too. That shit is off the chain.
Oh, we'll be watching that
Off
tonight.
the chain. Oh man, it's listen, it breaks down. It's the story before they actually catch Hannibal.
Oh, so this is his backstory.
Listen, JB, I love that. Any Dreadful? Y'all ever watch Showtime? Listen, I watch you watch stuff because it shows you so how the kings and how the queens and how they conquered certain stuff and different strategies that they took. And I just love that kind of stuff. I could sit there and just watch it all day long. Yes, Lawrence Fishburne is the shit in that one. Six
Oh,
Figure
you have to
Days, you
watch.
gotta check it out. That's like, listen, I sat there and I watched that whole damn thing in about a day and a half. I could not, I was glued. I could not move. I could not move. Child, I get my snacks. Old bitches love their snacks. Get me some snacks. Sit back and I had a bottle of red wine the other day. I think when I went to the state store, I bought like 7 different types of wines. But I had this red wine the other day it was awesome. It was awesome.
Because I used
So
to
I
watch.
said, yeah, I got to get me some more of that.
I used to watch Autopsy with Michael Barton on HBO.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
you know
He's
what?
he's one of the best.
I'm an outlier, but those shows let's just kind of seem morbid to me.
Yeah. Oh,
Most,
well,
most
they
of them
can
are.
be.
They
They
can
can
be
be.
like, especially if you watch like Autopsy. They're very morbid.
Mm-hmm.
But I
Mm-hmm.
can get into a good mystery or every now and then, but I can't do it every day. I might chill with y'all on a murder mystery thing like every blue moon, but
They said, no, y'all depressing me. I gotta see it. Y'all, they said, no, y'all depressing me. Y'all talking about murder and death and no, yeah, it's interesting. I like it not because it's sad and more, but I like it because it's interesting. Like I think forensic science is just amazing. I think it's interesting. And it's like never a dull moment when you watching and waiting for, like, they find out all types of stuff. Like, I think I love that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. But Faith said, no, y'all get y'all funeral home tendencies on up out of here. Y'all starting to remind me, starting to have my chat room, my pen looking like a damn funeral home around this motherfucker. Get the fuck on. No, but it's cool. I can understand it. But yeah,
no, but my
it's
grandmother
now.
used to be into it. But back in her day, it was Perry Mason.
Mm-hmm.
See,
Mm-hmm.
Perry
And
Mason,
Perry
Matlock.
Mason, Alfred Hitchcock, all them kind of old shows like that. What used to be some funny shit to tell? Yeah, with the tales of the crypt. The
Yes.
tales of the crypt. They had yeah, that, and I like the Tudors. And guess what else they got? They got this series called Troy. Oh my goodness! If you look at the messages in that, honey, I do too, Miss Clarkstrong. I
Now
do too.
that's what I can do. I can get into movies like that, the Viking movies, 300, stuff like that. Now I'll watch something like that.
Hmm.
Game of Thrones.
Oh man, the Game of Thrones is my shit. The game. I like the Game of Thrones. I like Rome. Of course, I love Oz. Right? I love Oz. I like Of course, everybody loved The Wire, The Sopranos. I watched all them shows. You can just binge watch. The series. Binge watch them series. I can watch them. Yeah, I can watch all of that.
Don't forget
Um.
Spartacus.
Yeah. Yeah. And they had this, I think, on what was it, Stars? They had this thing called The White Queen. I
Yes.
watched that series too. I watched the whole. You know what else is a trip? What do they call the Borgias? About them damn Italians and that
Yes.
in them popes and shit
Mm-hmm.
over there in Italy. Oh my God. Them motherfuckers talk about some vicious motherfuckers. They talk about niggas. No man.
No,
Mm-mm.
not them popes. Woo!
Them Italians got some shit with them. Oh, what about Faith? What about a mob series?
What about doing like my all right, that's still grim and grim. That's still grim. Faith said, no, y'all depressing me. All
Man,
right,
yeah,
listen, we gonna
y'all really
listen,
into
we gonna think of
the
something.
whole killing thing. You know, just
That's why I said, wait a minute. That's grim. Listen, I gotta think of something uplifting. All right, give me 24 hours. And I'll be inspired. Give me 24 hours.
Yeah,
I'm a
no,
little tired now, so I've been yeah, I'm a little tired now, but give me some time to reboot, and I'll think of something that's going to be fun and interactive and entertaining.
well,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
not on my account, but you and Love Wisdom, boy, y'all gonna shoot him up, and then y'all gonna take him to the morgue. I'm like,
Listen, that's probably an East Coast thing, right? Because I'm a Philly girl, and Love Wisdom is a Jersey girl. So you know what I mean. That Erie
Wait,
said is that good. What?
wait a minute. Yeah,
What is
yeah,
it?
yeah. Auntie, remember, we gotta do our mob night though.
Yes. See,
We gotta do our
that's
oh
the
yeah,
mob
kind of
night.
then
stuff
that'll
that
be nice.
the East Coast chicks like that kind of stuff.
Cause
You
you
know
know
what I
we
mean?
gotta
Because they
we
a
gotta
part of the mob. That's where the Philly mob originated from, New Jersey.
yeah, the
In
Decavalantes, yeah, we gotta talk about that.
yes. So yeah. But Faith said no. Y'all want to talk about the kill 'em up, shoot 'em, bang bang, uh, ghosts and demons and goblins, and no, get the hell on. No, but that's like probably like an East Coast chick thing where we like that kind of stuff, like the mob and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, we think of
Yeah.
y'all gonna have me up under
Look
my
at all these
bed
beautiful
somewhere.
ideas.
something. Face said, no,
Have me
y'all
up
bitches
under
are gonna
my
come over
bed
here and
somewhere.
have me
Like
having
what the
nightmares
hell?
at night. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. So yeah, somebody said, oh, you talking about Mama's Family? I used to watch all those shows. Mama's Family, uh, the Jeffersons, Sanford and Son, Good Times, anytime you need it. Oh, we used to watch all of that stuff. Yeah,
All of
all
the
those shows.
Oh,
Uh,
all them old shows. I remember.
the
Oh,
Brady
y'all
Bunch.
remember Laverne and Shirley?
Yep,
yeah,
the Brady Bunch. Remember, come and knock on my door. Three's
Three's
Company.
Company,
We need to have a night where we get the sound bites of all of those different shows
the Golden Girls.
and play the part and see if anybody in the chat can guess that part. Gab Talk Me did that one night, but he was doing it with music. Well, we can do it with music. I thought about doing it with different songs, like where you play a snippet of the song and then see if everybody else can guess it. Gab Talk did that. And then you could also do it with intros to different shows, intros to different TV shows.
Oh, now that'd be fun.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, we can
But
do
you
that.
know, it's a lot of millennials that watch. They're not gonna know any of these old shows.
Well, mix them up. Mix them up
Uh,
with some more pop. Mix it up. It don't have to be all old. Mix them up with some modern shows with
oh
some
yeah,
intros to different songs.
get some Atlanta Housewives theme music. That's what they gonna know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Married with Children and giving Fresh Prince of Bel Air.
Yeah. Yeah. We don't want them to come over in the space and feel like they smelling being gay. Right. You all keep them youthful. You don't want to come up in a space and be like, no, I can't go over there and fuck with them bitches. I smell being gay. So we gotta think of something that will be appealing to the younger sister and to for them to come into the space.
Yeah, because you
Yeah.
get this
They ain't gonna
playing
come
the
if you sitting
theme
up there talking
song.
about a bunch of old bitch shit.
They're playing the theme song to Cheers. They like, what the hell is that?
Right.
Right. You wanna go where everybody knows your name? It's like, I mean, the first and last time they pull up on the chat.
Right.
No ma'am. Right. I don't smell nothing but Ben Gay and Depends over there. So no. But ladies, I'm gonna go. I had an amazing time. Um, shout out to everybody in the chat that came through and showed love. I gotta get me something to eat because I'm getting dizzy because I ain't ate nothing all day. The only thing I did was drink coffee. So I gotta grab me something to eat. If y'all still on when I come back, I will gladly come back if y'all still hanging tight.
I can't
So I'm
believe
going.
I'm back in
Listen, we've
Arizona
been going
now.
for 10 hours. It's 10 hours, and we don't. We Faith going for 10 hours and
There
35 minutes. That's what's up. Shout out to
there we
everybody in the
go.
chat that been hanging tough. We appreciate y'all.
Yes.
Real tough. I mean, we got some diehard listeners here, and I have to say
Damn
I'm
right.
proud of all of y'all.
Damn right.
That's right. We talked about different things. We laughed. We
Mm-hmm.
agreed.
Mm-hmm. Talked about different ways. We done talked about relationships. We done talked about business. Listen, we done talked about a little bit of everything.
A little bit of
Yes.
everything. Look, StreamYard
This
done
was an
messed
awesome
around
stream.
and gave me the ability to host live streams from my phone. And look how we done just act a fool.
Look at it.
Mm-hmm. But this was an awesome stream. Um, Love Wisdom, I love you. Faith, I love you. Shout out to everybody in the chat that's hanging that hung with us. I'm gonna log off, ladies. I gotta grab me something to eat because I'm getting a little bit of lightheaded, and I probably need to take my old ass a nap. You know, evil bitches need to sleep. So I'm gonna take me a little nap, and when I wake up, I'll probably be perusing around the YouTube streets to see what's going on and to see what's popping. But if y'all still hanging, if y'all Faith close out and happen to come back for whatever reason, if I happen, I'll catch up with you guys around the YouTube streets, okay? And
All
y'all
right. Well,
enjoy the rest of y'all day. Thank you. It was
thank
a
you for
pleasure to
coming
be up
You
on.
here on the
too.
panel
Thank
with
you.
y'all, Faith and Love Wisdom. Take care, ladies.
You
We
too.
appreciate
All
you.
right.
Thank you, Cookie.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
All right.
Oh wow, this was lit. I'm telling you, like the best live stream ever. But 10 hours and 37 minutes in, and I'm just like, wow, y'all done talked me through my entire shift, damn near.
Look at it. Look at it. Look at it. And we all had fun.
Yeah, I
Like
mean, I
I
dropped and
really
hooked a
had fun.
trailer, and I was still on the live stream. Now you know good and daggone well that's a bad mamma jamma.
Look at it.
But no, you know what? I think that all of the ideas that we shared in here today, I think that that's something that we need to, bring to fruition. The book, that's a great idea. Get 12 sisters on that. Elise says that she's got to hook up with the publishing company. I think that we should network and get something like that out there.
Mm-hmm. I
Oh,
agree.
thank you, Neon Eyes. She said this was an excellent stream. Yeah, this was fun. This was a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
And oh yeah, Pretty Black pretty much been in here since I started. By the way, I don't even see Pretty Black. What are you doing? Oh, you must be off today or something. She been here since the beginning, and I started at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, you
But
started at 3 o'clock this morning. Wow.
yeah, I was up at 3 a.m. I mean, they were in here with me when I got in my car, started my car up. I got on the live stream. That was when I was on my camera. Then they were here with me when I got to the yard and I was in my truck, pre-tripping the truck. And then y'all still with me. I mean, y'all crossed the border with me when I went through California. Y'all were here when I dropped and hooked my trailer. And y'all here when I crossed the border back into Arizona. That's how long it's been. 10 hours. This is the longest
Mm,
stream ever.
but that's all right.
And you know what? Every time I'm on here with my sisters, I have to say, the girl time is the best time. And we share a lot of ideas. We share a lot of insights about our lives. And I want to make this a regular thing. Like I said, have a state of the Black Union for Black women and just
Mm-hmm.
deal with our issues because our issues don't really get talked about enough. It's not in a way that's healthy. Like when I hear black women talking to other black women, it's mostly, putting other women down, or, saying how you got to be better than the next chick and all this type of stuff. And I love the fact that we don't do that here.
No.
In this space that we've made, this little niche that we've carved out. When you go to Cluster's channel, you go to what's her name? Goodness, I'm drawing a blank here. Go to your channel, Love Wisdom. We go to Topaz's channel, and there's quite a
Mhm.
few other black women. But they have a space where they're not talking down to black women or talking at black women, but it's always advice given with love, and also sharing of a personal experience to let the woman know that, yeah, I've been in those shoes too, and I'm not perfect. That's what I love about it.
Right.
Now, what I've noticed when I've been in other women's spaces, I get a feeling of, I'm better than you. I'm an elitist. And I would never, do that. Don't be that girl. I hate those type of environments. So I always want to give, credit where credit is due to the women that create the environment that's open and welcoming. And just like when I'm an Aries queen, she comes in here and she asks her questions, and she asks the questions that need to be asked without having to feel like, she's intruding or hurting the host's feelings. Because that's the other thing. A lot of these people get beside themselves, and people can't talk or express themselves on the platform. And I don't like that either.
Right.
But
Cause
I try to make my space a space where people can be, themselves. Come out, you can ask me anything, as long as you're respectful and not trying to, come out here sideways at anybody. Even though there was a little rift with Elise and Rainy Womb Man, but even that didn't get disrespectful.
right.
And I attribute that to the ladies that come into this space, and they know, exactly how I operate. And I appreciate the people for respecting me and what I do over here.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, because it's more to us than just the disagreements. Like we're multifaceted. We talk about different things and still be able to have that sort of respect. Like that's who we are as black women. We're not the stereotypes that people like to put out there. That's why it's important for spaces like this, because it does show black women in a different light. We're we are the only ones that are going to change our image.
Exactly. And Soup Bone just really want to get told, boy.
Ah, ah.
He
Now,
said,
now,
he
soup
said,
on.
just remember to choose better.
Now, soup on.
Soup Bone, you know what? We're gonna call Cluster back over here now. She the one that's gonna get in that tail.
Mm-hmm.
Now, me and Love Wisdom, we nice. We like to play nice. Well, I like to play nice. I think Love Wisdom might get into you, might tear into you a little bit before I do.
I ain't gonna get into soup on because I know soup on be trolling. Soup on be trolling. I ain't gonna get at him.
Nah, Soup Bone, he all right with me. Soup Bone all right with me. But yeah, I just I think back on our situation as women, our daughters and different things of that nature. Like I have three daughters. And
Mm-hmm.
one thing that I would not want for them is to ever be fighting amongst each other over a man. When I see women fighting over each other amongst themselves over a man, I imagine my daughters. I see my daughters in them. Like, how would I feel if those were my daughters fighting each other over a man? I would
Right.
look at them like they were crazy. Like, you all are sisters. Why are you over here clawing and tearing each other's eyes out over this one man when you can all just go and get your own? Leave that one alone because that one ain't no good.
Mm-hmm. Because it's not worth it. Once you start fighting over a man, you already lost. You already lost when you start fighting over these men. Just trust me. These men got their exit strategy. Two women fighting over them. They got three other women that they thinking about putting them in the new Rolodex. So no, no. I'll tell a woman plain, you love him more than I do. Have him. Because I'm not doing all that. Like if if we're not married, I'm still single.
And that's being a strong woman, being strong enough to know that you can walk away and knowing that you ain't missing anything. See, that's the thing that I think a lot of these sisters are thinking amongst themselves. They're thinking that they're going to miss something if they let that particular man go. And to be honest, you're not missing anything. Probably dodged a bullet, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's what I learned from a sister named Salkis Ray. I learned that she said that rejections can be a blessing. That
Yes.
sometimes when you are rejected by a man, it can hurt, but you also in some many cases dodge the bullet. And I think sometimes as women, it's like when we get rejected, it's like, what did I say? What did I do? For this to happen. But sometimes you dodge the bullet because, again, some of these men can have crude intentions that can hurt you in the long run. So sometimes rejection is indeed a blessing. Like, you know what? Okay, that's good. I done dodged the bullet. I'm good.
And the other thing too that women need to really, really look at, and this is not to hurt at anybody's feelings or anything like that, or say that you're wrong, but I just think that the whole focus on men early on in our lives, like when you're in your 20s, and I know that these are your childbearing years, and people tell you that this is the time that you should be looking for a husband to get married while you're young and all that type of stuff. But to be honest, I just feel like 20, 25, I even think 25 is too young. I might be a little strange in my thinking, but I think 25 is too young. I just think that every woman should experience being by herself, being on her own first, taking care of herself first, paying her own bills first, and just getting to know yourself. Because
Mm-hmm.
you go right from your parents' house and then right into being a wife. When have you had time to focus on yourself? And I know how that feels because I've had that experience. I think I talked about that in one of my videos that I did a while back. I talked about how I've always been in servitude to other people. I had to get all the way up in my 40s, and before I realized that this was the first time I was ever in a place on my own, taking care of myself, not having to tend to nobody but me. And it felt strange because I had never done it before. I should have done that early on in my life.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And perhaps maybe I would have known a little bit more about myself. A lot of times we're pushing ourselves out here to become wives, to become mothers, and we don't even know ourselves. How are you going to rear children and you don't even know who you are?
Right. And and even with that, sometimes when you sit back and think of it, you got to ask yourself, do I want to be a mother? Because I do believe for some women, they don't want to be a mother, and they get shamed because they don't want to have children. But you
Exactly.
should have children. And it's like, no, if you have a woman saying that I don't want to have children, and she has it in her mind she doesn't want to have children, then that should be respected because every woman isn't fit to be a mother.
Yes.
Mothers, it's a lot of sacrifices that you have to do. It's not about you. From the moment you become pregnant, it's not about you anymore. Everything has to do with the child. It's expensive. It's a lot in raising a child. That's a part of you. And some women don't want that. Some women want to travel. Some women want to travel and have fun, and they should be respected. Some women don't want to get married. Some women like, nah, I don't want to get married. But she's shamed because she's saying she doesn't want to get married. It's like, no, you shouldn't be forced to do something that you don't want to do because only you know who you are.
Exactly.
Not society tells you, well, you should have a child, you should be married by this age. And this is why you have women thinking that they hit the wall by like 27, 28 because they're not married and they don't have any kids. And I'm like, no, 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 don't think that. Don't think because you are not at society's age to have children, you somehow hit the wall. No,
Exactly.
no, because even when it comes to a husband, you got to make sure you choose the right man. Because here's the thing too about um marriage or marriage proposals. Women know they could decline a marriage proposal. Like you can decline a marriage proposal. Like if you feel as though I can't see myself living with this guy, I can't see myself being with him for whatever reason, you can decline a marriage proposal. And
Oh,
yes,
love wisdom. Wait a minute. You mean to tell me that you're telling women to decline the last penis on earth that might
yes,
propose to them?
yes, yes, yes. Look, listen, listen, listen. If you want the women to get right, okay, if you want the women to get right, all right, we gotta start from the root. If a woman, because this is all a part of choosing better, if a woman feels as though she is not comfortable around that man, she does not see herself building a family with that man, she don't gotta marry that man. She ain't even gotta be with that
Exactly.
man. It ain't nothing to work out. If that's how she feels, that's how she feels. Because let's keep it real. Men, I would give credit to men for this. Men are not going to stay in a situation where they're not comfortable. If that man feels as though he ain't comfortable with you, if that man, a man will leave you over a rumor. You hear me? A man
Yes.
will leave you over a rumor. I will give men credit for that. Men are very, very finicky and very, they have a mindset of a condition. Fuck that. You ain't fucking up my happiness. And they will leave. Women, we're forced to kind of like stay, make it work. No. If you're not comfortable, you can leave. Leave.
But see,
Leave.
here's the thing though, men do have a little bit more of an advantage because they know that if they drop one woman, there will be another woman waiting for them. So
Mm-hmm.
they do have the advantage in knowing that. And
Yeah,
whereas
yeah.
we are more reluctant to say no, because in the back of our mind, we're wondering when the next penis is going to come. Is there going to be
Right.
another?
Right. Because it's the fear of I don't want to be old and alone with cats. So if I let this man go, it may be 10, 15 years before another man come along the way. You see? So that's why women try to make things work. Oh God, I gotta make it work. I gotta make it work. And that's also dangled over sister's head too. Like if she breaks up a relationship, somehow she gonna be old and alone. And sometimes women troll other women with that. You better
Oh,
keep them
yeah.
because you don't know when another man like that gonna come around the corner. You know you're 34. You know that biological clock start ticking, so you better work it out with that man. Yeah, you got women telling other women that.
Oh,
Where the
yeah.
woman, where the woman clearly knows in her mind and her heart that okay, it's time to leave. No, 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 no. You better stay with that man. You better stick with him. He a good man. You better stick with that man. Yeah, but he verbally, in some cases, physically abusive. It's time to leave. Mm-mm, mm-mm. Because you know, me and your father been together for 40 years. That is that. It's that.
But then, there are times where the man isn't abusive or anything. You're just not compatible.
Right. And those are cases too where it's like, yeah, he's a nice guy, he's a provider, but somehow we're not meshing. Everything is like a routine.
And we're shamed if we say that we don't want to, stay with a man because we don't love him. As if
Mm-hmm.
we just got to force ourselves to. And that's the thing that I also wanted to touch on because nobody talks about that. I've heard men say that black women um, initiate divorces for no reason. And I'm here to say that's bullshit. That's not true. There's always a reason. And just because the reason doesn't seem valid to you doesn't mean it's not valid to her. And that's another way our feelings and what we want is invalidated because they say it's not a good reason. But I say if you don't love him, that's a good enough reason.
Right,
Nobody should be in a relationship with somebody thinking that they are obligated.
right. Because even I just lost my. Oh, when you talk about the see, this is and again that double Dutch mentality. Because if the marriage rates in the black community are low, and they're talking about women initiating divorces, I mean, come on. Why? Why is she initiating the divorce? Most divorces end because of financial reasons, which
Exactly.
which Sister Faith, it goes back to your original um question on your community tab about the shortage. We're talking about viable as far as being a provider and taking care of the family. Most divorces end because of money issues. So people already coming into marriage in poverty, almost like the Evanses on Good Times, struggling to make ends meet, but we got love. We got love. Oh, it shouldn't be about how much money I make. It should be about what's in my heart. Love don't pay the bills. We're gonna both be in the poorhouse married.
Exactly. And further to the point that you made earlier, they do not make those type of sacrifices for us. The minute a man is not satisfied or the minute that he's not in love with you, he's gone.
Mhm.
Whether he's there out the door physically or he's just gone mentally. He's with you, but his mind is somewhere else.
Yeah. I love you, but I'm not in love with you.
Right.
So when people say, well, money isn't everything, it ain't everything, but it damn sure make a big chunk of, relationships.
Yes.
A huge chunk in relationships. Because even when we look now, Dr. Dre, his wife done filed for divorce after 25 years of marriage. She gonna get that money. Okay?
Oh yeah.
If at the very least she'll get 250, at the most she'll get half of his $800 million fortune.
Whoo. Either
He's
way
going
it goes, she rich. She don't need him.
she rich. She rich. So, you know, money, money. Oh yes. Hey, it must be the money. Uh-huh. We look at
Mm-hmm.
Jeff Bezos. Anybody worth $140 billion? He just divorced his wife. She is going to be. I think once that divorce is finalized, she'll be in the top 5 of richest women in the world. Oh, if you sit up here and say money ain't no object, you are sadly naive.
Oh
Sadly
yeah.
naive. Okay? Money. Old money. Yes. Yes.
Exactly.
So,
6 Figure Days said money isn't everything, but I breathe better when I got it.
indeed, indeed.
Exactly.
So, when we talking about, you know, it's back to what Eddie Murphy has said on what's it, Delirious or Raw? No romance without finance. You got to have a job if you want to be with me. Ain't nothing going on but the rent.
Oh
So
yeah.
when I hear men, black women, or gold diggers, I give them the side eye like, what are you talking about, black women or gold diggers? No, no, no. If anything, black women ain't harsh enough when it comes to getting a provider. I think black women settle too much.
It's
When you
true.
talk about money, it's like, okay, I'm not saying you got to be a millionaire, But sir, provision, money, cost of living is high, money. Oh, you being materialistic.
Oh, you gold digging.
You gold digging. But these non-black women, now, white women don't have nothing on Asian women. You want to talk about gold digging? Whoo! It's so bad in China that if you don't make $1 million, because China spit out 40 millionaires a month, you ain't making $1 million, that Chinese woman don't want to talk to you. That's how bad it is over there. You want to talk about gold
Oh
digging?
yeah.
Go
Oh,
shoot.
them Chinese women do not play.
They don't play around. Oh, they don't mess around. Chun-Li do not play around when it comes to her money. You don't make a certain amount of money, she don't want to mess with you. And she always got her exit strategy. She'll be a mistress to another man who make more money than her husband. Oh, you ain't making enough. You ain't working hard enough. I'm gonna go to the next one that's making it.
Yep,
You
and then
know,
here's Neon Eyes again. She says, yes, some women get shamed into lowering their standards and life goals, all for the sake of saying she has a man.
ain't it sickening? It's
Yeah,
sickening
and that's becoming a cliche in our community with our women.
because she gets shamed for not having standards. Then she gets shamed for having standards. So
Exactly.
it's like, depending on how I feel, that's how you have to operate. You know, and no, you should keep your standards high, just like your heels. You need to have high standards. Now, realistic standards, sisters, realistic standards. Okay, realistic standards. But yes, you need to have standards. Why not?
Absolutely. Every woman should.
Every
And then
woman should.
and then to have these men tell you that you're being unrealistic because you want a man that's a provider. Wanting a man that provides is not unrealistic. That should actually be the standard
Right.
because it's a standard for every other woman. There's no other woman but the black woman that's actually told that she should not expect her man to provide. Only the black woman.
Right.
Or we gotta go 50-50.
Mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. Because then that goes against us down the line. Because now it's um well, if we go in 50-50, fine. That's what I expect. I'm not saying that, for women, we have a part that we, have to do as women when we come to taking care of the household and relationships. But at the same time, it's like when you say 50-50, you got to be specific when you talk about 50-50. Because if you're a man and you're a provider, most of the utilities and the bills go to you. So what are you talking about when it comes to 50-50?
Exactly. And
Okay.
I'm an Aries queen. Asked the question. She said, "Who is doing the shaming? What is their man doing?" And
What
she
are you talking
said,
about?
"Who told y'all that?" I guess she's referring to when we say that the men are saying that we need to lower our standards.
Well, you already know the number one is this space itself. And in this space, they don't the thing about it is it's not blatant as far as you got to lower your standards. When you listen to the conversation, it's alluding to that. See, that's the thing. Most of them don't outright come out and say it, but when you listen and read between the lines, that's what they're telling you. The gold digging, it ain't about the money. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, hold on. What's up, LAR? LAR movement still moving in the chat. And LAR says maybe we're saying that women are wanting men that women don't know how to keep. That includes providers. kind of see, a little bit where you're coming from
Yeah,
with that.
I can kind of see where he's coming from
Yeah,
on that.
because there are some women that desire what they themselves are not capable of, like you
Right.
said, keeping.
And that's why I said with women, realistic goals, realistic. Because, oftentimes too in this space, when you listen to some women, the goals are extremely lofty. And I'm sitting up here saying, if you can't obtain that yourself, how could you expect somebody to obtain that for you? You know what I
That's
mean?
true. That's
So
true.
that's why I say keep your goals real, keep your goals and standards realistic.
But now,
Be realistic.
I do have to provide a little bit of pushback to LAR, because there is a good majority of the men, especially on this social media platform, that do say that women have high expectations of men, and it
Mm-hmm.
don't have anything to do with that woman's ability to meet those expectations. They're
Right.
saying that the women should just have lower expectations in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
And now I've heard that plenty of times. And I would counter that with a lot of these men. They have high expectations themselves, because they want these women. They want these eights, these nines, these tens, but they themselves are not an eight, a nine, or a 10. You
Indeed.
know, they want these women that can go half with them on the bills. Okay, but when the woman says, I want a man that can provide, he tells her that she's being unrealistic, as if she's wrong for wanting a provider. And the woman
It's
is not
true.
wrong for wanting a man that can actually, pay majority of the bills. And that's a lot of the pushback that I'm getting.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, while I get what LAR is saying, on the flip side of that, that's not what a lot of these guys are doing in
Right.
reality. In reality, they are shaming these women for wanting what they want. They're
Yeah.
shaming these women and trying to make them believe that they need to lower their standards so that they can qualify. A lot of these guys are not qualified for what it is they're asking for. And that's the reason why they're asking the women to lower their standards.
Right. Because even though they may not say it outright, as I said before, when you listen and you read between the lines, that's what they're saying. You know,
Exactly.
that's what they're saying, and that's something that we have to be careful with. You know what I mean? Um, Look, if someone doesn't meet your standards, they don't meet your standards. You shouldn't have to compromise. That's another thing too. You know, he don't meet my standards, but I'm gonna see. No, if you set the standard out there and that person doesn't meet um the standard, why if you choose to stay, then whatever comes from it, that's what comes from it. You know?
And I'm an Aries queen. She has she always has some really good comments here. But she was saying something. Hold on, let me see if I can go back to it. I scrolled past it real quick. But she said, I thought we were practicing hypergamy if I have to be able to obtain the same things he does. So basically, what she's saying is, you're not practicing hypergamy, because hypergamy is you dating outside of your financial class. And that is true. So if the goal is to get the bag and be with a man that makes more money than you, then yeah, you don't really have to have what he has.
Right.
No problem, Aries. Neon says, I'm not compromising my standards. I only ever hear this talk among black guys online. There's always an excuse. No woman should lower her standards. You destroy your value when you do that. Exactly.
Exactly. Exactly. Exactly.
Soup Bone says you need both people working. What's wrong with the woman getting a job and helping out? Nothing if that's what she wants, if that's
It
what the both of you want.
want. Right. Here's the thing, Supone. As Ari said, if a woman is practicing hypergamy, she's putting herself in a position where she ain't helping out. Like, I'ma sit down and be cute while you do everything. That's the purpose of me getting somebody who makes 10 or 20 times more than me, so I can sit and look pretty. Now, if you're a woman who you and the man y'all agree to help each other down the middle, that's what it is. That's what
Exactly.
it is. You have plenty of women out here who work like they husbands and they help each other out with the bills. And you also have women who practice hypergamy, who make sure she gets with men who make, for example, if she makes 60,000 a year, she gonna get a man who make 120 on up, so she can sit on her pretty rear and be pretty while he pays for the mortgage, he pays for the bills. All she gotta do is look cute. So
Okay,
you want
LAR says part of the problem is wanting a provider after you wanted to be a career woman, not a family woman. But what's wrong with that? I I hear a lot of guys saying this, but I don't get it.
I
Well,
don't
so
get
what if she want to focus on her career first?
I don't get it. I mean, how is she going to substantiate herself if she doesn't have a job or a career? I mean, that's how it usually starts before she meets her husband. I have a friend, a girlfriend. She was a career woman until she met her husband, who was the vice president of Wells Fargo out in New York. Once she got married, she stopped working. She ain't got to work. She do little hobbies here and there, but she don't have to work because he makes enough money to where she don't have to do nothing. But she was a career woman before she met him. So
Wait, hold
I,
on, LAR. Take the link, LAR, because you're gonna have to explain some of your thinking. I don't get it.
I don't get it. So it's like, okay, so she not supposed to substantiate herself at all? Like, if she live on her own or whatever have you, she gotta work. She gotta invest in herself some way, somehow.
Exactly. A Neon Eye says they double talk. They argue that they want you to work and bring something to the table, but
God,
then they'll success shame you for being accomplished. You know what? That is the perfect way
that's a
to
perfect
explain it.
point. That's the perfect point
Perfect.
right there. That's
That is
perfect.
the first time I've heard that term, success shame. And that's exactly what they do to black women. They shame us for being successful.
I
And I
don't.
think that black men are intimidated by our success.
Yeah, that comment threw me off. I'm like, how she supposed to substantiate herself? Like, and then if a sister don't have a job, you make fun of her for her not having a job. So okay, so let's just say, for example, she's on Section 8, she on welfare, she received food stamps, she ain't got no job at all. But she wants to be a wife and a mother, but she don't have no job. Is that acceptable? Is that acceptable? She don't have no job. She getting her assistance from the state.
That's right.
She getting her assistance from the state because brothers make fun of women who receive government assistance. Go to white zaddy. This is what y'all say. Go to white zaddy. Let him take care of you.
But she's not focused on her career. That's not a career woman right there. So I mean, they shouldn't be mad at her.
Right? But yet the woman on
She
Section 8 and welfare
that
TRA
they
is
should be they
shitty.
should be willing to wipe. Oh yeah. Wipe. Let's wipe up Section 8. Latasha
Mm-hmm.
or
Mm-hmm.
Latonya,
Mm-hmm.
Latoya.
Yeah.
Since
Yeah.
we could be concerned about the careers. If you don't want a woman that's focused on a career, then you should have no problem with the welfare queen.
No problem at all. That's why some it gets very confusing sometimes, because I'm like, sisters, this is why you gotta do what's in your best interest. Work on your career, work on your education, work on you, and don't be concerned about what everybody say. Because if you keep being dragged back and forth by what everybody think you should do, you're gonna be a failure. You're gonna be a failure. Focus on your career, baby. If that's what you want to do, focus on your career. If you want to practice hypergamy, where you want to be with a rich man, do you? Because men practice hypergamy based on looks.
Yeah, because and you know what? And I also heard O'Shea say the same thing. O'Shea said the same thing on his channel. He was like, a lot of the younger women are too focused on their careers to want marriage, and he was the first one I heard say that these young women don't want to be married, and that's just not been my experience at all. When I talk to the young women do want to marry, but why?
Right.
But they want both. Some of them do want a career and they want to be married.
Married. Because what happened,
But
with
what
the
I'm
young,
noticing is,
yeah, they saying that's kind of a that, y'all should be focused on being family women. And I say this ain't the 1950s and 60s no more. I mean, it's not. A woman that's established in her career, she's that's teaching her independence. She got her own money, she got her own career. So God forbid if anything happens, if the relationship breaks up, if the marriage breaks up, she's not out here destitute. She got her career to fall back on. If she chooses not to
yes,
work, she got her career to fall back on. She got her own money. Like, not being out there destitute. Oh my God, when is my next check coming through? No. It's important that a woman establishes herself first, just like a man.
but
It's
see,
important that a woman
I
establishes
think that
herself
they are
first.
confused. Love wisdom. I think that they are confused personally, because here it is. They sit up here and they tell us, okay, you all are too, what they say, too high of a standards. You don't bring anything to the table. What was the big question of the year for Black women? What do you bring to the table?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So then we go, well, we're educated. Oh, education. We don't care about no education. Foodie. Put
Yeah. They just say
on
so
you
they
and
don't
your
care about
education.
education. Okay, we all right, we don't care, but you don't care about education. All right. So what else do you bring to the table?
Oh
Well,
well, I'm a woman. Oh, we know that you got to bring more than just your stuff to the table. Well, poo on you and your stuff too. You little
yeah, like,
you're funky.
you
You
know,
know what I'm about to say.
that's what they say. Okay, well, look, I don't have any children. I would like to get married and have a family. There's a problem with that. Okay, well, hey, I'm an accountant. I'm good at balancing the sheets. I can take care of the family finances.
Mm-hmm.
Don't nobody care about that. And that's also a part of education, because you had to learn to be that way.
Oh yeah.
So
Oh yeah.
I don't, sis, I don't even like, when I first came to this space, I used to get triggered by a lot of this stuff. A lot of the stuff I just laugh at this point. Because I'm just like, some of y'all brothers are bipolar. I look. It's like,
No matter what we bring to that table, they gonna spit on.
they're gonna
They gonna
tell
tell
you
you,
something. They're gonna tell you something wrong with that.
oh yeah.
Okay, sir. So what do you think I should bring to the table? Because if I ask you what you bring to the table, then that's a big argument. How dare I ask you what you bring to the table? So what do you bring? If we're gonna make this work, what do you bring to the table? What are your goals for the next 2 to 5 years? What are you
Now,
what are you doing now? What's your plan?
Era Black TV says, regardless of a career, a man needs his woman to be his home, meaning his peace. That's what you. I guess he's saying that's what we should bring to the table. Oh, that's what women can bring to the table. Yeah,
I agree with that. I mean, women should be a man's peace, not his chaos. I definitely agree with that. That's where women, this where we bring our nurturing and our stability, our stabilization factors into a relationship. I agree with that. Now, men could bring solidification on the table. Men can also bring provision to the table. They can bring that as
exactly.
well. So when we're talking about what we bring to the table, it's not just physical, it's also mental and emotional as well. Bringing
And,
all
and,
of
and
these.
and the thing about it is, when a man says that we can be your peace, that's different for every man.
Right, right. Because you have some men that, let's be honest, they don't know what peace really means because they're so used to chaos that a woman that does bring peace, that's not excitement to them. A woman that doesn't like to argue, that may not be exciting for some men because all he's used to hearing is a bunch of arguing and yelling and screaming.
That's true, because I've been told before that I'm boring. Oh,
Right.
you boring. You don't do anything. Ain't nothing exciting going on. Blah blah blah. And then they go out and they go and get the so-called exciting chick, but then she's doing too much.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know what they want. Can't be too boring. You can't be too exciting. Well, what the hell? I'm an Aries queen said, "Fuck that tape."
Ah, but I don't think relationships to me shouldn't be hard, but people make them hard because people really don't know what they want. Like they really don't know what they want, and it's kind of like I'm gonna go off on the fly. Like you really have to know what you want. In order for you to know what you want, you got to know who you are. Like, who am I? Who am I? Because
Exactly.
if look, hey, if you a cold-hearted sister, you a cold-hearted sister. Walk in it, live it. You know what I'm saying? If you a hoe, live it. Look, you gotta be who you are without compromise. Be who you are without compromise. Because the minute you start changing for other people and to appease them, and it's not working for you, you fail. Be who you are. Don't let nobody intimidate you. Be who you are. Be who
Exactly.
you are.
Exactly. Be who you are and don't let anybody tell you anything different. But I have to welcome LAR to the stream. Now this is LAR is a good upstanding brother. He don't make too much trouble. But then again, I don't know. I don't want to say too much. He might piss us off.
Welcome, welcome,
Hey,
welcome, LER.
how you doing?
I'm doing good, sir. How you doing?
I'm all right. I'm all right.
What's happening, LAR? Now you got to explain to us what you were talking about down there in the chat.
About the career versus the family, right?
Right,
Yeah.
about the career
Uh,
versus the family.
well, when you, for one, it comes off that you can't do two things at once, because most times when you date women who want to be career women, they don't have good interpersonal skills when it comes to relationships. So they want to be career women, but they need like a time period to get acclimated to actually being somebody who wants a family. They put minimal effort into that process. So so those type of women think they're ready and they say that they're ready, but more often than not they're ready for a wedding and not necessarily a marriage. They want a wedding, but they don't want a marriage. Is that clear enough? I know she just dropped out. I know she's gonna pop back up.
So, in other words, they're not planning correctly for the next stage of their life. They're kind of going off on the fly. So I'm gonna focus on my career. If I find a guy, let's just go ahead and get married for the sake of being married. So marriage is a badge of honor.
No, the wedding is the badge of honor, or the proposal is the badge of honor, not the marriage, is what I'm saying. Because that takes more work than uh, if people could put on and I'll say it this way, if career women could put on a wedding ring for their career, they would be highly committed to that. That's what they would that's what they would be faithful to, for better or worse, through richer or poorer, through sickness and health, but not a man, not the idea of building of a family with that man. That's how it comes off in practical application.
Now I just got back in here, so I missed a little bit of what LAR was saying as far as the explanation. But so far what I've heard, what you're saying is the woman is looking at the ring as a badge of honor. Am I hearing that right?
The proposal or the wedding, not the marriage.
Okay, so you're saying they want the wedding but not the actual marriage.
Yes.
Well, I mean, I could see, I don't know, LAR, because I see a lot of women wanting the whole thing. They want the husband, they want the children, they want the whole experience. So I can't really say that the women, all they're looking at is the wedding. I think that there's very few women that may fall into that category, but most of the women that I know personally, they know what being a wife entails, and what it would mean to tie the knot and become a wife and a mother.
Mm-hmm. Now, first and foremost, thank you for having me. I forgot to say that. So that, and the second thing is, you ain't got to hold back. We grown. I ain't gonna take nothing personal, and it's just an adult conversation. So I'm gonna say that y'all ain't got it. If y'all want to say something, I'll do my best to respond. It's no big deal. The idea and the reality are two different things, is what I'm saying. Like, you believe that a lot of these women are ready for that, but when men are dealing with those women, the responsibility of family weighs on them and they don't want it. It's one of those things I think I want it, but when I get it, I don't want it anymore. That's the problem.
But now I would say that that's men. When you guys get with a woman and you say, oh, I want this woman to be my wife and I want to cherish her forever and ever, then all of a sudden she finds herself in a polygamous relationship because her husband is out screwing everybody. That's you guys.
And I can agree with you that guys do that. What I'm saying is, you're not taking into consideration a lot of women do that. They just don't go running around town sleeping with people. They just do things to sabotage the relationship because they don't want it.
But shouldn't that be something that's discussed and established in the courtship process? I'm a little more old school as far as getting to know each other, so both sides can understand what they want, and if that's not what they want, they can part ways. Because I think a lot of times with relationships, people are not really going through the courtship process to where you really get to know somebody. Everybody wants to jump ship. Now, for Black women being career women, I believe that sisters need to establish themselves financially, mentally, emotionally first before going into a relationship. A woman needs to know how to be independent and work on, carry herself on her own 2 feet. She has to learn how to do that first before she gets into any relationship, because anything can happen to that man. That man, God forbid, could die. If he's in the military, he may have to go on tour. There are many different factors where a woman has to be able to stand on her own 2 feet in case that man is not there. Now, when it comes to the marriage, is that something that that man and that woman want? Because if she If both of them agree to, okay, I want to be married, I want to marry you, then here comes a time period. There comes a time period now. Now, if we talk about after 3, 4 years and all right, ain't nothing popping off, then you got to revisit that conversation again. Is this what we really want? Because a lot of women and men get into playing house because nobody is really establishing what they want.
Can I
What are their expectations from this relationship?
now what you just said kind of plays into what I'm talking about. Now I know you might not admit it because what I'm about to say, when you said the order, you said they need to focus on being independent, get their mind together, and what else?
You need to be able to stand on her own 2 feet, establish herself financially.
Right. Okay. Financially. Right. So here's the thing about that. How does being independent and establishing yourself financially help with the relationship with another person? If those are two of your three focuses, how does that help you in a relationship with a man?
It helps me because in case if anything goes wrong, I'm not out here looking crazy. I'm not out here looking desperate. Okay, if the relationship don't work or if he has to do something, I know what I need to do until he comes back.
Okay,
Like,
I get that. Let me ask in this way. That I ain't gonna ask. I'm gonna say it in this way. That also suggests that you spend more time focusing on if it doesn't work out, then how to make it work out.
not necessarily, because women, we can compartmentalize. If I'm in a relationship with you, we're building. We're building, we're making things happen. We enjoy each other's company. We're building to the next level of our relationship. So I'm not focused on what if right out the gate. Absolutely not. We're focusing on building. There's certain situations in a relationship that will come up that you may have a thought in the back of your mind, what if? For example, like I said, if he's in the military, okay, let's say you hear something on the news about a potential war. In the back of your mind, that little independent ring starts going off because he might be called on tour. Now, when he's called on tour for a certain amount of time, he can die, he can get injured, he may have to do the tour all over again. So I'm home for a long period of time without a masculine presence. So my independent skills has to come into place that until he comes home, I'm going to be the provider until he comes home. But while we're together and we're making things happen, I'm not thinking about that. Women, we can compartmentalize like that.
Well, part of that issue, if you use the military for a reference, even if he's not there, he's still providing because his money from the military is coming home. You know, my granddad was a Korean War vet, so I know how that works. But let me add, like the time, the framework of your process. I would ask this. Normally, the graduation age in college is 22. So between birth and 22, most of these young ladies are being taught what you're talking about. You're being taught to work on being independent, get your finances in order and get your mind right. But here's the thing. How many of those years from that, just using it as a hypothetical stereotype in a sense, how many years of that is spent into actually, this is how you make it work with a person. This is how you this is how you collaborate with an individual. This is actually how you build together. Because when you talked about building, human beings are creatures of habits, and old habits die hard. What I'm suggesting is the habits that you're talking about building are so far after the fact that the normal habit is being independent. You got to break the independent habit before you can get to building.
Okay, so if a woman is no longer independent, and who is she supposed to depend on?
Right.
Who she's with. See, I find it interesting, and I know this is it's not you ladies. I find it interesting that if you look, You can get two women getting in a relationship with each other and all of a sudden know how to work together. Now they have violent relationships. Don't get it twisted, but all of a sudden they can acquiesce. All of a sudden they can say, you know what, I could work with you. But when it comes to a woman and a man, it's this big hitch in it. It's this, what if he leave me? What if he shoot me? What if he cheat on me? It starts in a negative thought process, which means you don't actually normally know how to do anything to actually keep the relationship going in a positive way, because it's all fear-based. I ain't gonna say it's all, but it's the majority of it is fear-based. Even the getting into the relationship is partially fear-based from a male perspective. It's the same, matter of fact, it's the same as a man saying, look, I don't want to date these women because I don't trust them, because they all gold diggers, because they all gonna use me, because they all, they gonna leave me, but I'm ready to build.
Okay, but at the same time, if that man has that fear, wouldn't it be okay for him to buffer himself just in case he's right? Not saying
Right.
that every woman that he runs into is going to be that way, but there's nothing wrong with a person being able to fall back on something. And that's all that we're saying. Like, you make it seem like it's a bad thing if these women want to focus on careers and having something for themselves just in case. Because I
Well,
would not counsel any young woman to just to be completely dependent on a man. That
okay.
puts her in a very, very
Tough
uh
situation.
yeah, bad situation.
So, okay, so using that, the flip side of that is, so what do you expect these men to do? Deal with, are they supposed to share their things while dealing with somebody who is making sure that has an exit strategy? Is he supposed to come fully committed knowing that you got an exit strategy because, it might not work out?
Well, what's wrong with her having an exit strategy, and whatever she comes to him in the relationship with that she got on her own, that's extra.
Right.
I mean, he should see that as an asset, not that she has an exit strategy. That, I mean, it's not making any sense to me. Why
So
would you not want this person to be able to make it on their own in case things don't work out with you?
Right.
you can make it on your own. That is not a problem. The problem is what do you expect to get out of entering a relationship wanting to make it on your own? Why did you get into a relationship in the first place? Oh, I'm sorry,
Okay.
man. I'm being too philosophical and too deep. Okay, I'm gonna get straightforward so you can
No,
understand.
you're
No,
perfectly
I'm
fine.
just messing, I'm just
you're
playing
all right.
around. I'm just playing.
No, you all right. But I mean, I don't think women go into a relationship with fear. I don't think that's the case. It's all, like I said, we can compartmentalize. Let me flip it for a second when it comes to men. Do you agree that men, when men come into relationships, they are looking for a woman that's grounded, that has some level of independence, that in case to face point, if something were to happen to him, she's able to take care and handle things?
Yeah, that's exactly what Joe W. just posted. He says that I was in the Marines, but I wasn't married. But any relationship that I was in knew the potential that I could be called up and potentially may not come home due to being killed in action.
Right.
So, in the event something like that happens, the woman has to be able to take care of herself.
But she's taking care of herself in this. Like, where are these? It doesn't make sense to me because we're adults. So when two adults meet, you got two people who are complete strangers who are taking care of themselves. That's what they were doing before they met. So now that they met, what are you doing for each other when you're together? Are you skimming and holding something back because in case it don't work out, I didn't give. Are you, the exit strategy seems to be, I'm not gonna give of myself really because I think it's not gonna work out.
Well, to me, the exit strategy for women don't come unless she start noticing some red flags from the man. We're talking about infidelity, verbal abuse, um
he's not reliable. Those are certain red flags that come up where a woman says, okay, maybe I should start preparing another move. Like, women don't come into relationships automatically thinking that. That's something that comes about over time in the relationship if you're dealing with that type of man. I would assume the same would be for men as well. Like, when men are out there cheating, is that not a semi-exit strategy?
Yeah,
Because
that's true.
something about their
Oh,
current
okay. Wait a
relationship
minute.
is turned off?
And here's Arab Black TV. Arab Black TV, you gonna have to come up here too, because you saying some stuff that don't make no sense too. Y'all just
No, we have different points of views. Men and women do not think the same. We don't operate the same. That's the thing. That's part of the issue. When just because, and let me be controversial, just for controversy's sake, just because women come across to men like, because I think this way, you do too. Men don't think like that. You know, a lot of times what's going on, a lot of women have gotten too much bad advice from other women. Like what you were talking about with the red flags. I get the red flag thing. What I don't understand, and I can't necessarily speak for all brothers when I say this, a lot of women don't know the red flags they bring to a relationship. So some of these things that you see the signs of are actually responses to your own red flags.
okay. Well, what type of red flags do women bring to the relationship? I do understand that there are women that are toxic, but what
Yeah.
would you call a red flag?
Bad attitudes, power struggles, disrespect, what do you call mistrust, or projecting something on another person, living in past relationships and bringing the negative things about your past relationship into present relationships. Those type of things. If you have children, being mean to your kids.
Okay, well, those sound like terrible women. I mean, to me, it just seems like that's a vetting issue.
Well, that's the thing. Like, when we're talking about modern, it's 2020, right? A lot of people who are single or have issues and are dealing with people with issues.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So these red flags are there in the dating process. Like when you were talking about the courting process, that's pretty much it's not dead, but it's a lost art because most people aren't courting each other.
Right.
So
Right.
you expected to date somebody from a broken family, with broken, sometimes broken inside, broken mentally, broken physically, broken in some way, just from life in general, whether it be family life or adult life. So we're expecting to deal with somebody who has certain problems. Now, deeper issues come up in that process. You're like, oh, I can't deal with that. I think that surface stuff people deal with. The below the surface stuff people run away from.
But that's why, as Faith said, vetting is so important, and this is where standards come in as well. What are you willing to put up with, and what are you not willing to put up with?
Exactly.
So if you have a woman, let's say for example, who have dealt with a certain kind of man that's, let's say, verbally and physically abusive, for some women, they're so used to being treated that way that if you don't treat her that way, you don't love her. We have women who have abandonment issues where they're ultra needy because they are dealing with father issues. So when they seek men, they seek a man of a certain caliber because of that. That's why vetting is important. If that's not you, especially if you had to go through therapy for a traumatic situation in your life, you don't want to deal with somebody that's coming in with that same thing because it triggers up memories again. You gotta vet people. This is why the courtship process is important. And a lot of times we don't do that because we like surface level. Ah, they're cute. Ah, they got this. But this is a mental basket case waiting to explode. You gotta vet people.
Exactly.
You really have to vet people.
You know what? His whole purpose in coming up here Because, see, this is what you guys do a lot of times. You sit and you lurk from the clouds. So, who exactly are you referring to when you come into a woman's space on a woman's channel and you start talking about what your preconceived notions about your sense of entitlement because you think you the finest thing that ever walked the streets, right? You come up into these spaces all the time. So, who are you implying? You coming into a space with some women that have dealt with traumas that niggas like you, right, and your sense of entitlement, you and your cronies, you inflict this type of psychological and emotional abuse and verbal abuse on women. And then when they share their experience, you have the audacity to come into the space because you think I'm no longer in the space and call yourself taking shots. Well, now I'm up here. I come from a broken home. What's your issue? You want to know who caused some of that damage in that broken home? Niggas like yourself with self-entitlement. I come from a broke, yeah. So now what? I'm up here. So what's up?
Wait a
Because
minute,
y'all
you
do
know,
that
you wait,
all
wait,
the
wait.
time. No,
Hold
you
on.
lurk from the spaces, right? You come over there, you lurk in these spaces, and then you come over here and you come into the spaces and you try to discredit and disrespect the experience. Who the hell are you to tell a woman about what she can relate about her experience? See, that's that you're damaged. So, nobody's gonna want you. See, a problem. See, at the end of the fucking day, y'all niggas are at the bottom of the fucking barrel. When it comes to the totem pole, you have no power, you have no control. You can't stop the white man from choking your ass the fuck out, even when you're on camera. You have no economic power whatsoever. So you try to control the fucking women because you control nothing else. See, I don't think you the finest thing that ever fucking walked. And you're not special. Just like your ass can be replaced and your ass can be circulated. Who do y'all think y'all are? Y'all pull this bullshit all the fucking time. And that's right, I'm a disrespectful bitch when it comes to niggas that think because they talk soft and they got a sweet voice. No, I'm not soft on none of y'all niggas because I see through y'all fucking manipulation. Y'all used to dealing with them pick-me ass bitches that will do anything for a motherfucking dick. Well, guess what? You ain't the only nigga that's walking around with a dick. And you ain't the finest nigga in the motherfucking building. Period. Now,
You
what
want me,
else you gotta say that's slick dissing?
you want me to come give you a hug?
No, I don't.
Okay. Now, okay, the reason I came over here, because for one, I rock with Faith. That's why. This is a conversation. I was listening to it. I got in the chat. She asked me to come up. Not a big deal. If you actually thought I was just spending this whole time sneak dissing you, no.
Yeah,
I
you
was
were.
no, actually I
Yeah,
was.
you were.
Okay, if you think I was, fine. I responded to something you said. That was it. Everything else, I don't even know you. So I can't be responding to you the whole time. I'm talking
You don't
about
have to.
actually,
But you got up
actually.
here and took you.
Okay. Okay.
Go ahead. I'm gonna let you talk. Go ahead.
So the thing about this is, and when we were talking earlier about the projection, all of the stuff you came up with, it wasn't really true. But that's how you felt. And that's cool. That's how you feel. But what you were wrong about, if this was like a interaction or a date or a relationship, this is how it wouldn't work out. Because you wouldn't know you were wrong until later. Because I could turn around and respond negatively, but that's not the point, because that's not what this is about. Just like the references about getting choked out and having no economic power, and thinking, I don't think I don't know if you're talking about me, the finest thing walk. If you think I'm cute, I appreciate it. You cute too, but that's not the point. The thing is it's okay. I mean, Faith has come places where it was a bunch of men on the panel, and she was getting spoken over. So I don't got a problem with being felt like that.
Oh,
So
Mr. Research, don't start that.
it's all good. But to the point, what winds up going on is things like this. Yeah, people come from broken homes. People have issues. People go at people. People have bad attitudes, but it's not going to work out well in the end. And when it doesn't work out well in the end, then what? Whose fault is it then? Is it can you be a victim then?
It may not it's not about victimhood. It may not always be the man's fault that the relationship did not work out. The problem is you have men that are responsible for the relationship not working out, and they blame the women. Or you have men running around here that come from broken homes that are just as damaged, speaking on things like that little weirdo that just came into the chat. He comes into the chat talking about somebody attacking. Well, why didn't he drop down from before I started speaking to you? Why didn't he drop down from out of the clouds? Because he's trolling. And they come over into women's spaces for that specific reason. They don't actually participate in the conversation. They come to be antagonistic to women, to discredit. When we spoke from this panel today, the women that spoke from this panel spoke on their personal experiences. I'm not speaking for anybody else's experiences but my own. And there are other women that can relate to that because they have had similar experiences. Just like it would be wrong for us to go stomping up in a male space and telling them, no, that didn't happen that way. No, you're damaged. That's the reason why, you come from a broken home. You have a bad attitude. That's the reason why you can't find a woman, that's the reason why you can't find a good woman, because you're broken. You're damaged. You're evil. You're bitter. We could do the same thing. It doesn't resolve anything. The fact of the matter is nobody should be discounting what somebody else's experience is.
I get you shouldn't just throw the baby out with the bathwater. I get that. Part of what goes on that some people catch and most times they don't catch is this. We can't, the reality of a lot of these situations is it's not what other people did to you. It's the situations you put yourself in that we're talking about. So what I mean by that is you're going to meet somebody who's going to fool you. That happens. That happens to men and women. But at some point, what is your pattern when it comes to relationships? Because what happens if you figure out you're the person that picks toxic relationships?
Mm-hmm. Then that's possible. And that's what I tell women, that a part of coming out of those situations is acknowledging what your pattern is. You may have a pattern of selecting toxic men. And that's why it's important to understand what role if you come from a broken home, if you come from a toxic environment, it's important to understand how that factors in to maybe your selection process. But a lot of times women do that subconsciously before they figure that out. So they may make some mistakes before they figure it out. That's what that's what I tell women. It's a part of their selection process.
Sorry about that. That's
just like it is with men.
That's what I'm saying.
They may not know why they selected a chick that only wanted them for their money.
Sorry. That's what I'm talking about. Like, that's what goes on with the men. Like, the men, there comes a point where we're like, okay, why did you like them?
You fading out, LA. Did he fade out, Faith?
No. I see everybody on the panel.
His sound is coming in and out.
LER?
Yeah, I'm here.
He's on a panel, but it sounded like his sound was coming in and out.
I think something's in your background that has that.
In my background?
Not you, Faith. No, yeah.
Can you?
Okay.
Not you, Faith. Not you.
Oh, okay.
Cookie. I think it's your background because it would go on and out. If you can hear me, one of the points I'm trying to make about that is this.
Well, hold on, y'all. I'll be right back. I have to unhook real quick.
Okay, I can hear. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Go ahead. So I'm finished muting. I'm gonna mute up. Go ahead. Finish.
Was one of the things that's going on is say we're talking about when a woman wants to provide a protect a husband type of guy. If you don't know that you like toxic relationships, or you've been picking toxic relationships, you don't know the reason why the protector and the provider type doesn't want a relationship is because you want to be in a toxic relationship. When you were talking about the men, that's the thing with the men.